And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who's guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
SIGNAL.
Signal gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler. For extra driving pleasure, the signal to look for is the yellow and black circle sign that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And for Sunday evening listening pleasure, the signal to listen for is this whistle that identifies the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now the Whistler's strange story, Ticket to Murder.
Standing at the window of the cheap hotel room and looking out over the outline of lights and neon that was Kansas City after sundown, Eve Benton felt a dread, pressing sense of loneliness, concern. That the condition would pass, she was certain. She'd managed before, she would manage again, some way. But she wasn't thinking of that now. Eve Benton was being sorry for herself, forgetting her good points. The quiet, restless beauty in her face, the sullen attractiveness of her features. She was annoyed at the city and the world. She raised the window as though voicing of her resentment, and she heard other words nearby. They came from the next room.
You're saying $30,000. That's the deal.
A lot of money. A lot of money.
Not for the return of the Perriman necklace.
30,000. And no questions asked? Is that what the insurance company says?
Yeah, that's what they say. You really got the Perriman necklace? That I gotta see.
Does this look like it?
Yes, it does.
You smile strangely, don't you, Eve? Listening in ironic amusement. 30,000, one of the men next door said. They're talking in thousands while you stand so close by, wondering where you'll get the money to pay your hotel bill. You start to close the window when the voices suddenly grow louder and raised in anger.
You can't get away with this.
I'll worry about that. You just worry about this.
You freeze to the spot, don't you, Eve? Your outstretched hand touching the windowsill remains fixed, rigid like a statue, and then you hear someone climbing out onto the fire escape. A man is outlined by the staccato flashing of a neon sign on top of the building next door. He hesitates, glances back at the room he just left. You get a clear look at his face, and then he starts down the fire escape steps. You lean out, see the man drop to the ground and disappear into the shadows of the alley below. You wait, staring. Then run out of your room into the hall. The door to the room next door is partially ajar. You run to it and glance inside. A man on the floor, lying very still. He's dead, isn't he, Eve? You're about to turn and run when your eyes fasten on the telephone.
Hello? Hello? Desk?
Hello. Yes, what is it? Hello? Hello? Answer, please. Hello?
You lower the phone, staring, unable to speak because of something you see. Something near the dead man's hand. A wallet, isn't it, Eve? Yes, with part of the contents spilled out. A few bills, and among them a train ticket. Something that you could use.
Are we still connected?
Yes. Yes, Eve. A train ticket for the West Coast, San Francisco, and almost $65 in currency. It's an answer to your problem, isn't it? You lose little time in packing, leaving your room by the same method as the man who fled only a few moments before. The fire escape. Later, as you settle safely back in the seat, the train begins to roll. You casually present the stolen ticket to the conductor. You've succeeded, haven't you, Eve? No questions asked. The train gathers speed, hurrying you away from Kansas City. You relax now, become aware of your surroundings, the other passengers. Notice the man opposite you, his face half obscured by a newspaper. And then...
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I startle you?
Oh, no. No, it's just that you look like someone I knew.
Well, now I've got another reason to be sorry. That I'm not. You just get on the train?
Kansas City, yes.
Oh, it's an interesting place.
Yes. Yes, it is.
He smiles, doesn't he, Eve? He can even do that. This man who pretends to be so nonchalant, so much at ease. You wonder how he would feel if he knew that you had recognized him. That you were certain he was the man you saw fleeing from the hotel room next to yours. That you shared his grim secret of murder.
Something wrong?
What?
Well, the way you're staring at me. You said I'm not the guy you thought I was. Is there some other reason?
No, there isn't anything.
You want to read the paper?
No, thank you.
Oh, good. I'd rather talk anyway.
Talk?
Yes. We've some distance to travel together. There's no reason why we shouldn't become better acquainted. Is there?
No. No, there isn't. No reason at all.
Tonight's $20 Signal gasoline book goes to Mrs. W.G. Reed of Long Beach, California, for sending in this limerick. My car seemed to need overhauling. The gas it consumed was appalling. Then Signal I tried, and now when I ride, I can pay for my gas without bawling.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far, will go for the gasoline.
Our congratulations to Mrs. Reed for her very human way of describing the good mileage you enjoy with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. Too bad there wasn't room in her limerick to get poetic about all the benefits you notice when you switch to Signal. I mean Signal's snappy starting, Signal's peppy pickup, Signal's smooth, silent power. For it's a fact, mileage and performance go hand in hand. If you'd like to enjoy both, then the next time your gas tank gets thirsty, treat your car to the gasoline that's packed with go. Fill up with Signal and go farther.
You're unable to avoid the young man sitting across from you, aren't you, Eve? A man who's introduced himself as Frank Gilby. A man you're certain committed a murder in the hotel room next to yours in Kansas City. Later, he escorts you to the club car of the train, orders cocktails, and the two of you talk like old friends as the train roars through the night heading west. You're careful to avoid mentioning the hotel, aren't you? Leave it to him to take the lead in the conversation. All you want to do is get the trip over with and leave the train. But by the time you reach Oakland and board the ferry boat that will take you to San Francisco, the young man has become quite persistent.
Miss Benton. Miss Benton.
Yes? Oh,
You know, I think you've been trying to avoid me, Miss Benton. Eve. Any reason?
wait. No, Mr. Gilby, I've told you.
I was beginning to think I should take those magazine ads to heart.
Oh, no, it's just that I've had things on my mind. I've been thinking about a job.
Well, perhaps I can help you. I know a lot of people.
No, I have something waiting for me in the city.
Well, it was just a thought. In case it doesn't work out, I wish you'd give me your address.
I'm not sure what it will be.
Well, mine is 4950 California Street. I've got a flat there.
I don't believe I asked.
No, you didn't. I'm forcing myself on you, Miss Benton.
You try too hard.
Do I? Well, don't blame me. I'd really like to see you again.
Perhaps you will.
Like I said, maybe if that job doesn't work out.
Yes, I know. 4950 California Street.
You want only to rid yourself of the persistent Mr. Gilby, don't you, Eve? Finally, once ashore and in a taxicab, you feel he's no longer a worry. You register at a small hotel on Geary Street. Dismiss him from your thoughts. But late the following morning, as you're having breakfast in a small diner, you're listening to the radio, and something the news announcer says sets you to thinking about Frank
And in
again.
local news, the Perryman jewelry case has reached a stalemate, with the valuables still unreturned. According to insurance investigator Leonard Quinn, a contact with an underworld character in Kansas City failed to take place. It has since been revealed that the insurance company has made a tentative offer of $30,000 with, as we understand, no questions asked for the return of the necklace to their representative, Mr. Quinn, or to the home of wealthy Mrs. Evans Perryman in Hillsborough. However...
Oh, well, I wanted to hear that.
Huh? Oh, sorry, lady. The guy was just about through, though.
Well, what was that name he mentioned? Mrs. Evans somebody?
Perryman. Mrs. Evans Perryman. Lives down the peninsula.
Perryman. I see.
You acquainted with the lady?
No. But I've heard of the name.
Yes, the words of the newscaster set you to thinking, didn't they, Eve? Particularly the mention of $30,000. That was the figure you heard Frank Gilby mention in that Kansas City hotel room. And you remember the name Perryman, too. Strangely enough, after you've taken a cab to 4950 California Street, walked up the stairs to Frank Gilby's flat. As you're about to knock on the door, you hear the words again.
For Quinn. Yeah. That $30,000 on the Perryman deal. You get me the money and you'll get the necklace back. Yes, that's right. Take a couple of days. The contact is out of town. Sure. All right, bye. Yeah. Oh, Eve, hello.
Hello, Frank.
Changed your mind, huh? Thought you'd look me up after all?
Uh-huh.
Well, how'd the job go? You all set?
No, I didn't go there.
Well, maybe I can help on that, like I said.
I'm sure you can.
Well, come in.
Like I said, I'm sure you can help me, Frank.
Well, anything at all.
I'm glad you feel that way. Because I'm referring to the Perryman deal, the $30,000 you were going to get from Leonard Quinn and the insurance company.
What?
Mm-hmm. The $30,000 you wanted all for yourself. That's why you killed your partner back there in that Kansas City hotel, took the necklace. I happened to be in the next room.
I see.
So you've got a new partner now, Frankie.
Oh, have I?
Mm-hmm. And I wouldn't try anything if I were you. I've taken the necessary precautions. If something happens to me...
The cops find out about that little accident in Kansas City, and they come looking for me, right?
Right.
Well. Looks like I'm right behind the 8 ball.
You don't have to stay there. If you play it right.
That means your way.
My way.
Okay.
Have you talked with Quinn?
No.
Oh, now, Frankie. I think you have.
Okay, so I talked with him. He thinks I'm just a go-between.
Naturally, you wouldn't tell you'd killed a man to get the necklace. What sort of an arrangement have you made with him?
He gives me the dough, and in a couple of days, after I contact the guy with the necklace, I bring it back to him. That's all.
Quinn trusts you that much?
Oh, sure. I've handled deals like this before for Mr. Quinn.
When is he going to pay off?
Tonight.
Oh, fine. Well, it's all settled then. I'll meet you here after you've collected from Quinn. What time?
I'll be back by 9.
We'll open a bottle of champagne to celebrate.
I'll buy.
Naturally, it's your party. I'll see you tonight, Frankie. At 9.
It was simple, wasn't it, Eve? Easier than you thought. And now you're in partnership with a murderer. A temporary partnership, you tell yourself, and it'll be worth it. $15,000. After it's over, you'll move on, start a new life. Yes, it was all so simple, talking your way into that partnership. But as the day wears on, you begin to wonder about it. Perhaps it was too simple, Eve. You really hadn't expected Frank to accept your demand so readily. The more you think about it, the more certain you become that he'll bear watching. Early that evening, you hurry back to his flat. And as your cab turns into California Street, you see Frank board a cable car.
Driver.
Yes, ma'am?
Don't stop. I've changed my mind. I want you to stay close to that streetcar.
Sure.
But not too close.
Okay, I get it.
At Montgomery Street, you watch Frank step into an office building. And sitting in the cab, you wait, keeping your eyes on the entrance. A quarter of an hour goes by, and then he comes out, walks back to the corner, hops onto a cable car as it starts the climb up the hill.
Driver?
Yeah, I know. The cable car. It ain't none of my business, lady.
You're quite right, driver. It's none of your business.
You follow Frank back to his flat, see him hurry inside. You're quite certain you know what he's up to, aren't you, Eve? But you want more time to think about it alone. So you tell your cab driver to keep going. Finally, you return to Frank's place.
Well, hello. Sort of early, aren't you?
I've changed my mind, Frank. I'd like to go with you when you get the money.
Oh. Well, it's been called off.
Called off?
Well, postponed is what I mean, until tomorrow night. I just got a phone call from Quinn. Said he hadn't had time to get the money from his boss yet.
Oh, I see.
Sit down, sweetheart.
I was looking forward to that champagne.
Well, no reason why we can't celebrate in advance. I was hoping you'd call me.
Were you?
Yeah, I thought we might have dinner together. North Beach, Fisherman's Wharf, maybe?
Sounds interesting.
What do you say?
Well, I've always wanted to see the top of the Mart.
Fine. We'll start there.
All right.
There's a nice little restaurant on Broadway I think you'll like. Best veal scallopini in town.
I'm sure I'll love it, whatever it is. Oh, Frank.
Yeah.
My gloves. I must have left them on the chair.
Oh, sure. I'll get them.
The moment he turns around, steps back into the room, you snap the automatic lock in his door so that it's unlocked. Now you won't need a key, will you, Eve? Then quickly you reach down and tear a hole in your stocking. In a moment, Frank returns.
Here we are.
Oh, thanks.
All set?
All set. Oh, dear.
What's the matter?
Well, just look at that. A run in my stocking. Look at it.
Yeah, that's quite a run. Nicest one I've seen in a long time.
Well, you won't mind stopping by my hotel for a minute, will you? It's only a block out of our way.
Oh, of course not. Let's go.
At your hotel, you leave Frank waiting in the cab parked at the entrance, while you hurry inside the crowded lobby and right on out through the door on the other side. You go back to Frank's place a block away, slip quietly into the apartment, find what you'd expected, an envelope containing $30,000 in his suitcase. You put the envelope in your purse. Well, Frank was going to double-cross you after all, wasn't he, Eve? Yes, you've proof of that now. You hurry back to your hotel and go quickly to your room. The whole thing has taken you less than 5 minutes. And now you put in a phone call to the railroad station, check the trains leaving town, and make your reservations. As you hang up the receiver...
Yes? Yes, what...
I got to wondering about you, sweetheart.
Oh, Frank. Well, I'm sorry I took so long, but I had a long-distance phone call from my brother.
What, news from home?
Yes, and not too good, I'm afraid. My father has had another attack. I'm terribly worried.
Well, that's too bad.
Frank, about tonight. I don't feel much like celebrating. You understand.
No, sure.
I wouldn't be very good company.
Oh, don't give it another thought, baby. We'll have dinner tomorrow night.
All right. I'm really sorry.
Oh, sure. I'll see you tomorrow.
You watch from your hotel window and see Frank get into the cab and drive away. Quickly you pack your things, check out of the hotel. It's 2 hours before your train leaves. Time to have dinner. But first, there's one thing you must do. You've made up your mind about that, haven't you, Eve? From the moment you found the $30,000 in Frank's flat. You step into a phone booth and call the police department.
What was that, man?
A murder sergeant at the Alden Hotel in Kansas City 5 days ago. The killer is here in town.
What?
I arranged a deal with Leonard Quinn, the insurance investigator.
Anything to do with the Perryman necklace robbery?
Everything. The party I'm talking about took the Perryman necklace from the man who was killed in Kansas City.
Go ahead.
Well, I suggest you contact Mr. Quinn. Get him to tell you who he'd made that deal with, and you'll have the killer.
You give me your name, ma'am?
No, I won't. Goodbye.
Now you're settled comfortably on the train as it moves out of the station, rumbles through the outskirts of San Francisco. You lean back, close your eyes. It's been a trying day, hasn't it, Eve? And you're tired. As you listen to the rhythmic click of the wheels, you doze off. And then suddenly you're awake again. You're staring at the newspaper headlines in the hands of the man sitting opposite. Perryman necklace mystery near solution. Local police link obscure Kansas City murder victim with theft. A cold wave of fear sweeps over you. Then he lowers the paper.
Hello, sweetheart.
Frank.
You surprised? The switchboard operator at your hotel couldn't resist a 10-spot.
I see. How stupid of me.
Wasn't very smart of you to walk out with my $30,000 either.
Isn't that what you were going to do?
You got me all wrong, honey. I was going to surprise you.
I'll bet.
Okay. So each of us tried to double-cross the other one. What do you say we call it even and split the money between us?
All right, Frank.
We ought to try to get along, sweetheart. You have something on me, and I can make trouble for you if I want to.
Can you?
You're in this as much as I am now. I can always say that you helped me do that job in Kansas City. Our coincidental appearances would make it pretty hard for you to deny.
Yes, I guess it would.
So let's bury the hatchet,
Why not?
And after we get back to San Francisco, we can do the town together, baby. Have a lot of laughs. You know, I got a hunch this partnership's going to turn out okay.
I was just thinking the same thing. We'll just forget the past. Think only of the future.
Right. A bright future, sweetheart. For the two of us.
Here's good news for you motorists who will be needing a new battery this winter. Did you know there's now a new, finer battery guaranteed to last up to 2.5 times as long as ordinary batteries? It's the new Signal Deluxe battery, guaranteed for a full 2.5 years on a service basis. This amazingly long life is due to microporous all-rubber separators, which have been called the greatest improvement in batteries in 20 years. But longer life is only part of the story. Because these improved type separators hold twice as much acid solution between the plates, Signal Deluxe batteries deliver up to 35% more power. Yet this superior performance actually costs you less per month, which is really the only logical way to figure battery costs. What's more, right now Signal dealers are giving generous trade-in allowances for old batteries, plus liberal credit terms. No wonder drivers with an eye to economy, as well as those who demand top quality, are both heading for Signal service stations. They know that today's best battery buy is a quicker starting extra long life Signal Deluxe battery.
It was a shock, wasn't it, Eve, to find Frank Gilby on the train after you thought you'd slipped away from him in San Francisco. You were certain you'd seen the last of him, and you'd have the $30,000 all to yourself. But then there he was, demanding his share. $30,000, Eve. A lot of money. And you made up your mind that Frank wasn't going to get any part of it regardless. In the morning, when the train pulls into Los Angeles, the $30,000 is still tucked away safely in your suitcase. And you're confident Frank Gilby will never bother you again. He'll never be able to involve you in the murder he committed in Kansas City. Yes, you're quite confident. Sure, aren't you, Eve? Even as the police board the train, step into your car, talk quietly to the other passengers. And then you find the lieutenant talking to you.
That's right, Miss...
Benton.
Miss Benton. He was sitting here opposite you, according to the conductor.
Well, you say he fell off the train, Lieutenant? Oh, how horrible. Oh, he seemed like such a nice young man, too.
You didn't know him?
Well, no, I'd never seen him before. We talked a little, of course, just train conversation.
Hi,
you
Lieutenant.
know.
Oh, it's you. Didn't waste any time getting down here, did you?
Well, we got to keep our readers up on what's happening in our little old world, you know. Come on, Lieutenant. I want this to hit the next edition. What's with this guy fell off the train? Where did it happen?
Just out of San Luis Obispo. And he didn't fall. He was pushed.
Uh-huh.
Pushed? Why, what makes you think that, Lieutenant?
Yeah. What's this all about?
The San Francisco police got a tip last night. Phone call from a dame about a payoff. An insurance investigator was making a deal for the Perriman necklace with a party she said killed a man in Kansas City.
Oh, another killing involved, huh?
Mm-hmm. The insurance man was going to hand over $30,000 for the Perriman necklace.
See, then you think the payoff was to be made here on the train?
Yeah. Quinn completed the deal all right, because when his body was found, the necklace was in his pocket.
Quinn?
That's right. The man who was pushed off the train. Leonard Quinn.
Well, he told me he was Frank Gilby.
Well, he probably wanted to keep his identity covered until he'd completed the deal.
I see.
If our tip is right, the killer pushed Quinn off the train so that there wouldn't be any witness.
Now, wait a minute. You think the killer who pushed Quinn off the train was the Kansas City killer, too?
Well, that's what the woman who tipped us off told us. Now, all we have to do is examine all the luggage in these cars and search the passengers.
Ah, I get it. And if you find the $30,000, you'll have...
We'll have our killer.
Uh-huh.
Well, Miss Benton, I'm sorry to bother you. But as long as we're here, we might as well start with you.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Remember, if you would like the fun of having your friends hear a limerick of yours on The Whistler, the address to which to send it is the Signal Oil Company, Los Angeles 55, California. All limericks become the property of the Signal Oil Company. Those selected for use on The Whistler will be chosen by our advertising representatives on the basis of humor, suitability, and originality. So, of course, they must be your own composition. Featured in tonight's story were Joan Banks and Frank Lovejoy. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone and Adrian John Doe, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional. All characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler.
SIGNAL. Signal. Signal gasoline.
When you give to the community chest, you're helping not just one organization, but many worthy causes that directly benefit 4 out of every 10 families. Think of that when you're deciding how much to give to the community chest. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
SIGNAL. Signal gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler. For extra driving pleasure, the signal to look for is the yellow and black circle sign that identifies signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And for Sunday evening listening pleasure, the signal to listen for is this whistle that identifies the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now the Whistler's strange story. Incident at Pebble Cove.
Standing there on the boat dock which served as the main landing at Pebble Cove, John Gaylord presented the picture of a successful, relaxed young author. He was tall, tan, self-assured in manner and bearing. He liked it here at this hideaway resort on the Pacific coast. It was a place where he could work when he felt the mood, forget it if he didn't. The other villagers, a smattering of artists and winter vacationists, kept pretty much to themselves. And when John did want conversation, there was always Steve Carson, a young constable who included Pebble Cove in his district. It was Carson's small boat that was approaching the landing at the moment, and John moved forward to catch the line Steve threw and made the boat fast.
Yeah. Okay, Steve, I got it.
Thanks, Johnny.
Well, what brings you in here? Something official?
No, just coming in. Pretty choppy out here today.
Yeah, it's worse at Shell Beach. I went down to watch the outboards race.
Good crowd?
No, not bad. Come on, I'll walk you up to the house, buy you a drink.
I better take a rain check. Gotta get back to the office.
Oh?
Just wanted to let you know I can't make that chess game we planned. I have to run up to Gorman.
Oh. Well, that's 2 rain checks.
Oh, by the way, have you met your attractive new neighbor yet?
Attractive? You mean the new neighbor is a girl?
That's right.
Yeah. Surprised you tipped me off.
Well, I'm different. I figure competition breaks the monotony.
Okay. What's her name?
Benton, I believe. Yeah, Peggy Benton.
Peggy Benton?
You know her?
No. No, I don't.
Well, the way you reacted...
No, I don't know her, no. The name sounded familiar, that's all.
Well, I'm sure you'll get around to making it sound more familiar. Good luck.
Yeah. Thanks.
Well, Johnny, your past comes calling again, doesn't it? Changing your name from Harold Ferris to John Gaylord hasn't solved a thing. Peggy Benton, she's found you. And you wonder what it means this time. You watch Steve Carson's boat move away from the landing and walk back to the beach. The rising tide tells you that it's close to 6 o'clock. Not too late to make a call on your neighbor, and you're anxious to get it over with. As you reach your cottage about 100 yards from your own, you ring the bell and brace yourself to face it.
Well, Mr. Ferris, I've been expecting you, Hal.
Hello, Peggy.
Well, come in. Neighbor. Or should I call you by your new name, Johnny Gaylord?
That's what everybody else calls me. I like it.
Well, may I fix you a drink? Johnny?
No, thanks.
Well, you don't mind if I have one?
No, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. You look so well, John. So very well. But I'm a little surprised.
Oh?
Yes. So many successful young authors have their pictures on the jackets of their books. You never have. Not, hiding from someone, darling.
All right, Peggy. What do you want? What are you down here for?
Oh, darling, are we going to talk silly or neighborly? You know what I want. More of the same.
I can't give you another cent.
Oh. When you're doing so much better than before, I should think it'd be easier.
Peggy, I wish you'd leave here.
I'm sure you do. You also wish I'd drop dead.
I didn't say that.
You're as obvious as your cheap writing, Johnny. But little Peggy takes good care of herself. Understand? And she's going to take even better care of herself.
So? How much is it this time?
Oh, no special amount.
Now, wait a minute. I'll give you $5,000, Peggy.
$5,000? For what?
You turn that diary of Helen's over to me and let me get rid of it.
Oh, so the world will never know that Helen's death wasn't accidental. That she knew you were going to kill her.
Peggy, I won't.
Forget it. Helen meant nothing to me, ever. Just a roommate, that's all. But a mighty profitable one, now that you're so successful, Johnny.
Peggy, where is that diary?
Oh, let's just say I have it in my hope chest, shall we? It's not for sale. Not when it's practically an annuity. A nice yearly income.
And where is this going to end?
It isn't. Johnny, darling. Unless you want that drink, you'd better run on home. Do some thinking until, say about 10 tomorrow morning.
10?
Isn't that when the bank opens? You see, little Peggy wants a check. A nice big check to cash. And you'd better have it ready for me.
Tonight's $20 Signal gasoline book goes to Mrs. W.G. Reed of Long Beach, California, for this limerick. The rabbit looked simply aghast as the tortoise went whizzing past. Said Bunny, I know what makes his crate go. With Signal, go farther, it's gassed.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far with Go Farther gasoline.
Poor Mr. Bunny. He would have won by a hair, and then some, if he just kept in mind what makes Signal gasoline give you such good mileage. It's because today's Signal helps your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, you also enjoy more flashing pickup and smoother power, in addition to quicker cold weather starting. You can prove all of this for yourself if you'll try, just try, a few tankfuls of the famous Go Farther gasoline. Signal, that is.
Yes, Johnny, the past has caught up with you. Peggy Benton has traced you to Pebble Cove, and she's the same determined girl that you thought you'd left behind in St. Louis. Determined to make you pay for her silence concerning that oddly unsolved death of your former fiancée, Helen Walters. But you don't go to the bank the next morning, do you, Johnny? No. You're certain that Peggy will take her time, not risk upsetting you. She'll give you time to think, to realize that you must pay her because there's no other way. Unless, of course, you can get your hands on the diary of your late fiancée, Helen Walters. The diary Peggy is using to blackmail you. You've got to get it from Peggy and destroy it. That afternoon, you're pacing the living room of your cottage, thinking about it and wondering, when there's a knock on the door.
Oh, Steve, come on in. I
didn't think you'd mind Miss Benton joining us, Johnny. I've been showing her around, introducing her to some of the villagers.
Oh, when I heard you were living here, Mr. Gaylord, I insisted on meeting you right away.
Well, it's a pleasure.
Oh, thank you. Everyone's so nice. And I suppose you know, too, that you've got the nicest constable here.
I bet she says that to all the constables, eh, Johnny?
Yeah.
I'll get you a chair, Miss Benton.
No, we mustn't stay. I've heard, Mr. Gaylord, how writers hate to have their privacy invaded. We'll run on. I only wanted to say how I've enjoyed your work.
She's quite a fan of yours, Johnny.
Particularly that murder story. The one about the man who killed his fiancée? The one where the police didn't even know she had a boyfriend? Oh, that boyfriend was pretty smart.
What was that? Not one of the Dave Driscoll series?
Oh, well, it was an old one, quite some time back. The girl, well, she left a diary or something. It named her fiancé and told how she thought he'd kill her. And it was just the way she died. Oh, it was terrific.
I can see you guessed wrong on that one, Miss Benton. Huh? Now you've made Johnny believe you don't read him at all. Come on, we better go. Anyway, I've got to get back to the office.
Oh, well, all right, Steve. Oh, but you do forgive me, don't you, Mr. Gaylord?
There's nothing to forgive.
Oh, that's fine. I'll see you again. Real soon.
Yes, you will. Real soon.
You watch them leave, walking down the path toward her own cottage. And suddenly you realize that you must get that diary away from Peggy. If necessary, you will have to use force, won't you, Johnny? Yes. You've got to get that diary which practically names you as a murderer. The opportunity comes several hours later, doesn't it? When the yelping of a small dog attracts your attention to the front door. You see that the dog, small and white, is tagging along at Peggy Benton's heels as she walks down to the beach for an afternoon swim. You slip out of the cottage and hurry after them. On the beach, a rock cave hides you from view until you can slip up to where Peggy dropped her bathing robe on the sand. Quickly, you check in the pockets of the robe, but the key to her cottage isn't there. Suddenly, the dog comes bounding out of the surf toward you.
Come here, Pop.
You scoop up the struggling white bundle of fur and move back into the cave. And you know that Peggy will follow.
Quiet, Pop.
Queenie? Are you in there? Where are you, Queenie? Here, Queenie.
Hello, Peggy.
Oh.
Okay, Queenie, you can run along now. Here, go fetch.
You see it now, Johnny. The reason you couldn't find Peggy's keys in her bathing robe. They're fastened to her wrist on a small leather band.
What is it, Johnny? What do you want?
Oh, no, you don't. Don't worry. I'm not going to kill you, no matter how much you might deserve.
Oh, you're hurting my wrist.
Am I? Well, isn't that too bad, Peggy? It's these keys. I want them.
No!
I'm taking them, Peggy. I mean it, even if I have to knock you cold to do it.
No!
No use yelling. No one's going to hear you over that surf. Now give me those keys.
A few minutes later, after leaving Peggy lying back in the cave, where you hit her hard enough to knock her out for a while, you begin your search of her cottage, looking everywhere. Somehow you lose all track of time until nearly a full hour later, you hear the clock on the mantel.
6 o'clock. The tide's in. If Peggy hasn't come to, she'll drown.
You rush out of the cottage, down the path toward the beach, and then suddenly you stop dead in your tracks. You can see him standing there in the half-darkness, leaning against the tree. It's too late to turn back, isn't it, Johnny? He's already heard you.
Hello. Oh,
Huh?
that you, Johnny?
Yeah. Hello, Steve. What are you doing around here?
Might ask you the same thing, huh?
Well, I just stepped out.
Don't have to, really. I know what you're up to.
What?
Calling on your new neighbor, huh?
Oh. No, really, I wasn't.
Sure, I was just kidding. Out for a walk?
Yeah.
Sit down. Not in any rush, are you?
Yeah, well, as a matter of fact, I do have to get back to the cottage.
Good. I'll go along with you. Have a phone call to make anyway. Don't mind if I use your phone, do you?
No, of course not.
And so you start back for the cottage, away from the caves and Peggy. You're hardly listening to Steve's idle chatter. All you can hear is the pounding of the surf below, smashing into the caves. Finally, at the cottage, Steve puts through his phone call, and you keep glancing at your watch. There's still a chance you'll be able to reach Peggy in time, isn't there? But somehow you'll have to get rid of Steve. Then, as he finishes his call...
How do you like that? Now I got to get back to the village.
You do?
Yeah, my own fault for calling, I guess. Another stolen car. Well, sorry to rush away, Johnny. But then you have work to do.
Yes, I have work to do.
Nice.
You watch him as he hurries away down the road toward the village. Then as he disappears from view, you start down the path to the beach, running, stumbling, splashing through the surf. And finally, when you get there, the waves are pounding into the mouth of the cave. It isn't that you care what happens to Peggy. Actually, you'd be better off if she were out of the way. But not before you find out where she keeps Helen Walters' diary. The diary linking you to her murder. You plunge in and look frantically for Peggy.
Peggy! Peggy!
The waves seemingly grow higher and higher every moment, battering, smashing their way into the cave. Finally, you give up and fight your way out, and then up to a rocky ledge and drop, exhausted. The hours that follow are agony, aren't they, Johnny? It's the waiting through the long night, wondering if Peggy is dead, washed out to sea. Late the following afternoon, you go down to the village, and in the post office, you run into old Martin Hayes.
Say, Johnny. You hear about the Benton girl?
No, what?
Found her body just a little while ago on the beach, about a mile from here. Drowned.
Drowned?
Yeah, the riptides. Pretty dangerous over that way. Too bad. She seemed like a real nice young lady.
It's done, isn't it, Johnny? Peggy Benton will never bother you again. But the evidence she was using against you and blackmailing you is as dangerous as ever. You've got to find it some way and destroy it. Before you make your next move, you decide to find out what Steve thinks about Peggy's death. When you walk into the constable's office, he's standing by the window, his back to you. He doesn't turn around even as you speak to him.
Steve, I just heard about it, Miss Benton. Quite a shock.
Yes, quite a shock.
Well, accidents do happen. Was an accident, of course.
Looks that way. Although in the preliminary examination, the coroner found a pretty bad bruise on the back of her head.
Oh?
Might have struck her head against a rock. Could have knocked her unconscious.
Yes, probably when she was out there in the water.
We'll know more about it after the coroner brings in his autopsy report.
Of course. Well, I'll be running along. Going to drop in tonight, Steve?
Yeah. I'll be dropping in, Johnny.
You're anxious to learn of the coroner's findings, aren't you, Johnny? But you're quite confident you'll be in the clear, at least of Peggy's murder. And it was murder, wasn't it? Even though you hadn't intended it to be. Early that evening, as you sit across the chess table from Steve, you can sense there's something on his mind, something more important than your little game of chess.
Steve, have you notified Miss Benton's family?
Doesn't have one, as far as we've been able to find out.
You looked through her things, you know, at the cottage?
Well, there wasn't much there. She'd brought only a couple of suitcases with her. I got a hunch she had a place in town. Apartment, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Your move, Steve.
Oh, sure, yeah.
An apartment, huh? Any idea where it is?
Not yet. We have a tracer on it now. City police are looking into it for us. I'd like to find that apartment, Johnny.
Really important?
I think so. I'd like to get there before somebody else does.
Oh, what do you mean?
Oh, maybe it's just a long shot. A wild guess on my part. But I have a hunch Peggy Benton's death wasn't accidental.
I see.
The coroner's report indicates that she was dead before she hit the water.
Oh? Well, then it wasn't drowning. Look, Steve, here's a thought. That blow on the back of the head you mentioned. Isn't it possible that Miss Benton was walking along the beach and perhaps slipped off the rock?
Hit her head when she fell?
Yeah.
Sure, I suppose.
And then when the tide came in,
It could have happened that way, Johnny. But there's one thing that bothers me.
What's that?
I'm wondering about her keys, Johnny.
Keys?
I was talking to her just before she went down to the beach yesterday. She was wearing those keys on a leather wristband. The body was found, the keys and the band were missing. I got a hunch that when we find those keys, we'll find a clue to the murder.
Huh.
Sure move, Johnny.
Yes, and you've got to move fast now, Johnny. You've got to get to Peggy's apartment before the police do. You're more than thankful when Steve leaves early, and the moment he's gone, you pull the keys out of your pocket. The keys on the leather wristband. You examine them closely. First is the key to the cottage. The next is obviously a car key, and the third, you can barely make out the worn markings on it. The Creston Apartments, apartment 10. Quickly, you drop the keys in your pocket and hurry out toward your car, glad there's only a 25-mile drive to town and Peggy's apartment. It's almost 10 o'clock when you arrive at the Creston and slip quietly into apartment 10. You go through each room carefully, then finally find what you're looking for, the diary Peggy was using to blackmail you. As you remove the rubber band around it and thumb through it, several photographs fall out and flutter to the floor. You pick them up, look at them. Snapshots of the three of you together, you, Helen, and Peggy. You put them in your pocket with the diary, and then slip out into the hall. But before you can lock the door, you hear someone coming up the stairs. Quickly, you step into an alcove and wait. Two men, one of them in a policeman's uniform. You got out of the apartment just in time, didn't you, Johnny? Steve Carson's call to the city police for assistance in tracing Peggy's apartment almost trapped you.
House manager's a gabby old dame, isn't she?
Yeah. Here we are. Apartment 10.
You got the key?
Yeah, just a sec. Hey.
What's the matter?
It's not locked.
What?
Wow. Looks like somebody beat us to it. Look at that room.
Looks like somebody gave it a fast frisk.
Come on.
The moment you hear the move into the apartment, you race down the stairs, through the lobby and out into the street. Rounding the corner, you slide in behind the wheel of your car and drive off. It was close, wasn't it, Johnny? As you reach the outskirts of town, the highway, you pull into a gas station. You want to be certain the police didn't see you leaving Peggy's apartment and aren't following. As the station attendant fills the tank, you keep an anxious eye on the rearview mirror. The police are nowhere in sight, and you're certain that you've given them the slip, aren't you? Yes, and you're feeling a lot better now that the only link between you and murder is safely tucked away in your inside coat pocket.
Check the oil and water, sir?
Oh, no, thank you. Here you are.
Everything else okay?
Yes, everything's fine. Just fine.
Baby, it's cold outside. That's not only the name of a popular song, but also the reason many of you will soon be needing a new battery for your car. Naturally, you'll want to be sure you're choosing the battery that gives longest trouble-free service at lowest cost per month. So just consider these facts. You get up to 35% more power from a Signal Deluxe battery for quicker starting and to take care of the many electrical gadgets on your car. That's because Signal's microporous all-rubber separators hold twice as much acid solution between the plates. And you don't have to add water so often to a Signal Deluxe battery because of its improved design all-rubber case. As a result of finer quality construction like this, Signal Deluxe batteries last so long, they're now guaranteed a full 30 months on a service basis.
When you take this into account, plus Signal's liberal credit terms and generous trade-in allowance for your old battery, you'll find you're actually saving money by choosing a Signal Deluxe battery, the extra powerful, extra long life battery sold only by Signal service stations.
It's over, isn't it, Johnny? And now you're back at your Pebble Cove cottage. It was a lucky break, wasn't it? Finding Peggy's apartment, getting away before the police arrived. You've only to destroy the diary, the snapshots of you, Helen, and Peggy, dispose of the keys, and you're in the clear. But before you do, you want to take a look at those pages in the diary, don't you? Yes, you're curious. You remove the rubber band that's around the small book, thumb through the pages. It's all there, isn't it, Johnny? Enough evidence to hang you. It wouldn't do at all if this fell into the hands of the police, would it? Someone's at the door, Johnny. And you wonder who's calling on you at this time of night. You drop the diary to the table, glance out the side window. It's Steve. Quickly, you pick up the diary, the snapshots and the keys, tie them together by stretching the rubber band around them, and drop them behind the sofa.
Hello, Johnny.
Oh, Steve, how are you?
Just passing by. Saw your lights. Been working?
Oh, yes, I had some things to do.
Just thought you might be interested in the latest developments.
Huh?
City police located Miss Benton's apartment tonight.
Oh.
Newspapers in town ran a picture of her. Apartment house manager where she lives saw it. Called police.
I see.
Looks like my hunch was right. The keys were important. Maybe that's why Miss Benton was murdered.
I don't follow, Steve.
Somebody got to Peggy Benton's apartment tonight, just before the police. The place had been ransacked.
Really? What?
Well, there you are, Queenie. I wondered what had happened to you. Been following me around all night. Miss Benton's dog. You remember.
Sure. Hello, Queenie girl. Queenie. Here, Queenie. Here. Oh, there she goes inside.
Here, Queenie. Here, girl. Here. Where'd she go? Here. Oh, there she is. Under the sofa.
What?
Come on, girl. Come on. Yeah, she got something in her mouth. Looks like a book. Here, Queenie. That's a good dog. Here, let me see what you... Wait a minute. What's this? Miss Benton's keys.
Why, Steve, I don't know how they could have got back...
It's a diary. And these snapshots. You photographed very well, Johnny. I thought you told me you didn't know Peggy Benton.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Remember, if you would like the fun of having your friends hear a limerick of yours on The Whistler, the address to which to send it is the Signal Oil Company, Los Angeles 55, California. All limericks become the property of the Signal Oil Company. Those selected for use on The Whistler will be chosen by our advertising representatives on the basis of humor, suitability, and originality. So, of course, they must be your own composition. Featured in tonight's story were Larry Dobkin, Marion Ladd, and Don Harvey. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Steve Hampton, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional. All characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler.
SIGNAL.
Signal gasoline. Don't forget, when you give to the community chest, you're helping not just one organization, but many worthy causes that directly benefit 4 out of every 10 families. Think of that when you're deciding how much to give to the community chest. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
SIGNAL.
Signal
gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler. For extra driving pleasure, the signal to look for is the yellow and black circle sign that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And for Sunday evening listening pleasure, the signal to listen for is this whistle that identifies the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now the Whistler's strange story. Letters from Aaron Burr.
Beating down on the prison yard, the afternoon sun seemed to fade the grayness somehow, dwarf the height of the high walls. The prisoners, milling slowly about or standing in little groups, were talking quietly, smoking during their brief recess from the chores of the jute mill, the machine and print shops. Yes, it was a let-up in the middle of the afternoon, an easing of pressure on both the men in confinement and the guards who watched them. And in a far corner of the yard, there was one man who actually felt happy, pleased with himself as he talked with an older companion.
You know, Pop, it's still kind of hard to believe. I guess I won't believe it till I actually walk out of those gates.
I envy you, son. Wish I hadn't pulled that last forgery. Figured they'd put me on my feet.
But you figured wrong?
Me, an artist who can duplicate anything. Ernie, I don't want to preach.
Skip it, Pop, skip it.
They
I'll
try to
manage.
help you, the prison officials, people outside, too, but it's still the same. $5, a blue serge suit, and a pat on the back. It might as well be a show.
Sure.
I like you, Ernie. You're all right. I want to make sure you stay out of here.
So?
So I'm asking you to do something. There's a place I want you to go. Somebody I want you to see. A Mrs. Alden.
Mrs. Alden?
She's a fine, wonderful old woman. Tries to help people. Lives just for that. You go see her tomorrow afternoon. Tell her I'm well. Talk to her.
I'll talk to her, Pop. About you.
And about yourself. If you need anything, well, she's prominent in the Community Aid Society.
I'll see Mrs. Alden for you. But I'm not looking for any handouts. Oh, there she blows. Back to work. I'll see you later, Pop.
I'll give you that address, honey. Mrs. Alden.
Yeah, sure.
You forget Pop Wiley almost immediately, don't you, Ernie? Yes, because you've other things on your mind, other plans. And the hours drag until the following morning when you're ready to leave. Ready to become Ernie Madden again, rather than number 2214. And then finally, as the big gates open for you and you walk through, there's a car waiting for you. And your old friend Joe Bennett reaches out to shake your hand and pull you inside.
Hello, Ernie. Good to see you again. Really good.
Thanks, Bennett, thanks. Well, I see you got my letter asking you to meet me.
You sure did. Come on, get in, pal. Say, one thing. Take a look across the street there.
What, the dame?
Yeah, you know her?
Never saw her before in my life.
Funny.
Why?
She's been hanging around ever since I pulled up. Kept watching the gate. Just sitting there in the car. Watching. Waiting. Oh, well. What do you want to do, honey? First, where do you want to go?
First, take me to the best men's store in town.
And then?
And then you can let me have a couple of $100. I want to get started right.
Check. You can't beat this place, honey, unless you want to go in for some tailored stuff.
No. This'll do fine. I just want to get out of this blue serge, that's all. Yeah. Well, I'll see you later, Bennett. Thanks for the lift and the loan.
Look, I'll go in with you and wait for you. Some of the boys want to see you.
No, thanks. You go ahead. Tell the boys I'll look them up.
Well, okay. Hey.
Huh?
Hey, wait a minute. Your friend.
The
dame. She's still with us. See? Across the street.
Well, so she is. Well, she won't know me when I come out of here, Bennett. Clothes make a new man.
Yeah, I don't like it. You gotta find out what she's up to.
Maybe I will, but not until I can make a better impression. So long, kid.
So long.
You enter the clothing store and buy the suit you've been dreaming about. Then you have to kill some time, don't you, Ernie, while the tailor in the clothing store makes some hurried alterations on your new suit. You walk across the street to a small bar. You're about to slide onto a stool when you see something in the mirror. The girl again, taking a booth only a few feet away. You turn and walk over to her.
Something on your mind, honey?
I beg your pardon.
And I beg yours. Only I shouldn't. You've been following me, sweetheart, all morning, ever since I checked out of my, last hotel.
If you'll sit down, I'll try to explain.
I'm listening.
But you didn't listen to Pop Wiley and go to see Mrs. Alden, did you?
Oh, you know Pop.
Mrs. Alden does. I work for her.
Oh, sort of a watchdog to see that charity cases don't go astray?
Not a watchdog. A social secretary. And not charity.
No, just a helping hand.
Oh, word.
And what do you get out of it? Not a living.
I donate my time. Not all of it, of course, but I'm there every evening. I also have a curio shop. You know, antiques, old manuscripts, objects of art.
I think a couple of martinis would be objects of art right now. May I?
Please, I know how
little you poor boys are given to start out again in the cold, cold world. Now, you're wrong, honey, about me. I don't need a helping hand, a kind word, or a loose buck.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And don't let the blue serge fool you. I'm changing that, too.
Oh?
Oh, yeah, you won't know me. I just bought me a complete new outfit. Taylor had to make a few alterations, you know, cuffs, sleeves, padding in the shoulders.
Really? I'd have thought in your case they'd have to take a little padding out.
Well, thanks. You're cute, too. Oh, waiter.
Never mind ordering for me. I think you can manage drinking alone. You seem so self-sufficient.
Okay, it's your loss, honey.
I'm sure of it. Goodbye.
You ought to stick around and see me with the shoulder padding.
You return to the clothing store and change to your new suit. As you leave, you look around, half expecting to see the girl again. You feel better now, don't you, Ernie, with a new suit on? And it gives you a certain satisfaction to pay cash for it. Tell the tailor to throw your old one away or give it to charity. Half a block away, you stop. Turn as you see someone crossing the street. It's the girl again, isn't it? And she doesn't think you've seen her. You step back against a building and watch as she enters the store you just left. She comes out a few minutes later carrying something in a suit box. She crosses the street again, enters an alley. And that's when your curiosity takes over completely. You hurry after her. As she reaches her parked car, you see her take the blue serge suit, which you discarded from the box. A moment later, she tears at the lining with a nail file and takes something out.
Oh.
Hello, honey.
What do you want?
What do you got? From the suit, I mean. My suit.
You threw it away. The clerk said you didn't want it.
But you did, huh? Why, for charity? A less fortunate case, maybe?
Yes, that's it.
No, that isn't it. Let me see that.
No, give me that. It's nothing you...
It's, some sort of a letter. Signed by... Huh? Aaron Burr.
It's just a joke.
On who? Not Aaron Burr. No. Hey, wait a minute, honey. An old letter smuggled out of the pen in my suit. Why?
Please, give it to me.
I give it? Pop Wiley, the forgery artist. He's still at it.
No, that isn't true.
It's the letter that isn't true, honey. Just a clever forgery, huh? And say... Say, it's pretty clever how you managed to smuggle the stuff out of there. On the backs of the poor unfortunates.
All right. So what are you going to do about it? Go to the police?
Me? Honey, I never want to see another cop. Say, this paper is special parchment, isn't it?
That's right.
Properly aged in the right texture, no doubt. How did you get it to the old boy in the first place?
If you must know, it was smuggled into the prison tailor shop where he works.
Oh?
In the bolts of cloth.
You know, that's pretty neat, Miss...
Fenton. Louise Fenton.
Fenton? Fenton and Madden. No. Madden and Fenton. Well, that sounds kind of nice. Partner? Well, what's so funny?
It's going to be a short partnership, Mr. Madden. This is the last letter.
Oh? What's the matter? Pop's good old right hand getting shaky?
No, but the sale of items like this is.
Last one, huh? So, how much do I get?
Half?
Half?
Oh, I should say about $5,000.
$5,000, huh? Well, not bad at all.
And now, partner, will you give me the letter so I can make arrangements for its sale?
With pleasure. Oh, and when and where do I pick up my dividend?
I'll have it for you. Where are you staying?
Well, the California hotel, probably.
I'll bring it to you there tomorrow.
Good. And, partner.
Yes.
Don't get any ideas like this Aaron Burr guy had. I mean, pulling a fastie, shall we say?
Don't worry.
Oh, but I will. I'll be sticking close to you, honey, right up till we meet again when you deliver those 5,000 wonderful green clams. Yeah, till then I'll think of nothing else.
Tonight's $20 Signal gasoline book goes to Clara E. Chestnut of Berkeley, California, for this limerick. A thrill-seeking driver named Pruitt was told Signal gasoline would do it. So Pruitt did try it, and on this new diet, his old car took wing and he flew it.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far the gasoline.
Maybe your car won't actually take wing like that of the driver in the limerick when you switch to Signal. But you will experience the next best thing to flying when you feel Signal's swift, sure pickup. Signal's smooth, effortless power. For in gasoline, pleasure-packed performance just naturally goes hand in hand with good mileage. If you want to be sure of getting both, then the next time your gas tank gets thirsty, be sure you get Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
Well, Ernie, the advice from Pop Wiley is about to pay off for you, isn't it? More than Pop planned, of course. He wanted you to go to Mrs. Alden's house for another reason, didn't he? So that his accomplice, Louise Fenton, could somehow manage to get your suit and the letter that Pop forged. The letter supposedly written over 100 years ago by Aaron Burr, and worth quite a sum in the current collector's market. Yes, you spoiled it all for them by catching Louise in the act of ripping the lining of the discarded suit given you the day you left prison. Now they're forced to include you in their highly profitable enterprise. There's always the danger, however, that Louise will be foolish enough to try to run out on you. And you wonder about it after she leaves you. Wonder, too, about Mrs. Alden and where she fits into the plan. You decide not to take any chances. That evening you pay a visit to Mrs. Alden and surprise Louise.
You! I thought...
Sorry, honey, I got lonesome. Wanted to talk some more.
You shouldn't have come here.
Why not? This is where Pop told me to come in the first place, to see Mrs. Alden.
She's upstairs, asleep. I told you I'd bring you the money.
I thought you just might have picked it up earlier.
All right, I did. Here, I have it for you. Just a minute.
Oh, it's okay. I'll just come in and sit down, and we'll,
Who is it, Louise?
Oh, it's Mrs. Alden.
So I'll see you.
No, you've got to leave.
Louise.
It's all right, Mrs. Alden.
Where does she figure?
She has nothing to do with it. Just an eccentric old lady who
Louise.
I didn't ask if it was all right. I said, who is it?
Oh, why, it's only...
Never mind. Now that I'm down here, he can answer for himself. Well, young man.
My name is Madden, Mrs. Alden. I've heard about the wonderful work you're doing. I mean, with some of these boys getting out of prison.
Oh?
Yes, and I'd sort of like to, well, help in some way.
Mr. Madden means a small donation, Mrs. Alden. Perhaps like the set of books you donated to the prison library.
Oh, no, Miss Benton. That isn't what I mean. No. I want to be actively engaged. Help you, perhaps. Be here for several days or a week or on call or... Oh, anything, Mrs. Alden. Anything at all.
Well, we can certainly use help. Can't we, Louise?
Yes. Yes, certainly.
Yes, Ernie. Your services are welcome to Mrs. Alden. Not to Louise, of course. But that isn't important. All that matters is that you're near her. She gives you your share of the money for the sale of the letter. Despite what she told you, you decide to remain on hand for any word that might indicate future possibilities in the transactions between Louise and Pop Wiley. It comes sooner than you expected. When a few days later you drop in at Louise's curio shop, hear her in a telephone conversation.
That's right, Mr. Slagle. I'll have the Aaron Burr letter for you Tuesday evening. What's that? Oh, yes, of course. You'll have the money. Yes, my price is $25,000. All right, Tuesday.
Tuesday. That's all you need to hear. Louise Fenton lied to you, didn't she, Ernie? There is another letter, and you know just how it will be smuggled out of prison. Yes, and that's why you're waiting outside the gates on Tuesday, bright and early, ready to intercept a certain party who's being released.
Hello, Sid.
Huh? Oh, Ernie Madden. What are you doing around here?
Oh, I just came by to see you.
Me?
Yeah. I'm tied in with a new outfit now.
So long, kid.
Hey, wait a minute. This is legit.
Yeah?
Sure. I'm working with the Community Aid Society. An old lady named Mrs. Alden runs it.
Oh, her? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Pop made me promise that I'd see her, but I changed my mind. I don't want her charity.
Oh, all right. You don't have to talk to her if you don't want her. But she gave me the dough for a suit for you.
Yeah? Well, what's wrong with the one I got on? Okay, so it ain't the last word. Look, I'll see you around, huh?
All right, if you feel that way about it. Well, come on, if you're going into town, I'll give you a lift. I got a car down the block. It's a free ride, if you don't mind.
A ride I can use.
You get him away just in time, don't you, Ernie? Because as you round the corner, you see Louise's car pull up to the prison gate. You drive off before she can follow. Now you're alone with Sid. And you know it's not going to be easy getting him to part with his prison issue, the serge suit. A suit that's worth $25,000 because of the letter hidden in the shoulder padding. You've made up your mind, haven't you, Ernie? Yes, you're going to stay close to Sid in that suit he's wearing. And you do in the hours that follow, as you drive him several places while he tries to find a girl he used to know. Late that afternoon, he wants to make another call in hopes of reaching her. You let Sid off at a drugstore and find a parking place just around the corner. You light a cigarette, sit back, and wait for Sid to return. You've got to get that suit from him, and the letter that you're certain is hidden in the shoulder pad. Yes, but how, Ernie? He gives you enough time to think it over clearly and decide what you must do. Quickly, you step around to the back of the car, the baggage compartment. Your hand closes over the heavy wrench. You slip it into your pocket. You'll just have to take Sid for a little ride in the country if you're going to get that letter, won't you, Ernie? You're just easing in behind the wheel again when Sid joins you.
No, Ernie, she still don't answer.
Ah, that's tough. Say, how about a little ride out?
Ernie, I've been thinking about seeing my girl and everything. That offer you made me this morning, still good?
You mean about the new suit?
Yeah.
Sure.
So a nice old lady wants to buy me a classy outfit. So what's wrong with it, huh? It makes her happy. What I got against making an old lady happy?
Now you're talking, Sid.
So I let her buy me a suit. Sure, it's a smart thing to do.
Sid, This is probably the smartest move you ever made. Huh? Skip it, kid, skip it.
Yes, I think you'll really enjoy this suit, sir. Now, let me see. Now, we'll have to shorten the sleeves a little. Making a bit here, here.
And the patch, too, pal.
Of course. I'll have our tailor here in just a moment.
By the way, will it take long?
Well, we've been rather busy, you know. Oh, I'd say we could have it ready sometime tomorrow afternoon.
Look, pal, maybe you and the tailor could get together. Here, split this 20 between you and get the suit out for my friend while he waits, huh?
Well, I think perhaps we can arrange that. The alterations are minor, really.
Fine. Here you are, and this'll take care of the suit.
Thank you.
Hey, you leaving, Ernie?
Yes, I have a very important date, Sid. Here's a magazine you can read while you're in the dressing room waiting for the alterations. And look, Sid, I'll just take this blue serge of yours with me. Mrs. Alden, you know, she can give it to somebody who could really use it, see? I'll see you around, pal.
Back at your hotel room, you rip open the suit coat. And there it is, Ernie. Neatly concealed in the shoulder padding, the letter from Aaron Burr. The letter that you're sure is a forgery from the skilled pen of Pop Wiley. And it will bring you $25,000. It takes you a little time to find the man you're looking for, Mr. Slagle, the man Louise spoke to. But finally you find his phone number, call his office, and then...
Hello?
Hello, is Mr. Slagle in?
Hello, Ernie.
Louise.
Yes, Ernie, I've been expecting you to call. When I didn't hear from you, I knew you'd call here. So I've already talked with Mr. Slagle.
What's the idea?
I told him, darling partner, that you'd be delivering the letter. You can meet us at my curio shop. You know the address.
Okay. What time?
8 o'clock will be fine. And don't be late, Ernie. Mr. Slagle is a very interested buyer.
Well, Ernie, Louise has outguessed you, hasn't she? But it's still a windfall, and you'll still share in Mr. Slagle's payment. Shortly before 8, you drive across town. Enter Louise Fenton's curio shop.
Oh, come in, Ernie. Come in.
Hello, Louise.
I want you to meet Mr. Slagle. Mr. Slagle, Mr. Davis, my associate.
How do you do, Mr. Davis?
Mr. Slagle?
You have the letter, Ernie.
Oh, yes. Here you are, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, this is it. And now, Miss Fenton, this envelope is for you. If you care to count the money...
No, that won't be necessary, Mr. Slagle. Thank you.
After all these years, the letter is mine. You don't know what this letter means to me, Miss Fenton, Mr. Davis.
And you don't know what this envelope means to me.
To both of us, darling.
Of course, Ernie. To both of us.
When you buy an automobile battery, you want three things. You want power for quick starts, you want trouble-free long life, and you want economy. You get all three of these things and more of them in the new Signal Deluxe battery. Power? You get up to 35% more power, because the microporous all-rubber separators in new Signal Deluxe batteries hold twice as much acid solution between the plates. Long life? Signal's written guarantee for a full 30 months on a service basis assures you extra-long trouble-free performance. Economy? Those extra months and months of service in a Signal Deluxe battery mean amazingly low cost per month, which is the only logical way to compare battery costs. What's more, you can now get a generous trade-in allowance for your old battery at Signal service stations, plus liberal credit terms. So before you buy any battery, see your Signal dealer. Let facts and figures prove that you get today's best battery buy where you fill up with the famous Go Farther gasoline at a Signal service station.
It's over, Ernie. You've sold the Aaron Burr letter to Mr. Slagle. And he's given you and Louise the $25,000. It's fantastic, isn't it? How you unknowingly brought the first letter out of prison in the suit they gave you on the day of your parole. How you discovered the clever plot between Louise Fenton and old Pop Wiley, the imprisoned forger. But Louise caught on to you when you intercepted the second letter, unwittingly smuggled out by Sid Nolan. Yet it really doesn't matter now, because the money Mr. Slagle just paid for it is enough for both of you. You smile as Mr. Slagle leaves the shop, but as he does, someone else enters.
Hello, Madden.
Huh? Oh, hello, Solari. Well, what do you want?
A word. In private, if you'd rather.
No, it's okay. Miss Fenton? Lieutenant Solari, Police Department.
How do you do, miss?
Well, all right. What brings you around here, Lieutenant?
Sid Nolan. The two of you got pretty chummy today. Spent an awful lot of time together. You ought to know we don't like a couple of parolees palling around.
Well, okay. I was just doing him a favor.
All right, that's fine. I just thought I'd come around and warn you. Better break it up.
Sure. Don't worry. Anything else?
No, nothing else.
Oh, Miss Fenton, Mr. Davis.
Slagle.
Pardon me for interrupting. I just wanted to say if you ever run across any more Aaron Burr originals...
Yes, of course.
I'll pay a good price.
Pardon me, Mr...
Slagle, Augustus Slagle. You are a collector, too?
Oh, of sorts.
Then you'll be interested in this letter I just purchased from Miss Fenton and Mr. Davis. A letter by Aaron Burr. Here, look.
Mm-hmm. Sure this is the real thing?
Real? Why, of course. I know it is. Why do you ask?
I was just wondering. Your Mr. Davis here isn't really Mr. Davis at all. His name's Ernie Madden. Got out of state prison just a week ago.
What?
Yeah. And he's a good friend of Pop Wiley's. Maybe you heard of Pop. An expert forger. Very good at things like this.
You mean this letter? You think it's...
I think we'd better take this downtown and have it checked. How about it, Ernie?
Okay, Sir Larry. Why bother? It's a phony, sure, just like all the others.
Ernie.
Look, sweetheart, look. When you're caught cold, it's no use, I know.
Yeah. You know, don't you, Ernie? Okay, let's go, the both of you.
Ernie, you stupid fool. Now there'll be an investigation. They'll find out about the other letters I've sold, the forgeries.
They've got us dead to rights. When they check this letter...
They'll find it's not a forgery. Pop Wiley had to have something to work from, so I bought the original Aaron Burr letter and sent it to him. And that was it. The one we just sold to Mr. Slagle.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine automotive accessories. Remember, if you would like the fun of having your friends hear a limerick of yours on The Whistler, the address to which to send it is the Signal Oil Company, Los Angeles 55, California. All limericks become the property of the Signal Oil Company. Those selected for use on The Whistler will be chosen by our advertising representatives on the basis of humor, suitability, and originality. So, of course, they must be your own composition. Featured in tonight's story were Wally Mayer and Doris Singleton. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler.
Signal gasoline.
Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who's guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
SIGNAL. Signal gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler. For extra driving pleasure, the signal to look for is the yellow and black circle sign that identifies signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And for Sunday evening listening pleasure, the signal to listen for is this whistle that identifies the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now the Whistler's strange story, The Clever Mr. Farley.
Dan Farley removed his topcoat, glanced out the window of his compartment on the luxury streamliner as it headed west from Chicago, placed his suitcase on a seat, tossed his briefcase on top of his suitcase. Dan had learned long ago that the safest place to hide valuable objects was in the open, and his briefcase was quite valuable to him. In it he carried $150,000 in brand new $20 bills, counterfeit $20 bills. But so perfectly executed, even an expert would have trouble in spotting them as bogus. As the train began to speed up, Dan smiled. He was glad to get underway. In his work, he didn't spend too much time in one place. And he'd been in Chicago much longer than he intended.
Tickets, please. Come in. Oh, hello, conductor. Here we are.
Through to Los Angeles. Compartment C.
Mm-hmm. Had so many traveling today, huh?
We'll pick up some more in Kansas City.
Oh.
Yeah, I guess this does it. Hope you enjoy your trip.
Thanks, I will. I always do.
Yes, you do enjoy your trips across the country, don't you, Dan? After 5 years of passing and distributing counterfeit money, you've never even been arrested on suspicion. Tall, handsome, with the assured poise of a banking executive. Everyone accepts you for what you appear to be, just a successful young man. You decide to go to the club car and look over some of the other passengers. Like most bachelors, you never object to meeting a pretty girl. When you enter the club car, you deliberately choose the middle seat of the only 3 seats remaining vacant. But luck's against you. You're annoyed when a seedy-looking man of about 60 sits down on your left. You quickly pick up a magazine and begin to read.
Quite a train, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have occasion to ride very many trains, especially a modern train like this. Going as far as Kansas City?
Uh-huh.
Traveling on business?
Yes, that's right.
Salesman?
Nope.
I kind of thought you were. I guess it's none of my business anyway. You know, I can't make up my mind whether to stop over at Kansas City or go on through to Los Angeles. Ever been to Kansas City?
Never have, no.
I guess it's no different than most cities. I'm not sure I'll even stop over. Come to think of it, though, I might have to. My reservation's only good that far. You think I could get my accommodations on this train extended if I decided to go on through?
The conductor can tell you.
Yeah. You going straight through?
I haven't decided.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so inquisitive. Care for a drink?
No, thanks, no.
I guess I'm boring you, son. Excuse me for being so talkative.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. It's just that this article...
Yeah, sure. You want to read.
Yeah.
But speaking of articles, son, if I was a young fella, I'd be a lot more interested in the little article coming this way than I would be in a magazine.
I think you've got something.
Yeah. She's going to have to sit down right next to you. Go ahead and get acquainted with her. I'll go get me a drink. Maybe I'll see you later.
Okay. Au revoir, Pop. If you'd rather read that book than talk to me, just tell me. I won't bother you anymore. But if you don't mind a little conversation...
Why should I mind? Informal conversations are customary on trains, aren't they?
Well, I'm not a customarian, but in my book, when a lady desires solitude, that's what she gets. Cigarette?
Not now, thank you.
Going all the way through?
Something funny?
Yeah, my question. You know, when that old gentleman standing at the bar over there asked me if I was going straight through, it annoyed me. Now, to open a conversation, I ask you the same thing.
Should I be annoyed, too?
Well, not unless I affect you the way you did me.
Well, I guess this is the wrong answer, but so far you haven't affected me at all.
Yeah, well, I was afraid of that. Well, that's the way life is, huh? Besides, we've got quite a ride in front of us. Maybe 24 hours will make a difference.
Maybe.
Leave your husband in Chicago?
No.
Oh, meeting him at the other end, huh?
No.
Don't tell me you're not married.
I won't. I won't tell you that I am, either.
In other words, what's it to me, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, do you mind telling me your name?
Not particularly. I'm Judith Barnes.
Judith. That's a pretty name. Chicagoan?
At times.
Oh, woman of mystery, huh?
Have to be. I'm a spy.
You haven't asked me who I am.
No, I haven't.
I'm going to tell you anyway. Name's Dan Farley. I'm a spy, too.
An interesting girl, isn't she, Dan? And as the train moves westward, you become very well acquainted with the charming, attractive Judith Barnes. Yes, the two of you hit it off splendidly. And she seems quite interested in you, too, doesn't she? Later, you have dinner together, chat pleasantly back in the club car. And then suddenly you see the smile vanish from her lips. She becomes tense. You follow her gaze to the end of the car, to the tall, heavy-set man in the brown suit. He turns his eyes away and pretends to read a newspaper. You look back at Judith. Notice her attention is now shifted to the opposite end of the car, to another man sitting there.
What's the matter, Judith?
Dan, will you do me a favor?
That depends.
Well, it's very important. I wouldn't ask you.
Sure. What is it?
I have a small package with me. It's a very valuable package.
Oh?
I'll leave it here in this magazine. When I leave, will you pick it up and hold it for me?
What's in it?
I can't tell you.
Well, now, look, if I'm going to play
I'll
carrier
explain
pigeon...
everything later, Dan. I'm in compartment B, car 118. Bring it to me there?
Okay. Why don't you get it over with right now while Brown Suit's busy with the newspaper?
What?
He's the reason for all this, isn't he? He and his pal down at the other end of the car.
What?
They really have you boxed in here, baby.
I know I can trust you, Dan.
At this point, what else can you do? You've got to trust me, sweetheart. Tonight's $20 Signal gasoline book goes to Carol Hamilton of Los Angeles for this limerick. There once was a fellow named Ewell whose auto ran just like a jewel. When asked what the cause, he said without pause, "Why, Signal Go Farther's my fuel."
Signal gasoline. Your car will go far with Go Farther gasoline.
A smart fellow, that driver in the Limerick. He knew what more and more drivers discover when they switch to Signal. That mileage and performance are like birds of a feather. They go together. So if you're looking for quick cold weather starting, if you're looking for flashing pickup, if you're looking for smooth, quiet power, just remember you'll find them all when you fill up with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
Well, Dan, when you boarded the train in Chicago, you had only one thought in mind. To get your package of counterfeit $20 bills to your contact in Los Angeles as quickly as possible. But your meeting with Judith Barnes in the club car has altered your plans, hasn't it? As the train speeds on into the night, you wonder what's in the package Judith has placed in your care. Why she's afraid of the two men who station themselves at either end of the club car. You watch her as she leaves now, walks past the man in the brown suit. He makes no move to follow her. You lean back, light up a cigarette, finish your drink. Then finally you get to your feet, move past him, stroll toward the next car. As you do, you turn around. The man in the brown suit is following you. Quickening your pace, you hurry into the next car. Somehow you've got to shake him off. And then suddenly up ahead, a door to a compartment partially open. You're about to hurry by when you notice the man sitting inside. The gentleman you met earlier that afternoon in the club car.
Hello there. Huh? Oh, hello, son.
Figuring on catching a few winks?
Yeah, was figuring on it. Say, how'd you get along with the young lady?
Oh, all right. Thought maybe I could buy you a drink, a nightcap.
Well, thanks.
I was pretty rude this afternoon, huh? Oh. I didn't mean to be, really. It's just that I had things on my mind.
Oh, that's all right, son. I talk too much anyway.
Oh, no, you don't. I tell you what. Let's have lunch tomorrow, and wait a minute. You're stopping over in Kansas City, aren't you?
Have to. Reservations on this train are all taken, and the conductor tells me there's a waiting list ahead of me.
Yeah, I think you're lucky. They tell me Kansas City's quite a place. I think I'll stop over myself.
I thought you said you had reservations through to the Cove.
Oh, I have, but I'm afraid it's Kansas City just the same. You remember a while back when you asked me if I was a salesman?
Yes, I do. I guess I was a little nosy.
No, you weren't. No, I was pretty brusque. But I had a reason. You see, my work is, sort of confidential.
Detective?
Well, not exactly. I'm a federal man, work for the government. My name's Farley.
Government man, huh? Mm-hmm. Say, I'm Seth Williams from Junction City, Iowa. Certainly pleased to meet you, Mr. Farley. I've always wanted to meet a G-man.
Well, I'm not a G-man, exactly. I'm with the Customs Department. Frankly, that's why I'm getting off at Kansas City.
Glad to hear that. Then we can still have lunch together.
Well, no, not in Kansas City, but we might see each other on the train again if we take the same one out of Kansas City. How long are you figuring on stopping?
Just one day.
Oh.
I figure on taking the same train tomorrow.
Well, I had the same idea. I'll make my reservations as soon as we get in.
Good. I will, too. Something to do with one of your cases, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Oh, by the way, do you mind if I step in here and wash my hands? I don't know where I picked this up. Probably newsprint.
Go right ahead, son.
The moment you're out of his sight, you open the package Judith gave you in the club car. Your hand trembles as you pick up the piece of jewelry. A diamond brooch, exquisitely fashioned. Breathtaking, isn't it, Dan? Yes, and you're certain it's worth a fortune. You're certain, too, that Judith stole it. And if you can get it away from her, it'll even the score. You hate to part with the brooch, don't you, Dan? But there's nothing else you can do at the moment with the man in the brown suit and his friend, probably searching the train for you. Quickly, you make up your mind. Replace the brooch in the package. Step back into the compartment. You feel confident you can trust Seth Williams of Junction City.
Oh, Mr. Williams.
Yeah?
I wonder if you'd do me a favor.
Why, be glad to.
I'm interested in finding a certain party on this train. Now, you could help me out and do Uncle Sam a good turn, too.
Of course. What is it, son?
Well, take this package and hold it for me for a while.
Well, sure, but
I'd rather not tell you my reasons just now. Later on, I will. Do you mind?
Well, no, I guess not. But why pick on me?
Want to know the real truth, Mr. Williams?
Well, of course.
Well, it's because you look like that place you come from, Junction City. You know the old saying, you can take the boy out of the country, but you can't take the country out of the boy?
Yeah, a lot of truth in it, I guess.
Yeah, there is. You'd be the last person on the train a smart crook would pick on.
Well, you're not very flattering, but you make sense. I like you. I'll keep your package for you. Go ahead, look through the car.
Thanks. I won't be gone long.
You feel better now, Dan. Certain that the brooch is safe with old Mr. Williams. Somehow you feel you can trust him, don't you? As you leave him, step into the corridor. The man in the brown suit is nowhere in sight. You hurry through the cars to compartment B, car 118.
Dan.
Hello, sweetheart.
Dan, please, get away from here quickly.
Ah, let him come in, baby. Let him come in. Oh, well. Nice of you to show up, chum. Save us the trouble of coming after you.
What's this all about?
So the two of you are working together, huh?
You know, first we thought maybe you were just making a play for the lady here.
I'm afraid I don't follow this gentleman.
Maybe we ought to make it clear to him, Joe.
Now, wait a minute.
Which one of you has the brooch? Well?
Brooch? What are you talking about?
We don't have it, either one of us.
Look, lady, you were hoping we wouldn't have to get rough.
I tell you, we don't
I hate to get rough with a lady. But a man's a little different. Maybe after a little treatment, your boyfriend will feel like talking. Don't you think so, Joe?
I'm sure he will.
Now, just a minute. You boys are mixed up.
I don't think so. We'll see, anyway. Come here.
He has nothing to do with this. I know when I've lost, I'll give you the brooch.
You stare at her, bewildered, unable to understand what's happened. You watch Judith open his suitcase, take out the brooch, hand it to the man in the brown suit. You're certain it's the same brooch you handed to Mr. Williams a few minutes ago. Yet here it is.
Now you're being smart, sister. Thanks.
Yeah, very smart.
And we'll be in KC before long. I think you better stay right here in your compartment, lady. Don't make a move.
All right.
That might be a good idea for you, too, handsome.
Oh, you don't have to worry about me. I don't know what this is all about, and I don't care.
None of your business. That it?
That's it.
Keep it that way. Come on, Joe.
You've got a great sense of humor.
That brooch was just paid.
A phony?
Yes. I figured something like this might happen, so I had an imitation made. A perfect imitation.
Well, then why did you carry the real article with you?
Because I was sure they'd search my compartment instead of coming after me.
Oh?
I recognized the man in the brown suit as Joe Franklin, one of the best-known jewel thieves in the business. That's why I was so worried when he showed up in the club car tonight with his partner.
So you dumped the real brooch on me and then left hoping they'd tail you to your apartment and grab the phony brooch.
That's right. Well, it worked out anyway. Though you did give me a bad moment turning up here the way you did. If they'd searched you...
They wouldn't have found a thing.
What?
I had a hunch they'd frisk me, so I hid.
Where?
In the club car.
That was careless.
Oh, quit worrying. It's practically locked up.
You'd better get it right away.
Use your head. Suppose those two guys find out that bauble you gave them's a phony. They're liable to come back.
What do you suggest we do, then?
Leave it right where it is. Sit tight. If nothing happens, those two guys will get off at Kansas City. Once they're gone, I'll bring you the brooch.
How do I know you won't double-cross me, Dan?
You don't. But you had to trust me before, remember?
All right. We'll play it your way. But there's something you better remember, Dan.
Yeah?
You'd better come through. If you don't, you're going to be awfully sorry.
Well, Dan, it was easier than you thought, wasn't it? As you leave Judith's compartment, more than ever convinced she's a thief, you know exactly what you're going to do. When you reach Kansas City, you'll leave the train. Let Judith discover your absence after the train resumes its journey. Then it'll be too late for her to do anything. You can forget you ever saw her. Then another idea hits you. A great idea, isn't it, Dan? Quickly, you return to Mr. Williams' compartment.
Find your party all right, son?
Yeah, I did. Are you still figuring on leaving Kansas City on tomorrow's edition of the same train?
Mm-hmm. Already wired from a reservation.
Good. I'll take the same one. Now, meantime, if you can help me still further, that is, if you will.
Well, I guess so.
Well, I want you to keep that little package for me while you're in Kansas City. You can give it to me when we see each other again in the train tomorrow, huh?
How do you know I'll show up?
I don't. I just believe in you, Mr. Williams.
All right, son. I'll do it.
Now everything's set, isn't it, Dan? Even if you run into trouble while you're in Kansas City, no matter what happens, the brooch will be safe with Mr. Williams. You smile as you return to your own compartment. And as you step inside, your eyes fall on your briefcase. And suddenly you know something is wrong. The briefcase has been moved, tampered with, hasn't it, Dan? You're certain of that. Quickly you open it. The money's still there, but somehow you have the feeling it's been disturbed. And for the first time in your career, a wave of panic sweeps over you.
What? Who is it?
Mr. Farley, sir?
Oh, yes, Porter. What is it?
We'll be arriving in Kansas City in another half hour. I wondered if you wanted to send a wire or something.
No, thanks, Porter.
You stand there, staring down into the briefcase full of counterfeit bills. You can't take any chances, can you, Dan? You have to leave the train at Kansas City. Then the moment it stops, you hurry into the station, put the briefcase into a station locker. Yes, that's the safest place for it now. Put it in a station locker. You'll pick it up at a later date for future use. Then you go on into town and stay out of sight overnight. The following evening, you return to the station, take the train agreed upon. And as it pulls out of Kansas City, you hurry into the club car. Your fears that Mr. Williams might not be there vanish as you enter. There he is. He's come through for you exactly as you expected.
Well, hiya, Mr. Williams. Hello, son. Hey, I was getting worried about you. Thought you might have missed connections.
I never miss connections, Mr. Williams. My little package still safe?
Sure. You want it?
Might as well.
Here it is, safe and sound.
Thanks, Mr. Williams. Now I'd like to buy you a drink.
Fine. Everything went okay, huh?
Everything's great, Mr. Williams.
You've heard me talk about the more thorough, more conscientious service that cars get at signal stations, because signal dealers are in business for themselves and have a personal interest in pleasing you. Well, typical of this are the extras you enjoy when you have your car lubricated at a signal service station. Instead of taking the chance of remembering the many vital points on each make of car, signal dealers follow a factory-recommended lubrication chart, which plainly shows every lubrication point on your car. Also, signal dealers use 9 specialized signal oils and greases, so each part will have the exact type of protection it needs. But do they stop there? No, sir. Just to make doubly sure not a single part has been overlooked, they check each point again, which is why it's called Signal Double-Check Lubrication. Now, that's the kind of lube service you want if your car is to give you the long, trouble-free service that was built into it. And that's the kind of lubrication you get from friendly, independent signal dealers.
Everything worked perfectly, didn't it, Dan? Yes, and as the big streamliner picks up speed, you're more than satisfied, aren't you? You might even give up the counterfeiting racket and go into a legitimate business of your own after you dispose of the brooch. You're sure you'll be able to sell it for at least $50,000 once you reach the coast. And you're not worried about Judith Barnes. The chances are you'll never see her again. And the elderly Mr. Williams came through for you exactly as you were certain he would.
Yes, sir, Mr. Williams. You did me quite a favor.
Well, I was glad to do it.
Would you like to see what you've been holding for me? It's very pretty.
Yeah, I would.
Okay, I'll show it to you. Come on, we'll go back to my compartment. It's only 3 cars back.
Why, we can stop at my compartment if you'd rather. It's right ahead there.
Oh, it suits me. Might stick around and beat you a game of cribbage, if you play cribbage.
I'm the best cribbage player you ever saw.
Come on.
Here we are.
Hello, Dan.
Judith, what do you do? How did you know that...
It was easy, Dan. I simply followed you when you left the train.
You mean Mr. Williams told you?
Mr. Williams told me nothing until a few minutes ago. I asked him to arrange this little meeting. You see, I'm an insurance investigator, Dan.
Insurance investigator? But I thought
You thought I lifted that brooch, didn't you? No, Dan, no. I just paid $15,000 for the return of that brooch in Chicago. No questions asked. I wanted to be sure it got back to my company.
You were handling it alone?
McGard was supposed to come along with me. Something must have happened because he didn't show up.
So you picked on me?
Yes. The minute I saw you, I knew you were just the type to get it through. But, just to make sure, I trailed you after you got off the train last night.
What about the boys that got the phony brooch?
They're in the hands of the Kansas City police right now.
Like I said before, you're quite an operator. Catch, baby. I guess you win.
Oh, thanks, Dad. Uh-huh. This is it. Well, maybe I'll see you again sometime. I could have you picked up for attempted theft, you know. But I won't.
How come?
Well, in your own way, you were very helpful. You too, Mr. Williams. Thanks a lot.
That's all right, young lady. You must be a darn good detective.
My boss thinks so. Bye.
She's quite a gal.
Isn't she? Nice of her not to take action against you.
Yeah. Sorry I had to lie to you, Mr. Williams. Anyway, you sure did your part. Well, I guess I'll have to change plans again, get off at Albuquerque, and get back east.
I'm afraid not.
What?
You see, I found something of yours, too, in your compartment yesterday while you were tied up with those jewel thieves. A briefcase full of phony money. The same one you put in that station locker in Kansas City.
You were the one who...
That's right. Solid evidence. You're under arrest.
Now, wait a minute.
I was on that train looking for someone yesterday. Didn't know just who, and then you came along.
But how could you...
Never should have told me that lie about being a federal man, son. You see, I know all about federal men. Been a Fed myself for 25 years.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine automotive accessories. Remember, if you would like the fun of having your friends hear a limerick of yours on The Whistler, the address to which to send it is the Signal Oil Company, Los Angeles 55, California. All limericks become the property of the Signal Oil Company. Those selected for use on The Whistler will be chosen by our advertising representatives on the basis of humor, suitability, and originality. So, of course, they must be your own composition. Featured in tonight's story were Gerald Moore, Betty Lou Gerson, and Earl Ross. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Edward Bloodworth, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler.
Signal, Signal gasoline.
When you give to the community chest, you're helping not just one organization, but many worthy causes that directly benefit 4 out of every 10 families. Think of that when you're deciding how much to give to the community chest. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Columbia Broadcasting System. Columbia Broadcasting System. Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who's guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invite you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler. For extra driving pleasure, the signal to look for is the yellow and black circle sign that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And for Sunday evening listening pleasure, the signal to listen for is this whistle that identifies the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now the Whistler's strange story, Swan Song.
The setting for murder can be anywhere. Perhaps it seems more at home in a dark alley or on an isolated side road, or yet in the dingy back room of a cheap honky-tonk. But once murder is in the mind of someone and the dark plan evolved, the setting can be anywhere. It can even take place in a well-lighted, well-appointed apartment in the expensive part of the city, where laughter is mixed with the pleasant talk of 4 people. 4 of the 5 people in the situation. 2 men, 2 women. The brother of one woman was absent. The other woman, the hostess, rises, moves across the room with a tray of 4 empty glasses, and hums a popular tune.
People will say we're in love.
A happy hostess with murder on her mind. And one glass requires special attention. Into it she drops a single white pellet, watches it bubble, cloud the contents briefly, and then clear. As she watches, a smile of triumph lights her face, and her thoughts go back to that night a few weeks ago when the idea of murder first crept into her mind, as she was performing at the SWAN Club.
Don't start collecting things. Give me my rose and my glove.
Mona Barrett wasn't a good singer, but she had a style the customers liked. With Mona, it was a living. It bought a few of the things she wanted. And she could meet people who might help her on her way. She usually did the commercial thing, sang straight to her audience. But tonight she looked beyond her audience, to Jeff Williams seated at the bar, and from him across the crowded club to his partner, Charlie Flaveau. It was like looking first at night, then day. Jeff, solid and sullen, with eyes only for Mona. Charlie, handsome and ingratiating, with eyes only for the guests of the SWAN Club. It wouldn't be hard for Mona to choose between them. It would be very simple, but the choice wasn't hers to make. Not entirely.
People will say we're in love.
Her song ended, Mona turned away and started for her dressing room.
In a rush, Mona?
Oh, Jeff, hello. Yes, I am, sort of.
Your song was great.
Thanks.
How about a drink?
I'm really in a hurry, Jeff. I shouldn't.
No time for a has-been, huh?
Oh, don't start that again, Jeff. I don't like it.
Well, I don't like it either, baby. That's the way it seems to be. Last year, there wasn't any Charlie. It was you and me, and the club was cozy.
Charlie's your fault, not mine. I didn't bring him here.
No, Mona, you didn't. Neither did I. Just shows up. Remember me, Jeff, your old pal Charlie. Kansas City, I'm your new partner.
I'd have thrown him out.
Have him go to the cops? Tell them all about the deal I was mixed up back in Kansas City, not me.
So you're stuck with him.
Well, it's better than Leavenworth, baby.
Oh, it's a great partnership. Charlie takes 60% of the take, and you practically kiss his hand for your 40.
Sure, but...
Oh, let's skip it, Jeff.
Okay, we'll skip it. Well, how about putting on last year's mink, having supper with me?
Sorry, Jeff, not tonight. I have other plans.
You do have other plans, Mona, and those plans include Charlie. You're not going to let anyone interfere. You forget Jeff the moment you step into Charlie's new convertible. Listen to his big talk as he heads for the secluded bluffs above the beach highway. Charlie can afford to talk big. He does big things, makes big money, doesn't he, Mona? And you like that. Once you arrive at the bluffs, he stops talking, and like you, seems to drink in the quiet beauty of the spot.
It's lovely here, isn't it, Charlie?
Huh? Oh, yes, yeah.
What are you thinking?
Oh, I was just thinking this would be a great spot for a new club. Use lots of glass, big windows. So when the customers get tired of looking at you or the food we clip them for, they could get a real view.
I'm not very flattered.
You're not supposed to be, honey.
Well, at least I'm glad I fit into your plans, even if it's only to make the ocean look better.
Did I say you fit into my plans?
No, I guess you didn't really. But I want to, Charlie. I want to very much.
Yeah, I know.
And if you need any convincing, maybe this will help. Did that help, Charlie?
That?
What's so funny?
Oh, you are, honey. You are. You never really thought I'd go for that, did you?
Stop it. Stop laughing at me.
Don't ever try that again,
You
Mona.
can't humiliate me like that and get away with it.
Take it easy. You've been humiliated before.
Why, you... Take me home.
With pleasure, honey. Just in time, too.
In time for what?
Oh, didn't I tell you? I have another date.
The rage that swells within you is almost more than you can stand, Mona. And you know that someday, somehow, Charlie is going to pay for that insult, turning you down. Yes, he's going to pay, isn't he? Through that night, the following day, the anger you feel for him grows with each minute, each hour. And finally, early in the evening, you find young Brad Roberts talking to Jeff in his office at the SWAN Club.
Just keep your partner away from Sharon, that's all, Williams.
Look, Brad, you better talk to Charlie about this. I'm not his keeper, you know. If you want him to stay away from your sister, you tell him.
I already have, and I'll tell him again. But I'm warning you.
Look, don't. I got troubles of my own. Oh, come on in, Mona. Brad's just leaving.
Hello, Brad. Charlie giving you a bad time?
Not for long, Mona.
I don't know what he expects me to do about his sister and Charlie. Look, baby, you know Sharon pretty well. She thinks a lot of you.
No, thanks. Let Brad handle his sister.
Maybe it wise her up. Tell her to stay away.
No. But, there is something you can do about Charlie.
Such as?
Get rid of him. Kick him out.
Oh, sure. And I wind up in Leavenworth. Relax, man.
How can I relax the way he's treating you? I just can't take it anymore, Jeff. Sitting back helpless while he makes a fool of the greatest guy I know.
Oh, Mona, honey, baby,
I'm
look.
sorry, Jeff. But really, we've got to get rid of Charlie. We've just got to.
Oh, sure. That's simple. Just tie him up, dump him in the river, huh? Is that it?
If I thought we could get away with it,
Hold it, baby. I won't have any of that rough stuff. Oh, come on now. I'll buy you a drink. You'll feel better.
I guess I better pull myself together. I go on in another 20 minutes.
You can skip the first show if you don't feel up
No.
to it.
I'll be all right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it sounds like they're at it again. In Charlie's office. Brad and Charlie.
Wait, Jeff, listen.
Listen, relax. It's just Sharon's money you're after, Flavo. She thinks it's smart to hang around your club, be seen with you.
Now, look, Junior, look. She's nuts about me, and you know it, or you wouldn't get so hot about it.
I'm through arguing with you, Flavo. Just stay away from Sharon, that's all I've got to say.
Nuts.
Come on, Mona. Let him fight it out.
Yes, that's a very good idea, Jeff. Let them fight it out. You know something? Brad has a terrible temper.
So?
So, Charlie just might mess around and get himself killed. Brad would have an out. You know, protecting his sister's reputation and all that.
Oh, sure. You know all those soft sister jurors, huh?
If Charlie were dead, that would solve everything. Wouldn't it, Jeff?
Tonight's $20 Signal gasoline book goes to Carol Van Court of Los Angeles for this limerick. An unhappy driver named Joe never could make his old car go. It used to be comic, but now it's atomic. The Signal gas treatment, you know.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far with Go Brother gasoline.
Tonight's limerick writer may have been a bit over-enthusiastic in suggesting that Signal gasoline will make old cars atomic. But we can promise that along with Signal's good mileage, you'll enjoy eager, purring power for proud pickup in traffic, or smooth, silent sailing down the straightaway, plus wide-awake energy for quick cold weather starting. That's because mileage and performance are like birds of a feather. They go together. To get both, next time get Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
Yes, Mona. Charlie's death would solve everything, wouldn't it? He stands in everybody's way. It's Charlie against Jeff for the Swan Club. It's Charlie against Brad over his sister Sharon. And you, Mona, Charlie threw you over, laughed in your face. And now he stands between you and the security, the luxuries that Jeff could give you. So Charlie's got to go. You're certain of that. But how, Mona? It's something to think about, isn't it? And consider carefully. Then one evening at the club, you're sitting at the bar when you see Sharon Roberts hurry out of Charlie's office, an angry, determined expression on her face.
Sharon! What? Oh, Mona. My, what a stormy look. Feuding again? Charlie's just impossible at times. I can't stand much more of this. Brad, the family on one side, Charlie and his jealous fits on the other. He thinks he owns me. What's happened now? Last night, the family insisted I go out with someone. Show him around town. He's from the East. Our families have known one another for years. Charlie found out, and he's just furious. You know how jealous he is. Now I'll go home, and Brad will start in on me because I came here to see Charlie. Oh, thank heavens I don't have to put up that much longer. What do you mean? I'm leaving the family, moving out, getting an apartment of my own. Oh? Well, there's some decorating to be done yet. I won't be able to move in for another month. Another month. I'll probably go out of my mind waiting. Well, you can always move in with me in the meantime, if that will help any. You mean that? Why, yes. I'm just so fed up with everything, Mona. You wouldn't mind, really? I'd love to have you. All right. All right, Mona, I'll do it. And thanks.
An unexpected development, isn't it, Mona? And you sense that somehow it'll be to your advantage having Sharon close by. That some way you'll be able to use her as you plan to use her brother Brad and Jeff when the time comes to settle the score with Charlie. At the moment, you're not quite certain just how they're going to fit into the scheme of things. That will require a lot of thought, won't it? And in the days that follow, the pattern begins to emerge slowly. The plan, each step falls into place. But before you make your first move, you've got to patch up things with Charlie. Let him think the incident of a few weeks ago is forgotten. And so outwardly, there's a noticeable change in your attitude toward Charlie. And then one night as you finish your song...
Wow, nice going, honey.
Oh, Charlie, thanks.
You still a little sore at me, maybe?
Oh, no, Charlie, no, I'm all over that. Kind of silly of me acting the way I did the other night.
Well, I guess I was a little heavy-handed.
No. I was.
All is forgiven?
Well, sure. Why not? Life's too short.
It's done, isn't it, Mona? You've set your plan into motion. Sharon has moved into your apartment with you, and you waste little time in making your next move. You inform Jeff that you're planning a dinner party to take place Sunday night at your apartment when the nightclub is dark. At first he's reluctant, but finally agrees to be there. And you wonder if he would have accepted your invitation had he known what was really on your mind. That same night you tell Sharon about the dinner, and your plans are completed the following afternoon after a phone call to Charlie. You're confident now that your scheme won't fail. All you have to do is say something to arouse Charlie's jealousy, get him and Sharon involved in an argument. And yet when the moment comes, the night of your dinner party, you're tense and nervous, because in the back of your mind is the fear that something will go wrong. However, when your guests arrive, the first cocktails have been served, and the four of you settle down to pleasant, relaxed conversation. That confidence returns. Several drinks later, you step into the bedroom, pick up the telephone, and call Sharon's brother.
Yes, what is it, Mona?
I have a message for you, Brad, from Sharon.
Oh?
Yes, she wants you to meet her at Seymour's restaurant around 8. She seemed quite anxious to talk with you.
All right, Mona. Seymour's at 8. Thanks for calling.
You smile as you hang up the receiver, Mona. Seymour's on the other side of town, a good hour's drive from your apartment. And you've taken care to prevent a chance visit by Sharon's brother, Brad, having him drop in and upset your plans. Back in your living room with your guest, you watch Sharon closely. Notice the first effects of the sleeping powder you dropped into her glass. And then finally, at just the right moment, you have something very important to inject into the conversation.
By the way, Sharon, someone called for you while you were out this afternoon. Oh? It sounded a lot like that young man who's called a few times before. You know, the one from the east?
Oh, it couldn't be. Could it, Sharon? He left last night, or so you said.
Well, now, I could have been mistaken, Charlie. I asked if there was any message, and he said no. He was just wondering if you were going to show up. Oh, that's strange. I wasn't meeting anyone.
Visiting a sick friend, huh? That's where you all were all afternoon, eh, Sharon?
Oh, now listen, Charlie.
You broke a date with me because you had to go visit a sick friend.
If you really must know I didn't, I changed my mind.
Maybe some guy changed it for you.
All right, have it your way. Perhaps someone did change my mind.
That was all you needed to say, Mona. That little remark about the young man from the east to touch off a quarrel. Quietly, you take Jeff's arm, steer him into the kitchen, and close the door. There you wait nervously, listening to the angry voices in the living room. Finally, the voices die out. There's a long moment of silence as you and Jeff exchange glances. Then the kitchen door opens.
Mona, will you come in here? Something's wrong. Sharon's passed out.
What?
Passed out?
Yes.
On 3 cocktails?
I don't know
Jeff,
what's the matter
run
with
into the bathroom, get a cold cloth.
Yeah, sure.
Come on.
Here, Charlie, give me a hand, will you?
Yes, sure.
I'll get a pillow.
Okay.
You hurry to the couch.
Come on now, Sharon.
Pick up
Come
the small pillow. Then the
Honey.
small revolver from the desk drawer.
Come on, honey, snap out.
The revolver Brad had given to Sharon
Come
for
on,
her
baby.
protection when she left home.
Charlie.
Huh? What do you... What's the idea, Mona?
This, Charlie, is the idea.
Mona, what's happened? What?
Charlie.
I told you, Jeff. I couldn't stand to see you pushed around.
He's dead.
Yes.
Mona, why'd you do it?
I told you, darling.
But how do you expect to get away with a thing like this?
I have it all planned, every step.
Including her, Sharon?
That's right. She killed Charlie.
You're going to pin this on the kid?
Oh, but not officially. She won't get in any trouble.
I don't follow this.
All right, I'll make it all nice and clear to you, Jeff. But in the meantime, let's see what we can do to wake up Sleeping Beauty there. She's in terrible, terrible trouble, darling. She just killed Charlie. And we've got to help her out of this mess. We've just got to.
It doesn't take much to convince Jeff that he's got to string along with your plan, does it, Mona? There's really nothing else he can do. You wipe the prints from Sharon's revolver, press it into her hand, and let it fall to the floor. And then finally, when she opens her eyes,
What happened? Oh, take it easy, honey. You'll be all right.
But what? My gun. What's my gun doing here?
Sharon, you don't remember?
Remember? Charlie. Mona, what's wrong with Charlie? Why is he lying there like that?
He was shot, Sharon. Huh? Oh, honey, try to remember. Tell us exactly what happened.
You mean you think I... Oh, no, Mona, I didn't. I couldn't have. I'd remember if I'd done it. Wouldn't I?
I'm sure you didn't mean to do it, Sharon.
But you were here, you and Jeff.
We were in the kitchen fixing some drinks, then all of a sudden we heard a shot. Isn't that right, Jeff?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, no.
We rushed in here. Charlie was on the floor. You standing here with a gun in your hand. Then you fainted.
Oh, Mona, what am I going to do?
Now, just be quiet, Sharon. We'll think of something.
I think the best thing to do is call the police.
And have it on the front page of every newspaper in the town for 6 weeks. Sharon, what about your family, your mother? Do you realize what it would mean?
No.
Oh, take it easy, honey. Look, no one need ever know about this, Sharon.
What do you mean?
Don't you worry about it anymore, honey. Jeff and I will take care of it. We'll take care of everything.
And you do take care of everything, don't you, Mona? Sharon is too upset, shaken, to protest. And Jeff takes Charlie's body down the back stairs, carries it to your car, conveniently parked near the rear entrance. The two of you drive out to the edge of town, take a side road, and then stop when you find a clump of bushes. It's all over very quickly, isn't it, Mona? Back in town, Jeff feels the need of a drink. So you stop at a cocktail bar on Wilshire Boulevard before returning to your apartment.
Hear what the jukebox is playing, Jeff? People will say we're in love. Oh, come on. Don't look so glum, Jeff. It's all over, darling. We're in the clear.
Sure. What do you want me to do? Turn handsprings?
Jeff, how long do you think we ought to wait?
For what?
Before we start asking Sharon to pay up, or the murder gun with her fingerprints on it goes to the police.
Oh, so you figured on that too, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, suit yourself. You're running this pitch.
Yes, that's right, I am. But we're partners now, darling, aren't we? We split 50-50 on everything.
Yeah. It's really turned out swell. I get rid of Charlie, only to wind up with another partner.
But I'm not as expensive as Charlie was.
No. You come cheap. Real cheap. You know, I may kill you someday, Mona.
I don't think so. You didn't have the nerve to kill Charlie. You won't do anything to me. Not a thing.
Did you know that in cooler weather, such as we'll be having during the next several months, your car needs a motor oil that does more than just lubricate? The reason? On short trips around town, your motor seldom develops enough heat to drive off the moisture that condenses in the crankcase. As a result, harmful corrosives often form, which can damage costly motor parts. That's one important reason why Signal brought out Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil, because it combines scientific compounds with 100% pure paraffin base. This improved type Signal lubricant does things for your motor that oil alone cannot do. For instance, one compound in Signal Premium prevents destructive corrosion. Another compound actually washes out harmful carbon. And still other compounds help in other ways to keep your motor young. So if you want to keep wear down and performance up during the coming winter months, now is the time to change for the better. Change to Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil at a Signal service station.
You congratulate yourself, don't you, Mona, as you and Jeff leave the cocktail lounge and drive back to your apartment. Everything went exactly as you planned. Charlie Flaveau is dead, and you're certain you've convinced Sharon that she killed him following a quarrel, shot him with her own revolver. As you arrive at the apartment, you find it in darkness, and you wonder where Sharon is. You step inside, turn on the lights, and freeze in sudden terror at what you see.
Jeff, look.
What's the matter, Mona? What? No, it can't be.
There in the center of the living room is Charlie Flavau's body, in almost the same position he was before Jeff picked him up and carried him downstairs.
I don't like this, Mona. And I'm not sticking around to find out what it's all about.
Jeff, wait a minute.
Not on your life, sweetheart. I'm getting out.
You can't leave me.
Look, this was your idea.
You're in this just as much as I am.
What you pulled the trigger, don't forget that. I'm getting out.
Just a minute, Jeff.
What?
I don't think the lieutenant wants you to leave.
That's right, Jeff. I wouldn't like it at all.
Jeff, the police.
Mr. Roberts here and his sister invited us over.
Hello, Mona.
Brad.
Mr. Roberts arrived here this evening just in time to see Jeff here, carrying Charlie's body out the back way. He followed the two of you, called us.
It was the lieutenant's idea to bring Charlie's body back here, Mona. They figured when you saw it, you'd start talking, and you did.
You mean you heard?
That's right, Miss Barrett. A nice joint confession. It's going to save us a lot of trouble.
But how? How did you...
You made a bad mistake, Mona, phoning me to go to Seymour's restaurant to meet Sharon. You see, I spent the entire afternoon with her. That's why I knew there was something wrong with that call.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine automotive accessories. Remember, if you would like the fun of having your friends hear a limerick of yours on The Whistler, the address to which to send it is the Signal Oil Company, Los Angeles 55, California. All limericks become the property of the Signal Oil Company. Those selected for use on The Whistler will be chosen by our advertising representatives on the basis of humor, suitability, and originality. So, of course, they must be your own composition. Featured in tonight's story were Joan Banks, Mark Lawrence, Gloria Hunter, and Wally Mayer. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Nancy Cleveland. Music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler.
S-I-G-N-A-L. Signal gasoline.
This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Transcribed for Christmas by the Signal Oil Company to enable the cast and the entire production staff of The Whistler to enjoy Christmas Day at home with their families.
S-I-G-N-A-L. Signal gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler. For extra driving pleasure, the signal to look for is the yellow and black circle sign that identifies signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And for Sunday evening listening pleasure, the signal to listen for is this whistle that identifies the signal oil program, the Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now, for the Signal Oil Company, the Whistler's strange story. Letter from Cynthia.
To the holiday staff on duty at the small hospital on the outskirts of a small town on the coast of Southern California, Christmas night was much like any other night. Not quite, of course, for the spirit of the season was in the air. A tree austerely but beautifully decorated in a motif of silver and white stood majestically alone in the center of the reception lobby. The attractive receptionist at the desk, who doubled on the switchboard at night, glanced eagerly at a dozen festively wrapped packages and presents left for her earlier in the day by various members of the staff. From the church across the street, the soft melody of a Christmas carol floated through the open window on the far side. The sound of footsteps descending the stairs on the right caused the girl to glance up as one of the newer doctors who was serving his internship strolled casually to the desk.
Thought I'd come down for a little breather. Kind of slow tonight, Patty.
Is that bad for Christmas night? What do you want from Santa Claus anyway, Dr. Andrews? A couple of emergency appendectomies?
No, I didn't mean that. I just meant it's kind of...
Oh, sure, I know. And it suits me fine. I got 2 hours sleep today and 8 hours in front of me here at this desk.
Oh, that's bad, Pat. You'll never see your grandchildren if you keep that up.
People were dropping in all day long. You know how it is Christmas Day.
Good night, Patty. Hope you had a nice Christmas.
Oh, I did, Dr. Peters. Thanks for the nice presents.
You're welcome.
Good night, Doc.
Good night, Neil.
Yeah, Patty, it's like I said. A gal like you needs 8 hours sleep a day.
Did you get 8 hours sleep today, Doctor?
10.
You would. You know, you're an odd man, Dr. Andrews.
Odd? Well, how do you mean?
I mean, I don't know. You act like there's something bothering you. Like there's something on your mind all the time.
Oh, maybe there is.
Well, everybody has things on their mind. You could still go out and dance, have fun, like the other doctors do. The single ones, I mean.
Too busy. I'm still an intern, you know.
Make it sound like a sentence. Yes? Outside line? Yes, sir. Oh, here, Doctor, I almost forgot. Maybe this pretty pink envelope will change your viewpoint.
A letter. When did this come?
I don't know. I just came on duty 10 minutes ago. Why don't you open it? What? Dr. Andrews, your hands are trembling. I believe your viewpoint's changed already.
Yes, Neil, your hands are trembling as you recognize the handwriting. Read the return address on the envelope. The address of lovely Cynthia Walker. She's out of your life now, isn't she, Neil? No. She'll never be out of your life, will she? You're just out of hers. You walk across the lobby, choose a chair near a light, and stare into space for a moment. The memory of that last moment with Cynthia crowding every other thought from your mind. It isn't pleasant to recall, is it, Neil? The unfortunate accident that cost you your reputation, your position, and the love of Cynthia Walker at the very beginning of your career as an intern in an important hospital. You remember Cynthia's thoughtless, angry words that followed. Yes, looking back to that day more than a year ago, it's hard to believe now that a few hours could have made so much difference in your future. But they did. And as you try to read the words on the scrap of paper, Cynthia's letter in your hand,
you know that one man is responsible for it all. Charles Arthur Bennett, the man who lied when the truth would have cleared you. Charles Arthur Bennett, the man who called himself your best friend. The sound of an ambulance wheeling into the receiving room below shatters your train of thought. Across the room, a yellow light flashes on the switchboard. You turn quickly back to the letter. But your thoughts are blurred, and you know you won't have time to finish your letter before you get the call you're sure is coming.
Yes, Doctor. Yes, Doctor. Yes. I'll make out the registration card right away. Dr. Andrews.
Yes? Yes, Pat? Admitting room?
No, Miss Stevens is busy. 412 has had a relapse.
Oh.
They're taking the emergency to the 3rd floor. Dr. Graham wants you to go to the 3rd floor drug room.
What kind of accident?
Car crash, traumatic and hemotractic shock. Patient very weak. Dr. Graham wants you to prepare injections of sereptamine and saccharin. Take them to the operating room, 3rd floor.
Right. I was afraid we might have one of these before the day was over. You get any details?
No, only it was an automobile accident. The man's unconscious. But according to the identification card in his wallet, his name is Charles Bennett, salesman.
Who did you say?
Bennett. Charles Arthur Bennett, Los Angeles.
Because this is Christmas Day, Signal Oil Company has asked me to skip the regular message about Signal gasoline so that we can enjoy a few extra chuckles over Christmas limericks sent in by you Whistler fans. Tonight's first $20 Signal gasoline book goes to Mrs. E. Morrow of La Jolla, California, for this limerick. Said Santa when boarding his sled, "This year I'm using my head. It's signal for me, I'll go farther, you'll see," and over the rooftops he sped.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far with Go Farther gasoline.
Tonight's second $20 Signal gasoline book goes to Victor Ehrman of Long Beach, California, for this limerick. A child asked his father one day how St. Nick went so far on his sleigh. The wise father replied, he can take that long ride 'cause his reindeer drink signal, they say.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far with Go Farther gasoline.
Our only regret is that Signal could not have added a $20 coupon book to every Whistler fan's Christmas stocking. But we do hope that yours was filled with all the good things you wanted and more.
Yes, Neil, it's a shock, isn't it, to realize what's happened. For more than a year, your resentment of Charlie Bennett has smoldered. And now the girl at the switchboard tells you that he's here in the hospital where you're now interning, the victim of an automobile accident. That you have to prepare the drugs that might save his life. Might save his life. As you hurry up the stairs along the hallway to the laboratory, your thoughts go back to that night more than a year ago. The circumstances were quite different then, weren't they, Neil? Because, although you didn't then realize it, that night you were at the mercy of Charlie Bennett. The night which began at a birthday party for Charlie Bennett more than a year ago at the home of a mutual friend. But as far as you were concerned, there were just the three of you. Cynthia, Charlie, your best friend, and you. Yes, Neil, things were much different then.
Oh, it's a wonderful party. I wish I didn't have to leave right in the middle of it.
Well, if you must, you must. I'll drive you home.
No, darling, I've already phoned for a taxi. Now, this is the first time you've been off duty from the hospital in a long time. I want you to stay here and relax and have fun.
Okay, but I might get into trouble, you know.
I trust you. You're a big boy now. Or I wouldn't have told you I'd marry you.
Have you told Charlie?
No.
No, not yet. I'll tell him tomorrow. I don't want to seem conceited, but, well, telling him tonight that I'm going to marry you, it just might spoil his birthday party.
Yes, it would.
By the way, where is Charlie?
Oh, he's around. Over in the corner, I think. That island completely surrounded by the ocean of blondes.
Well, I wouldn't think of invading that territory. Just to tell him good night. You tell him for me, will you, Neil?
Sure. You really have to go.
Oh, I'm afraid so. Jane's only in town for the night, and I don't get to see my sister very often. My taxi ought to be here by now. Now, it's your night off, dear. You have fun. You interns don't get out of that hospital often enough. And besides, the champagne is wonderful.
Anything you say, darling.
Reluctantly, you see Cynthia to a cab and come back to the birthday party for Charlie. You take Cynthia's advice, too. Enjoy a little champagne. Make party talk with other friends, and you do have a good time, Neil. You relax for the first time in weeks. In another hour or two, most of the crowd is gone, and finally you even convince Charlie that it's time to go home. And in the lobby going out.
Why don't you leave your car here, Charlie, and go home in style, like I am?
What do you mean, in style?
Leave your car here. Get a taxi.
Hey, what's the idea? I can drive. Oh, don't tell me the good doctor's in his cups from a little champagne.
Oh, no, not really, but I just don't want to do any driving, that's all.
Well, you don't have to do any. A little bit of champagne didn't bother me. Look, tell you what. We live close to each other. We'll use your car, and I'll pick mine up tomorrow.
I'd sure rather take a taxi.
Oh, aren't any taxis around anyway?
There's a stand about 3 blocks away.
Not at night, Neil. Oh, besides, you'll need your car to get to the hospital in the morning. Come on, Neil, boy. I'm okay.
All right, if you're sure. Let's go. But take it easy now.
Once in the car, you make one more effort to talk Charlie out of driving, but to no avail. You're getting a little weary of the slight argument, so you let him drive your car. And after the first few blocks, you decide you have nothing to worry about. Charlie seems to be driving satisfactorily. Slightly over the speed limit, but everything seems to be all right until he suddenly turns a corner sharply. That's the last you remember for a little while. When you open your eyes, you feel a dizziness, a dull pain at your temple, and someone's talking somewhere.
Come on, fella. That's it. Come on, boy. Come on. Here. Are you hurt?
Hurt? Oh, no, no, officer.
No, not much, I guess. Just a bump on the head. Hey, that lamppost made quite an impression on your car, though. What's the idea of driving like that?
Oh, me? Charlie was driving.
Oh, Charlie was driving.
Yeah, he's gone.
He sure is absent. Say, you're a little on the woozy side, friend.
Charlie, where's Charlie?
Hey, come on, chum. That's enough about Charlie. Now, how much have you had to drink, anyway?
I haven't had much to drink. Look here, officer. Charlie was here. I know he was here.
No one was here, chum. I heard the crash around the corner and came straight here. No Charlie, no nobody. Just you. And the little man who wasn't here.
But he couldn't have gone. Charlie!
Yeah, that's all, chum. We got a swell place downtown where you can sleep on it, huh?
It's like a nightmare, isn't it, Neil? You're bewildered and confused by what's happened. It's all a mistake, isn't it? A horrible mistake. And Charlie will show up soon and explain everything. Then you're booked at police headquarters and spend the rest of the night pacing back and forth in jail. Finally, in the early morning, someone is there to put up your bail.
Hello, Cynthia.
Hello, Neil. I came as quickly as I could.
Thanks. Thanks for, springing me.
Come along, Neil. I'll drive you home.
How did you find out I was here?
The whole story is in the morning papers. And it mentions your connection with the hospital, too.
I suppose so.
Dr. Rogers called me about it. He was quite concerned.
Well, he needn't have been. We'll get this whole thing cleared up in no time. No time at all.
Oh, I hope so, Neil.
Sure. As soon as I see Charlie Bennett.
Charlie?
Yeah, you'll tell him what really happened. He was driving the car. It was all his fault. I was just... What's the matter, Cynthia? Why are you looking at me like that?
Well, I've already talked with Charlie.
Well, he told you then how it really happened.
Charlie said he wasn't with you last night when it happened. He took a cab. He went home alone.
It leaves you stunned, doesn't it, Neil? You're certain there must be some mistake. But once Charlie understands how much it means to you, he'll realize what's happened and tell the truth. It's too late to prevent the unfavorable publicity for the hospital, but at least you could be cleared in Dr. Rogers' eyes and in Cynthia's. You see Cynthia safely home and then take a taxi directly to Charlie's apartment. He isn't there, but the desk clerk lets you in and you settle down to wait and to think. Nearly 2 hours later, a key sounds in the door.
Neil. Hiya, pal. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I would have waited.
I didn't plan on it. The desk clerk let me in. You talked to Cynthia on the phone this morning, didn't you, Charlie?
Cynthia? Yeah, crack of dawn, naturally. She was worried about you.
Naturally. And what did you tell her?
Oh, that's what's worrying you, huh? Well, I didn't really mean to do it, Neil, but I had to. Want a drink?
No.
Mind if I have one?
Look, Charlie, I'm trying to give you a chance to explain.
Okay. No reason to get sore.
You lied to Cynthia. Why?
Well, I told you I had to. You know, as a salesman, I have to drive a car to make a living,
What's
Neil.
that got to do with it?
Only everything, that's all. Look, Neil, I didn't bother to mention it to anyone, but I was in a scrape 3 weeks ago. I got hauled up for driving under the weather. I got off with a fine and a warning that time.
Wait a minute. You mean you deliberately let me take the rap for your accident last night?
Well, I tell you, I couldn't help it.
Do you know what a spot this has put me in? The hospital has a reputation they're pretty jealous of, you know.
Sure, and I've got a job.
And so have I. I think you'd better put down that drink and get your coat on, Charlie.
Why?
Because you're coming with me to explain to Dr. Rogers. Then we're going together to see Cynthia.
Oh, what good would that do? It's all over now, Neil.
You mean you're refusing?
I mean I went home in a taxi last night alone. Told my story once, and I don't see anything to gain by changing it now.
Suddenly it occurs to you that Charlie has a more important reason for lying. His job is only part of it. He's always wanted to marry Cynthia, too, despite your long friendship. He believes that anything's fair in love or war. It's as simple as that. And with you out of the way, he's sure he'll have a clear field. And Cynthia, after all this, what about Cynthia, Neil? You have to be sure. Can you be sure of Cynthia now?
Neil, I just can't understand it.
You don't believe me, do you? But you do believe Charlie.
Why would he lie about a thing like this?
Because with me out of the way, he thinks he could marry you.
Neil, I've known Charlie for years. He wouldn't do a thing like that. Besides, he's your best friend.
Oh, yeah. He's proved that, hasn't he?
Neil, aren't you forgetting that Charlie wasn't found in the wreck? That you were? You all alone? Your story is... well, it's too fantastic. The police don't believe it. And Charlie says it couldn't have been that way.
And you, Cynthia? What do you say?
Oh, Neil, what can I say? Do you think I want to believe this? And Dr. Rogers, the hospital, what do they say?
Naturally, I resigned. I couldn't do anything else. I don't blame them for what they think, any of them. But I know I'm right, and... Never mind, Cynthia. Guess there's no use in going over all that again.
Neil, you're not going.
Well, why not? I don't seem to be getting anywhere.
What's going to happen, Neil? Well, do you think you'll be able to get an internship somewhere else?
I think so. I'm just as qualified as I ever was. My previous record was good, and I've learned a lot. Sorry this has been too much for you, Cynthia.
I haven't
You
said
wouldn't
that...
consider marrying a man you didn't believe, would you?
I want to believe you, Neil. More than I ever wanted to believe anything.
Well, maybe you will someday. Maybe you'll learn the truth. When you do, let me know. You'll be able to find me.
Yes, it all happened more than a year ago, didn't it, Neil? You cut off all contacts with your friends in Los Angeles. You've often wondered if Cynthia ever married Charlie. And every time you've wondered, your hatred toward him has grown deeper. You've often thought of killing him, haven't you? Yes, often. And now on Christmas night, more than a year later, in a small, out-of-the-way hospital, fate places the life of Charlie Bennett squarely in your hands. The switchboard operator has told you that he's in the operating room unconscious, seriously injured in an auto accident. And you've been assigned to prepare the medication which will spell life or death for him. Just a little too much, or not quite enough. It's almost too easy, isn't it? Not the slightest suspicion will be attached to you. You smile as you enter the drug room and find another intern there.
What's the emergency, Neil?
Car wreck.
You assisting?
No, just preparing the sereptamine and saccharin shots.
Well, must have been a pretty bad accident.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. You ever stop to think about the power of these drugs? Just the right amount means almost certain recovery. And too much or too little, oblivion.
Do you always get this philosophical at Christmas?
No, but I guess this case made me think about it more than usual. You see, I know the guy.
Oh, friend?
You said it. What a friend.
Oh, kind of an unusual situation, isn't it?
A very unusual situation.
You know, friends, we of Signal Oil Organization feel mighty proud and pleased that you have invited the Whistler into your home so regularly throughout the year, and especially on Christmas Day. For all of us of the cast, I want to express our own sincere appreciation, too. During the 7 consecutive years that the Whistler has been broadcast by Signal Oil Company, many of us have had the pleasure of celebrating Christmas with many of you a number of times. And believe me, we feel it a real honor that you consider us a part of your entertainment family. Tonight, on behalf of Signal Oil Company and the independent signal dealers who serve you in the states of California, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Nevada, and Arizona, I want to say we hope that your Christmas has been a merry one. May your new year be filled with peace, prosperity, and the good health with which to enjoy the many blessings of living in the good old USA.
Well, Neil, the die is cast, isn't it? You've donned your sterile mask and gown and prepared the injection, carried them to the operating room, where you placed them on the instrument tray, without even a glance at the masked, sheet-covered patient. You note Dr. Graham's nod of dismissal and quietly leave the operating room, where Charlie Bennett's chance for life or death lies squarely in your hands. You never dreamed you'd have such an opportunity, did you, Neil? After removing your mask and gown, you return to the hallway. Wait by a window near the operating room as the melody from the church again drifts in through the window. You wonder whether you're glad or sorry at what you've done. Then you remember the disgrace Charlie Bennett brought on you, your shattered hopes, the happiness you might have had with Cynthia. And you know the answer. Even if you could, you wouldn't change the situation in the slightest. You pause under a ceiling light and decide to finish Cynthia's letter.
And now, as another Christmas approaches, I realize how hasty I seemed in my judgment.
Suddenly your heart beats faster as you realize she's still Miss Cynthia Walker. You can almost hear the words as the melody of her voice haunts your memory.
But you were even more hasty in your action. Your sudden, abrupt leaving, not letting me know where you were. I know now how wrong I was to doubt you. But even when my doubts were deepest, I loved you. You told me once a woman loves in spite of a man's weakness, not because of his strength. Remember, Neil? Well, so it was, and is, with me and you. I haven't changed, and I can't believe that you have. Merry Christmas, Cynthia.
You turn away, stare out the window. Suddenly you're horrified and ashamed that you, a doctor, bound by the sacred oath of Hippocrates, have allowed your hatred for Charlie Bennett to bring you to the point that it did. Finally, the door to the operating room opens. The still form is wheeled silently past you. You continue to stare out the window. You light a cigarette and wait for Dr. Graham to emerge from the operating room. As he opens the operating room door and enters the hallway, you walk slowly toward him.
How's the patient, Doctor?
Well, patient's going to be all right. I'm glad you were around. Sereptamine's a godsend. May I have a cigarette, Andrews?
Oh, sure, Doctor.
Oh, thank you. I wish sereptamine had been available when I first started practice. Matter of fact, I wish I were young like you, just beginning. You'll be a great doctor one day, Andrews.
Will I?
I'm sure of it. You're honest. Duty comes first with you. Why, you could no more evade it than commit murder.
No, I guess I couldn't. But I almost made a terrible mistake a little while ago. A mistake that could have been fatal to your patient.
But you didn't.
No. No, and I don't think I'll ever be tempted to make a similar mistake again.
I'm sure you won't, whatever it was. No, the practice of medicine's in your heart, above everything.
Yes, I guess it is.
Oh, it is. I've always known that. That's why I appointed you.
Thank you, Doctor. When can I speak with Mr. Bennett?
Oh, any time you wish. He's lying down in my office. Bennett wasn't seriously injured, just knocked out temporarily. He was driving the car.
You mean someone else was...
Oh, our patient was the young lady with him. It seems they were on the way out here to the hospital to see one of our interns. She'll be okay.
Doctor, who was she?
Well, her name's, Walker. Cynthia Walker.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine automotive accessories. Remember, if you would like the fun of having your friends hear a limerick of yours on The Whistler, the address to which to send it is the Signal Oil Company, Los Angeles 55, California. All limericks become the property of the Signal Oil Company. Those selected for use on The Whistler will be chosen by our advertising representatives on the basis of humor, suitability, and originality. So, of course, they must be your own composition. Featured in tonight's transcribed story were David Ellis, Isabel Jewell, and Paul Frees. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Edward Bloodworth, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler.
SIGNAL. Signal gasoline.
Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who's guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
SIGNAL. Signal gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler. For extra driving pleasure, the signal to look for is the yellow and black circle sign that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And for Sunday evening listening pleasure, the signal to listen for is this whistle that identifies the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now, for the Signal Oil Company, the Whistler's strange story. 5-cent call.
It began simply with a telephone call. A 5-cent call. Private investigator Scott Howell made his report to attorney Rick Parker. It was routine enough, at least when the conversation began. And Scott had felt when he dialed Rick's number that his assignment would be complete. Mission completed. Rick seemed to agree, seemed pleased at Scott's first words into the phone.
It's all taken care of, Rick. I rented the cottage about an hour ago.
Good work, Scott.
Hey, I'll give you the address. 942 Ryder Street. Not a house near it.
942 Ryder Street. Yeah, sounds good, Scott.
Yeah, I think this witness you want to hide will like it. There'll be no questions. She can stay there on ice till you need her for trial.
Fine.
Anything else, boss man?
No. Yes, just this. Forget you ever worked on this. You're all paid.
Yeah, very well paid.
Oh, just a minute, Scott. Someone's at the door.
Oh, sure.
What are you doing here? You think you can get away with what? Now, wait a minute. I didn't come here to argue. Listen to me. Don't...
Rick, can you hear me?
Ann.
Rick! Operator.
Operator?
Give me the police. Right away. It's an emergency.
You can't understand it, can you, Scott? The strange, violent scene that must have taken place at Rick Parker's apartment. You thought it was a lover's quarrel, just an exchange of words. But now you're certain it was something else, and you waste no time in contacting the police. 20 minutes later, you're facing a man you've talked to before, Lieutenant Perez of Homicide. He's quiet, but gently insistent, isn't he, Scott? A man you wouldn't want to go up against. But he does seem satisfied with almost everything that you tell him.
And that's all then, Scott. You phoned your client, Rick Parker, made your report.
Yeah, that's right.
Then he excused himself for a moment, stepped away from the telephone.
Right, and then I heard the voice. An argument.
With some woman.
Yeah, that's it. Well, that's all I know, Lieutenant Perez.
You, didn't hear any mention of the woman's name?
Name? Why, no. No, I didn't. Rick just kind of, breathed into the phone, but he didn't answer when I called him.
All right, thank you, Scott. For the call and the cooperation. Good night.
Good night, Lieutenant.
You wonder why you didn't mention Anne to Lieutenant Perez. But it's a part of your trade as a private investigator, not to tell everything to anyone. Besides, you sense that you're onto something, and you wonder who the name belongs to. This mysterious Anne. The answer comes the following day in the newspapers. Simple enough, Scott. Rick Parker was once married to a showgirl. Her name, Anne. The same Anne who is now married to a very prominent doctor. You smile as you read about it. Tell yourself that you and Anne must have a little talk. The next day you find the address and go there.
Yes?
Oh, hello. I suppose you're Anne.
I don't believe that we've ever met.
No, we haven't met. Howell's the name, Scott Howell. Private investigator. Errand boy, messenger.
Sorry, Mr. Howell, I've no errands to be run today.
Uh-huh.
And you can take your foot out of the door or I'll call my husband.
Oh, he's not in.
How did you...
Anne, please, you think a thoroughly schooled and practicing private eye would make that mistake?
What mistake?
The one I want to discuss with you. What you were doing in another man's apartment last night. Now, would I discuss such a situation in front of your husband? I happen to know Dr. Farrell's out of town.
Who are you?
I told you.
Never mind. Come in.
Oh, that's better. Yeah, that's much better. Easier on the shoes. I'll take water with my scotch, if you don't mind.
I'm not getting you a drink, and you're not staying here long. Just long enough to
tell you exactly what I mean.
Yes.
You're in trouble, Anne.
Because of... What happened to Rick Parker?
Mm-hmm.
I divorced him several years ago. I haven't seen him. I wasn't in his apartment.
No? He spoke your name, baby. On the telephone.
Telephone?
Yeah, we were talking, Rick and I. He put the phone aside when you walked in. I heard the quarrel, the shots. I heard him say your name. His last words. Anne. Anne. Well?
I have nothing to say.
Suit yourself. For now, I mean. I'll give you until tomorrow to think about it.
Or?
Or I go to the cops.
Why? What are you mixing in for?
Oh, please, Anne. Rick Parker was a client of mine, paid me well, very well, for little jobs now and then. I lose some revenue, my bread and butter.
Is that what you want?
Not exactly bread and butter, no. Now, I'll take that drink
No.
and... Okay. You don't want to be chummy, huh? All right, I'll go quietly. And stay quiet if you'll send me $5,000 by tomorrow night. Oh, you'll find me in the phone book. Think it over, Anne. Cheap, I'd say.
You certainly are. You said you'd let me think about this. I think better alone, Mr. Howell. Do you mind?
No, I can take a hint. But I'll be waiting, and none too patiently. Not too patiently at all.
You wonder about Anne all that night, don't you, Scott? Because she doesn't seem to frighten very easily. Yes, Scott. You wonder a great deal about Anne and what she will do. But you have your answer the following evening when you arrive home. And there's an envelope in your mailbox addressed in a feminine hand. You open it, check the contents, and grin broadly.
$5,000.
Hello, Scott.
Oh, Lieutenant Perez, what's on your mind?
Oh, just wanted to check a few more points on the Parker case. I missed you at your office.
Yeah, I left early.
I was wondering about that telephone call, Scott. How long would you say you and Rick Parker talked?
Oh, maybe a minute at the most.
And up until you heard that other voice, Parker seemed normal, not upset about anything?
That's right.
I just wondered. All right, thank you, Scott.
Not at all.
Well, so you got a letter.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I belong to the Lonely Hearts Club, Lieutenant.
Mm-hmm. And she loves you?
Oh, she's crazy about me. We'll be exchanging pictures soon.
That should put an end to it.
Yeah, you're cute, too.
Think so, Scott? Maybe you should send her my picture. Good night.
Night.
Well, Scott, the payoff has begun, hasn't it? $5,000 in cash from Anne. And in the weeks that follow, it all falls into a familiar and lucrative pattern. You call on Anne again and again. And after each visit, the envelopes arrive with additional payments. It's going beautifully, isn't it? Until one evening when the expected payment is not in the mailbox. And an hour later, someone knocks on the door of your apartment.
Anne.
That's right, Mr. Howell.
You shouldn't have come here.
We'll talk inside if you don't mind.
Mind? It's a pleasure.
I'll get right to it, Mr. Howell. Scott, your little game of blackmail is all over.
Oh?
Have you seen tonight's papers?
Just the funnies.
I hope you enjoyed them because this isn't so funny. You see, the police are on the trail of a woman, Nora Ralston. She was seen leaving Rick's apartment. They say she had something to do with a case he was working on.
Really?
They're certain she killed Rick, and they expect to have her in custody by tomorrow. That changes my position, Scott. I'm no longer a possible suspect.
Keep talking.
Gladly. There isn't much to say. Just what I'll tell the police if they ask me.
And that is?
Why I was in Rick's apartment at the time he was shot. You see, he was bothering me. Rick didn't seem to get the idea that an ex-husband is no more than that. Couldn't believe I really love the man I'm married to now.
Yeah, well, I hope it's love with him, baby. He might not like the idea of where you were when he was out of town.
I think he'll understand when I tell him why I did it. To protect him, his professional reputation. Like Caesar's wife. A doctor's wife must also be above suspicion.
Yeah, but you're not. I told you Rick called your name into the phone. I heard him. Ann.
Certainly you did. When this girl came there, I hid in the other room. That's why I didn't see her. Rick was calling to me after she shot him. He was calling for help.
Wait a minute.
It's the truth, Scott. And the police will believe me, especially when they've arrested her. They'll believe me. Not you.
Yeah, well, what about your husband? That bad publicity. If you go to the police, the newspapers will have...
The police will keep my name out of it, I'm sure. They'll be just as anxious to protect my husband's name as I was. And they'll be quite pleased to rid society of another blackmailer.
I guess you win. Look, I'll give you $5,000 now, and in a couple of months I'll give you some...
That won't do. You only gave me 1 day. But I'll give you until the end of the week to return all of it. The whole $15,000.
But there's no place I can...
That's too bad. Now that the shoe's on the other foot, it pinches. Doesn't it, Scott?
Plenty.
I'm sure it does. Remember, if you don't repay every cent by the end of the week, I go to the police and you go to prison.
Tonight's $20 Signal gasoline book goes to Mrs. Esther Cook of Azalea, Oregon, for this limerick. A slick chick named Cynthia O'Farrell claimed gas cost kept her in a barrel. Till to Signal she turned, and rapidly learned she could have both a car and apparel.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. North car will go far, will go for the gasoline.
Our congratulations to Mrs. Cook for her clever way of describing the good mileage you enjoy with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. Too bad a limerick isn't long enough to include all the benefits you notice when you switch to Signal. I mean Signal's quick cold weather starting, Signal's peppy pickup, Signal's smooth responsive power. For it's a fact, mileage and performance go hand in hand. To enjoy both, next time treat your car to the gasoline that's packed with go. Fill up with Signal and go farther.
Well, Scott, in a sudden change of events, the tables have turned, haven't they? Your holdover Anne, Rick Parker's former wife, is wiped away. And she's insisting on the return of the money you've managed to take from her. You're going to have trouble returning Anne's money because you've spent a great deal of it. And then suddenly your thoughts turn to Nora Ralston, the woman the police are looking for. And as you think about her, a plan begins to take shape in your mind. Yes. But before you can make a move, you've got to find her. In the days that follow, you use every trick you've ever known, checking every angle carefully. Finally, from Rick's former switchboard operator, you get what seems like a good lead. Late that evening, you return to your office and make a phone call.
Hello?
Hello, Nora.
I'm sorry, you had the wrong...
Hold it, sweetheart. This is Scott Howell. Still there?
Yes.
Guess you read about it in the papers, huh? I was talking to Rick when he was killed. Overheard him quarreling with his killer.
I read about it.
I didn't tell the police what I overheard. That is, not all of it. Well, we talk it over?
Where are you now?
At the office. I'll meet you wherever you say.
Golden Gate Park in an hour, back of the museum.
Okay. I'll be driving a green convertible.
It's a break, isn't it, Scott? After days of searching for Nora Ralston, you finally found her. And now you've an appointment to meet her. It's the chance that you've been waiting for. As you drive your convertible up Gary Street, you tell yourself you'll have to move with caution in dealing with Nora Ralston. A dangerous woman, isn't she, Scott? She's already killed one man. And now, hounded by the police, there's no telling what she'll do. A few minutes before 8, you drive into the park and find Nora waiting for you back at the museum alone. As she slides into the seat next to you, a gun suddenly appears in her hand.
Just keep driving, Scott.
What's the idea?
The idea is I don't trust you.
Oh, now look, baby.
You wanted to talk, didn't you? All right. Drive out to the beach. We'll talk.
How about putting that gun away, sweetheart?
All right. But first drop yours on the floor.
Oh, sure. Hey, but let me warn you, if you have any ideas about leaving me face down in a ditch along the road, you better forget them. I took certain precautions.
Such as?
A letter, for one thing. If anything happens to me, it'll wind up in the hands of the police. You'll be a cinch for the gas chamber, baby.
When you reported the murder to the police, why didn't you tell them then what you'd overheard?
Well, I figured it was a little too choice to pass on. Maybe I could use some of it at a later date. Like now.
A shakedown. That's what I thought.
Call it anything you like. But I've got to have $10,000 or I talk to the DA.
$10,000?
It's worth every cent of it. Listen, sweetheart, the cops don't have a thing on you. Sure, you were seen leaving Rick's apartment. But that doesn't prove you killed him.
That's right, it doesn't.
Well, then why did you run?
Obvious, isn't it?
Yeah. Because you didn't know what I'd do. You didn't know whether I'd open up or not. See how important I am to you, baby? I could cinch this case against you.
You are. Very important to me, Scott. But I don't even have enough cash to get me out of town as far as I want to go.
How about your jewelry? I know you've got quite a bit. Rick was generous, real generous.
Yes, Rick was generous. I still have every piece of jewelry he gave me. It's worth at least
$15,000. I know. I got the stuff for him.
It was hot, wasn't it?
Well, not exactly, no. It was just sort of simmering.
So you won't have much trouble getting rid of it?
No trouble at all. Should bring around $10,000.
$10,000?
Mm-hmm.
Good. I was counting on your help. That's why I agreed to meet you.
Help? What do you mean?
I've got news for you, Scott. You're not going to blackmail me. But I'm willing to make a deal, convert my jewelry into cash, and I'll split it with you.
Split it? Oh, no. Oh, I need the whole $10,000.
Don't be silly. I'll need at least 5 to get as far away from here as possible. You don't want the police to catch up to me, do you?
Why should I care if they do?
Look, pal, I happen to know a lot about you, those deals with Rick.
So what?
For a smart lawyer, Rick talked too much. He told me about the deals the two of you pulled on some of his clients. That old man in Mill Valley, for instance, the will he left. $50,000 to Rick. A forgery, Scott. You had it done. You got a nice cut out of it.
Now, wait a minute. Wait.
There were other deals, too. I could tell the DA all about them. An investigation could send you to San Quentin for 30 years. So you see, you just can't afford to have me picked up by the police, now can you?
No, I guess I can't.
I'm being very generous, you know, giving you half the money, but then I need your help. And I'm willing to pay for it.
Now, look, I've got to have $10,000.
No, Scott. 5. That's all. For that, you help me get out of town, and you'll keep your mouth shut.
All right. Where's the jewelry?
Drive me back to town. I'll pick it up and call you at your office, say, around 10.
You made up your mind instantly, didn't you, Scott? When Nora refused to give you more than $5,000, you knew exactly what you had to do. You need the $10,000 to repay Ann Farrell, and that means you have to double-cross Nora. More than that, silence her forever, because you can't take the chance of having her picked up by the police and talking. You're sitting at your desk waiting for Nora's call when a few minutes before 10, you have an unexpected visitor.
Hello, Scott.
Oh, Lieutenant Perez.
Mind if I come in?
Well, I was just about ready to close up shop. What can I do for you?
What do you know about Nora Ralston?
What makes you think I know anything about her?
I was just wondering. You were working for Rick Parker.
Sure.
He knew Nora Ralston quite well, I understand.
Yeah, so I read in the papers.
Rick ever talked to you about it?
No. We never discussed his private life. And Nora was his private life. Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Scott?
Yeah. It's Mrs. Ansley.
Nora.
Yeah, I know.
You're not alone?
No.
Police?
That's right. Nothing to get alarmed about. Everything's going swell.
Can you meet me?
Of course, Mrs. Ansley.
I'll be at the corner of Divisadero and Jackson in half an hour.
Right.
Be sure you're not followed.
Don't worry, Mrs. Ansley. I won't be. Bye. That was a client, Lieutenant. Nice old lady from Philly. Well, as I was saying...
Sure. I'll be running along.
Yeah, I'll walk out with you, Lieutenant.
In the street, you watch Lieutenant Perez until he's out of sight. Then quickly you get into your car and drive into the Mission District. From time to time, you glance at your rearview mirror. And finally swing across Market Street and up Fillmore. And then, certain you're not being followed, you turn into Jackson Street and pull up at the corner of Divisadero.
Get in, Nora.
You're late.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't being tailed. What's the suitcase for? Moving?
You found me, didn't you? I thought it would be a smart idea to get out before the police did.
Well, your troubles are over.
What do you mean?
That little hideout Rick asked me to find. 942 Ryder Street. Rent's paid for a couple of months. Nice, quiet neighborhood. You'll be quite safe there, baby. Until I can sell your jewelry. We'll drive over there now. Oh, by the way, got the jewelry with you?
In the suitcase.
Oh, fine.
You're not going to try anything, are you, Scott? You're going to play it smart.
Oh, very smart.
You better. Or I'll make an awful lot of trouble for you.
Yeah, I know, sweetheart. I know.
Yes, you're well aware of that fact, aren't you, Scott? And as you drive up the road to 942 Ryder Street, you realize there's one thing you could do to pay back the money you owe Ann Farrell and prevent Nora from falling into the hands of the police and telling them all that she knows about you. Finally, you reach your destination. Bring the key out of your pocket. Open the back door of the cottage you'd rented for Rick Parker. Suddenly, as Nora walks past you, you reach out and grab her purse.
Give me that.
I want that gun of yours, baby. There we are. There, it's better.
What's the idea?
Obvious, isn't it?
Oh, no, you wouldn't kill me, Scott.
Of course not. You're going to commit suicide with your own gun.
No, Scott, you wouldn't do that. I know you wouldn't.
That just goes to show how wrong a dame can be, sweetheart.
You've heard me tell how Signal Oil Company has grown from a few stations in Southern California into a coast-wide organization serving 6 western states from Canada to Mexico. That growth has in large measure been due to one policy, which Signal has consistently followed for 19 years, to make every product that bears the name Signal ever better and better. Take Signal's new deluxe battery, for instance. Unlike ordinary batteries, which may be guaranteed for only 12 or 18 months, Signal Deluxe batteries are guaranteed a full 30 months on a service basis. And they deliver up to 35% more power because Signal's improved type micro-porous all-rubber separators hold twice as much acid solution between the plates. So whether it's tops in performance you're interested in or economical long life, you'll be wise to see your Signal dealer before you buy any battery. Ask about his trade-in allowance for your old battery, plus his convenient credit terms. You'll see why, from any angle, today's best battery buy is the Signal Deluxe battery, sold only at Signal service stations.
It's over, isn't it, Scott? Nora Ralston is dead. The police will find her body in the cottage in the remote little hideout, a suicide. The murder weapon, the same gun she used to kill Rick, will be in her hand, and the case will be closed. In a few days, you'll dispose of her jewelry quietly through your contacts. And you'll have enough money to pay Ann Farrell every cent you owe her. Keep her from going to the police, telling them that you were blackmailing her. Now you pick up Nora's body, place it in a chair, and then as you're about to put the gun in her hand, you hear the door open behind you. Suddenly the lights go on.
Hello, Scott.
Lieutenant.
Yeah, drop the gun. Nora Ralston. Well.
Now, look, Lieutenant Perez, I can tell you...
Scott. Now, we've been waiting for a long time for someone to show up here. Didn't expect you, though.
What do you mean, waiting over?
We've had this place watched since the night Rick Parker was killed.
You've been watching this? Wait a minute, that can't be. How did you...
How did we know about it? Simple. The night Rick was murdered, we found an address on his telephone pad. This address. It's your own fault, Scott. Should have realized when you give an address to someone over the phone, they usually write it down on the phone pad.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine automotive accessories. Remember, if you would like the fun of having your friends hear a limerick of yours on The Whistler, the address to which to send it is the Signal Oil Company, Los Angeles 55, California. All limericks become the property of the Signal Oil Company. Those selected for use on the Whistler will be chosen by our advertising representatives on the basis of humor, suitability, and originality. So, of course, they must be your own compositions. Featured in tonight's story were Gerald Moore, Virginia Gregg, and Betty Lou Gerson. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Adrian Jondeau, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler.
SIGNAL. Signal gasoline.
This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
SIGNAL. Signal gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Appointment for murder.
The early evening was crisp and dark, with only a handful of winter stars overhead, remote and distant. But the street itself reflected a quiet warmth as Harold Ellis turned into it. Slowly, resolutely walked past the trim, well-kept houses that lined either side. Farther down the block, the lights of his home reached out in the darkness. His home and Valerie's. But Harold wasn't looking ahead to the lights of his home tonight. His gaze was detached, expressionless. This thing had been on his mind for 2 days. This thing and Valerie. Their marriage had been drifting for some time now, and he wasn't sure when he'd stopped loving her. It was a quiet breach, his and Valerie's, as quiet as the street on which they lived. He told himself long ago that he'd never leave her. It had something to do with honor, Harold's idea of honor. But this other matter, this thing, something had to be done about it right away, tonight.
that you, Harold?
Yes, dear. It's me.
Oh, you had me worried. You're late, Harold. Almost an hour.
Yes, I know. Sorry, Valerie.
Is everything all right?
I want to talk to you, Valerie.
Of course, Harold.
Valerie, I went to the bank yesterday to put some papers in the safety deposit box.
Harold,
Let me finish, please. The bonds are gone, Valerie. $7,000 worth, all we had. I want you to tell me about it.
Oh, Harold. I've wanted to. I've tried to, but I didn't know how.
What did you do with the money?
I lost it.
Gambling?
Yes, Harold. Gambling. Oh, don't ask me why. I didn't want to lose our money, Harold. But I did. I just couldn't help it.
I thought you were all through with that. I thought you were...
Cured? I thought so, too. But I guess not. Harold...
Nothing, except forget it. The money's gone now.
Wait, Harold. That isn't all. I still owe the casino $5,000.
$5,000?
I have to pay it by the end of the week, or...
But we can't. We don't have $5,000, and we won't have it by the end of this week or next. We just won't pay it, that's all.
We have to. Cregan won't stand for it. I don't know what he'd do if we didn't pay it.
Cregan?
Kirk Cregan. He's one of the owners of the casino. Oh, Harold, you've got to see him. Talk to him. Make him give us time.
I don't want to see him. It wouldn't do any good.
You must, Harold. Don't you see? It's our only chance. Oh, I'm frightened, Harold. Please go. Please. Please do it for me.
All right, Valerie, all right. I'll go.
I'd better phone. Make an appointment for it.
So you can make it tomorrow night, around 8.
The following evening at 8, you arrive at the casino. It's like another world to you, isn't it, Harold? A sudden maze of faces, some intense, harried, others flushed with frantic, unreal smiles. The man who greeted you at the door is motioning you toward another door at the back of the casino, and you follow him.
You did say you wanted to see Mr. Cregan, not Mr. Layton.
Cregan, Kirk Cregan. He's the owner, isn't he?
He's one of them. Layton's the other.
It's Mr. Cregan I'm looking for.
Okay. This is his office. Mr. Ellis to see you, Mr. Cregan.
Come in, Mr. Ellis. That'll be all, Steve.
Okay.
You look around the office, Harold. It's not at all what you expected. It looks like the office of any well-established business executive, doesn't it? And Kirk Cregan is a surprise, too. He might be a business executive or a professional man.
Sit down, Mr. Ellis.
Tall, attractive, graying at the temples. He looks you straight in the eye and smiles, like the family doctor, perhaps. Only one thing about him seems out of the ordinary. You notice he's wearing gloves, skin-tight gloves. You stare at him, and Kirk quickly answers the question that you haven't asked.
The gloves seem strange to you?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to stare.
Forget it, everybody does. They're doctor's orders, trying to beat a skin irritation. Hope to get them off soon. Now then, Mr. Ellis.
Well, my wife. I understand she owes you $5,000.
That's right. Would you care for a drink?
No. No, thanks. About the $5,000, Mr. Cregan, I can't pay it. I don't have it. I don't know much about these things, but I just can't get, that's all.
Well, Mr. Ellis, gambling debts are no different than any other kind. When they're incurred, they have to be paid. When we owe the customers, we pay them. We expect them to pay when they owe us. That's just good business, don't you agree?
Well, yes, it's good business, all right, but I just don't have that kind of money.
I see. Tell you what I'll do, Mr. Ellis. By the way, are you a gambling man?
No, I'm not.
Well, even so, I think you'll agree this is fair. Suppose we cut for high card, you and I. If you cut the high card, the debt is canceled. If I cut it, you'll have to pay me the $5,000. Now, even if you lose, you're no worse off than you are right now. How about it?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, this is a straight deck. You can look at it if you want to.
Oh, no, it isn't that. It's just because
I'm giving you a chance, Mr. Ellis, that's all. a chance to cancel a debt. I don't often do that. But I'm a gambler, and in your case, I want to give you a break because you're on a hook through no fault of your own.
All right, Mr. Cregan. Go ahead, Cat. As you say, I have nothing to lose.
Okay. There you are. The 10 of spades. Your turn.
Okay.
The Queen of Diamonds. Well, well, you win, Mr. Ellis. The debt's canceled. Now, how about that drink?
Yes. Yes, I think I will have a drink now. Thanks, Mr. Cregan.
Good. Scotch and soda, okay?
Fine, just fine. Hell, I don't mind telling you, I feel much better now, Mr. Cregan.
Here's your drink.
Thanks.
Oh, excuse me a moment. Oh, Jerry, come in.
Oh, I didn't know you were busy, Kirk.
Not busy, Jerry. Mr. Ellis and I were just having a drink. Come on in.
Oh, all right.
This is Mr. Ellis. Ellis, my partner, Jerry.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Sit down. Join us, Jerry. This is a celebration. Mr. Ellis just won $5,000 from me.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Ellis. You're a lucky man.
Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Ellis is a very lucky man. But you, Jerry, you're unlucky.
Hey, watch it.
No, you're not so lucky, Jerry. I'm taking over the club as of now.
Now, Kirk, now, wait a minute.
Why, you shot him.
No, Mr. Ellis, I didn't shoot Jerry. You did.
I did. No, you shot...
You shouldn't have shot my partner, Mr. Ellis. Now I'm afraid I'll have to call the police.
You can't believe what you've seen, Harold. You can't even move. You just sit there riveted to your chair. Kurt Cregan has just fired 2 shots at his partner, Jerry Layton, and killed him. You saw that, Harold. But Kirk says that you killed Jerry. You're frozen with shock. All you can do is sit there staring at Kirk, who smiles down at the automatic in his gloved hand, then smiles quickly at you, and then suddenly tosses you the gun.
Here, sucker, catch this gun.
What?
Now, little man, your fingerprints are all over the murder weapon.
No. You did it. The gloves.
Yeah, the gloves. They don't leave prints. You killed one man, Ellis. You're going to kill me, too?
No, I didn't.
Go on, use the gun, pull the trigger, shoot me. Just like you shot Jerry.
No, I won't. I didn't do it.
Oh, yes, you did. And I've got to defend myself. You're about to shoot me, too. Go on, pull the trigger. That was a blank. But you fired the gun, Ellis. The paraffin test of your hands will prove it. And now, killer, I'll have to knock you out.
Kirk lunges at you, swings a blow that grazes your cheek, and then falls off balance against the desk, stunned. Panic seizes you. You look around. The window. Must lead somewhere, Harold. Yes, a fire escape, a landing right outside the window. You've got to run, Harold. That's all you can do now. Run. Stumbling, you make your way down the fire escape, then along the dark alleyway.
Hey, get that guy! Stop him!
Yes, Harold, all you can do is run into night, till that in the dark doorway. That's right. As you stand there and watch the first drops of rain hit the sidewalk and hear the distant rumble of thunder, you realize that you've left your hat and overcoat back there in Kurt Cregan's office. That will help to incriminate you, won't it? Just as the pistol will with your fingerprints on it. And it's your hand that has the microscopic gunpowder blasted into the skin. The paraffin test will show that you and not Kirk fired that gun. Turning up your collar, you move away and walk for hours in the rain, wondering what to do. Finally, just before dawn, you wander into a cheap little hotel on the waterfront. The lobby is deserted. At the desk, you ring the night bell. As you stand waiting, your eyes fall on a midnight copy of the morning edition.
Gambler shot by irate husband. Police seek insurance man for murder of Jerry Layton. Dead man's partner tells of quarrel over gambling debt.
What's on your mind, mister?
What?
You look up from the paper. A man, unshaven, sleepy-eyed, wearing a soil gray bathrobe, approaches you.
I'd like a room, please.
Okay. You got any luggage?
No.
You have to pay in advance.
How much?
$1.50, front room.
Here you are.
Okay. Here's the key.
Thank you.
Just a sec. Got to register.
Oh.
Just sign your name here. Yours or anybody else's, I ain't particular. Just as long as you sign a name. That's fine, Mr. Farnsworth. By the way, where'd you get the fat lip, Mr. Farnsworth?
What?
The fat lip. You been in a fight?
Oh, my lip. No, I...
Sure. Room 219, one flight up. 3 doors down the hall on your left.
Upstairs in the room, you stretch out on the bed and lie there, staring up at the ceiling. It's hard to believe this has happened to you, Harold. It's like a nightmare. The police of the city are looking for you, the charge, murder. And they'll never believe it was a frame-up, will they? You close your eyes and listen to the sounds of the city awakening, the storm. Wonder what you're going to do. Presently, you get out of bed, stand by the window, and watch the gray dawn approach. And then suddenly your attention is drawn down to the street below. Oh, a police car pulls in at the curb. A man hurries out of the hotel to meet it. You recognize the desk clerk. Quickly, you slip into the hall. Start for the stairs and realize the police will be coming up those stairs. Then at the far end of the corridor, you see a window, a sign over it. Fire escape.
It's stuck. It won't open.
As you hear footsteps on the stairs, you look around frantically. See a door a few feet away and slightly ajar. You don't know what's on the other side, but it's your only chance. Oh! You find yourself in the linen closet. Leave the door open a crack. Hear the footsteps coming down the hall and recognize the clerk's voice.
Yeah. Suddenly it hits me, see? I read in the papers about this Harold Ellis guy, and suddenly it hits me. He fits the description, all right.
When did he check in?
Oh, a few hours ago. Say, is there a reward out on this guy, huh?
No, there isn't.
How do you like that? What a lousy break for me.
You watch them through the crack in the door as they walk down the hall and turn into the corridor and disappear. Quickly, you slip out of the closet, down the stairs, through the lobby, out into the street.
Hey, you down there!
You glance up, see the policeman leaning out of the window of your room. You turn and break into a run.
Oh, stay where you are! Ellis!
That was close, wasn't it, Harold? For a moment you were trapped. You make your way to the railroad yards and find an empty boxcar. For the rest of the day, you remain there, huddled behind the big packing cases and not daring to move. You know the police are out there somewhere in the railroad yards looking for you. So you wait for darkness and a chance to slip away. That evening, under cover of darkness, you move along the back streets and finally walk into a drugstore and step into a phone booth. You can't go on hiding and running forever, can you, Harold? But you don't know what else to do. You've got to talk to someone who can help you. You wonder, don't you, Harold? Wonder why you're dialing this number. Why you turned instinctively to Judy for help and not your wife. Judy, Mr. Fleming's secretary, a girl at the office. A girl who has suddenly become something more than another one of the employees.
Hello?
Judy, this is Harold. Harold Ellis.
Harold?
I'm sorry if I woke you.
No, it's all right. I wasn't asleep. Where are you?
At the corner of Grove and 5th.
Harold, stay right there. I'll drive by and pick you up.
No, Judy, wait.
I don't know quite what to say, Harold. You should turn yourself in, I suppose, yet...
The police wouldn't believe me. Can you blame them?
But you didn't kill Leighton. Oh, Harold, I wish I knew what to do.
Maybe it's as simple as, running.
Harold.
Yes?
Whatever you decide, I'll help you any way I can. Money, my car...
Thanks, Judy.
Here we are in my apartment house. Come on, Harold.
No, Judy, I'm not going with you.
What's wrong?
I can't do it, Judy. It isn't right. I I can't implicate you in this.
Oh, Harold, I don't care.
Well, I do. I don't want you to get mixed up in this mess. Goodbye, Judy, and thanks for everything.
Oh, no,
I
wait.
guess the ride, our little talk, did me some good. Judy, I'm tired of running. Now I know what I've got to do.
You're going to give yourself up?
Yes. But first, I'm going to have a little talk with Kirk Cregan. So long, Judy.
Yes, Harold, you know what you've got to do. You've got to get to Kurt Cregan alone and make him talk. You're not certain just how you're going to force him to tell the truth to the police. But he'll tell them, won't he? He's got to. The following night, after long, endless, sleepless hours of hiding, waiting and thinking, to make your move. You hurry over to the parking lot and back to the gambling casino, look over the cars, and carefully examine the registration cards. You find Cregan's dark convertible, ease into the back and lie flat on the floor. Then, pulling the auto robe over you, you settle down to wait for him. But the sleepless hours have caught up to you, haven't they, Harold? Somehow you've dozed off. And when you rouse yourself from your heavy slumber, the car is in motion. You stretch your cramped legs, try to sit up. The car suddenly comes to a stop. You pull yourself up, watch Kirk as he walks away, and then as you look around, you realize he's walking up the path to your house. Stunned, you watch him as he enters. You know you shouldn't take the chance of being seen, and you're sure the police are watching your house, but you've got to find out what Kurt Cregan is doing there. So you get out of the car, hurry around to the side of the house. Kitchen window is
I
open.
just wanted to see you, baby.
You hear voices.
You shouldn't have come.
Relax, sweetheart. The cops aren't covering this place anymore. Harold wouldn't be stupid enough to show up here. They know it.
All right, all right. When you shot Jerry Layton, why didn't you hold Harold at the club until the police got there?
Well, he was a little too fast for me. But don't worry, they'll get him. He's a dead pigeon. It'll all work out just the way we planned it, baby.
Are you sure?
Well, what do you mean?
I think you've played me for a sucker, that's all. And now that you've got what you want, what you really wanted all the time, the club all to yourself, you're going to walk out on me.
Oh, baby, how can you say that?
Because I just found out you've been going around with another woman.
Oh, now, honey.
You deny it?
You're all wrong, believe me. All wrong, Valerie.
You move away from the kitchen window, Harold. You've heard enough, haven't you? Besides, you can't take the chance of staying around your house any longer. Valerie and Kirk planned it together to frame you for murder to get you out of the way. It's all quite clear now, isn't it? Her story of losing $5,000, making the appointment for you to meet Kirk at the club. You move quickly around to the back of the house, to the porch. Only a few feet away from you now, Harold, is the closet. And in that closet, your old hunting rifle. You can use it, can't you? Kill them both for what they've done to you. Suddenly you stop, 1 foot on the step, and stand there in the darkness for a moment. Then you close the door again, turn away. You can't do it, can you? In spite of what they've done to you, you just can't kill. No, you can't kill, and you can't go on running. An hour later, you decide the only thing to do is to turn yourself in.
Yeah. Yeah. Give me that again. Oh, okay. Okay, right, Lieutenant. Oh, someday that guy's going to drive me... Oh. Well, what can I do for you, sir?
I want to give myself up.
Oh?
My name is Harold Ellis. You've been looking for me.
Harold Ellis, huh? Yeah. Yeah, we sure have been looking for you, Mr. Ellis.
It was a shock, wasn't it, Harold, learning that your wife, Valerie, and the gambler, Kirk Cregan, had together to frame you for murder. As you listened outside your kitchen window and heard them talking about it. You wanted to kill them both, didn't you? Yet somehow you couldn't. So you hurried away, and finally you'd made up your mind to give yourself up. Now you stand in the police station facing the desk sergeant.
Yeah. We've been looking for you all right, Mr. Ellis.
I don't suppose anyone will believe me, but I didn't kill Leighton.
We know you didn't.
What?
We've already got Leighton's murderer.
You have who?
Kirk Cregan, the gambler. He's at the emergency hospital right now. Pretty bad shape. He confessed.
But why? If he was in the clear, if the police were looking for me...
He got into an argument with his girlfriend. Sorry, Mr. Ellis. Your wife. She stabbed him with a kitchen knife.
Valerie?
Yeah. When the officers walked in on her, your wife broke down, told them everything.
Everything?
That's right. The whole story of how she and Cregan framed you.
That makes me feel better. I'm glad Valerie finally told the truth.
There wasn't much else she could do. The boys had her in custody a few seconds after she'd stabbed Cregan. She didn't have time to make a getaway.
She should have realized the police would be watching the house looking for me.
Nope. That's a funny thing. We hadn't been watching your house at all.
Then how did it happen the police got there so
One
quickly?
of your neighbors called. Tipped us off that you were there, looking in the kitchen window. We came after you and found your wife and Cregan.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night, same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine automotive accessories. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Parley Bear, and Rye Billsbury. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Gil Thomas, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at the same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler.
SITNAL. Signal gasoline.
Armed Forces Radio invite you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now, The Whistler's strange story, The Chinese Elephant Puzzle.
The night stretches black and humid over Singapore, and the murky heat teems up from the street through the sandals of the rickshaw boy as he pulls his fare through a narrow back street. Inside the rickshaw, impeccably attired in a white linen suit that is not yet wilted, sits Elliot Wilson, agent for Crawford Pierce Incorporated, art importers and exporters. Finally, the boy jogs to a stop. Elliot Wilson steps out onto a dimly lighted street corner, pays the rickshaw boy, and watches him trot off into the night. Once the boy is out of sight, Elliot turns, enters a door in the back of an ancient building. Inside the faintly lighted room, he moves unnoticed through the half-stupid crowd, through the tinkling glass curtain at the far end, and into a smaller room where Niels Hansen maintains his dingy headquarters.
Hello, Hansen.
Oh, hello, Elliot. I thought you were about due.
Yes, I'm right on time.
Did you ship the stuff out okay?
Yes. The Chinese elephant puzzle is on its way to San Francisco.
Passed inspection okay, huh?
Perfectly. Why shouldn't it? Looks just like a small Chinese elephant. Puzzle with more than 100 interlocking pieces so finely fitted you can hardly see the cracks. You can't tell by looking at it that it's packed with diamonds.
It didn't rattle or anything, huh?
No, rattles, nothing. Everything went fine. Simple as mailing a letter. And I checked again to be sure. It'll arrive in San Francisco on Friday.
Uh-huh. This guy in Frisco, Jim Craig. You sure you can trust him?
I'm positive. The gift shop he works for is a big customer of mine. Craig unpacked everything I send back. Friday, among other things, he'll receive the elephant puzzle. He'll take the diamonds out, hang on to them until I get there. He'll put the handsome little elephant on the shelf for sale, along with the other things. A very simple operation.
Simple for you. I did the dirty work. I got the ice.
That was our deal, Hanson. If you weren't satisfied with your cut, you should have said so before.
My bargaining position wasn't much good, remember? A guy with a record like mine can't make very good deals. What about the payoff? When do I get my cut?
Your cut? Why, right now, Hanson.
Hey, what's the idea?
Here's your cut!
Hanson crumples to the floor, dead from the quick, calculated movement of your knife, Elliot. That was his cut, death. You bend over him, make certain the payoff is final. And soon you're outside again, swallowed up in the pedestrian traffic of the Singapore night. You spend the next few days winding up your business affairs in preparation for your flight back to the States. And finally, the day of your departure arrives. Then you're airborne, the great plane streaking out across the South China Sea toward the Pacific, every hour bringing you hundreds of miles nearer to San Francisco. At last, on Monday, as you planned, you are there, setting down at Mills Field. And you're certain that Craig has received the elephant puzzle and its cargo of diamonds the Friday before. Less than an hour after you land, you're at the door of Jim Craig's apartment, and the anticipation within you mounts. But it isn't Craig who answers your ring.
May I help you?
Oh, I'm looking for Jim Craig. This is his apartment, isn't it?
It was. I'm the house manager.
What do you mean, it was? He moved?
He's dead.
Dead? But when?
He was killed a week ago. A car hit him.
A week ago, Elliot, Jim Craig was killed by a car a week ago. He wasn't alive last Friday to receive the elephant puzzle. He couldn't have unpacked it and taken the diamonds from it last Friday. You stand there stunned. And then you remember. The gift shop. That's it, Elliot. You've got to get to the gift shop where Craig worked. Find the puzzle and buy it. That's your only chance, Elliot.
Good afternoon. May I help you? Oh, well, Mr. Wilson. Hello. My goodness, I had no idea you were any place in the wide, wide world but Singapore.
How are you, Evans?
Oh, you know me, Mr. Wilson. I'm always fine, just fine. Except, of course, recently, just a week ago, our Mr. Craig.
Yes, I just heard. I'm terribly sorry.
Of course you are. All of us here, of course. Family, you know. That's what we are here at the shop. Simply a family. But then, we're being brave, Mr. Wilson. Simply carrying on.
Yes, I am sure you are, Evans, and that's as it should be. Mind if I have a look around? I'd like to see some of the pieces I've sent you. For a sentimental reason.
Well, of course. Just you look all you like.
Thank you. Oh, I recognize that silverware. Pure Malayan. Must have sent that about 3 weeks ago, didn't I?
You did just that. And, it is a good seller.
Mm-hmm. Oh, here's that pottery on the next shelf. You know, I wonder. Oh, then I suppose not.
Looking for something in particular, are we, Mr. Wilson?
Well, no, not really. Just a silly notion of mine. You may not remember it at all.
Oh, now don't say that, Mr. Wilson. Why, I remember every single little item you sent. It's so distinctive, so simply distinctive. Now, just what are we looking for?
Well, as a matter of fact, it probably arrived about last Friday, I imagine. An oriental puzzle, a small elephant.
Oh, of course it arrived. And last Friday, too. You know, I tried to work it. I just couldn't get it apart.
It's easy once you know how. I'd like to buy it back from you, Evans. I sort of took a fancy to it.
Oh, I am sick, Mr. Wilson. Simply sick.
What do you mean?
Well, it's gone. I sold it. I never dreamed you'd want it. Never dreamed. Saturday morning, first thing Saturday morning, I sold it.
You remember who you sold it to, by any chance?
Why, yes. An elderly gentleman who was short and heavy-set.
His name?
Oh, I'm afraid I don't know.
This is Alfred Hotchkiss speaking. Among the lesser-known contributions of the alluring Madame de Pompadour to the court of France were the steps she took to improve the nation's economy. In 1759, during one of her free moments, she influenced the Crown to appoint a new financial minister. The new minister wasted no time in making sweeping changes in the economy. He cut government expenses greatly and went so far as to propose a tax on the land held by the nobility. Need I say his actions were in no way popular with the ruling class? They ridiculed his money-saving policies. They even associated his name with a new form of art that was then the rage. An art form in which the figures were reduced to their simplest form, black outlines on white. To the nobles, this was another way in which Etienne de Silhouette was saving money.
It was going to be so simple, wasn't it, Elliot? All you had to do, once Hanson was out of the way back in Singapore, was to get to San Francisco and collect the diamonds from Jim Craig. But Craig was killed before the small elephant puzzle, with a diamond safely tucked away in it, arrived. And now you discover the elephant has been sold, and the clerk Evans has no idea of the purchaser's identity. You turn and start slowly out of the shop, and then...
Oh, Mr. Wilson.
What?
I just thought of something. The man who bought the Chinese elephant puzzle, as he was leaving the store, I remember he stopped to chat with one of the other clerks, with Miss Olinston.
You mean you think she...
Yes, she probably knows him by name. Just a minute, I'll ask her.
Early that afternoon, you're on the move again, Elliot, headed upstate toward a small community on the Sacramento River, and a man named Alton Galloway, the man who purchased the elephant puzzle. By evening, your train arrives in Riverview. You duck into a small hotel and casually inquire about Mr. Galloway. And half an hour later, you're sitting in the large study of the Galloway home where he keeps his art collection. Galloway, a small man with a massive shock of white hair, sits at his desk peering at you over his glasses. And as you talk, his glance shifts occasionally to a table nearby, to the small elephant resting on it.
So you see, Mr. Galloway, I expressly bought the Chinese elephant puzzle for a customer of ours in San Francisco, and through some error, it was sold to you.
Yeah, it's a fine piece. Excellent bit of work. A real buy. And incidentally, a real puzzle.
Yes, of course. I hope you won't be too disappointed.
I won't be, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, fine. I rather...
You see, I have no intention of returning the elephant puzzle.
But, Mr. Galloway...
A deal is a deal.
Yes, but surely, Mr. Galloway, with all the many fine pieces you already
I
have,
didn't buy it for myself, Mr. Wilson. I'm planning it as a surprise for my nephew in New York. It's for his collection. He's a fiend on Chinese puzzles.
You're sending it back east?
Yes, in the morning. Oh, excuse me.
Your eyes follow Galloway as he walks past you and disappears into the hall. You've failed, haven't you, Elliot? You could offer him money, a great deal of money, couldn't you? But that would only arouse his suspicions. You'll have to find another way. And then suddenly an idea hits you. Quickly, you step around Galloway's desk to the French windows opening onto the patio. Slip the latch, and then hurry back to your chair. When he returns, you get to your feet.
Well, Mr. Galloway, I've already taken up too much of your time.
That's quite all right.
You won't change your mind, sir.
I'm afraid not.
Well, I tried anyway.
No hard feelings?
No, no hard feelings. As you said, Mr. Galloway, a deal's a deal. Good night.
Outside in the shadows, you don't have long to wait, do you, Elliot? A half hour or so after you see the lights in the Galloway house go out, you move quickly to the patio, slip inside through the French windows. As you move cautiously around the desk across the study, you smile to yourself. Realize how simple it's going to be. You've only to remove the gems from the Chinese elephant puzzle, replace it on the table, and leave. And no one will ever know. Then, as you reach the table and pick up the elephant...
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Wilson.
You whirl at the sound of Galloway's voice. Then the lights go on. Galloway is sitting in the high-backed chair, a pistol resting in his lap.
Surprised, Mr. Wilson?
Hi. Look, Mr. Galloway,
I knew you'd be back. I happened to see you from the hall while I was on the telephone. Saw you unlock the French windows. Now, if you'll kindly put the elephant back where you found it. Thank you. What's this all about, Mr. Wilson?
Oh, all right, Mr. Galloway. Maybe we can make a deal. I'll give you $1,000 for the elephant puzzle.
1,000? Well. That is interesting. Perhaps I'd better examine that elephant more closely. Must be something quite unusual about it. Something that I must overlook.
2,000, Mr. Galloway. Is it a deal?
Sorry. Now, if you'll step out in the hall, I'll call the police. Well, Mr. Wilson?
Okay. You're making a big mistake, Mr. Galloway.
Am I? I don't think so. Go ahead. After you.
As Galloway steps aside to let you enter the hall, you see your chance. His eyes leave you for a moment, and in that split second, you lunge for the gun. The two of you fall back into the study. He's surprisingly strong and quick for his age, isn't he, Elliot? And you're having trouble taking the gun away from him. Twice he jams the gun butt into your chest, and the pain is almost more than you can bear. But you hold on grimly. Finally, you manage to grab his wrist, twist it sharply, and then... You stare down at the still form at your feet. He's dead, isn't he, Elliot? The gun still clutched tightly in his hands. You hadn't expected this to happen. And now you've got to get away as quickly as you can. But first, you're going to take what you came for. And as you turn and start across the room, you hear footsteps outside on the patio. You drop behind the desk, just in time, as a man comes running in through the open French windows. He hurries past you into the room.
Mr. Galloway! Mr. Galloway! Good Lord. Hello, operator. Get me the sheriff's office, quickly.
You've got to run for it now, Elliot. You glance across the room to the table. The elephant. You decide that you can't risk going for it. The man phoning the police in the hall would certainly see you. So you slip quietly out through the French windows, across the patio, and run into the cover of night. You walk along the quiet streets of the village for almost an hour, wondering what your next move will be. You've made up your mind, haven't you? You're not going back to San Francisco without the Chinese elephant puzzle and the gems inside it, the diamonds worth almost $250,000. Somehow you've got to get back inside that house. And then suddenly it all becomes clear to you. It's a bold move, Elliot, but you're certain that it'll work. You turn around and head back toward the Galloway house.
Yeah?
Mr. Galloway, is he in?
Well,
I'm Elliot Wilson of Crawford Pierce, art dealers in San Francisco. He'll know.
Crawford Pierce, huh? Oh, yeah. I've heard of him. Come on in.
I noticed the police car outside. Something wrong?
Mr. Galloway is dead. I'm Sheriff Coster.
He's dead? That's impossible. I talked to him on the phone, only...
It happened suddenly.
I just can't believe it. Accident?
Murder.
Mr. Galloway murdered? Good heavens.
You had an appointment with Mr. Galloway?
Yes, I did have an appointment with him. You see, we got some new pieces in from the Orient, and I thought he might be interested.
Sheriff.
Oh, all through in there, Perry?
Yeah, it's all yours, Sheriff. You're getting back to the office.
Okay. Would you mind sticking around, Mr. Wilson? I might want to ask you a few questions.
Oh, yes, I'll be glad to.
Good. Now, Perry, I got a couple of things for you to do. When you get back, call the coroner, will you?
Hello.
What?
Oh, I didn't mean to startle you. I'm Amy Ettinger, reporter, Riverview Sentinel.
How do you do?
I also run a Lonely Hearts column. Oh, and if you ever want any recipes, write to Aunt Clara. That's me. You're Elliot Wilson, art dealer.
What? Oh, yes, that's right.
I overheard you talking to the boyfriend.
Boyfriend?
Yeah, Sheriff Coster. We've been going steady for 5 years now. He doesn't approve of my working for a newspaper.
Oh, I see.
Come on, I'll show you some of Mr. Galloway's stuff.
Well, the sheriff asked me to stay here.
Oh, he won't mind. Like I said, he's the boyfriend. Mr. Galloway's things are worth a lot of money, I suppose, but this Oriental art leaves me cold. But I ought to take some pictures of all this stuff.
Oh, you're a photographer, too?
A small-town reporter has to be ready for any emergency. And that's my equipment out there in the hall.
Oh? Well, his collection might make a nice story. Why not take a few shots?
Well, if you think so. Well, sure. Worth a try, anyway. You stay right there, Mr. Wilson. Be right back.
The opportunity you've been waiting for presents itself suddenly, doesn't it, Elliot? And you find yourself alone in the room. Quickly, you slip the elephant into the pocket of your trench coat. In a few moments, the girl returns. Sheriff Coster is with her.
It's all right, isn't it, Hank?
Oh, I guess you can take pictures if you want to. Just stay out of the way, huh?
Okay.
By the way, what'd you do with the list?
Over there, on the desk.
Sheriff.
Oh, Mr. Wilson.
I was just wondering, you said this was murder.
Mr. Galloway was shot with his own gun. It wasn't accidental.
But why? I mean...
Oh, it's hard to say offhand. Could be that Galloway surprised somebody here in the study. There was a struggle, you know. Stuff here's pretty valuable, isn't it?
Well, yes. Is anything missing?
Haven't checked yet. We'll know as soon as I look over this list.
List?
Galloway kept a record of all this, a sort of a catalog.
Oh, yes, I see. Yes, of course, he would.
Sure is a long list. Say, you're an art dealer. Maybe you could help us check this list. I'm not much on Oriental art.
Of course, Sheriff. I'd be glad to.
You spend the next hour checking over the items of the Galloway collection with Sheriff Coster. And you're relieved to learn that the Chinese elephant puzzle isn't listed. It won't be missed at all. Everything else on the list is there. The sheriff thanks you for your assistance and tells you that you're free to go. So you leave him thumbing idly through the catalog, Amy preparing to take her photographs of the murder scene. The Galloway collection. On the way back to your hotel, you stop on a deserted side road and remove the diamonds from the puzzle. Smile as you gaze at them in the palm of your hand. Then you slip the gems into your pocket, finish breaking down the puzzle, and throw the pieces one at a time into the river. A quarter of an hour later, you walk into your hotel.
Evening, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, good evening. Could you tell me when I can catch the next train back to San Francisco?
Let me see now. I don't believe there's one coming through till morning.
Oh, not till then.
Just a second. That's right. 8:35 in the morning.
Oh, that's all right. Thank you.
Leaving us so soon, Mr. Wilson?
Oh, yes, I'm afraid I have to get back.
Well, maybe next time you'll spend a little more time with us. Huh?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Hope you enjoyed your visit.
Yes, very much. I found my stay in Riverview pleasant. Very pleasant.
This is Alfred Hotchkiss speaking, and I have just discovered the identity of the patron saint of radio and television performers. He was the Reverend W.A. Spooner of England. This good gentleman was the Dean of New College, Oxford, during the latter part of the 19th century. And when he delivered a lecture on campus, it was generally well attended. Why? Because when the Reverend Mr. Spooner became excited over what he was saying, he generally twisted his words quite badly. A phrase like the conquering kings would come out the kinkering kongs. The poets Keats, Byron, and Shelley might be referred to by Dean Spooner as Beats, Siren, and Kelly. Students eagerly attended his lectures, waiting for the next faux pas. Soon they began referring to their mentor's word scramblings as Spoonerisms, and to this day the name has stuck. The kind of blooper in which some key syllables wind up where they don't belong is still known as a Spoonerism.
The chase has ended, hasn't it, Elliot? The diamonds are once more in your possession. $250,000 worth. And now you won't have to share it with anyone. The following morning, you board the train with the diamonds safely tucked away in your luggage. And finally, when you arrive in San Francisco, you hurry to your apartment. You're not going to waste any time cashing in on the diamonds, are you? You put in a phone call to one of your contacts that you're certain will make a good deal for you. And then spend the rest of the day in your apartment. Early that evening, you're sitting at your desk examining the diamonds when the doorbell rings. You slip the diamonds into the desk drawer and close it.
Come in, Dave. Why, Sheriff Coster.
Evening, Mr. Wilson. Can we come in?
Oh, yes, of course.
This is Lieutenant Newman, San Francisco Police. We're working on the Galloway case together.
Oh, is that so? How do you do, Lieutenant?
Hello, Mr. Wilson. You knew a man named Hanson back in Singapore, didn't you?
Yes, I believe I met him once or twice.
The Singapore police were after him in connection with some stolen diamonds. They caught up with him last week. But they're a little late. He was dead.
Oh, it's too bad.
We've been told by Singapore that Hanson had arranged to have those diamonds smuggled into this country. When his body was found, the diamonds were missing. And Hanson had no money on him as his share of the payoff.
Lieutenant Newman here thinks it all ties in somehow with the Galloway murder, Mr. Wilson.
But how could that be, Sheriff?
Mr. Galloway bought a Chinese puzzle in the form of an elephant. Our investigation shows that you had it shipped over from Singapore.
Yes, well, I buy and ship so many things.
Sure, I know. Well, anyway, that elephant puzzle is missing from Galloway's collection.
Missing? But, Sheriff, you and I checked the catalog.
It wasn't listed, I know. I guess Mr. Galloway hadn't gotten around to it yet.
Well, then how do you know there was an elephant?
These photographs Amy Ettinger took after you left. She happened to show them to me. I noticed something. I compared them with the photographs my deputy had taken earlier.
What?
Matter of fact, he was leaving the house as you came in. Anyway, in his photograph, the elephant puzzle was there on a small table not far from the body. In Amy's picture, it wasn't.
I see.
There were only 3 persons in that room.
Now, look, Sheriff.
I didn't take that elephant. Neither did Amy. That leaves you, Mr. Wilson.
Well, gentlemen, I can assure you that elephant isn't here. You're welcome to...
The elephant is only part of it, Mr. Wilson. What we're most interested in is the diamonds. We have a full description of them. And the Singapore police are certain that when we find the man with the diamonds, We've got the man who murdered Hanson.
But what makes you think that
We don't think anything yet, Mr. Wilson. But I'm afraid we'll have to search your apartment. I guess we might as well start right here, in your desk drawer.
Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman and Willard Waterman. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Gordon Gray and John Hunt. Music by Wilbur Hatch.
And that when numerous phone calls with both sides in the issue failed to produce results, he decided to fly back to Kansas City from Jefferson City tonight to meet with the board. Jackson County Executive George Lear issued a statement tonight indicating the Kansas City teacher strike situation had worsened and that he was very concerned that there are still misunderstandings concerning the proposed settlement, and that when numerous phone calls with both sides in the issue failed to produce results, he decided to fly back to Kansas City from Jefferson City tonight to meet with the board at this hour. Sources say Teacher Union President Norman Hudson will then be contacted by phone in an effort to iron out the hang-ups in the strike that is now in its 5th week. The case involving the killing of a Raytown service station attendant has been turned over to the Metro Squad. About 2:30 this afternoon, 72-year-old Earl F. Stang of 8802 East 73rd in Raytown was shot to death during an apparent robbery attempt.
News of the hour on the hour from American Information Radio. This is Richard Wall from Los Angeles, and at this hour, it's 4 out of 5 for the Democrats in special congressional elections this year, and the victory tonight for Democrat Bob Traxler in Michigan's 8th District is a particular setback for President Nixon, who campaigned for Traxler's opponent last week. In Saginaw, Republican James Sparling told his supporters a short time ago,
"From all indications, Mr. Traxler has won this election, and I congratulate him. But before going any further, I want to say to literally thousands of people who made a commitment to me, who worked for me and helped me, I want to say thank you very, very much."
James Sparling was the first Republican to lose in Michigan's 8th congressional district in 40 years. Traxler had called the election a referendum on
And now stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
S-I-G-N-A-L. Signal, Signal Gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler. For extra driving pleasure, the signal to look for is the yellow and black circle sign that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And for Sunday evening listening pleasure, the signal to listen for is this whistle that identifies the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story, The Lady in the Snow.
It was midnight, and the street was quiet with the serene, gentle stillness of the hour, except for the light shining brightly from the drugstore on the corner and from Brent Morrison's home studio a few doors down the street. The rest of the neighborhood was dark. Inside the studio, Brent Morrison, well-known commercial artist, was working feverishly on an advertising layout with his assistant, Elaine Nelson. Suddenly, Brent stopped, put his pen aside, leaned back, and lit a cigarette.
Well, Elaine, won't be long now. Just about finished. Looks good, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. That's going to be the best double-page ad that's ever been placed between two magazine covers. Your idea of doing it with cartoons was terribly clever.
Well, thanks.
You know, Brent, you got a style all your own. No other commercial artist can match it.
Thanks again. I hope working late tonight didn't interrupt any plans.
No. Joe and I didn't have anything planned.
Good. How is Joe, by the way?
Oh, just the same as ever. Lost another job last week.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm used to it. Let's get back to work, shall we?
Okay. If you'll color the sketch here, well, I wonder who that could be at this hour. Better answer, it might be a client.
Brent, wait. If that should be Joe asking for me, would you tell him I'm not here, that I'm on my way home?
But Elaine...
Please, Brent, it's important to me. I'll explain later.
Well, all right. Hello?
Mr. Morrison, this is Joe. Joe Nelson.
Oh, yes,
Is my wife there?
well, no, she isn't. She left some time ago. Ought to be home any minute.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Morrison.
Thanks, Brent.
Look, Elaine, what goes here? Why did you ask?
Oh, it's nothing, really.
Well, you'd better tell me. It could be I just put myself in quite a spot.
Well, the last time I worked late with you, Joe didn't like it. We had quite an argument.
Well, why didn't you tell me he was suspicious?
Because I was afraid you'd be annoyed, get someone else to work with you. With Joe out of a job, earning a living's up to me.
Well, I'd have been glad to make some special arrangement. We could have worked at your place.
I'm sorry, Joe. I'm so lonely, and Joe is so difficult. He finds fault with everything I do.
Oh, now, Elaine. Elaine. If there's anything I can do...
Thanks. I guess there isn't. It's nice to know you're willing to help.
You're a wonderful girl, Elaine. It's just too bad Joe doesn't understand.
Well, it's a very touching scene.
Joe!
Yeah, very touching. I figured you and this Morrison guy out all along, baby.
Oh, wait, you're all
I know
wrong.
you were here. That's why I called from the drugstore on the corner just to see what Morrison would say. He gave me the wrong answer. And he's gonna pay for it. This hand iron will do the trick.
Fred, look out!
You raise an arm to stop him, but Joe moves in quickly. Sharp, sudden pain, and you're almost defenseless against the rain of blows against your arms and body. And then just as suddenly, it's there in your hand, the gun, your gun. You see Elaine realize that she's handed it to you. Your gun, Brent. You know it isn't loaded, but it might frighten Joe off. He grabs for it. The struggle for possession heightens. Suddenly, you feel Joe relax, and then he crumbles.
Brent, you shot him.
But how? The gun. It was never loaded before. Elaine. Is he?
Yes. He's dead.
You look down at Joe's lifeless form, and as the gun in your hand clatters to the floor, you wonder how it ever could have been loaded. You blink in amazement, turn from Joe to Elaine. Your mouth forms words to say to her, but the words won't come. She just looks at you, a steady, expressionless stare. And then...
Hey, what's going on in there? I heard shots. What happened?
I'm so glad you've come. That man there, Mr. Morrison, he just shot my husband.
Elaine! It was an accident. It was self-defense, and you know it.
Oh, it's no use, Brent. I won't lie for you. Whatever was between us is over now. I can't defend a murderer.
This man's dead, all right.
It's a hat, and we better call the police.
I've already phoned him, lady. Did it as soon as I heard the shots.
It's like some horrible nightmare, isn't it, Brent? You try to shake it off, but it's no use. You can't understand why, but Elaine is saying you murdered her husband, and the police are on their way. You stand there staring, Elaine weeping softly, the man looking at you curiously.
Here, the police come now. I better go out and flag them down. I couldn't give them the exact address. I didn't know it.
Elaine, what's this all about? Tell me.
Oh, come off it, Brent. You can't be that dumb.
Dumb. I'm beginning to see. You planned the whole thing. Me on the phone telling Joe you weren't here. And then when he came, you gave me the gun you loaded without my knowledge. You wanted me to kill him.
The police will never know that, Brent.
But why? Why did you want Joe dead?
Simple. $20,000 worth of life insurance. $20,000 a girl can live a little. She can do a lot of things.
But Elaine, why did you pick on me?
You were handy. Besides, I don't like the way you've used my ideas.
That's not true, and you know it. You don't think you're going to get away with a brazen frame-up like this, do you?
No? Of course I'll get away with it.
As you hear the police car stop outside, you suddenly spring into action. Before Elaine can stop you, you're out the door, running down the back stairs.
Stop him! He's getting away! Stop him!
You race down the back alley to your car, then speed away into the night. As you reach the outskirts of town, you hear the siren again. You know they've picked up your trail. And now you realize it was a mistake, wasn't it, Brent? Running away. The gun, your gun, Brent, back there on the floor of your studio, your fingerprints on it. By running, no one will ever believe that you were framed for the murder of Joe Nelson. Several miles later, you turn into a narrow road leading past an old abandoned quarry. The police car is closing the gap between you. And then too late, you remember the sharp curve above the old quarry, the deep pool at the bottom. Your car spins, skids, heads for the steep embankment. Quickly, you open the door, jump, just in time as your car starts its horrible descent toward the quarry pool. For a minute, a black curtain shuts out everything. And then it's gone. And you find yourself lying in a clump of bushes.
Over here, Bill.
Below, you hear voices. You crawl to the ledge, look down, see the two policemen.
You sure took a tumble.
Yeah, and that pool of water is at least 50 feet deep.
Never get him out of there alive. That's the cinch.
Well, maybe it's a break for him. It was this or the gas chamber.
Tonight's $20 Signal gasoline book goes to Helen E. Bryant of Santa Ana, California, for this limerick. My jalopy's a gallant old lass, though not in the Cadillac class. Greater mileage I get, and speed too, you bet, when she's filled up with good Signal gas.
Signal, signal, signal gasoline. Your car will go far, will go for the gasoline.
Tonight's limerick writer was twice right when she said that with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, you get both mileage and performance. Naturally, you get both, because today's great Signal gasoline helps your engine run more efficiently. So whether you're looking for economy or whether you're more interested in peppy pickup and smooth, effortless power, remember you get all these things that make driving more pleasure when you switch to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
Well, Brent, Elaine's scheme to frame you for her husband's murder worked, didn't it? You had to get away fast, and in the police chase following your flight from the house, your car crashed over a steep embankment into an abandoned quarry pool. By a miracle, you had managed to jump clear of the car. and remained in hiding while the police were at the scene. They believed you went down with the automobile. So now you're free. Until they pull the car out, discover you're not in it. You manage to stagger back to the road, hail a ride in a passing truck. You do a lot of thinking, don't you, Brent? And shortly before dawn, you get off the truck at the outskirts of a small mountain village, Kentville. You make your way slowly into a clump of trees, drop exhausted on the grass, and soon you're asleep. When you open your eyes again, the sun is shining, and there's someone standing over you.
Hello.
Oh. Hello.
What? You're hurt. Your shirt, there's blood on it.
It's nothing. I just slipped a while ago. Fell on some rocks, just scratched myself up a little.
Oh, here. Here, let me help you up.
That's all right. I'll be okay.
Oh, you are hurt. Hello. Feeling better now?
Yeah, I guess so.
We didn't get around to introductions. I'm Claire Lawson. This is Dr. Matthews. He helped bring you here to my house.
Hello, son.
What's your name?
It's Webb, Roy Webb.
Good thing Claire found you, Mr. Webb, and called me. You were pretty badly banged up. You'll be okay.
Just what did happen, Mr. Webb?
What happened?
Yes, I'm curious.
Well, I'm not sure.
You can't tell them the truth, can you, Brent? So you tell them you can't remember, that you must have suffered a brief lapse of memory. You explain you've had similar attacks before, that you can remember some things, your identity, but you can't remember others. You're relieved when Dr. Matthews seemed to accept your story. The following week, with the help of Dr. Matthews, you find a furnished cottage. You're glad it's inexpensive because you don't have much money with you, Brent. And you realize you can't write a check as Brent Morrison. You're certain the police have already pulled your car out of the quarry pool, discover you've escaped. You've got to hide out now. And Kentville seems a safe place. A few nights later, Dr. Matthews drops in to see you.
Feeling better, son?
Much better, Doctor.
Your memory improving?
Well, no, can't say that it is. It's very strange.
Look, son, you'd better quit stalling.
Stalling?
You haven't amnesia. You didn't have amnesia the day Claire found you. You didn't betray the slightest symptoms.
Oh, I see. Then why did you let me?
Because you were pretty badly hurt, suffering from shock. And you seemed like a nice young man. Now I want the truth. Who are you? And what are you doing here in Kentville?
Now you know, Brent. Your story didn't fool Dr. Matthews for a second. And you're faced with a vital decision. You make up your mind quickly. Tell him as much as you dare. That you've been framed, involved in a scandal affecting your future. But you don't mention names or the death of Joe Nelson.
Why, sounds fantastic. You're not making this up, son.
What I've told you is the truth, Doctor.
All right, I believe you. So you want to stay on here? Maybe need time to think things out, eh?
Yes. That's what I want. I need time to think things out.
You feel safer than you have in a long time, don't you, Brent? And you're certain you found a real friend in Dr. Matthews. There's Claire Lawton, too. And though you've known her for only a short time, she already means a great deal to you. The following evening, as the two of you return from a movie, you decide to tell her not only the things you've already told Dr. Matthews, but the whole story.
There it is, Claire. The whole story.
Thanks, Brent. Thanks for telling me. I was really worried about you, not knowing where you came from, what you'd done.
You mean my situation doesn't upset you?
Of course it does. But It'll work out. It has to. Anybody who knew you at all would know you couldn't kill anyone.
Thanks, Claire. Your belief in me means more to me than you know.
I was afraid you'd forgotten things like... Well,
Like what, Claire?
like you might be married.
There's little doubt in your mind as to how she feels about you, Brent. And you realize now you never want to leave Kentville, Claire, and friends like Dr. Matthews. But staying on here presents a problem. Money, Brent. What little you have will be gone soon, and you have no way of getting to your funds at home. But you can still draw and paint, can't you? And suddenly an idea hits you. A cartoon strip, one you've had in the back of your mind for a long while. Now, if ever, is the time, Brent. You work feverishly, disguising your style as much as possible. Then, using your new name, Roy Webb, you send the results to a newspaper syndicate in New York. When you receive their reply, a contract, it's even better than you'd hoped. Claire is elated. And as the months pass, you spend more and more time together. You've a bank account now. The citizens of Kentville have accepted you as one of their own. And you wonder if you can't spend the rest of your days here as Roy Webb, cartoonist. And then one evening, as you return to your cottage...
Hello, Brent.
Elaine.
Or shall I call you Roy? Roy Webb. You should have known I'd spot your comic strip, place you through the syndicate.
All right. So you found me. What are you going to do? Turn me in?
That depends on you. Joe's insurance money didn't last long, but it was nice while it lasted. I hate to work, you know. I won't have to go back to work, will I?
Blackmail, huh? First a frame for murder and now black.
I'll make it very easy on you, Brent. $300 a month.
That's impossible.
Oh, no, it isn't. You forget I know a little about the money in cartoons. I'd like the first payment in a few days.
Now, look, Elaine.
By the way, I've a new name, too. It's Helen Walsh. You have the money by Saturday. Won't you, darling?
All right. I'll have it.
Fine. I'll be staying here in Kentville for a while. Matter of fact, I rented a small cottage up on the hill. We'll be seeing quite a bit of each other from now on. Won't we, Brent?
As the weeks pass, Elaine becomes more and more demanding. Insists you take her to dinner, the movies, and the lonely roadhouse on the outskirts of Kentville. And finally, she demands that you increase her allowance to $500 a month. You manage to stall her off for a time. But then one night, as you're driving up to her remote cottage, she tells you of a new plan.
You know, Brent, I'm getting pretty fed up with this burg. I think it's time I moved on. Palm Springs, maybe.
Oh? Isn't this rather sudden, this decision to leave?
Oh, I guess it is. You're coming with me, of course.
Now, wait a minute. I like it here.
I know, but I want you in Palm Springs. Close by. You and the money.
If it's the money you're worried about, I'll mail it to you.
You might, for a while. Then you'd miss a payment. I'd come back here and you'd be gone. It might take weeks to find you. Oh, no, darling.
Well, perhaps we can work something out, Elaine. At least give me time to think it over.
All right. 24 hours. You can think it over that long. Just be at my cabin tomorrow night, Brent. And you'd better decide to go with me.
You hadn't planned on this, had you, Brent? The idea of Elaine leaving Kentville seemed like a very good one to you. But you never thought she'd force you to go with her. You don't sleep well that night. And during all the next day, the decision you must make twists and turns in your mind. Finally, you're on your way to Elaine's cottage again. The light snow that started falling in the afternoon has become thicker, and the narrow road leading up to the cabin is more treacherous than usual. You drive slowly, with great care. And when you arrive at the cabin, Elaine is pleased with your decision.
Yes, I'll go with you, Elaine.
Fine. I'm all packed. We can leave tonight.
Tonight? Oh, now, look, I can't go tonight. I'll have to close up the cottage, settle some bills in the village.
All right. In the morning, then.
What's your hurry, anyway?
I just want to get out of this iceberg. That's all. It's getting colder every minute.
Yeah, there's a pretty bad storm going, too. I'd better start now while I can still make
Now,
it.
before you go, close that window, will you? I'm freezing.
As you start back from the window, you watch Elaine strike a match, bend down to light the gas heater. She straightens up, stands there warming herself.
Not much of a heater, but it'll have to do.
Anything else?
No, just close the door on your way out. I'm going to get some sleep. See you in the morning.
Outside, you brace yourself against the wind, make fresh tracks in the snow to your car. And then suddenly you stop. In one blind moment, you whirl, head back toward the cottage, around to the side, the main gas valve. Quickly, you turn it off. You wait one breathless moment until you're certain the light in the heater inside the cabin has gone out. And then you turn the valve on again. Elaine will be in bed soon, and the heater in the front room will pour forth deadly gas fumes all the rest of the night. Only after you reach your own cottage do you realize what you've done. You pace up and down, your heart pounding. She deserves to die, doesn't she, Brent? And you keep telling yourself that's the way it's got to be. But it's no use, is it? You can't let her die, can you, Brent? No matter what she's done to you, you know now you can't commit murder. You go out into the storm to your car. You drive crazily up the narrow road again, twisting, swerving dangerously. Your own safety isn't a factor now. Even though Elaine is vicious, threatening, you've got to reach her in time. Only 2 more curves and you'll be there. Your foot is almost on the floorboard now. And as you take the first curve at top speed, a pair of headlights suddenly looms ahead. You feel remote, detached, Brent. And when you open your eyes, the blur before them clears slowly. It's morning. You stare at the ceiling above you, then down the walls to the bed in which you lie. And there, standing at the foot of the bed, is Claire.
Hello, darling.
Claire. Where am I?
You're all right, Brent. There was an accident. You're in the hospital.
Accident?
That's right, Morrison.
Who are you?
Lieutenant Taylor, Los Angeles Homicide. We've been looking for you for a long time, Morrison.
Yes, I guess so. But wait a minute. Claire, the cabin, Elaine Nelson. I was on my way up there.
Elaine Nelson? There's nothing you can do for her. Elaine Nelson's dead, Morrison.
If automobile engines were made of glass, a lot more drivers would certainly switch to Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. Through the glass, you would actually see how the scientific compounds in this extra-duty Signal oil help to keep wear down and performance up. In the cylinder head, for instance, you would see how one of these compounds keeps Signal Premium from breaking down under heat, keeps it from forming harmful gum and varnish. Around the piston rings, you would see how a second compound in Signal Premium actually removes carbon. And down in the bearings, you would see how still another compound prevents corrosion. Yes, if automobile engines were made of glass, you would see the many things Signal Premium does for your motor besides just lubricate. In short, you'd see why, if you want to keep your motor's performance young, you should get your next oil change at a Signal station. Get it changed to Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil.
It's all over, isn't it, Brad? You know you were too late. The accident on the road to Elaine's cabin prevented you from reaching it in time to shut off the gas. And Elaine Nelson is dead. Now, in your hospital room, Claire Lawton, the girl you're in love with, is standing by your bed. So is Lieutenant Taylor of Los Angeles Homicide. And you're certain he knows that you're responsible for Elaine's death. There's nothing else for you to do now except tell him the whole story. But you know he won't believe a word of it. As you start to explain...
Save your breath, Morrison. We know who did it.
We know the whole story.
Yes. I suppose you do.
As soon as the local police got the facts, they called us. That's why I came. It's all cut and dried. We've got the gun Elaine Nelson was killed with.
The gun? I thought it was...
Darling, Elaine Nelson was found in the snow several hundred yards away from her cabin last night. She'd been shot to death.
Shot to death?
She was trying to get away when he caught her. Killed her.
He? Who are you talking about?
Elaine's ex-boyfriend. She ran out on him after she'd collected her husband's insurance money. He got sore and started looking for her.
Her boyfriend?
Nick Devens, the guy who ran into your studio the night Joe Nelson was shot. The guy who called the police.
But I don't get it.
You really caught him for us, Morrison. After Devens killed Elaine Nelson last night, he was making his getaway. Driving down the road from her cottage when your car crashed into his.
Devens, you mean he...
Yes, Brent. He was driving the other car.
Wasn't hurt seriously. He'll live to die in the gas chamber. We know now, Morrison, that Devens and Elaine Nelson framed you for her husband's murder the night he was killed in your studio. Devens confessed the whole thing.
He did.
Yes, darling. Everything's going to be all right for us, after all.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at the same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Featured in tonight's story were Hy Averback and Betty Lou Gerson. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Nancy Cleveland, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler.
S-I-T-N-A-L. Signal gasoline.
Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, stay tuned for the program that has rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story, The Return.
Dr. Sheridan's car screeched to a stop before the heavy stone steps of the wide porch, and the doctor rushed up to the door of the Denton townhouse, clutching his medical kit. There was confusion inside, the servants rushing this way and that, and relatives barking orders, all of them clearing a path to the stairs to permit the doctor to dash hurriedly up towards the big master bedroom, where Ellen Denton lay breathing heavily. And then outside the room, there was the awesome state of suspense, worry, fear for Ellen's life. until at last Dr. Sheridan stepped out into the hall, nodded reassuringly to Ellen's brother-in-law.
You mean she's all right, Doctor? I found her in time.
Yes. Yes, you did, but just in time.
Oh, thank heaven. I can't tell you how grateful we are that you got here so quickly, Dr. Sheridan. You see, Dr. Granger, our family doctor, is away and...
I'm glad I could make it. What I can't understand is why a relatively young woman like Mrs. Denton would try to kill herself. Why, she took enough sleeping pills...
She's still in love with her husband, Doctor.
You see, Mrs. Denton lost her husband about 8 months ago, Doctor.
That's too bad. Was it sudden?
Well, Jeffrey just disappeared. Ran away, I guess.
Charles.
Ran away? That seems odd under the circumstances.
What do you mean by circumstances, Doctor?
Well, you say Mrs. Denton was deeply in love with her husband, and I understand she's quite wealthy.
Well, it was quite strange. One day last winter, Ellen, Mrs. Denton, that is, drove down from the country with the maid to open up the townhouse here. Jeffrey stayed up at the Dentons' estate in Ferrisville. He was supposed to drive down the next day, but no one's heard from him since.
I see.
Ellen's done everything she could to find him. Told the police all about him, hired private detectives. But so far, she's drawn a blank.
It's been terribly hard on Ellen. We've all worried about her and tried to do everything we could for her. Well, now this overdose of sleeping...
Well, you'd better watch Mrs. Denton quite closely for a while.
Don't you worry about that, Dr. Sheridan. We'll watch Ellen every minute.
You say you're Mrs. Denton's brother-in-law?
Yes, that's right. Ellen and my brother Jeffrey were married nearly 15 years ago. Valerie here's my wife.
I see. Well, if you need me before Dr. Granger returns...
We'll call on you, Doctor, I assure you. And thanks again for coming over so quickly. Now, Valerie, we better go inside.
Yes, dear.
And be careful what you say to Ellen, won't you, Valerie? Keep her mind off of it.
Of course, dear.
You lean back on your pillows, don't you, Ellen, and listen as the doctor leaves. And a moment later, Charles and Valerie slip into your room softly, whispering so as not to disturb you. You know the correct thing would be to thank Charles for saving your life. But it doesn't seem the time for correct things, does it?
You know, don't you, Charles? I'll be a long time forgiving you for this.
I'd never have forgiven myself if I hadn't found you in time, Ellen.
Just like him. Like Jeffrey. Kind, considerate. You're a fortunate girl, Valerie.
I think so. Oh, but you must get your rest, Ellen. Rest and...
And what? Forget? Is that what you were going to say? Why,
Never mind. Valerie, I'll meet you downstairs. Here, Ellen. Let me fix your pillow.
Please, Charles, leave me alone. You stopped me. Prevented me from doing the one thing I could do that would make forgetting a possibility.
Well, Ellen,
Leave me alone. That seems to be the way the world wants me. All alone.
There are hurt looks on their faces as they leave, Ellen. You've never been exactly gentle with them, have you? Perhaps because Charles does remind you so much of Jeffrey. But a week later in the garden, you do your best to appear civil. You're almost in good spirits until you have a visitor.
There's someone to see you, Ellen, dear. I hope it's all right. Over here, Mr. Nathan.
Fred Nathan. Well, it's been long enough.
Yeah. Sorry, Mrs. Denton.
3 months, to be exact. 3 months since you assured me that if my husband were alive, you, the finest private investigator in the business, could find him. Well?
Well, I haven't, Mrs. Denton, no, but I sort of got sidetracked. A case in Sacramento. It was quite by accident, you see, that I stumbled onto some rather exciting information.
Oh?
While I was working on the Sacramento job, I ran into somebody. A lady who manages a boarding house. She said that a man answering the description of Jeffrey Denton, your husband, showed up there a short while ago.
What?
Yeah, she was pretty definite about it. Said he, acted strange, sort of, like maybe an amnesia victim.
I can't believe it. Can we see this man? Can we talk to him?
He, left the boarding house about a week ago.
Oh.
But I brought something along. Something he left behind. Let me unwrap it here. Yeah, there we are.
What? Why, it's a sport coat. The same kind Jeffrey was wearing the last time we saw him.
Yeah, I figured that'd interest Mrs. Denton.
Interest? Me? Why, it's Nathan. I don't know what to say.
Ellen?
Here, now, don't do that.
Oh.
Hey, give me a hand here, lady.
Yes,
Mrs.
of course.
Denton's fainted.
Where?
It's all right, Ellen. You're in your room. Mr. Nathan and Valerie, they carried you up.
But I...
You fainted.
It was the jacket, Jeffrey's sport coat. When Mr. Nathan showed it to us...
Oh, yes, I remember now. Valerie, where is Mr. Nathan? I'd like to talk to him.
Now, you've had quite enough for one day. We almost have to send for the doctor again. You can see Nathan another time. He'll be back.
Yes. Yes, I suppose he will.
But isn't it wonderful, Ellen? At least you know now that Jeffrey's alive.
Yes. Now I know.
Ellen, you just lie back and rest. We'll see you at dinner. Come along, Valerie.
Well, Ellen, it's a shock, isn't it? Jeffrey alive. That's what Fred Nathan said. But you don't believe him, do you? Because you're certain your husband Jeffrey was wearing that same sport coat the night you killed him. Everything had been going so well, hadn't it, Ellen? Yes. You'd been playing the role of the grief-stricken wife to perfection. The apparent suicide attempt, carefully planned and carried out, was a convincing performance, wasn't it? Just the right touch. But now your private investigator, Fred Nathan, is back. And it's entirely possible he'll ruin everything. You wonder about Fred Nathan and what he's up to. You decide to do a bit of investigating on your own. And the very next day, you drop into the tailor shop where you used to go so often with Jeffrey when he selected his suit materials.
Why, yes, Mrs. Denton. Now that you mention it, there was a gentleman in asking for that pattern. Come to think of it, he even mentioned your late husband's name. It's how we found the material.
And you made up a sport coat for him?
Why, yes. I'm dreadfully sorry if you object. We never allow duplications, of course, but in this case, with your husband...
Never mind. And this man, what was his name?
Nathan. Yes, that's the name he gave. Fred Nathan.
A Buick Super in the dashing new Riviera model is just one of 200 big prizes in the $10,000 Signal gasoline contest that anyone can enter. No purchase required, no box tops to send in. Yes, in addition, you have 199 other chances to win wonderful gifts, such as Packard Bell television sets, 6 of them, including Packard Bell's famous Telecaster consoles that turn at fingertip touch to most convenient viewing angle. 2 of the finest gas ranges made by O'Keefe and Merritt, with vanishing shelf and grill-evator broiler. 10 Westinghouse vacuum cleaners, plus 50 Westinghouse pop-up toasters. Also, 10 solid gold case wristwatches by Helbros. Yes, there are lots and lots of chances to win in the big, exciting Signal contest. And here's how easy it is to enter. You know those Signal cartoon billboards you see wherever you drive? The one that's up now pictures an angry bride waiting at the church door for the groom, who is just arriving late because he ran out of gas. Well, all you need do is to write in 25 words or fewer what you think the bride is shouting at the groom. That's all there is to it. No purchases required, no box tops to send in, no tickets to save. Say, you just can't afford to pass up an opportunity like this to win really valuable awards. So ask any Signal dealer for free entry blank for Signal's big $10,000 contest.
It's a terrible feeling, isn't it, Ellen? And you wonder what Fred Nathan is up to, this private investigator you hired yourself, to make it look as if you were interested in finding your dead husband, Jeffrey. You thought it was a safe move, didn't you, Ellen? Perfectly safe. With Jeffrey buried in the dahlia beds of your country estate nearly 8 months ago. But this Fred Nathan, he's up to something. And you can't understand his approach at all. You wonder if he's trying to trap you. Realize that you must be on your guard as you wait for his next move. And then finally, on a day when you and Valerie are paying a visit to a fashionable dress salon, you receive another shock.
Now here, ladies, we see the new off-shoulder drape for summer wear. A smart new design by Bouvet.
Oh,
it's just wonderful, Enid.
Darling, how perfect.
I'll ask our model, Miss Arnold, to pass closer so that you may observe the fine texture of the material, the superior workmanship.
Oh, I do love pretty
Arnold?
material.
Arnold? Kitty Arnold?
What'd you say, Ellen?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, I like the dress, don't you? I have
Valerie, I'm getting a headache. I didn't want to mention it, but, well, could we go?
Well, of course, Ellen, at once.
The headache is an excuse, isn't it, Ellen? A lie to get you outside, out of sight of that model, Miss Arnold. Kitty Arnold. She was the girl in the case, wasn't she? The other woman. The reason that you, Ellen Denton, killed your husband in a jealous rage. As you and Valerie drive on to the house, the memory of that night 8 months ago engulfs you. That night when you sneaked back to the estate, saw Kitty leave with the side door, the quarrel, and then finally Jeffrey lying dead at your feet. And now Kitty Arnold, who was supposed to be in New York, she's here. And you wonder if it has anything to do with the private detective, Fred Nathan. You're still thinking about it when you arrive at the house. There, Charles has some news for you.
Fred Nathan was here, Ellen. Left just a moment ago.
Oh?
Uh-huh. Wanted to see you. I told him I didn't know when you'd be back.
Was it about Jeffrey?
Well, yes. Said he'd run across another lead. Told me to tell you that he's taking the 8 o'clock plane to Los Angeles. He seemed to be quite excited about the whole thing.
I wonder what Jeff is doing in Los Angeles.
Well, now, Valerie, we aren't certain he's there.
But Mr. Nathan seems to think so.
Well, yes.
Why, Charles?
Well, I don't know. Nathan didn't go into that, Ellen.
Oh, I see.
That's entirely possible, you know. Jeff was in business there years ago. Knows the city, has friends.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
Oh, Ellen, I just know Jeff will turn up soon. You'll see.
Of course he will.
Well, come along, dear. We'd better freshen up before dinner. Charles, be a darling and see to the cocktails, will you?
Already taken care of that, Val.
Well, I hope you remembered I told the cook we're having an early dinner.
Oh, of course. She's been sulking around the house ever since. You know how she hates to have a routine disturbed.
Early dinner? What is all this, Valerie?
Well, have you forgotten, dear? We're going up to Ferrisville for the weekend. Charles is going there tonight to get things in order.
Oh, yes, I had forgotten.
Gosh, I suppose we could all go tonight for that matter and help Charles.
Oh, no need of that. I can manage.
No, I couldn't go, not tonight.
Oh?
No, you see, well, as I said, it completely slipped my mind. I made several appointments here in town for tomorrow morning.
Oh, you couldn't cancel them, I suppose.
No, not very well. You run along with Charles. I'll drive up sometime tomorrow afternoon.
Nonsense. I'll stay here with you, dear. You can manage, can't you, Charles?
I said I could, Val.
Well, of course you can. Well, it's all settled then.
You lied to them, didn't you, Ellen? There are no appointments. But you do have a good reason for staying in town overnight. And that reason is Fred Nathan. You've made up your mind to have a talk with him before he goes to Los Angeles and find out, if you can, what he's up to. Dinner over, you hurry up to your room and change your clothes. Before leaving, you decide to call him to make certain he's in. Then, as you pick up the phone...
Look, Nathan, I can't talk with you now. Ellen's apt to be down in a minute or so.
I just wanted to see how she took the sport coat and the L.A. info, that's all.
You're doing the trick. It's just what I wanted.
Good. Want me to dig up a few more leads?
No, not right away. We've got to move cautiously. She might get onto us, you know.
Okay. I get it, Mr. Denton. Well, see you.
Oh, and by the way, Nathan, don't forget, I'd rather my wife, Valerie, didn't know about this. It's just between the two of us.
Right. Bye.
You can't believe what you've heard, can you, Ellen? But as you replace the receiver, the whole picture becomes clear to you. Charles, he's in on it with Fred Nathan. You realize he suspected you all along, and now he's trying to trap you. Expose you as his brother's killer. Downstairs again, you find him getting ready to leave for your estate at Ferrisville. Charles, your dear, devoted brother-in-law,
always so concerned for your welfare, so anxious to help you during the dark days of your grief. And now you're sure that all the time he's been planning to trick you, reveal you as a murderess. And then suddenly a thought strikes you. Charles never did get along with his brother, and you wonder if perhaps there's something else on his mind besides trying to trap you as his brother's killer. Blackmail, Ellen. That could be it, couldn't it? Charles doesn't really have much money of his own. It would be a perfect opportunity for him to get his hands on your fortune. A little at a time.
Penny for your thoughts, Ellen.
Oh.
I'm about ready to shove off. Station wagon out front, Val?
Yes, it is. Everything's all ready waiting for you.
Good.
Oh, Charles, you will drive carefully, won't you?
Sure. Well, see you ladies tomorrow,
Sometime in the afternoon. Bye, dear.
Bye. Oh, and Ellen.
Yes?
Don't worry, Now that we have Nathan on the job, I'm sure everything's going to turn out all right. We'll find Jeffrey. Soon. Very soon. I have a feeling.
He's clever, isn't he, Ellen? And as you watch the station wagon drive away, you wonder how close Charles is to the truth, don't you, Ellen? What he really meant when he said Jeffrey would be found soon. Long after he's gone, you pace the floor of the library. Valerie has gone upstairs to bed, and you're glad she's out of the way so you can slip over to see Nathan. A half hour later, you park your car in front of a small apartment house uptown and hurry upstairs to apartment 304.
Why, Mrs. Denton.
May I come in, Mr. Nathan?
Well, sure.
Thank you.
This is an unexpected pleasure, Mrs. Denton.
I heard you were at the house this afternoon.
Yeah, that's right.
May I sit down?
Sure. Sit down, Mrs. Denton.
Thank you. Charles, my brother-in-law tells me that you have a new lead.
Yeah, that's right. New lead. Fix your drink, Mrs. Denton?
Thank you, no. What makes you think my husband is in Los Angeles?
Well, I've had a friend of mine checking a few things for me, Mrs. Denton. A fellow up on that Sacramento lead.
I see.
Sent him your husband's photograph. He's been showing it around in L.A. Nurse in one of the emergency hospitals down there thought she recognized... Yes, only some man tapped by an auto. As it turned out, he wasn't seriously hurt. He was released the day after the accident.
Then you know where he is now.
No. No, you see, the address he left turned out to be a phony. Yeah, phony.
Oh, I see.
That's why I thought I'd better run down there myself, take over.
Of course. And you'll spare no expense. I'm a wealthy woman, Mr. Nathan. I can afford to pay your price, whatever it is.
I know, Mrs. Denton. We'll find your husband. Don't worry about that. Of course, it might take a little longer than we expect.
I'm prepared for that. But I'll make it well worth your while, Mr. Nathan.
Sure.
We haven't discussed your fee yet, have we?
No hurry. I'm a pretty reasonable guy when it comes to finances.
Perhaps we could talk it over now.
Well, sure, but I really don't have much time. You know, I got to catch that 8 o'clock plane to L.A.
Oh, yes, of course. I'd forgotten.
Now, leave it to me, Mrs. Denton. Just leave it to Fred Nathan.
He's lying about going to Los Angeles, isn't he, Ellen? Of that you're almost certain. Yet you're a little puzzled as you leave his apartment, not quite sure what he's up to. He acted strangely, didn't he, when you mentioned money, his fee, your willingness to pay his price. It was an opening for him, but he didn't take it. Perhaps he wants more time to think it over. But there was something he said, Ellen, that gave you a good idea of what was on his mind.
We'll find your husband. Don't worry about that. Of course, it might take a little longer than we expect.
Yes. You're certain now it's blackmail. But it's not going to be called that, not at the beginning. No. The investigation will drag on and on. There will be more fake leads, more trips.
And for each there will be a fee, special expenses. He and Charles could make a good thing of it for years and years, couldn't they? But it isn't going to happen, is it, Ellen? You've made up your mind to that. You hurry out into the street, slip in behind the wheel of your car, and sit there to think things out. Your thoughts are interrupted as you see a cab pull up in front of Nathan's apartment. A moment later, he hurries out of the building, steps inside the cab. As it moves away, you decide to follow.
Porter!
Yes, ma'am?
That train just pulling out, is that the one to Los Angeles?
No, ma'am. That's the northbound. Greenpoint, Valley Town, Ferrisville.
Ferrisville, I see. Thank you.
Now you know Fred Nathan lied about going to Los Angeles, don't you, Ellen? He's taking the train to Ferrisville, your estate there. And you wonder why. And then suddenly you remember. Charles, he'll be there. Yes, probably Charles' idea, wasn't it? To drive up to the estate tonight and meet Nathan there. They're up to something, aren't they, Ellen? As you drive away from the station and swing onto the highway and race into the night toward Ferrisville, you wonder if they know where Jeffrey is buried. It's almost midnight when you reach the deserted railroad station at Ferrisville. Reach it less than a minute before the train from the city pulls in. A single passenger gets off, Fred Nathan. As the train starts to roll again, you see Nathan walk across the platform and then into the waiting room. You move along the platform, keeping well in the shadows, and then stop near an open window.
Yeah.
You can hear him
Yeah, that's
inside,
right.
talking on the phone.
Yeah, I just got in, Mr. Denton. Huh? Yeah, I think we better make sure where we stand before we make another move. No, tell you about it later. Yeah, okay. I'll wait for you.
They're going to make sure, aren't they, Ellen? You know what that means, don't you? You step back into the shadows as Nathan comes out of the waiting room, walks past you. You watch him as he stops at the edge of the platform, lights a cigarette. He glances up the track, the fast-approaching southbound express. You stare at the headlight of the approaching train, coming closer and closer. Then at Nathan on the platform standing near the tracks, his back toward you. You know just what you have to do.
All right, Mr. Nathan, it's your turn.
For the lucky lady who wins the three-piece Apex automatic laundry in Signal's big $10,000 contest, Monday isn't going to be Blue Monday anymore. This complete laundry center includes Apex automatic washer, dryer, and ironer. Or maybe what you'd like is the Frigidaire refrigerator or electric range or home freezer. Or one of the 10 Packard Bell radios. Or Halliburton makeup cases filled with Anatole Robbins cosmetics. All of these prizes, remember, will be won by merely writing in 25 words or less what the bride on the Signal gasoline billboard is shouting at the groom. For instance, she might be saying, "No, I won't help push the car." Maybe the next time you'll know enough to use Signal Go Farther gasoline. Winners will be selected on the basis of originality and humor, aptness and suitability in advertising Signal products. Your chances of winning are good, because only entries mailed on official entry blanks from the 6 Signal states, California, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Nevada, and Arizona, are eligible to win. So don't miss this chance at a free Buick or other valuable prizes. Stop by your nearest Signal station tonight or tomorrow, sure, for your free entry blank.
The railroad station at Ferrisville was no longer deserted. Curious passengers from the southbound express milled about the platform, talked excitedly about the tragedy which had just occurred. A few of the more curious had wandered inside the waiting room, where Police Lieutenant Ansley listened to a witness tell his story.
I tell you, Lieutenant, I could swear she was trying to push me right into the path of that train.
what do you think of that, Mr. Denton?
It's utterly ridiculous, Nathan, and you know it.
Okay. All I know is I'm standing there when I hear somebody come up behind me. I turn and she goes right past, falls off the platform, right in front of that train.
It couldn't have been anything but an accident, I tell you. Why in the world would Ellen want to push you in front of that train? Why would she want to kill you, Nathan?
I don't know. She acted kind of funny at my apartment tonight. That's why I came down to see her. I got the idea she knew what we were up to. I figured we better make sure before we made another move.
And, just what were you up to, Mr. Nathan?
Perhaps I'd better explain, Lieutenant. You see, my brother Jeffrey, her husband, disappeared about 8 months ago. Poor Ellen took it very hard, went all to pieces. Even tried suicide.
Is that so?
My wife and I had the devil's own time after that, keeping our eye on her. We were afraid she'd try it again, unless... Well, that's when I got the idea to hire Mr. Nathan.
To do what?
I hired Mr. Nathan to pretend to dig up some information on Jeffrey. His whereabouts, things like that. Faked, of course.
I see.
We did it for Ellen's sake, Lieutenant. To give her something to live for. Some hope that Jeffrey was alive. Poor girl. She was so certain that her husband was dead. Well, maybe she was right. If she was, they're together again now.
Let that whistle be your signal each Sunday for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. And this week, be sure to enter Signal's big $10,000 contest. 200 valuable prizes include a new Buick, Apex automatic laundry, Frigidaire refrigerator, electric range or home freezer, Packard Bell television set, O'Keefe and Merritt gas range, and many others. Just ask at your nearest Signal service station for an official entry blank. It's free, no purchase required. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Betty Lou Gerson, David Ellis, Rye Billsbury, and Francis Robinson. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional. All characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now, for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Caesar's Wife.
They were starting the day, the three of them, just as they had begun every Monday morning for as long as any of them could remember. But that was because none of them had any premonition of what was going to happen in the next 24 hours. Frank Conway, the Caesar of the rackets, was standing in front of the mirror in his luxurious hotel suite. Joe, his personal barber, who had just finished trimming his hair, did nothing but stand there behind him holding a towel. He watched as Frank Conway shaved himself with an electric razor. Joe was wondering what to do with his hands, feeling as awkward and helpless on this occasion as he did on many other Monday morning routines. the weekly command performance at 8 o'clock sharp in Conway's suite. Kirby Morton, the other man in the room, was more relaxed. After many years with Conway, he'd learned to accept anything.
Joe.
Yes, Mr. Morton.
I wouldn't stand behind the boss like that. You make him nervous.
What makes you think I'm nervous, Kirby?
I don't know. I just got the idea from the way you talked to Judge Faulkner yesterday.
Forget Faulkner.
Well, after all...
Quit staring in the mirror, Joe. Go on over there and sit down till I'm through shaving.
Hey, you see, Joe?
Sure, Mr. Conaway. Just to tell me when you're ready.
You know, you're hard to please, Frank.
Oh?
Yeah. A couple of weeks ago, you used your power to get a judge of your own elected to Superior Court. Masterpiece of finagling.
Ah.
Today, His Honor, Judge Faulkner calls up to say thank you, and suddenly you're allergic to the telephone.
I'll give His Honor to be Judge Faulkner plenty of time to thank me when he's on the bench.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. And you don't have to jump down my throat just because you're off your feed today.
Okay, Kirby. I'm sorry. Here, Joe, take this electric razor. Sure, Mr. Conaway. Now, Joe, put on a little powder, comb the hair. Not today. But, Mr. Conaway, I got a beautiful new toilet water. Joe. Yes, Mr. Conaway. Maybe tomorrow morning. Yeah, tomorrow you feel better. You know, Kirby, sometimes I don't think you're very smart.
Now, look, Frank.
Shooting your mouth off about me electing judges in front of Joe?
No, he's been with you for years.
He can talk, can't he?
He won't talk. He worships you.
Yeah, sure. Everybody worships me. Bobbers, bootblacks, fat-headed ward healers like Faulkner. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of all the loving I get because people are afraid of me or I've got something they want.
Stay me with raisins, comfort me with apples, for I am sick of love.
What's that?
Solomon.
Oh.
You ought to read him sometime. Bestseller in his day.
Yeah, well, I've got other things to do.
Yeah, I guess you have. Well, are you going to tell me what's eating you or not?
There's nothing wrong with me.
You're making it hard for me, Frank. Put yourself in my shoes. Press agent for Mr. Big of the Rackets. Colorful character, the walking question mark. The guy who can swing elections and collect payoff, but who can't stand the sight of blood or the feel of a razor against his face.
Shut up, Kirby.
And I can't say a word to the papers, can't even ask questions. Right-hand man to a guy I don't even know.
I said shut up.
Okay. So I shut up?
You have a right to be irritated with Kirby, haven't you, Frank? Yes. In the years he's served you, he certainly should have learned that your strange fear of sharp objects, of things that cut and scratch, is something no one asks about, ever. The big secret, the thing that makes you a walking question mark, belongs to you. And only one other man in the world. A secret terror other people will learn about within 24 hours, but you have no way of knowing that, Frank. A few minutes later, as you and Kirby are about to settle down to work, he gets on another subject, just as irritating.
Yeah, Frank, if I didn't know you better, I'd say you had woman trouble. You had all the symptoms.
Maybe you're right, Kirby.
Oh, you're a little old for that now, aren't you, Frank?
Think so?
Gloria's a great girl. You wouldn't want a better wife. If you ask me...
I didn't ask you.
Now, look, Frank.
All right, wait a minute.
Frank, darling.
Gloria, what do you mean by walking in like that?
Ooh, listen to him, Kirby. You'd never know we had the top floor of this hotel practically sealed off for his private use.
Yeah, but just the same, honey,
Just
I've
the
asked...
same, darling. Stop growling. I just dropped by to tell you I had a date for lunch.
Oh? That's nice. Anybody I know?
Yes, darling, I think so. Mitzi Raymond. You remember her? Used to be in the chorus with me at the Hermosa Club.
Yeah.
You don't expect Frank to remember anything that far back, do you, Gloria?
Ooh. You make me feel like something out of the Floridora Sextet. Resent that for me, will you, Frank? Now kiss me, baby. I gotta go. I gotta hurry.
Sure.
Oh, your face is so smooth, darling. See you later, honey.
Yeah, a wonderful girl.
Yeah.
Hey, what were you saying about...
Forget it. I don't want to talk about it now. Come on, let's get this work cleared up, huh? I've got a feeling I'm going to have an important date. For lunch. And Let those guys at the Black Cat know their take was 20% under last month, huh?
They know it already.
That's all right. Tell them again. Tell them I'm very unhappy about it, and the figures better be up by the 1st. Oh, I'll get it.
Expecting someone?
Yeah. We'll see now about that lunch appointment. Oh, hello, Sally.
Yeah, Mr. Conway, I did what you said, and
It's okay, Sally. You can talk in front of Kirby.
Oh, yeah. Well, I followed Mrs. Conway like you said. She went to a little French restaurant, Mason something or other on 46th Street.
Go on.
Well, she met someone there.
Who?
He was a nice-looking fellow in a gray suit. They took a table in the corner.
I'll fill in the missing words. Thanks, Sally.
I watched
That's
him.
all I want to know. Go on, get out.
Oh, okay, Mr. Conway.
Well.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
That's the Mitzi Gloria's having lunch with. The one who used to dance in the line at the Hermosa.
I can't believe Gloria would...
Kirby, you're a whiz at quotations. You know the one about Caesar's wife?
Huh?
I ran across it the other day. It says Caesar's wife should be above suspicion. What did Caesar do about it, Kirby?
He left her.
She got off easy, didn't she?
Now, don't go jumping at conclusions.
Yeah. Caesar didn't have much pride, Kirby. There's only one thing to do in a case like
now,
this.
Wait a minute, Frank. You got to give her the benefit of the
I've given
doubt.
her everything, Kirby. Time she gave something to me.
Her life?
Not hers.
But you don't know this guy. You aren't sure.
There's another saying, you know. Render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's. That's all. It's as simple as that.
Are you passing up the easiest chance you've ever had to win a new car, a Buick Super? You are if you haven't entered Signal's big $10,000 contest. Anyone can enter, mind you, because no purchases are required. There are no box tops to send in. Simply stop at any Signal service station and ask for a free entry blank. Then, for just writing 25 words or less, you may win one of the 200 big prizes. And what you write is so easy, so much fun, you probably want to send in several entries. You know those Signal cartoon billboards that show an angry bride waiting at the church door for the groom who's just arriving late because he ran out of gas? Well, all you need do is write what you think the bride is shouting at the groom. For instance, you might be shouting, "In addition to love, honor, and obey, you'll have to promise to use Signal Go Farther gasoline after this." Think of it. For writing something as easy as that, you might win the Buick, or a Packard Bell television set, or a Frigidaire refrigerator, electric range, or home freezer. Winners will be selected on the basis of originality and humor, aptness and suitability in advertising Signal products. So make a beeline for your nearest Signal station and ask for a contest entry blank. They're free, no purchase required.
Yes, Frank. Ye shall render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's. And as you ride with Kirby Morton across town to the little French restaurant on 46th Street, the gnawing suspicion inside you has given way to a dull, sure feeling that there's only one solution now, one way to take care of the man who has dared to fall in love with Caesar's wife. Gloria had been so clever about it, so positive that the meetings, the casual hellos in the hotel lobby, the whispered telephone conversations were unnoticed. But Kirby is still right, Frank. You've got to be sure. You've got to see for yourself what's going on. In the restaurant, the two of you stand by the hat check stand, looking back into the cozy little bar in the rear.
May I help you, monsieur?
We're just looking around.
I have a nice table near the window.
I told you we're just looking around.
Pardon, monsieur.
Well, satisfied, Kirby?
I don't know, Frank.
There they are. Look at him. He's bringing her a drink from the bar.
Yeah, your boy was right. He's a good-looking Joe.
Yeah. Personality with shoulders and coat lapels to match.
Look, Frank, he could be her brother. Or...
She's an only child.
Oh. Too bad.
Look at that. She's laughing. He must have said something funny. Maybe I ought to rustle up a couple of new jokes, huh?
Take it easy, Frank.
Come on, I've seen enough.
You gotta make sure.
Don't worry, Kirby. Before we're through, I'll be sure.
You like this before, Frank. Going to all this trouble, tapping Gloria's telephone and everything.
Relax, Kirby. I'm handling this personally. I want to hear just how interesting Mr. Lapels can be.
Okay. I guess we just sit around and wait.
Yeah.
Oh, say, I almost forgot.
What?
Judge Faulkner's outside, waiting to see you.
He can keep on waiting. Get my tailor in here, will you?
Like I said. Okay.
Come in, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Conway's ready for you now.
Yes, of course. This will only take a minute, Mr. Conway. I just want you to slip the coat on. Let me get a quick look.
All right. Help me into it, will you?
That's it. Now, careful of the lining. It's only basted.
What about these lapels?
Lapels?
Yeah.
Oh, I've got them pinned back. But they're the latest thing, Mr. Conway. I made certain...
Now, look, I saw some lapels this wide. See, out to here. Sharp. That's the way I want them.
But with this type of garment...
Never mind. I know what I want.
Of course, Mr. Conway. I was...
Hey, watch out. What are you trying to do? Get away!
But, Mr. Conway, I don't...
Look at this pin sticking right out.
Oh, the pin? What harm
Take this
can
thing
a
off
pin...
me. I don't want the suit. You hear? Throw it in the ash can.
He's gone to a lot of...
Pay him off. Get him out of here. I don't want to hear any more.
You better go, Robert.
But the material...
He said to pay you off. Now, come on.
Well, all right, Mr. Kirby, though I hate to do business...
It's all right. We'll see you later, Robert. Don't worry about it. Frank, I don't get it.
You don't have to.
But it was only a pin. The poor guy...
Skip it, will you?
No, I won't. A few days ago it was a pair of scissors that upset you, and last week was an ordinary can opener. I
thought I made it clear, Kirby. You don't have to see anything.
But we're friends. I ought to know you well enough to be
Well, you
able
don't. Nobody knows me that well. Now, let's forget it. We've got other things to attend to.
That doesn't add up for me, Frank. Listening in on your own wife's phone calls.
Shut up, will you?
Hello? Hello, Gloria?
Hello, Alan.
This is it, all right.
Alan, I have the money for you.
Oh, swell. Look, I don't want you to think I was in a hurry for it.
Oh, the money isn't important. You know that.
I know. Say, I was thinking I might go out of town for the weekend.
Oh.
It'll be all right with you?
Well, is it awfully important?
Well, it isn't a matter of life and death.
You know how I feel, Alan, about your being here. It means so much to me just to know that you're around.
I understand.
I don't want you to get the idea that I think I can own you, but...
Oh, now.
Well, you know why I got you a room right here in the hotel.
Yes, I know. Forget it. I'll stick around.
Would you? Oh, that's perfect.
By the way, that reminds me. I moved to a better room this morning. I'm in room 1438. Better jot it down.
Room 1438. I'll remember.
I'll be in till after 6. Then I'm going to have dinner at Luigi's.
Fine. I'll meet you there, if I can slip away from a party we're going to. And I'll have the money for you.
Okay. Bye now.
Goodbye.
A dirty little double-crosser!
What is it, Frank? What did they talk about?
She belongs to me, Kirby. Do you understand me?
Frank, you're upset. You better talk to
Upset?
her. You better...
No, I'm not, Kirby. I'm just as calm as I'll have to be.
What are you looking for?
This.
What the... Gun. What's got into you? You haven't touched a gun in all the years I've been with you.
Kirby, I keep telling you, this is a personal affair. Very personal.
You're talking foolish. That's hoodlum stuff. Listen, if this thing has to be done, I can drop a word to
You'll
some of the
drop
boys.
words for nobody, Kirby.
Frank, you can't do this. It's crazy.
Kirby, you can't stop me. Caesar's wife, you remember, should be above suspicion. Now get Judge Faulkner in here.
It's been an hour. He's probably gone.
Get him.
No, you can't talk to him now. Not when you're in this frame of mind.
Okay, Kirby, I'll get him myself. The judge and I are going to have a little talk. Come on in, Your Honor. Sorry to keep you waiting so long.
Oh, that's all right, Frank. I was perfectly comfortable.
Oh, good. You know Kirby Morton, don't you, Judge?
Oh, yes, we've met.
Sit down, Judge. I'll fix your drink.
Oh, no, thanks. I I just dropped by to thank you for the way everything worked out.
Oh, no, it's my pleasure, Your Honor.
Yes, and beautifully handled, Frank, beautifully handled.
Well, we try to keep things running smooth. I figure you'll be an asset, Judge. To the people. And to me.
Oh, I should say so. Anything I can ever do, Frank?
Oh, I'm glad we understand what...
Yeah.
Judge Faulkner, I think we should have a little celebration. You know, nothing fancy. Maybe a quiet dinner.
Oh, delighted.
Yes, right.
I'm sure Mrs. Faulkner would be honored.
Good. About 6 o'clock?
6? Why, I think that can be arranged.
It is arranged. And, Judge.
Yeah.
I'm going to be late.
I don't quite understand.
Well, that's one thing you'll never have to quite understand. As far as you're concerned, and your wife, Judge, I arrived at 6 sharp.
But Frank, you're my friend. I'd do anything for you, only if I got into any mix-ups at this
There'll
stage.
be no mix-up for you from now on, Judge. Just do as you're told, huh?
Yeah, I think I understand. A dot of 6. Stayed all evening.
Oh, you're a smart guy, Judge. Both on and off the bench. And now, Judge Faulkner, you better run along, eh? Work things out with Mrs. Faulkner. You know the ladies. They like to plan their social activities.
Yes, of course. Well, I'll be running along, and good day, Mr. Morton. See you tonight, Frank. Right at 6.
Judge for an alibi. That the way it's going to be, Frank?
Yeah, Kirby. That's exactly the way it's going to be.
Well, it's a good thing you found use for him so soon.
What do you mean by that?
Because it won't take long for the people to find out he's a phony. After he's thrown out of office, he won't be much use to you.
Now, look, Kirby, if you're trying to stop me...
No, Frank. I know better than that. You made your decision. Nothing I can say will stop you now.
Yes, Frank, you've made your decision, haven't you? And you lose little time in completing the arrangements. Gloria isn't going to have any trouble slipping out. No, because you want it that way. You want her to keep her appointment at Luigi's, to be waiting for the man who will never appear. It's almost 6 o'clock before you're alone with Gloria. And it isn't easy to think of the brutal thing you're going to do. Gloria's so beautiful, isn't she, Frank? As she sits at a mirror combing her hair, she seems so devoted, so innocent.
You're getting dressed kind of early tonight. Aren't you, Gloria?
Mm-hmm. You don't mind if I spend a little extra time making myself beautiful for you, do you, darling?
No. No, I've always wanted you to make yourself beautiful. For me.
Frank, what's the matter? You sound, well, strange. Is something bothering you, darling? Something on your mind?
Nothing that can't be cleared up, Gloria. I think that after tonight, everything will be all right again.
Frank, what do you mean? You're not taking any chances. If anything ever happened to you, darling,
You'd what, honey?
Well, you know how much I love you.
I think I do. I think I know even better than you, Gloria.
Whatever it is, dear, you will be careful. Promise?
Yeah, I promise. I'll be extra careful, sweetheart.
Yes, Frank. After tonight, everything will be all right again, and you'll be careful. Because it means so much to both of you. So much to the future. That's what's in your mind. You wait quietly until a little before 6, and then let yourself out of the suite. The corridor outside is deserted, and you walk swiftly to the automatic elevator. Press the button for the 14th floor. Riding down, you pat gently at the gun nestled in its holster under your coat. It's going to be quick and businesslike, isn't it, Frank? No time for a dangerous struggle. Smooth, the way you've always run things. At room 1438, you slip a passkey into the lock and let yourself in quietly. He's singing in the other room. Silently, you move in toward him. You can see him standing in front of the mirror, fixing his tie. He's pleased with himself, isn't he, Frank? Even picking up his drink. holding it up as if toasting himself in the mirror. Toasting his good fortune.
I'd enjoy that drink if I were you, Ellen.
What?
Go on. It's as good a way as any to die. Enjoying a last drink.
Mr. Conway.
That's right, Mr. Conway, not Mrs.
What's the matter? What are you talking about?
Sorry, Alan, I'm all through talking.
No, wait. You don't know what you're doing.
He stumbles. And as he falls toward you, the glass in his hand smashes against the barrel of your gun. You step back quickly and stare at the back of your hand. A red gash, Frank. A chance cut by Alan's glass shattering against your gun. You stare at it, horrified. Because there it is, Frank. The answer to your unusual personality. Your big secret. Hemophilia. The weakness you've guarded so faithfully from everyone but your personal physician. Yes, Frank. The smallest cut or scratch can kill you, let you bleed to death. It's the thing that's kept you away from violence, isn't it, Frank? Forced you to have things done smoothly, businesslike. Because a tiny accident like this can cost your life.
No. Oh, I'll bleed to death. I gotta get help. Gotta get help!
When you hear about someone else's winning a big prize in a contest by writing a few simple words, you've probably said, "Well, I could have written something that good." Of course you could. But the important thing is to enter the contest. Don't keep putting it off. But enter Signal's big $10,000 contest now. Because 200 happy people are going to win some wonderful prizes just for writing 25 words or fewer. What the angry bride on the Signal gasoline billboard might be shouting at the groom. That's all there is to the Signal contest. No purchases required, no box tops to send in. And in addition to the Buick, there are 199 other valuable awards, such as a 3-piece Apex automatic laundry, O'Keefe and Merritt gas ranges, solid gold case Hellbros wristwatches, vacuum cleaners and pop-up toasters by Westinghouse. And best of all, your chances of winning are good, because this is not a national contest. Only entries mailed on official entry blanks from the 6 Signal states, California, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Nevada, and Arizona, are eligible to win. So don't just wish you had entered this contest. Get in line for those big prizes by getting into the Signal contest now. Entry blanks, remember, are free. No purchases required at any Signal service station.
So the murder of the young man in the gray suit, Alan Roberts, went off exactly as you planned it, Frank. And he's lying dead now on the floor of room 1438 where you left him. More than that, when the investigation is held, Judge Faulkner himself will be ready to tell the police you were at his home having dinner at the time of the killing. But one little fact, a thing you couldn't have figured on, a thing that would have made no difference to almost anyone but you, has turned it all into a nightmare. Yes, Frank. The man you killed happened to be holding a half-empty drinking glass in his hand when you fired. And as he fell toward you, his glass crashed against your gun, cutting the back of your hand. A cut that can be as disastrous, as final as a bullet in the head. An hour later, back in your private suite, you can't understand why Mannheim, your private physician, is so calm.
Will you hurry up, Doc? Take it easy, Frank. What do you mean, take it easy? You gotta do something. Listen, Frank, you must try to relax. All we have to do is wait a little while.
Wait a little while? Are you crazy? Listen, I know what can happen to me. I know about hemophilia. I've been reading about it all my life. But it's not going to happen.
You're right, and you don't know how lucky you are. You need more than an ordinary transfusion. You're a very rare type. And if we had to look for your type of blood in a hurry, we knew we'd never have a chance.
Yeah. We?
Gloria and I.
Gloria? She doesn't know about...
She does know, Frank. I thought it was better to tell her. It was she who... Oh, that's what I'm waiting for. Yes? This is Mannheim.
What's that?
Good Lord. What are you saying? Yes. Yes, I know. I don't know how to tell you this.
Tell me what?
The man Gloria had moved into the hotel, the one she hired just to be near you all the time. The one in a million with the type of blood that matches yours.
Hired? Gloria hired a man?
Yes. Alan Roberts.
Oh, no.
No. He's dead, Frank. Murdered. They just found him down in his room. Down in 1438.
Let that whistle be your signal each Sunday for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. And this week, be sure to enter Signal's big $10,000 contest. 200 valuable prizes include a new Buick, Apex automatic laundry, Frigidaire refrigerator, electric range, or home freezer, Packard Bell television set, O'Keefe and Merritt gas range, and many others. Just ask at your nearest Signal service station for an official entry blank. It's free. No purchase required. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Gerald Moore, Willard Waterman, and Vivi Janis. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by David Victor and Herbert Little, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who's guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now, for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story, Rebound.
It was early evening, and the offices of Rogers and Bowman, investment counselors, had been closed for nearly 2 hours. The rows of desks were deserted, and the only light slanted in through the frosted glass partition from the outer reception room. But at the rear of the office, Henry Hutton kneeled in front of an open safe, shuffling hurriedly through a sheaf of papers spread out before him. Finally, he selected 3 negotiable bonds of $1,000 denomination, replaced the others, and, after closing the safe, started out through the open door to the reception room. And then...
Oh, Mr. Hutton.
Huh? Oh, Charlie, what are you doing here?
Worked late. I was just leaving.
Oh, but I saw you leave at 5.
Oh, I just went down to grab a sandwich. Came back, finished up the filing.
Oh, I see. Well, that's very commendable. See you in the morning, Charlie?
Sure, Mr. Hutton. Oh, Mr. Hutton.
Yes?
Did you, lock the safe okay?
Oh, naturally.
Good. Just wanted you to be sure.
Well, I'm glad you're so careful, Charlie, but everything's okay. I just came back to pick up a couple of bonds with my aunt's. We handle her account, you know. She wants to use them in a little real estate deal in the morning. See?
Night.
Good night, Charlie.
Charlie worries you, doesn't he, Henry? You wonder if he accepts your explanation. Part of it is true, of course. They are your aunt's bonds. But you took them for yourself to cover today's wrong guess on the stock market, just as you've done many times before. Charlie presents a problem to you, and your thoughts are on him as you hail a taxi and ride out to the party you're attending this evening. In these expensive surroundings, you hope to forget the problem of Charlie's sudden intrusion at the office and the pressure of continually losing your aunt's money on the stock market. As you take a drink from the buffet table, you see a beautiful reason to forget your troubles.
Hello.
Hello.
Nice party, isn't it?
Well, all of a sudden it seems very nice. Never seen you before, have I? I mean, I've been to lots of parties out here.
I just came out from the east.
Oh, on vacation?
No, I'm going to stay here. I've taken a house.
Your husband here with you?
I'm not married.
Oh, well, that takes a load off my mind. I don't think I'd have ever recovered if you had been. My name is Hutton, Henry Hutton.
Lisa Morell.
Lisa?
Mm-hmm.
That's nice. That's very nice. Dance, Lisa?
I'd love to, Henry.
Lisa's just the girl you've been waiting for, isn't she, Henry? And you manage to spend most of the evening in her company. Finally, as the party draws to a close and you're about to phone for a taxicab, Lisa stops you. She has her own car. And when you slide under the wheel of her cream-colored convertible upholstered with leopard skin, you're even more impressed. Then several minutes later, you pull the car to a stop in front of the palatial residence she's taken in Northridge.
It's so late, Henry. I think you better take my car. I'll have my chauffeur pick it up tomorrow.
Oh, no, that's too much trouble, Lisa.
No.
There's an all-night taxi stand a couple of blocks from here. I'll just walk down and get one there.
Well, you're welcome to the car.
I sure I am. It's not necessary. Lisa, how about dinner tomorrow night? Or, am I a little quick?
I'd have been disappointed if you hadn't asked me.
Swell. I'll pick you up around 7.
I'll be waiting.
Well, Henry, you've found an answer to your dreams, haven't you? If you can only marry Lisa Morell and her money, your problems will be over. And during the next couple of months, you do everything you can to impress her. You take her everywhere, using money from your aunt's bonds as often as necessary. And finally, your efforts are rewarded. Lisa agrees to marry you, and you're sure your worries are over. Then a few days later, on your return to the office following luncheon.
Hi, Mr. Hutton.
Charlie?
Well, you just missed seeing your aunt.
Oh, she was here?
Yes. I had quite a chat with her. She went to lunch with Mr. Rogers.
How long ago did they leave?
Just after you left.
Oh, do you know where they went?
No. But I heard your aunt say something about going to her attorney's after lunch.
Her attorneys? What about?
Well, how would I know? I only talked with her a couple of minutes.
Oh, well, she loves to talk, Charlie. What did she have to say?
Oh, nothing in particular.
Oh.
Just kind of rambled on.
Oh, yeah.
Politics.
Sure.
Mr. Rogers. Stuff like that.
You know something, Charlie? You're a pretty smart guy for your age. You know how to handle people. I'm going to see that you get a raise in salary. Now, you can count on this going through, too.
Gee, that'll be swell. Only I don't quite see...
Take, for instance, the night you saw me pick up those bonds in the safe. Well, a lot of guys your age would have told somebody in the office about it, but...
Well, it wasn't any of my business. You're the office manager.
Well, exactly, but between you and me, it could have been a little embarrassing. You see, I'd forgotten about it. I was supposed to take care of the matter a couple of days earlier, and, well, my aunt and, Mr. Rogers, too, they like promptness.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean?
Yeah. Sure, Mr. Hutton. I see what you mean.
Good. I thought you would. And about that raise, Charlie, you can count on it.
You're upset and uneasy, aren't you, Henry? But as the afternoon passes, you're sure your fears are groundless. Charlie thanks you several times for your efforts in his behalf, tries desperately to please you in every way. And when he returns, Mr. Rogers is his usual self. Yes, you're sure you're safe for a while. But until you're married to Lisa and your aunt's bonds are replaced, your situation is increasingly dangerous. You decide you must marry quickly. Late that night, after another long evening of dancing and nightclubs, in the luxurious library of Lisa's palatial house, You carefully make the move you're certain will dissolve your problems and ensure your future. And as you were sure it would be, it's a successful move, isn't it, Henry?
Would it make you awfully happy, Henry?
Oh, yes, it would. Happier than you know.
Well, to tell you the truth, I guess I'm as impatient as you are. Am I shameless?
Oh, no, you're wonderful, Lisa. We'll be married Friday. Then we can fly to Yuma and fly back to some nice spot near the ocean, say Monterey, and spend a couple of days there, then come back to town. And later we'll take a real honeymoon.
Anytime you say, darling. Happy now?
I guess I'm the happiest guy in California.
Well, Henry, your problem is solved, isn't it? Once married to Lisa, you'll have everything you've dreamed of. You're sure she loves you. Her every action has shown you that. And you're certain that she'll never let the question of a few $1,000s worth of bonds stand between her and happiness. For the next few days at the office, things move along as smoothly as usual. You approach Mr. Rogers regarding the raise you promised Charlie Rockwell. He listens attentively and agrees to grant it. When you tell Charlie the good news, his gratitude is obvious. That raise was a master touch, wasn't it, Henry? Just before the office closes, your aunt phones and asks you to have dinner with her at home.
You seem preoccupied, Henry.
Oh, no, I was just enjoying the chicken, Aunt Ida. As no one can fix chicken quite like you, Aunt Ida.
Sure you haven't anything on your mind?
Well, of course not.
I think you have.
I don't know what you mean, Aunt Ida.
I know about the bonds, Henry.
Huh? The bonds? What bonds?
You've taken $11,000 of my bonds, Henry. What have you done with them?
You're wrong, Aunt Ida. Where did you ever get the idea
You shouldn't have tried to bribe that young man in your office with a raise in salary. He thought nothing of your being at the safe that evening, but when you were so anxious no one should know of it, and then offered to get his salary raised, he became suspicious. Felt it his duty to speak to Fred Rogers.
Mr. Rogers? But I just left him, and he didn't say...
He doesn't know, Henry. When he phoned me to come in the night before last and listed the bonds which were missing, I told him you'd made several transactions for me and that everything was probably all right.
Then he doesn't know.
No one knows yet. I wanted to give you a chance to tell me your side, if you have one.
Oh, I do, Aunt Ida. Believe me. You see, I got a tip on a stock from one of our biggest customers. It's his own company, you see. And he assured me it would be worth double the market in a few weeks. I wanted to surprise you.
What's the stock, Henry?
It's International Television.
I see. Very well, Henry. I want that stock by 12 o'clock tomorrow.
But Aunt Ida...
12 o'clock, Henry, and I hope you're telling me the truth. If not, you'll have to pay the penalty.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that I'll have to report the loss to Mr. Rogers. Ever since your parents died, I've tried to do the best I could for you. I secured your position with Mr. Rogers, but you're a bonded employee in a position of trust. I can't abide dishonesty even in a relative.
Hurry! Just 4 more days left to enter Signal's big $10,000 contest. That's right. Thursday, June 15th is the last day to mail your entry that may win you a new Buick or one of 200 valuable prizes. So if you haven't gotten an entry blank yet, hurry to your nearest Signal station and get one free, completely free, no purchase required. Then here's all you do. You know those Signal cartoon billboards that show an angry bride waiting at the church door for the groom who is just arriving late because he ran out of gas? You can just imagine what that bride is probably shouting at the groom. Something like, "Mother warned me you were dumb, but I thought you at least knew enough to use Signal Go Farther gasoline." Well, just write on your entry blank what you think she's shouting in 25 words or less. And then, hurry. Get it in the mail so it'll be postmarked no later than this Thursday, June 15th. Winners will be selected on the basis of originality and humor, aptness and suitability in advertising Signal products. And your chances of winning are good, because only entries mailed on official entry blanks from the 6 Signal states California, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Nevada, and Arizona are eligible to win. So act quickly. Your entry may still win one of 200 big prizes worth $10,000.
Well, Henry, things aren't going so well, are they? Your marriage to Lisa Morrell is only a few days away, but now you're threatened with disgrace, loss of position, imprisonment. You decide you must do something right away. As you glance around the room, you notice the electric clock on the wall. It's a little past 7, and you wonder if Lisa is at home. You'll have to turn to her now, won't you, Henry? Find some way to explain your sudden need for quick cash. It's not the way you'd hoped it would go, but it seems the only way out. So you hide your concern and smile as you turn to your aunt.
Don't worry, Aunt Ida. You'll have your stock by noon tomorrow.
I'm glad to hear you say that, Henry. That will make me very happy. Happier than you know.
I'm sure it will, Aunt Ida. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think I'll drive over to Hollywood. I want to pick up some pipe tobacco, a couple of other things. I'll be back before long.
You saunter out of the house, but once in your car, you don't waste any time heading out over the pass toward Lisa's house in Northridge. All the way out, you debate just what to say, and finally decide on the story that you're sure will go over. You push the buzzer, and Sedgley, the butler, greets you at the door.
Good evening, Mr. Hutton.
Good evening, Sedgley. Is Miss Morrell in?
Miss Morrell has left, sir.
Left? You mean left town?
Yes, sir. This morning.
But I don't get it. She didn't say anything.
But it was rather sudden, sir. You see, the Hawthorns arrived unexpectedly yesterday afternoon.
And who are the Hawthorns?
The people who bought this house. Her employers.
Her employers?
Miss Morrell was secretary to the Hawthorns, Mr. Hutton. They sent her out here with the rest of the staff to get things in order.
Oh, but no, that can't be true. No, you must be mistaken, Sedgley.
It is true, Mr. Hutton.
Well, I can't believe it. Why, she led me to believe that she was wealthy, that all of this was hers.
I'm afraid Miss Morrell had set her cap for you. She was trying to impress you, to make you think that she was, as wealthy as yourself, sir. The Hawthorns were quite angry when some friends of Miss Morrell's dropped over unexpectedly and they discovered this deception. They insisted she leave town.
Well, Sedgley, it seems she just wanted to marry me for my money.
Yes, sir.
Well, Henry, your vanity has played a cruel joke on you, hasn't it? Never once did it occur to you that the charming Lisa was anything but what she seemed. You were counting on her financial assistance, too. And now that she's gone, there's no chance to get the money for the stock your aunt expects by noon tomorrow. As you drive back home, you know you'll have to do something quickly. And you know what it is, don't you, Henry? Your aunt must die tonight. Once you accept that thought, a plan, a very simple plan, begins to form in your mind. And as you near your home, a comforting thought strikes you. Unpleasant as killing your aunt may be, there will be some financial gain. The remainder of her bonds, about $20,000. You can go away, Henry, and forget about everything. Yes, Henry, you're convinced that this is the one way out. If you put your car in the garage, you know exactly what you're going to do. When you enter the house, you find Mrs. Martin, your next-door neighbor, completing a visit with your aunt.
Oh, hello, Henry. I was just going home.
You're not leaving on my account, I hope, Mrs. Martin?
Certainly not, but I must run along now, really.
Henry will be glad to walk home with you, Margaret.
Oh, of course I will.
No need for that at all. It's only next door.
Well, just the same, I'll walk you over. You won't have to wait long, Aunt Ida. I'll just be a few minutes.
All right, Henry. Good night, Margaret.
Good night, Ida.
You don't have long to wait, do you, Henry? But as you say goodnight to Mrs. Martin at her door, you're sure your plan can't fail. It's so simple, so final, you're certain it'll work. Once you're back home, you go up to your room and dress for bed, leaving your aunt downstairs at her reading. When you come back downstairs, you're ready to put your plan into action.
Not going to sleep yet, Henry? I thought you'd gone up to bed.
Well, I just remembered something I wanted to check down in the basement. I noticed something the other day. It won't take long.
You turn on the basement light and start down the stairs. You must move rapidly, Henry. You stop at the third step. With deft fingers, you stretch a thin wire across the step which you've taken from your room. Make certain it's taut, and wrap it securely at each side. Turn out the basement light, and very quietly slip down the rest of the stairs. You're breathing heavily as you reach the basement floor. This next move is all important, Henry. You must be calm, and you are. You sound quite normal as you call upstairs.
Aunt Ida?
Yes, Henry? Did you call, Henry?
The basement lights are out. Can you bring me a fuse, please?
Of course. Just a moment.
You hear her footsteps overhead. She's gone for the fuse, and you stand there in the basement waiting. Very shortly, you hear her light footsteps approaching the door at the top of the stairs.
Where are you, Henry? I can't see a thing.
Just come down a few steps, Aunt Ida. I'll meet you.
All right, Henry.
It's done, isn't it, Henry? Your aunt lies quite dead at the foot of the basement stairs. You stand there for a few moments and then slowly make your way up the stairs again, stopping at the fateful third step to remove the now broken wire, which you take back to the basement toolbox. Within a few minutes, you're back upstairs in your own bedroom. You rumple the bedclothes and open a book on the nightstand. It's all part of the plan, isn't it, Henry? Part of the convincing story you must tell in a very few minutes. Then you place a call to your aunt's doctor, the one who's looked after her for years. He'll be coming shortly, Henry. And finally, you place another hurried call.
Hello, Mrs. Martin. Yes, this is Henry. Can you come quickly? It's Aunt Ida. Something horrible has happened. She's dead.
The next few minutes flash past. Mrs. Martin arrives first, and you tell her your story. The doctor arrives a short time later. And because it's an accidental death, the doctor calls the police. You play the grief-stricken nephew to perfection, Henry. And then finally, you're telling your story to the lieutenant.
And, you say you were reading in your room, Mr. Hutton?
Yes, that's right. I left Aunt Ida reading downstairs. I was in my room upstairs, reading. Mm-hmm. Suddenly, the lights went out. The fuse must have blown. Well, I called down to Aunt Ida that I'd be right down, but she didn't hear me. When I started downstairs to her in the darkness, I heard her scream and the fall. And when I reached her, she was dead.
I know this is very difficult for you, Mr. Hutton. Just one more question now.
Yes?
How long would you say the lights were off?
About 5 minutes, I guess. Yes, I replaced the fuse and called the doctor and Mrs. Martin, and later we called you. That's all.
I see. Well, Mr. Hutton, I'm sorry. I'm sure your aunt missed her footing and fell down the stairs. It seems the only way it could have happened.
Lieutenant, I'm sure you understand that I'd rather not stay here tonight.
Oh, yes, of course I understand, Mr. Hutton.
I'll just go up and throw a few things in the bag. I won't be long.
You're welcome to leave whenever you like, Mr. Hutton. I have no further questions.
There's no limit to the number of times you can enter Signal's big $10,000 contest, in which the first prize is a Buick. So, if you've already sent in one entry, double your chances of winning by sending in another. But hurry, 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 because this Thursday, June 15th, is the last day. Your last chance to win one of 200 big prizes, including an Apex 3-piece automatic laundry, one of 6 Packard Bell television sets, one of 2 O'Keefe and Merritt gas ranges, a Frigidaire refrigerator, electric range, or home freezer, one of 10 solid gold case wristwatches by Helbros, one of 5 Halliburton makeup cases filled with Anatole Robbins cosmetics, one of 10 Packard Bell radios, one of 10 Westinghouse vacuum cleaners, or one of 50 Westinghouse pop-up toasters. Imagine winning prizes like this, for just writing in 25 words or less what you think the bride on the signal billboard is shouting at the groom. And entry blanks are free at any signal station. So hurry, hurry, hurry. Get your entry blank quick, because Thursday, June 15th is closing day in this easy, easy signal contest in which you may win a Buick or one of 200 big prizes.
Well, Henry, it's over at last. For the first time in months, you can breathe easily, secure in the knowledge that no more questions will be asked about your aunt's missing bonds. Downstairs, the lieutenant and his men are completing their routine examination. But as you pack your bag, you feel certain there will be only the formalities, and then what's left of your aunt's holdings will be yours. Not a great amount, but enough to let you get away and forget all that has happened. You're not even too angry about Lisa anymore, are you, Henry? You can almost smile now as you realize that Lisa was after your money just as you were after hers. And you're still thinking about her a few minutes later as you move down the stairs and into the living room, where Lieutenant Ames is talking with Mrs. Martin and the doctor.
Oh, Hutton, come in. Come in, will you?
Yes, Lieutenant?
I was just talking with the doctor here. I understand that you're with Rogers and Bowman, a firm that handles your aunt's finances?
Well, yes, Lieutenant, I am, but I don't quite
your
see
aunt's accidental death was quite convenient for you, wasn't it, Hutton?
Well, I don't know what you mean.
I mean those bonds you stole from your aunt. About $11,000 worth.
Stole? Why, that's ridiculous. I handled my aunt's affairs.
It's no use, Hutton. While you were upstairs, the doctor here phoned your aunt's attorney to tell him of her unfortunate accident. Then I spoke with him. He told me the whole story, Hutton. She told him yesterday she was going to expose you tomorrow.
Oh, well, she didn't really mean that. My aunt and I were on the very best of terms. Weren't we, Mrs. Martin?
I'm sure she was quite fond of you, Henry.
Yes, her lawyer told me that. But he said she was a stickler for honesty, too.
Your aunt thought more of you than you realized, Hutton. When she came to see me a few days ago, and I had to tell her that she had only a few weeks to live, she told me she was going to turn over her entire fortune to you while she was still alive. In a few weeks, you would have been a very wealthy man.
Wealthy, Doctor? My aunt wasn't wealthy.
Her holdings exceeded $250,000, Henry. She thought you might accomplish more if you were unaware of it.
Oh, no. You must be wrong. She never spent anything she didn't have to.
She wanted you to have it all, Henry. She used to laugh about how surprised you were going to be.
I'm sorry, Hutton, but I'm going to have to arrest you for the murder of your aunt.
Arrest me? You can't tie me into this.
I think we can. 15 minutes ago, I was prepared to accept your story of an accidental death. But since you went upstairs, my men have turned up 2 or 3 very interesting things. Oh, this, for example.
Why, it's just an ordinary piece of wire.
That's right, Mrs. Martin. We found it coiled up in a toolbox down in the basement. But we found some other things, too, Hutton. Marks on the posts of the basement stairs. Marks made by this same piece of wire stretched across where your aunt tripped. Particles of rust from the wire, too. You stretched that piece of wire across the stairs?
I? Why, that's ridiculous.
Tell me, how long were the lights out, Hutton?
Well, they were 5 minutes or so.
How do you know it was 5 minutes? Did you check the time?
Well, of course not. After I heard Aunt Ida fall, everything else went out of my mind. I wasn't thinking about clocks.
No, I suppose not. Too bad for you, you weren't, though. Will you step in here a minute, Hutton? I want to show you something.
What is it?
Up there, on the wall.
The clock?
An electric clock, Hutton.
Well?
Is this the room where your aunt was reading?
Yes, I told you.
The lights were never out in here, Hutton.
What do you mean?
Come here, I'll show you. I'm going to pull the plug that leads to that clock. There you are. See that red dot in the face of that clock? That's what happens when the current goes off. If the current had ever been off in here tonight, that red dot would have been there. Well, it wasn't.
But wait a minute.
You've been lying, Hutton. Come on, we'd better go down to headquarters.
Let that whistle be your signal each Sunday for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. And remember, this Thursday, June 15th, is the last day of Signal's $10,000 contest with 200 valuable prizes, including a Buick Super. So hurry, hurry, hurry. Ask any Signal dealer for a free entry blank. Free, no purchase required. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, John Daner, Georgia Ellis, and Gloria Gordon. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Georgia Martin, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on the Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by the Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the program that has been rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, the Whistler's strange story. Jessica.
Jessica Monroe stared at the manuscript she held tightly in her hands. The manuscript that had suddenly shrouded her spacious office with ugly, threatening memories from the past. Until that moment, the reputation of no member of the Monroe family had ever been questioned, not openly. But there before her were vivid, venomous words to shock the sensibilities of any reader. To Jessica Monroe, the editor-publisher of Monroe House, these words produced a curious challenge. Slowly, she closed the manuscript and faced the man who had written the words, Joe Arnold.
Why did you write this, Joe?
For money, and because it's a great story. It'll sell 100,000 copies, if you'll publish it.
Do you really expect me to publish it? A story written in poison and gall by an ingrate I was foolish enough to employ when no editor in town would let him inside their office?
Maybe you made a mistake.
You rifled the files of this office for what facts you have. And you've twisted them so that you've even made my parents look bad. Very bad.
I bit the hand that fed me.
And again I ask, why?
I wanted to write a great story. Did you read it all?
I read enough.
If I were you, I'd finish reading it, Jessica, word for word, the entire manuscript. It might affect your attitude toward it.
All right. How much do you want for this manuscript, Joe?
Well, as I see it, there are two prices on the manuscript, Jessica. There's one if you want to publish it, and another if you want to suppress it.
I'm talking about publishing it, of course.
You wouldn't dare. It'd crucify you and your family name. You better read the rest of it. We'll have plenty of time to talk, and you'll need plenty of time to think about how much this is worth to you.
How much time?
All day. I'll be back tonight for an answer. I don't have to ask if you'll be here.
I'll be here.
Fine. Oh, and, Jessica, you'll find this out as you read. You're in that manuscript. In a big way.
So that's it, Jessica.
One of your employees, Joe Arnold, has written a novel of your family. And Joe has featured you in the Chronicle. You sit there stunned after Joe leaves. It isn't anger you feel, it's more terror, isn't it, Jessica? Joe seems to know a great deal more about you than you thought. Almost without knowing it, you pick up the manuscript again. Begin reading where you left off, searching for further incidents from your past. You read on and on, unaware of time. Unaware, too, that you have another visitor.
Must be a bestseller.
Oh, Mark, I was reading.
Oh, good for you. Always meant to learn myself.
Mark, did you want something important?
Does a sales manager ever want anything important?
Oh, look, I'm not in much of a mood for games, Mark.
Oh, I see you're not. I'm quick that way. Okay, we won't play games, boss lady.
I'm sorry, Mark. I was...
I know. You were reading. That's where I came in. Maybe you ought to buy it, Jessica.
What do you mean?
Just that if any manuscript can hold your interest this much, it must be worth the asking price. But then that's your business, Jessica, isn't it?
Yes, Mark. I guess it is my business.
You're glad when Mark closes the door behind him, Jessica, and you turn quickly back to your reading of Joe Arnold's manuscript. By evening, you've finished, shocked and numb by what you've read. Joe hasn't missed a thing, has he, Jessica? Your own doings and misdoings are vividly reported and twisted in such a way as to bring discredit on your father's memory, even your grandfather's. It's past closing time, and your employees have left the building. Joe's footsteps, Jessica. You'll have to come to a decision.
Had a few drinks to celebrate my victory, Jessica.
Have you won a victory, Joe?
How can I lose? I might as well sit down and be comfortable, huh? Sure. Sure I won, Jessica. Either way. If you publish it, I get money. If you don't, I get more money.
I'm not going to publish it, Joe.
Sensible decision, I'm sure.
I suppose anything this contemptible comes high.
Let's keep it on a business basis.
I'll pay you $15,000 for the manuscript and all its copies.
Nice starting figure, $15,000. Say some more.
All right. How much do you want?
$50,000 and a piece of the business. Maybe a junior partnership.
You must be out of your mind.
Isn't the reputation of a Monroe, especially if it's you, worth a small piece of your fortune?
Before I'd let you commercialize this vindictive story, I'd kill you.
That's your answer?
Get out of here.
You don't mean that, Jessica.
Don't you touch me, do you hear?
You try to reach for the phone, but Joe stops you. In one desperate movement, you free one hand.
No, you don't.
Seize a bookend from your desk and blindly wield it at him. You stare down at him, Jessica, and slowly the fury drains out of you. The shock of the deed replacing it. Joe lies there motionless. Convulsive shiver runs through you. You move to feel his pulse, listen for his heartbeat. And just as you bend over him...
You'd better let me help you, Jessica.
Last Thursday, the $10,000 Signal gasoline contest came to an end. 2 weeks from tonight, if professional judges of the Reuben H. Donnelly Corporation have had time to study all entries and reach their decisions, we will announce on the Whistler winners of the Buick and the next 12 prizes. All 200 prize winners will be notified personally, and a complete list of winners will be posted at every Signal station as soon as possible. Meantime, Signal Oil Company wants to take this opportunity to thank the many thousands of you who entered so wholeheartedly into the spirit and fun of the contest. We regret there couldn't have been a prize for each and every one of you. However, if the contest has been instrumental in acquainting you with your neighborhood Signal dealer, your car has acquired a valuable friend. You see, Signal dealers are independent businessmen with sufficient experience and genuine interest in cars to invest their own money in the business of serving you. We hope you'll give your Signal dealer an opportunity to prove
how his conscientious service, plus fine quality Signal products, can help your car run better, look better, and last longer.
The whole thing seems like a nightmare, doesn't it, Jessica? Joe Arnold lies motionless on the floor of your office, and beside him the heavy bookends you dropped after you hit him. On your desk is Joe's manuscript. Your dazed eyes move mechanically from Joe's still form to the bookend to the manuscript. And there, bending over Joe, is Mark Harris, your sales manager. You don't know how much Mark saw. You better let me help you, Jessica. Those are the only words he's uttered till now. He gets up, looks at you, his eyes expressionless.
I'll handle it from here, Jessica.
I didn't mean to, Mark.
Now, take it easy, take it easy. Guess it's a good thing you hit him instead of using that gun of yours.
How did you know I keep a gun?
I saw it in your desk once. Sometimes I snoop. Now, look, you're in a lot of trouble, but I'm going to help you. The reason I'm going to help you, you'll find out later. But we're not going to the police with this.
Yes, Mark.
Now, listen to me. You'll go home now, just as if nothing had happened. Elliot, the night watchman, will let you out of the building. You'll walk a block to the cab stand. Get in one, go directly home. And say nothing to anyone, do you understand?
Yes, Mark, I understand.
You'll go to your room, go directly to bed. Relax, even if you have to take a fistful of sedatives. You'll think of nothing and do nothing. I'll do the thinking and the doing from here on in.
But, Mark, I don't know what you're going to do.
I don't either. I'm going to start figuring it out. I'll call you later or drop in after I've gotten rid of him. I'll leave now. Here?
Well, Jessica, Mark's sudden assertion of strength has you completely in his power, hasn't it? You do just as he says. You go home in a sort of hypnotic state. You do take the sedatives. And just as you give in to exhaustion and sleep, you tell yourself that this is all a bad dream. That you'll awake to find Joe Arnold's alive again. You do sleep. But a few hours later, you awake with a start and the dream is not over. The voices downstairs tell you that Mark has come and is arguing with your butler about waking you. You hurriedly dress and go down. Mark's face is grim as you lead him into the library and close the door.
You fixed him up pretty good, Jessica.
What shall I do, Mark?
Nothing. It's been done. I carried him down the back way and loaded him in my car and got away without the watchman or anyone seeing me. I don't think they'll ever find him.
But what will they think?
Well, that he's among the missing, that he disappeared tonight, vanished into thin air.
He was drunk tonight, you know.
Yeah, that makes it better. If the cops ask me, I'm going to say that he's probably in heaven or the East River.
But will they believe he just vanished?
That's all they'll have to believe.
It's not all I'll have to believe.
No. Why'd you hit him, Jessica?
Joe wrote a manuscript, Mark.
Is that a reason?
A story about my family, the Monroes, mostly the present generation. Me. It wasn't pretty. I couldn't bear to have it told Joe's way. But I didn't mean to.
I think I remember you saying once that there were too many writers in the world.
Oh, maybe I did, but I didn't mean to.
Is that Joe's manuscript?
That's the original. But there must be copies, probably in Joe's apartment.
All right. I'll get them. Now, that's part of it.
Part of what?
Part of the deal I'm about to make you. For getting myself into this mess and you out of it.
Why are you doing it?
For a loan of $25,000.
Loan?
Which I doubt that I'll be able to pay back.
This loan, do you ever intend to pay it back?
Frankly, no. Well, I'm the best book salesman in the country. You owe me a raise.
All right, Mark. I'll have the money for you tomorrow.
Thanks. And I'll see you tomorrow. With all the copies of Joe's masterpiece.
Mark, I've got to know. What did you do with Joe?
What do they do with the dead? Bury him.
Where?
The less you know right now, the better it is for me.
Where, Mark?
Where is my secret. Good night, Jessica.
Well, there it is, Jessica. Mark has disposed of Joe's body. It cost you $25,000. And you don't know where Mark hid him. The money, Jessica. You wonder if it's just the beginning of the payoff. But you're not in much of a position to ask questions or get answers. The next day and all that week, you sit by and watch Mark manipulate the business of Joe Arnold's disappearance. With the police, the Missing Persons Bureau, the office staff. Mark makes it very plausible that Joe went on a binge, disappeared. That he'll undoubtedly show up someday, somewhere. And everyone seems satisfied, Jessica. Except Lieutenant Hennigan from Homicide, who's been snooping around the office quite a bit this past week. And then one day the lieutenant comes to you with a disturbing piece of information.
Arnold's landlady said he was writing a book, Miss Monroe. You know anything about it, ma'am?
Oh, no, I don't. Of course, Joe often worked at home on his book reports, but I know nothing of a book of his own.
The landlady seems to. The last morning she saw him, she warned him to come home with the rent or get thrown out. Arnold waved a copy of a manuscript before our eyes and said he was going to see his publisher. That would be you.
Well, he may have said that, but he didn't come to me with it, Lieutenant. I wonder who he took the book to.
That's what we're all wondering. Funny he wouldn't bring it to you.
Yes, it's strange.
Yeah, well, don't worry, Miss Monroe. We'll find him or his book that disappeared. In time, we find everyone, even some people we're not looking for. Oh, by the way, ma'am, you're not thinking of leaving town for any reason, huh?
No, I hadn't thought of it.
Well, just check with me if you do, will you? What's the matter, Jessica? Don't you like the music?
I don't like the way that detective told me to stay in town.
Oh, now forget it. That's what makes a cop, a suspicious mind.
Mark, maybe I should tell Lieutenant Hennigan everything.
You don't trust me?
I gave you $25,000, didn't I?
But you're still not sure of me, is that it?
Well, it's hard to be, Mark. I know nothing about you. On the other hand, you know all about me.
Will this help? I was born on a farm near Omaha.
I suspected you were born once.
And at 20, I got sick of corn and wheat, and I went to the coast. I picked oranges, and I fought in a war.
And then?
And then, I was a press agent for a circus, later a jazz band, and finally a movie queen.
What was the movie queen like?
Like nothing. A lampshade on her head and a Cadillac on each foot.
You're a strange person, Mark.
Still don't trust me?
No. No more than myself. With a murder between us.
There's only a table between us now, Jessica. But let's get out of here. If you're thinking I've got something to say to you I don't want to say here, you're right.
You can't read my mind tonight, Mark. I haven't got one.
I once saved a guy from drowning. I jumped into the lake after him and ruined my best and only suit. And when I got him to the shore and revived him, what do you think he did?
Oh, it's your story.
He busted me in the mouth. He was committing suicide.
Is there a moral to your story?
Mm-hmm. I should have thought a long time about it before jumping in after him. Maybe you better think some more before you tell the cops what happened to Joe.
This is an interesting side to your character, Mark.
And now that we're alone, here's another side to it. I'm in love with you.
What?
I don't mind repeating if it's really necessary.
But, Mark...
I'm in love with you.
When did this romance overwhelm you?
The day I came to work for you, a year ago.
If that's true, you've concealed it better than you think.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I concealed it all right. You had $1 million and I had 30 cents. I was standing on the earth looking at Venus. We were just about the same distance apart.
And now you feel you can tell me why? Because you know what I've done?
No. Because now I have $25,000. And I'm in a different financial bracket.
Mark has surprised you, hasn't he, Jessica? And when you arrive home that night, you're confused and somehow even more troubled. You wonder if you can trust Mark, or if his sudden admission of love for you is part of the payoff, too. Next day, you see Mark only once on business, and there's no mention of his love for you then. Late that night, you're at home trying to untangle your snarled thoughts. Suppose Mark does love you, Jessica. What does it mean? But your thoughts are abruptly interrupted.
Yes?
Lieutenant Hennigan, Miss Monroe.
Oh, yes, Lieutenant.
I thought you ought to know. We found what we were looking for.
You found... What?
Joe Arnold. Found him in the East River. Mark Harris must be something of a prophet.
I see. When did you find him?
A couple of days ago. We've been running some tests. We'll want you to come in the morning, Miss Monroe. There are some questions.
Of course, Lieutenant.
Make it 10 o'clock, will you? Oh, and Miss Monroe.
Yes.
I think you should know Mark Harris will be here, too.
So, there'll be questions at the police station tomorrow morning, Jessica. And Mark will be there, too. It's a tormenting thought, isn't it? What Mark might say to Lieutenant Hannigan tomorrow. Has the lieutenant talked to Mark? And if he has, what has Mark told him? You move to call Mark when...
Yes, hello.
This is Mark, Jessica. Has Hannigan talked to you?
Yes, he just called.
You'd better get over here, Jessica, quick. I've got something important to tell you.
You leave the house hurriedly. Your cab makes one important stop before you go to Mark's apartment. A stop at your office, Jessica, to take your gun from its regular place in your desk. You're not certain you'll like what Mark has to say. Your gun is insurance against that possibility. When you arrive at Mark's apartment and he meets you at the door, you instantly notice that there's something different about him. The way he looks, his manner, the way he treats you. Mark has changed, Jessica. An unreal feeling sweeps over you as you check a chair opposite him.
I've been afraid this time would come, Jessica. I thought about it a lot and dreaded it.
You've thought about it. What have you decided to do?
There's just one thing I can do. But before I tell you what it is, I want you to understand I am in love with you, Jessica.
Go on.
Well, when we see Lieutenant Hennigan in the morning, I'll have to tell him the truth, exactly what happened.
Somehow I knew you'd say that.
Well, it wasn't easy to say. It wasn't easy to decide, but I want you to know now that... The devil are you doing?
You're not going to tell Hennigan or anyone the truth, Mark. You're not.
Don't use that gun, you silly little fool. You don't know what I...
You stare down at Mark, dead on the floor. No, Jessica. Mark won't tell the truth of Joe's killing to Lieutenant Hennigan or anyone, ever. The very thought that Mark's lips are forever sealed is comforting, isn't it, Jessica? A quiet confidence overtakes you. For the first time, you know exactly what to do and what to say. You go over to the phone and place a call to police headquarters, to Lieutenant Hennigan.
Hennigan speaking.
This is Jessica Monroe, Lieutenant.
Oh, yes, Miss Monroe.
You'd better come to Mark Harris's apartment immediately. He threatened me. There was a struggle. I shot him, Lieutenant, in self-defense. He's dead.
You know it won't take long for Lieutenant Hennigan to arrive. And when he comes, you'll have your story ready for him. You're composed, Jessica, quite sure of yourself. When the lieutenant arrives, completes his examination of Mark's body, you know that you must play very convincingly the role of a woman who has recently defended her own life.
How did it happen, Miss Monroe?
He's been threatening me all along. I've been so afraid of him. Tonight, when I told him I was going to tell you the truth tomorrow, he came at me. I knew he meant to kill me, so I shot him.
I see. And what is this truth you were going to tell me in the morning?
That I saw Mark murder Joe Arnold. I've lived in fear of my life ever since then.
We were pretty sure it was Mark Harris all along. What we needed was a witness or something as incriminating. Well, he won't threaten you anymore, Miss Monroe. You go on home to bed now. You've been through enough.
Oh, thank you.
Our session tomorrow morning will just be routine. We'll try to spare you everything we can.
Because summer weather causes many motor oils to break down and form harmful gum, varnish, and carbon, I want to tell you tonight about an improved type motor oil that's specifically engineered to stand up under heat. It's Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil, the finest lubricant ever offered by the marketers of Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. And naturally, Signal Premium has 100% pure paraffin base. But in addition, it contains scientific compounds that make Signal Premium do what oil alone could never do. One of these compounds, for instance, actually cleanses your motor of varnish, gum, or carbon that may already be there. Another compound protects against costly bearing corrosion. And still other compounds help in other important ways to keep that like-new performance in your motor. So if you want to keep wear down when the temperature's up, now's the time to stop at a Signal station. Change to the improved type oil that does so much more than just lubricate. Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil.
Well, Jessica, your ledger is balanced out nicely, hasn't it? Joe Arnold, the writer whose novel was a convenient means of blackmailing you, is dead. And his manuscript is destroyed, too. Mark Harris, the one man who could have betrayed your secret, is also dead. And Lieutenant Hennigan of Homicide seems convinced that your story of killing Mark in self-defense is true. The next morning, you make the trip to police headquarters for the routine investigation Lieutenant Hennigan promised you.
It won't keep you long, Miss Monroe. Everything seems to piece out okay. This gun you shot Harris with, your gun?
Yes, it's my gun.
How long have you had it?
Well, I've had it for some time. I never expected to use it.
The gun's been in your personal possession?
Yes, at all times.
Okay. Now, tell me again exactly what did you see, Miss Monroe, the night Joe Arnold was killed?
Well, I just happened in on them, Lieutenant, on Mark and Jervis.
Yeah.
They were having a heated argument about something. I don't know what. They were struggling when I came into the room. I called to them, but they didn't hear me. And then Mark picked up a bookend and hit Joe. He fell. Dead. Then Mark saw me and threatened to kill me, too, if I came to the police.
And that's all you saw, Mark hitting Joe with the bookend?
That's all I saw, Lieutenant.
Now, that's what's so confusing, but I think I see it all clearly now, Miss Monroe.
Oh? What do you mean?
Joe Arnold was hit on the head, all right. But that isn't what killed him.
But I saw...
The thing that killed Joe Arnold was a .38 slug in the chest.
Joe was shot?
And he was shot, all right.
Mark. He was trying to tell me that...
Mark Harris was also killed with a .38 slug in the chest. And both shots were fired from this gun, Miss Monroe, your gun. The gun you say has been in your possession at all times.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Joan Banks, Bill Boucher, Shep Menken, and Ed Max. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Jack Leonard, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who's guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now, for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story, Manhunt.
For over an hour, the man in the trench coat had been standing at the window of the penthouse atop the Chase Weatherly apartment building, staring down into the rain-swept street below. The panic, the fear was gone now, and his mind was functioning smoothly, efficiently. The situation was no longer completely hopeless, because out of the nightmare, a solution had emerged. A bold, dangerous solution. A fantastic plan, really, but it could work. And for him, there was no choice. He had to take this one chance for survival, his own survival. Finally, the man turned, hurried across the room, stepped out into the corridor, closed the door behind him with a gloved hand, and walked to the elevator. Riding down to the lobby, he scarcely heard the words of the operator. His thoughts were concerned only with the plan he was soon to set into motion. His big gamble was almost underway.
Yeah, Mr. Stevens, we sure been having lousy weather for June. Last month wasn't anything to brag about either. You understand, Mr. Stevens, it don't bother me none, the weather. Only Mr. Hotchkiss, he does.
What did you say, Danny?
Mr. Hotchkiss, the gent in 403. You know who he is.
Oh, yes.
Always he keeps nagging me about the weather. So this is California. Ha! Every time I see him, he gives it to me. So this is California. Ha! So why don't he go back to Florida? Someday I'm going to tell him off. I'm going to tell him good. I'm going to...
Good night, Danny.
Oh, yeah. Good night. Good night, Mr. Stevens.
You hurry across the lobby, and as you reach the entrance and step out into the street, you turn. See the elevator operator settle down in a chair behind the lobby desk, spread open the evening newspaper. It's only a matter of time now, isn't it, Mr. Stevens, before he learns your secret. A secret that may cost your life. But it's too late to turn back now. A block away on a quiet side street, you slip out of the broad-shouldered, padded trench coat, toss it into the luggage compartment of your car. You remove the heavy horn-rimmed glasses you've been wearing. Then you drive across town to your own apartment. The card beside your door reads, Mr. and Mrs. Clifford Graham. Chan, your houseboy, greets you as you step into the hall and close the door behind you.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Graham.
Hello, Chan.
Did you have dinner yet, Mr. Graham?
No, is Mrs. Graham around?
Oh, yes. Mrs. Graham waiting.
That you, Clifford?
Yes, dear.
Goodness, you are late today.
Well, I ran into an old friend, Alma. I had a few drinks.
We're due with the Ellisons at 9, you know.
The Ellisons?
Forgot, didn't you?
It's completely slipped my mind. Look, Alma.
You have a headache. At least that's what I'd supposed to tell the Ellisons.
You don't mind, do you?
No, I suppose not. Of course, you know I'm not too keen on going over there myself, but really, one of us should go.
Yes, I know.
I owe it to Eleanor. After all, she's been so sweet. Oh, Clifford, have you seen tonight's paper?
No.
The society page, darling. A photograph taken of the polo matches Saturday. We're in it. So were the Fallons. Madge, Eleanor. She called me about it this afternoon. It was such a surprise. I had no idea the photograph had been taken, had you?
No, I didn't know, Alma.
It's not very flattering of you, really. But
Not good of me, I thought. Quite a good likeness. The paper's there on the living room table, Clifford.
All right, Alma.
Oh, well, I really should be getting dressed. You sure you won't change your mind about going to the elephant?
No, you run along.
You walk into the living room, pick up the newspaper, and stare at the photograph again. Alma's right, isn't she, Cliff? It isn't a good likeness of you, yet it's good enough for Danny, the elevator operator at the Chase Weatherly, and Mr. Hotchkiss. You're certain they'll see it. Identify you as the man they know as Stevens. You wait until your wife, Alma, is gone. Then you hurry downstairs to your car. And 15 minutes later, you make a key move in the dangerous plan you've evolved. You're at police headquarters telling your story to Lieutenant Powell.
You see, Lieutenant, I received a phone call this afternoon at my office. I'm with the Pacific Wholesale Drug Company general manager. My wife owns the firm. See, her father...
Go on, Mr. Graham.
Well, the call was from a woman. She said her name was Julie Thompson, that she had some information for me.
And just what was this information?
And she said someone was going to blackmail me. Apparently, she was supposed to take part in the scheme somehow, but she must have changed her mind, decided she wanted no part of it.
I see.
And I'm supposed to meet her in the park tomorrow morning, the north entrance. She's to explain everything to me.
And naturally, she expects to be paid for the tip-off?
Oh, naturally.
All right, Mr. Graham. I'll have a couple of my men there at the park in the morning. We'll pick her up when she contacts you.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
By the way, did she name your would-be blackmailer?
Yes. Yes, she did. The man's name is Stevens.
It's done, isn't it, Cliff? You've set your bold plan into motion. It's a big chance you've taken, a long shot, but you've taken it. And now there's nothing to do but wait. Early the following morning, as you're getting dressed to keep your appointment at the park.
Excuse, Mr. Graham.
Yes, what is it, Chan?
Telephone, please. Lieutenant Powell.
Oh? All right, Chan, thanks. Yes, Lieutenant.
You won't have to keep that appointment in the park after all, Mr. Graham.
What do you mean?
We've already found Julie Thompson. I'm calling from her place now. Better come right over.
Why, of course, Lieutenant. Where are you?
The Chase Weatherly. Penthouse. Julie Thompson's been murdered.
Next Sunday, we expect to be able to announce on the Whistler winners of the Buick and next 12 prizes in Signal's big $10,000 contest. Meantime, I have good news for all of you who are going to be needing new tires in order to enjoy a safer, carefree vacation trip. For only $9.95 plus taxes and your old tire, you can now buy a genuine Lee tire in the popular 600 or 640 by 16 size at Signal service stations. Now, don't confuse this $9.95 Lee Staghound tire with ordinary low-priced tires, in which quality is cut in order to cut cost. All the materials that go into Lee's Staghound tire are exactly the same quality as those in the Lee Deluxe. In fact, the only difference is that the Lee Deluxe tire is somewhat heavier and has a thicker tread. That's why Lee can back this new tire with a double guarantee, not only against defective materials and workmanship, but also against road hazards. All this quality for $9.95. So remember, if you want to pay less and still be sure of top quality, the tire to get is the Lee Staghound tire, and the place to get it at a Signal service station.
Yes, Cliff. Julie Thompson is dead. You killed her, didn't you? Because she'd seen your photograph in the newspaper. Found out that you were really Clifford Graham, wealthy socialite. That Fred Stevens was just a name you'd used with her. She was going to blackmail you. In a moment of blind rage, you lashed out with your fists. And as she fell, her head struck the edge of the desk. It was all over in an instant, wasn't it? And you realized that you were trapped. The police would soon be looking for the man known as Stevens. And the newspaper photograph, Cliff. The elevator operator would certainly see it. Mr. Hotchkiss, too. And they'd identify you, Clifford Graham, as the mysterious Mr. Stevens. And then suddenly an idea hit you. A big gamble, but you decided to take it. Now your bold plan is in full motion. And you're on your way to the dead woman's penthouse at the Chase Weatherly as the police lieutenant requested. And when you arrive, an officer leads you through the living room, crowded with men from homicide, and takes you out to the sun deck where Lieutenant Powell is waiting, last night's newspaper in his hand.
Sit down, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
You've seen this, I suppose?
Oh, yes, it was taken at the polo matches. Not a very good likeness, I'm afraid.
Sergeant, bring Rizzo in, will you?
Right, Lieutenant.
Elevator operator here brought this photograph of you to my attention this morning, Mr. Graham.
Oh?
Mm-hmm. Says it looks a lot like Stevens.
What?
That's what he says. He ought to know. Stevens visited Miss Thompson regularly here.
You mean that you... Oh, now, really, Lieutenant, that's ridiculous.
Is it?
Why, of course, I've never set foot in this building before. Now, look here, Lieutenant, are you serious?
I'm not in the habit of being funny, Mr. Graham.
Lieutenant, this is utterly fantastic.
Let's see what Rizzo has to say about it.
Here's Rizzo, sir. What can I do for you, Lieutenant?
Rizzo, this is Mr. Graham.
Oh. Yeah.
Stand up, will you, Mr. Graham? Now, take a look at him, Rizzo. Take a very good look.
It's come, hasn't it, Cliff? The moment you've been expecting. Brought face to face with Danny, the elevator operator, and you're certain he'll identify you as Stevens. For a full minute he stands there, staring at you. And then a strange expression spreads slowly over his face.
Well, Rizzo?
No, Lieutenant. This isn't Mr. Stevens.
You're sure?
I'm sure.
What about this picture in the newspaper?
Well, there's a resemblance, all right, but this man here...
Mr. Graham?
Yeah. Mr. Graham. He's not Mr. Stevens.
You're shocked, aren't you, Cliff? You were certain Danny would positively identify you as Mr. Stevens. And you were prepared to fight the situation from there. But now Danny Rizzo has said no, definitely no, that you are not Stevens. Puzzles you, doesn't it, Cliff? You wonder if you've really fooled Danny or if he's up to something. After he's gone, there are more questions by the lieutenant. And then finally someone else is brought to the sun deck.
Sit down, Mr. Hotchkiss.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Mr. Hotchkiss, this is Mr. Graham.
Oh, well, how do you do, Mr. Graham?
Something wrong?
Why, did you say Mr.
Graham, yeah.
But he...
He looks like Stevens?
Well, yes, he does. Something like Stevens.
Just something?
Well, now, let me look at him more closely. Yes, there is a resemblance, all right, but I don't know. I remember Stevens as different somehow. Of course, I only saw Stevens a couple of times.
Ever speak to him?
No, I never did.
I see. Did Miss Thompson ever mention Stevens to you?
Yes, she did. Let me see. That was several months ago. She had a few friends in one night for cocktails. She'd been kind enough to invite me.
Mm-hmm. What'd she have to say about him?
Well, it was rather strange. I don't know why she picked on me. Told me what she did. I suppose it was on her mind. She had to tell somebody. Well, anyway, we were standing out here, and all of a sudden she just started talking about him. Mm-hmm. She and Stevens had been married.
Married?
New Orleans, 1940. That's where she met him. Oh, it only lasted a few months. He took what money she had and walked out on her. She hadn't seen him again in all those years.
Go on.
Well, then, let me see now. I suppose it was a week later. That would be about 2 months ago. I ran into Miss Thompson downstairs in the lobby. She told me she'd just bumped into Stevens on the street that afternoon. And she seemed very happy.
And you say she met him again about 2 months ago?
Yes, that's right, Lieutenant.
And after that, this Stevens started coming around, huh?
Yes, I saw him several times in the elevator. Once or twice with Miss Thompson. But I'd say that Stevens was bigger, heavier than Mr. Graham here. And Stevens wore glasses, too, the heavy horn-rimmed kind.
I see.
Lieutenant.
Yes, Sergeant.
DA on the phone.
All right. Well, I guess that's all for now, Mr. Hotchkiss. Thanks.
Yes, of course, Lieutenant. Of course.
And, Mr. Graham, if you don't mind, I'd like to have you stick around here for a while.
All right, Lieutenant.
Be right back.
The relief pours over you, Cliff, surges through your mind and body. Even though you know as you walk out of there a half hour later that you're far from in the clear, you've apparently convinced Mr. Hotchkiss that there's still the puzzling attitude of Danny Rizzo, the elevator operator. Why did he say you were not Stevens? You come closer to the answer where he's concerned a few days later. It's while you and Alma and the plant manager at the drug firm are making an inspection tour. The three of you are walking through the new warehouse.
It is a fine warehouse, Clifford. This was Father's dream, you know. Expansion, improvement. Oh, he'd be so proud of you, Clifford.
I hope so, dear. Of course, I'd much rather you were proud of me, you know.
You know very well I am. You've been a wonderful manager. Oh, forgive us, Martin. We'll save our personal conversation for later.
Oh, not at all, Mrs. Graham. I don't blame you for being proud. We all are. I'm getting quite a kick out of this new warehouse myself.
And you're putting it to use right away, aren't you, Martin?
Yes, we are, Mrs. Graham. Of course, we had to hire some new help, but this new arrangement will... Is there something wrong, Mr. Graham?
No. No, Martin, no. That new man over there, moving crates.
Huh? Oh, that young fellow. Fine worker. Replaced Sullivan. I practically had to hire him. He told me you'd send him to see me.
I sent him. Oh, yes.
I'll say this for him. He is a hustler.
Is anything wrong, Clifford?
No, dear, no, of course not. I remember now, it's just that, excuse me. I'll catch up with you. I just want to say hello to the young man. Hello, Danny.
Oh, Mr. Graham. Hi.
I just found out that you were working for me.
Yeah. Yeah, this sure beats the ups and downs in the elevator at the Chase Weatherly.
You decided to quit your job over there, did you?
Uh-huh. I decided to quit over there.
Uh-huh. You like your work here?
Sure. Oh, I know this is heavy stuff I'm doing right now, but I've got a feeling working for you, Mr. Graham. A feeling that I'll go places fast.
I see.
You see, Mr. Graham, I'm a fellow with lots of ambition. I want to go up in the world. At the Chase Weatherly, I could only go up as far as the penthouse. Then I'd have to come down again.
Yes, well,
Ambition's a good thing, don't you think?
Yes, Danny. Usually a very good thing. But, hadn't you better get back to work?
Oh, sure. Sure, Mr. Graham. Right away.
And there you have it, Cliff. Danny Rizzo's reasons for telling the police lieutenant that you were not Stevens. Talking with Danny just now, you begin to get his idea. Unless he goes places working for you, you're certain he'll identify you as Mr. Stevens, link you to the murder of Julie Thompson in that penthouse apartment. You wonder when something is going to break. Only nothing does. And then one day the police lieutenant drops by your office.
Just figured you'd like to know how it was going, Mr. Graham. And it isn't. The case just isn't going anyplace. Only standing still.
You say that you've had no news of Stevens, can't even get a clue to his whereabouts?
I say more than that, Mr. Graham. The district attorney, he's got a pet theory.
Oh?
He could be right. I don't know. He says that there isn't any Mr. Stevens. Never has been.
What could he possibly be insinuating with a statement like that?
Don't know. Just his theory. Who can say? At least right now.
You sent for me, Mr. Graham?
Yes, sit down, Danny.
Oh, sure.
Cigars. You can help yourself there.
Oh, yeah, I will.
Danny, I'll get right to it. You know me as...
As Mr. Stevens? Sure, Mr. Graham. You going to ask me why I didn't tell the cops you were Mr. Stevens, is that it?
No, I can assume. Like you said, you can go places with me, fast.
Check. Good cigars, Mr. Graham.
Danny, I'm going to play ball with you. No bluffing, tricks.
Swell.
You've got to help me some more. There's nothing difficult. But there's a situation that can spoil things for both of us. After all, if anything happens to me...
I'm way ahead of you, Mr. Graham. Just tell me what to do.
You mean that?
Sure. Say, these are nice cigars. Very nice. I like them very much.
Danny, Stevens must be brought back to life. I mean, he must be seen somewhere again. Preferably by that Mr. Hotchkiss.
Oh, that's easy. I know a place we can find him anytime.
Hotchkiss?
Uh-huh. A bar. Place where he takes on a nightcap every night.
Good. Very good. Now, listen to me, Danny. Listen close.
You set it all up swiftly, simply, don't you, Cliff? Danny seems to be perfectly cooperative. And if your plan goes smoothly, there'll be no more theories about Mr. Stevens. You and Danny are going to bring him to life just once more. The following evening at your apartment, with your wife Alma out visiting friends, you begin to set the plan in motion. First, some seemingly casual but firm instructions to your faithful, unsuspecting houseboy, Chan.
Chan, I'm going to bed early. I have a very bad headache.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Graham. Chan help?
Yes, you can. Chan, I don't want to be disturbed by anyone.
Oh, yes, Mr. Graham. No disturb. Headache. I fix. Nobody disturb you.
Thank you, Chan. Good night.
Night, Mr. Graham.
That's the first step, isn't it, Cliff? Establishing your presence in the apartment, making certain no one will enter your room. Because the second step is to lock your door, slip outside to the fire escape, and make your way unobserved to the alley where you've left your car. The trench coat and glasses you wore when posing as Mr. Stevens are in the back seat, and you put them on before you drive downtown. 15 minutes later, you're having a drink in the cocktail bar Danny told you about.
Drink okay, mister?
Oh, fine, yes. It's just right. Say, could you tell me, is there a good hotel near here?
The Alton's good as any. Small but clean, fair prices.
Sounds like just what I want.
Excuse me, an old customer.
You almost smile at the timing, don't you, Cliff? Yes, because the old customer who's come in, seating himself at the far end of the bar, is Mr. Hotchkiss. And you're not at all surprised when he stares at you, gets up from his stool quickly, and hurries out without ordering.
How do you like that guy?
Something wrong?
First time he's ever acted like that. Walked out without speaking. Didn't even look at me. And he's been coming in here ever since.
Something's on his mind, perhaps. That hotel again, the Alton, you say?
That's right, mister. 1 block down the street.
Thanks. Night.
Night, mister.
You leave the bar in time to see Mr. Hotchkiss hurrying into a drugstore across the street. You know exactly what he'll do, don't you, Cliff? Yes. Head for a phone booth and call the police. Tell them he's seen Mr. Stevens again. At the Alton Hotel, a block down the street, you sign the register as Mr. Stevens. Go upstairs to a room. That makes it complete, doesn't it? All but the final step. The call from Danny Rizzo. Danny, who's stationed in the drugstore watching. And he calls right on schedule.
Yes.
The cops just left the bar. Better get out of that room.
Check.
Out the back way, huh? I'll have your car waiting in the alley.
Good. It's worked perfectly, hasn't it, Danny? Yes. Couldn't have been better.
Where shall we eat? Where shall we spend the night? Those are 2 questions you'll be asking again and again if you do any traveling this summer. Well, to help you find happy answers to these questions, Signal Oil Dealers are offering free a 20-page booklet of selected eating and lodging places in the West. Called Lane's Guide, this handy booklet is packed with useful information. It tells, for instance, whether the lodging place has facilities for swimming. In the case of motels, it states whether kitchens are available. And so that you can keep within your budget, it states whether the prices are low, medium, or high. Naturally, no pocket-sized publication could possibly contain every good eating and lodging place. But Lane's Guide, which is prepared by an independent travel organization, includes a representative selection in 350 cities and towns throughout 16 western states. We hope you'll enjoy this latest step in Signal Oil Company's continuing efforts to make your motoring miles more pleasant. Remember, a copy of Lane's Guide is yours free while the supply lasts at any Signal service station.
Yes, Cliff, it's working perfectly. You know you've managed to convince Mr. Hotchkiss that there is a man named Stevens. You know he's called the police and will tell them. But they won't find you here in this room of the Alton Hotel where you registered as Stevens. No. By the time the police arrive, you'll be out and on your way home to resume life as Cliff Graham, only on a much safer plane. There'll be no more doubts that a Mr. Stevens does exist, even if he has eluded the police. And you'll go free of any suspicion for your murder of Julie Thompson. But you must move swiftly, Cliff. Out the door of the hotel into the corridor, and toward a window that will lead to the fire escape. And then...
Hold it, Stevens.
Mm-hmm. Hotchkiss.
Yes, that's right, Stevens. I came over here ahead of the police. The bartender told me you'd probably be here.
What are you going to do?
What do people usually do with guns, Stevens? They shoot things, don't they? Well, I'm going to shoot the thing that murdered Julie Thompson.
Julie?
Yes. I love Julie Thompson. And she loved me before you took her away from me.
Now, look, Mr. Hotchkiss, you're making a mistake. I'm not Stevens.
I saw the register downstairs, Stevens.
No, my name is Graham. Cliff Graham. Please, you must believe me.
No. I wanted to make certain I got the right man. And so I called Mr. Graham at home just now, talked to his houseboy. He said Mr. Graham is in his room this minute. Has a sick headache. Left word not to be disturbed. So you see, Stevens, I know those horn-rimmed glasses and trench coat anywhere.
But
I swore I'd get the man that killed Julie. I've been carrying this gun ever since you killed her. Hoping to run into you, Stevens.
You'll never get away with this. The police are on their way here now.
You forget, I called the police. I want them to take me. I love Julie. And you killed her. I don't care anymore, you see, about anything. Except this.
Stop it! Hotchkiss, you're...
Oh, goodbye, Mr. Stevens.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. And don't forget, a free 20-page travel guide suggesting where to eat and sleep, as well as free road maps, are yours for the asking at any Signal service station. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, John Daner, Mary Lansing, and Howard McNair. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Steve Hampton, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler, rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast radio program. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Quiet Sunday.
This was going to be a quiet Sunday for Henry Parker. Peaceful, calm, restful. Away from the work and tedium of the office. Just the kind of Sunday Henry always looked forward to during the other hectic days of the week. And more than that, it was a special Sunday, for Henry's wife, Ruth, was vacationing at their lodge at Lake Arrowhead and wouldn't be home. That was the best part. It was nice to wake up and not find Ruth there to nag and irritate him. And it was nice, too, to remember that tonight he had a date with Daphne. Daphne was tall and lovely, and Daphne seemed to understand that Henry liked to spend a nice, quiet evening. He was contemplating all this when the doorbell rang.
Oh, never fails. Minute I get settled with the Sunday paper. If that bird Adams wants to borrow the lawnmower again, I'll... What? Daphne!
Surprise, darling?
Daphne, what in the world are you doing here? What'll the neighbors think?
I had to see you, Henry. I was all alone.
Come in quickly. Daphne, darling, you know you shouldn't have come here.
Why are you so frightened, Henry? Your wife won't be back for another week.
Don't you understand that...
You don't seem very happy to see me, Henry.
You know I'm glad to see you, dear. It's just that...
Well, aren't you going to ask me to sit down?
Oh, of course. This way, Daphne. No, not by the window. Over here.
Why are you so nervous, Henry?
That's it. Right here.
Thank you, Henry. There. Don't I look at home here?
Oh, now, Daphne, you've simply got to understand it won't do to have you around the house here ever.
You have a cigarette, darling?
Cigarette? Oh, yes, of course. Here.
Match?
Yes.
That's better. Now, go on, dear. Sit down. Put your feet up.
Oh, please, Daphne, will you be reasonable?
I'm being quite reasonable. Now, please sit down, Henry. I want to talk to you.
Very well, Daphne.
Now, forget about your wife. She's at Arrowhead, 100 miles away.
Well, yes, but
But what, Henry?
Well, her friends are always dropping in. You know that. Why couldn't it have waited till tonight?
I had to talk to you. Couldn't wait until then.
Why? Is something wrong?
That depends upon you, Henry.
What do you mean?
Do you love me?
Oh, please don't be silly, dear. You know I do.
I'm not so sure, Henry, and I'm very tired of it. The only time I get to see you is when you can get away from your wife.
I've tried to explain.
I want you all to myself, and, well, if it can't be that way, I don't want you at all. That's why I came. Sick of meeting you in back alleys and dining with you in out-of-the-way places where no one will see us. If you really love me, you wouldn't treat me this way.
I know, Daphne, I know. It isn't very fair.
Of course it isn't.
Can't we talk about it tonight? Yes, that's it. We'll have a nice, quiet dinner at the Willows.
Henry, there isn't going to be any tonight. You've got to make a decision now. What was that?
Hey, the garage door. Someone's out there.
Could it be?
No, it's not Ruth.
Oh, then I'll stay.
Daphne, we can't take a chance. You better go.
I'm staying, Henry.
Maybe it's one of her friends. You'll start a lot of talk.
I want an answer. Make up your mind.
They're coming. Oh, listen, it's you, Daphne. Believe me. I promise you I'll free myself from Ruth some way, but you just got to give me time. Now, please go.
All right, Henry.
No, not the front door. Here. You better go down into the cellar. The door here. Now, you can wait down there at the foot of the stairs until they go. I'll call you.
Remember what I said, Henry?
Yes, dear, of course.
Henry! Henry, where are you?
It's Ruth.
Henry! Oh, there you are, Henry.
Well, Well, surprise. What are you doing here?
You know very well what I'm doing here. I wrote you a letter 2 days ago asking you to join me at the lodge.
But I wired you, Ruth. I told you I couldn't take the weekend off. I'm way behind at the
How do you
office.
think I feel up there all by myself?
No.
Leona and Emily and Edith, all of them up there with their husbands, and I'm alone. They all want to know where you are.
I know, but look, I explained.
I
Ruth.
feel like a fool.
Well, I...
Henry Parker, you're going back to Lake Arrowhead with me this very afternoon. I've had enough of your excuses.
But I can't. Don't you see?
I ask so little of you, Henry. I ask only what a wife expects, no more. You've got to go back to the lake with me today.
And why, may I ask?
Henry, today is our 10th anniversary. I told everyone you'd be there tonight. They'll think it's strange if you aren't.
I'm sick of this pretense, Ruth. I'm fed up to the neck with all of your friends. Furthermore, I don't care a hang what they think. Why don't you tell them, Ruth? Why don't you tell them I want a divorce?
You're not going to humiliate me. They're all coming over tonight, and you're going to be there. I won't be a laughingstock, Henry. Is that clear?
Yes, that's very clear.
No one knows I'm here in town. They think I'm still at the lodge. They all went on a picnic to Big Bear today, and I told them I had a headache. Oh, Henry, they won't be back till tonight, and when they arrive, I want you to be there.
That's clever of you. Why did you do all this?
I'd die if they knew I had to drive into town and beg you to come back with me.
And what about the neighbors here?
Well, I took all the back roads, and when I reached our street, I came up the alley and drove into the garage. Oh, please understand, Henry. This means everything to me. I couldn't face them.
You and your pride.
Oh, please, Henry. It's only 3 o'clock. We can drive there in 3 hours. There's plenty of time. I told everyone to drop in from 9 on.
You simply don't understand, Ruth. I'm not going. I don't care what your friends think. Don't you see that?
You're coming with me, Henry. That's all there is to it.
Now where are you going?
Down in the cellar to get your overnight bag.
No, wait a minute, Ruth. No, wait.
Oh, don't argue with me. Go and get your razor and things from the bathroom.
All right, Ruth. All right, you win. I'll go down and get the suitcase.
I can get it.
Stay away from the door.
Henry, who is that woman?
I told you not to open that door.
Henry, Henry, what are you doing?
Overbearing, stupid.
Henry, don't be silly. Don't be silly.
No, you don't. I've had all of you I intend to take. Oh, Ruth. Oh, no. Oh, Ruth. Daphne. Say, we better get some water here. Let me... What's the matter, Daphne? Daphne, what's the matter? Well, don't you see we better... don't you think that...
Just let her stay there, darling. There's no point in moving her now.
Oh, no, you mean Ruth is...
Yes, Henry. She's dead.
With the prologue of Quiet Sunday, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. Aye, my merry Oldsmobile. Remember those good old days when horseless carriages roared down bumpy streets at the furious speed of 25 miles per hour? Automobiles have changed a lot since then, and so have their requirements for gasoline and lubrication. In fact, outstanding authorities, including the United States Army and Navy, agree today's high-speed, precision-engineered motors need better lubrication than straight motor oil alone could ever provide. That's why Signal now brings you an amazing new type lubricant, Signal Premium Motor Oil, combining finest 100% pure paraffin base with 5 scientific new compounds, each developed to do a job which straight oil alone can't do. The result? Exhaustive tests prove new Signal Premium Motor Oil actually keeps motors 6 times cleaner and reduces cylinder wear 1/3. Yes, the oil you use can make a big difference in the way your motor runs when it's Signal Premium Motor Oil. So go modern. Join the thousands who are switching from old-fashioned straight oil to Signal's new lubricant that guarantees you a sweeter-running motor. New Signal Premium Motor Oil. And now, back to the Whistler.
is lying dead at the foot of the cellar stairs. And the quiet part of the Sunday is over, isn't it, Henry? Just like that. Her unexpected arrival home, her irritating insistence that you go back to Lake Arrowhead with her, the argument, the cellar stairs, a flash of blinding rage, and it was over. Death is a strange, terrifying thing, isn't it, Henry? You've never been so close to it before. All you can do is stand there at the foot of the stairs and look dumbly at Daphne, too stunned even to think.
Daphne, I didn't mean it. It was an accident. You saw it all, didn't you? There was nothing. She just slipped.
Stop it, Henry.
You saw it. And you can tell them how...
I said stop it. I'm not going to tell them anything.
What do you mean? We've got it.
Forget it. You pushed her and you know it.
You mean you're going to tell them? Oh, Daphne, you can't. Well, don't you see...
Listen to me. There's a way to get out of this gracefully. Now get hold of yourself. I could hear her through the door. What did she say about sneaking away from the lake?
Oh, it was our anniversary, and she wanted me to be there. Her friends are away at Big Bear, and they think she's still there at the lodge.
And no one knows she came down here?
No.
She wasn't seen?
No.
Henry, supposing she fell down the stairs at the lodge instead of here?
Huh?
While you were spending a quiet Sunday in town.
I don't know how she could.
Now, wait a minute. Let me think. There's a long staircase up there. I remember it. What if her friends came back from Big Bear at 9 o'clock and found her at the foot of the stairs when everyone knows you're here in town?
Well, yeah, but... Well, how could we get her up there?
Well, we've got to try. It's the only way.
Well...
Look, I'll take her car up to the lodge. It's got to be found there. I can get to Arrowhead without being seen. I know it. And then I'll come back with you.
Well, what about Ruth?
You've got to take her up in the trunk of your car. And there's only one thing more. Somebody's got to know you've been in town all day.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, an alibi, huh?
Of course. Where could you be for the next few hours?
Oh, I don't know, Daphne. I don't know how...
A movie. What about a movie? Yes, that's it. Pick one that you've seen.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, wait a minute. Oh, and there's Charlie Hardcastle. He goes to the committee meeting at church early every Sunday. Oh, yeah. I could pick him up, and I'll tell him I'm going to the movies, huh?
Of course. Buy a ticket, go in, and then sneak out the side entrance.
Yeah.
It'll be dark when we get to the lake, and I'll meet you at the Y in the road just before before you get to the lodge.
Yes.
I'll honk my horn twice. Do you understand?
Oh, yes, I understand.
Well, we haven't much time. Come on, we've got to get her up to the car. We'll get that blanket over there, and we'll wrap her in that.
Oh, this works. All right.
Hurry, Henry.
All right. Here you are.
Just throw it over.
Are you ready?
Yes, all right.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh. All right, we'll go right up the steps. Oh, what's that?
I don't know. Something crashed through the window.
Oh, quick, back under the stairs.
Yes,
quick.
hurry.
Get down.
What was it?
I don't know. Wait a minute. There it is. It's a baseball. Those fool kids next door playing baseball on the vacant lot.
They'll be coming after it. Go out and give it to them before they try to come down.
All right. I'll crawl down and get it. Gee, I can't see down here. What if old Sourpuss Parker is... Oh, hello, Mr. Parker.
Hello, Freddie.
Gee whiz, we're sorry about the wind.
Oh, that's all right, Freddie. Here, let me hand the ball to you.
Well, you can't reach Mr. Parker. I'll come around and get it.
No, you stay right out there. Here.
See? You can't reach up this far. I'll be down in a sec.
No, you stay right there, I said.
Oh, gee whiz, I only...
Now, let me throw it up to you.
Look out, Mr. Parker. You'll bust the other window.
Here you are.
See?
Oh, go on now. Never mind the window. Go on with your game.
We'll divvy up the first one, Mr. Parker. But the
Look, I said never mind, Freddie. Go on, get out of here and close that window after you, will you?
Okay, Mr. Parker. Gee whiz, what's the matter with you?
Oh, that was close.
Well, don't worry about that now. Let's get her into the car.
Just a quiet Sunday afternoon, Henry. Nothing to mar its peaceful stillness. Except the small matter of getting the body of your wife, Ruth, up to Lake Arrowhead, leaving it at the foot of the stairs at your lodge, parking her car where she always leaves it, and returning with Daphne to Los Angeles. All without being seen. And, oh yes, there's the matter, too, of Mr. Charles Hardcastle and the alibi.
Henry, you've got to get hold of yourself.
Oh, wait a minute. Maybe Hardcastle's left already.
You're shaking like a leaf.
Shh, quiet, hear you. Hello, Charlie? This is Henry Parker, Charlie. Yeah, I'm fine. Well, look, I was going to a show tonight, and I wondered if you'd like to join me. Oh, you're going to a committee meeting at the church. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Well, how about letting me drop you off? It's right near the theater. Oh, good. Well, I'll pick you up in a few minutes. Huh? Oh, no, forget it, Charlie. I'm glad to do it. All right. Goodbye. All set. Charlie will swear to the high heavens I stayed in town.
What time is it?
5 o'clock.
You've only got an hour to spare. It'll take 3 hours to drive up there. Remember, I'll be waiting for you at the Y in the road.
All right, Daphne. At the Y in the road.
There's no turning back now, is there, Henry? The body is riding behind you now in the trunk of the car as you drive slowly down the street to pick up Charlie Hardcastle. You're beginning to settle down a little, aren't you? The terrible shock that gripped you at first is beginning to wear off, and you're thinking more clearly. Some of Daphne's quick, cool courage was there for you to borrow when you needed it most, when the panic made your knees weak, when you could think of nothing else except running blindly away to hide somewhere. At 5:10, you stop by for Charlie and nonchalantly begin to build your alibi as the two of you drive toward the church.
Oh, don't be silly, Charlie. It's no trouble at all driving around this way. Nothing else to do, you know, just taking in a show.
Hey, you kind of surprised me, Henry, calling up that way.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, it's been a coon's age since we've been out together. By the way, where's Ruth?
Been up at the lake for a little rest.
How I envy you that lodge. I'd like to get away sometime myself, you know.
Well, I'll tell you what, Charlie, as soon as Ruth gets back, why don't you and Sadie go up to the lake? You're welcome to use our lodge.
Well, that's mighty nice of you, Henry. I'm sure Sadie will be thrilled to pieces.
Oh, not at all. You've no idea what a great help you've been to me. Why, many times... What's that?
I better pull over. You got a flat, I'm afraid.
Flat? Oh, no, it can't be. It just can't.
Take it easy, Henry. It's just a flat.
No, listen, I'll tell you. I'll run on the rim. I don't care about the tire. I haven't got time anyway.
Wait a minute. Don't be silly, Henry. You don't want to go around ruining a perfectly good tire these days. Let's have a look at it.
Yeah.
Casing's okay. You're lucky.
Look, Charlie, it's only a few blocks to the church. You better run along. I'll fix it.
You're talking to the best tire changer in the business. Come on, where are the tools?
No, come on, go ahead. Please, Charlie.
What's the matter with you, Henry?
Oh, I just don't want you to be late. It'll only take me a minute.
I wouldn't think of it. I'll get the keys out of the dash. Tools are in the trunk, aren't they? We'll get her fixed.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait, Charlie. I'll get the keys.
Already got it.
Here, give them to me.
Take it easy. I don't mind a bit. I'll get the spare out of the trunk.
No, let me do it, I tell you.
Something eating you, Henry?
Oh, I'd just rather do it myself.
You sure got the jitters.
Well, don't you see, Charlie? I just don't want to see you get all messed up and dirty before church. Say, look, why don't you go up the street and slow the traffic down? Have them swing around me. I'm not too close to the curb, and the street's kind of narrow.
Okay, Henry, if you say so. Here are the keys.
It's worse than ever now, Henry. Worse even than the moment when you looked down at Ruth, lying still at the foot of the cellar stairs. One more second and Charlie would have opened the trunk, looked curiously at the blanket-wrapped, shapeless thing that was your wife, and it would have been all over. But you can't waste time thinking about that now. Your hands won't work. You fumble clumsily with a jack, with the lug nuts on the wheel, glance nervously at Charlie down at the corner directing traffic. 1,000 years later, the tire has changed, and you're frantically trying to get the old wheel back in the trunk when...
Come on. Here, let me give you a hand with that, Henry.
No.
I'll take it.
No, wait a minute. That's got it.
All set?
Yeah. You can go ahead and get in. We're...
Hey, you left the jack out. Here, let me put it in the trunk.
No. It's all locked. I'll throw it in the back seat.
All right, Henry.
Well, better get in.
Yeah.
Well, I got the keys right here. Oh, yeah. It was kind of a tough break, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, Charlie, I'm sorry I got so jumpy. Funny thing, though, flat tires always kind of throw me a little.
Yeah, I don't think I was much of a help, though, standing out there. You're soaked to the skin.
Yeah, I am. Well, you see, never would have done to have you show up at church this way. Oh, gosh, it's too bad you can't go to the show with me.
Hey, you know, I was thinking, maybe I won't go to church. I wouldn't mind seeing a movie tonight myself.
Oh, now, I don't want to talk you out of going to church. Don't get me wrong, Charlie.
Oh, it was just
I can let you off right at the door.
What's playing at the show tonight?
I don't know, some second-rate picture. I'll tell you, I'll give you a report on it, and you can take it in tomorrow night if it's any good. I'd hate to think I kept you out of church.
All right, Henry. Don't worry. I'm going to church.
Next, please. How many?
Could you tell me if the main feature's on, please?
Starts in about 6 minutes.
Oh, good. I always hate to come in during the middle of a picture.
How many, please?
Just one.
55, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have change. Can you break a 20?
I've done it before. Let me try, huh?
I'm terribly sorry. Oh, here you are.
2, 3, 4, 5, 10, and 20. Thank you.
Thank you. Awfully hot tonight, isn't it?
You can say that again. Next, please.
Yeah, too warm to suit me. Earthquake weather, that's what I call it.
Say, buddy, if you don't mind,
pardon me, of course. Good night, miss.
Let me get that guy.
What a character. I'll see him in my sleep.
That's right, Henry. They'll remember you now. A minute later, you're lost in the comfortable blackness of the theater at an aisle seat near the side exit. You sit there for a moment and then slip out unseen and hurry back to your car. It's 6 o'clock now, Henry. Just 3 hours left to make it. Sunday night. The traffic is coming the other way now, back into Los Angeles. 50, 55, 60 miles an hour. And always you're careful to watch the rearview mirror. Would never do to be picked up for speeding, would it?
Oh, 8:30. I made wonderful time. And there's the Y in the road ahead. Brother, it's dark. Where is she? Where? Oh, yeah. Oh, Daphne, thank heaven.
You made it, darling. Is everything all right?
I think so. Did anyone see you?
No, I was awfully careful. You better go ahead. I'll follow you.
You been up to the lodge?
No, hurry. Go on ahead. We haven't time to talk.
Okay. Daphne, there's the lodge. Look, pitch dark.
Where does she usually leave the car?
Over there at the side. Better move it now.
No, we'll take her in first. Got the keys?
Yeah, right here.
All right, hurry and open the trunk. I'll help you carry her.
Yeah. We're in time, darling. We made it.
So you made it, Henry. The lodge is deserted, and there'll be plenty of time for you and Daphne to arrange Ruth's accidental fall at the foot of the steep staircase. Leave quietly, lock the door, and sneak back down the dark road to the highway. It's simple, isn't it? Your alibi will hold, you're sure of it. Yes, Henry, you're safe now. And strangely, the horror that gripped you when you first looked down on Ruth's body is gone, as the two of you carry it up the stairs to the front door of the lodge.
Where's the key?
I've got it right here. Just a minute. Oh, now where's that darn keyhole? Oh, better get a match.
No, wait a minute. Here you are.
Oh, good. That's got it. All right, I'll go in first. Easy now.
Not so fast.
Okay. All right, follow me. I know my way in the dark.
Where are the stairs?
Over this way.
Henry!
I'll turn on the lights.
Surprise!
What?
Surprise, Henry, surprise!
Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. Featured in tonight's cast were Joseph Kearns and Mary Lansing. This program, produced by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Bernard Gerard and Zane Mann, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who's guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Devoted Couple.
The big house on Orange Grove Drive seemed to reflect the merriment inside. The new Mr. and Mrs. Walter Blake were at home to friends following their honeymoon. And it was truly an occasion. Mrs. Blake had lived quite alone for several years, a widow, with only a servant girl as a companion. And now it was all changed, and Claire Blake's friends were pleased. Pleased for Claire and pleased with the charm and manner of her new husband, the wealthy Eastern sportsman, Walter Blake. Yes, an occasion. Good cause for laughter, happiness, and congratulations.
Oh, and Claire, darling, to think how it was such an accident that you two met when you're, well, simply made for each other.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Meg.
Yeah, she's right, you know. And I'd say you both made a fine catch.
Well, I'm the lucky one, Mr. Schilling.
Oh, make it Bob, will you? After all, Walter, the husband of our dear friend Claire.
Well, sorry, Bob. But I repeat, I'm the lucky one. Claire's the sort of person I've been searching for years.
Thank you, dear.
Mr. Blake, sir, the telephone. Oh, excuse me, dear. Everyone, probably some long-distance congratulations from my side of the fence. I'll be right back.
Don't be gone long, dear.
Hello? Mr. Blake? Walter Blake? That's right. Congratulations.
Well, I'm afraid... who is this?
The name is Spiker. I'm afraid we haven't met formally, Mr. Blake, but you see, I'm from the East myself.
So?
quite well informed about a number of prominent sportsmen there. I know who's who and who isn't.
What are you driving at, Spiker?
You'd better talk to me. I'll meet you in the garden in back of the house. 10 minutes.
Hello? Hello?
Well, Walter, who is he and what does he want? The questions race through your mind. You can't place the name Spiker, not at all. But you know one thing, you have to meet him. Have to watch your opportunity and slip away from Claire and her friends. Make your way out into the garden in back of the house.
Over here, Mr. Blake.
Oh. Spiker?
That's right.
Now, see here, I don't want you to get the idea that because I've come out here like this that
you're worried, scared? Oh, no, Mr. Blake. Not that.
Come on, I haven't much time. What's this all about?
What's it all about, eh? Well, it's all about you, Mr. Blake. I know all about you. You see, I was paid my regular fee just to find out all about you.
Your regular fee? I'm afraid
I'm a private investigator, Mr. Blake.
A private investigator?
Been checking on you for several weeks now. Hired by the present Mrs. Blake.
Claire? Claire hired you?
Yes, to look into your background. Find out the truth about you before she listened to your proposals. Went ahead with the marriage.
I don't believe it.
Because she went ahead with the marriage, you mean?
No. No, simply I don't believe that Claire would stoop to such...
Oh, come off it, Mr. Blake. Oh, Walter. It's no time for pride. If it'll help your feelings any, her attorney did the insisting, but the fact remains.
That you investigated me. Found out
that Walter Blake, wealthy sportsman, is about as wealthy as I am.
Well, then, why on earth did Claire go through with it? She said nothing.
Why did she marry him? Mr. Blake, I dreamed up a beauty. Handed you a character, bank account, and background that made it ridiculous to even think you had anything but love and devotion in mind.
You're a very amazing person, Mr. Spiker.
Oh, not too. Let's just say I'm human. That I had myself in mind. Wanted my share.
Of course. What else?
How about Mrs. Blake? Quite well off, isn't she?
Yes, she's very well off, as you put it. The sort of person I've been looking for years.
Here, my card, Mr. Blake. There's an address. Not a very fancy place, to be sure, but a place to hang my hat. And a place where you can start sending money. Starting, say, tomorrow?
All right, Spiker. Starting tomorrow.
You have a partner, haven't you, Walter? An unwelcome but full partner in your carefully prepared plan to acquire the wealth belonging to your new wife, Claire. The problem is on your mind all evening, through the remainder of the little reception party. And you're thinking about it later as you drive Claire's friends, the Shelleys, home because their car is stalled. And then alone in the car on your way back home to Claire, you hit upon a solution. Yes, Walter, you find the only kind of answer to this sort of thing. The only kind of answer you know. The next morning at breakfast, Claire seems disturbed over a little item in the paper.
What is it, dear? You have an odd expression on your face.
Have I?
Something in the papers?
Why, no, not really. It's just that, well, an accident victim, dear. A man who was found dead in his apartment, suffocated or something. His name seems familiar to me somehow.
Oh? What is the name?
Spiker. Harry Spiker. No, I can't place it.
Neither can I. Oh, may I look at the financial page, dear?
It's going well again, isn't it, Walter? The weeks that follow the little incident with Mr. Spiker are uneventful, comfortable. Also, you managed to discern some profits for your wife, Claire, on a number of minor business investments. She has full, unquestioning confidence in you, hasn't she? Of course, Claire has no way of knowing, or any reason to suspect, that the profits you've shown for her on her money are false profits. You're using your own money, what little you have left of it, for the purpose of winning her goodwill and faith. Yes, Walter, you've got to spend money to earn money, as you so often tell Claire.
Oh, Walter, again? And you've given me such a large return on such a little investment.
Just pointing the way for you, my dear. Later on, I'll run across something where you can splurge, make a tremendous amount. You see, actually, Claire, you've got to spend money to make it.
Anything you say, dear. My, even if we couldn't afford it, we've made enough to spend weeks at the beach. Take a cottage, a nice one. Oh, Walter, you're a genius at business, a wizard.
Well, there's nothing magic about it, dear. Just the right move at the right time. Oh, and about that beach cottage idea, I think it's wonderful.
Yes, Walter. You're sure that before too long, Claire will be turning everything over to your management, giving you power of attorney. It's perfect, isn't it? Going more smoothly than you anticipated. At the beach, Claire's confidence even inspires her to hire a social secretary. Your new wife is blossoming out, Walter, taking an interest in things. But you find another kind of interest in her new secretary, a girl with Titian hair and laughing blue eyes. And it all begins on the day you first meet her when you drive back to the beach from town. Go for an afternoon swim, out to a raft just offshore. She's sitting there as you swim up.
Oh, I didn't notice I had an audience.
You swim very well. You're Mr. Blake.
That's right. Oh, and you're Nadine Wilson.
Yes, I'm Mrs. Blake's new secretary.
Well.
Oh, my, I wish I could swim as well as you do.
Oh, not as good as I used to be. Out of shape, I'm afraid.
Oh, I wish you'd help me.
I'm glad to. Yeah.
It's the stroke. I just don't get that overhand business and the breathe in and breathe out. I keep drinking in half the ocean.
Well, we'll try to correct it. Yes, we'll try to find some time together every day if you wish, Miss Wilson. It'll be a pleasure.
That was the beginning, Walter, but only the beginning. First, the lessons every afternoon, and like you said, a real pleasure. Then later, a chance meeting one evening when Claire retired early. A stroll along the beach. Quiet conversation, lulled by the gentle lapping of the waves against the beach. Just the two of you. You and Nadine. Soon it's a nightly thing. A silent agreement that you two will meet and walk and talk. And suddenly you find yourself discontented. The thoughts of Claire's money aren't enough, are they? They're new thoughts. Thoughts of you and Nadine. Until finally you can stand it no longer. You're wondering what to do and when to do it. Until suddenly Nadine brings everything up short.
Mr. Blake.
Please, Nadine, dear. Walter's been quite good enough for a week now. Surely you're not going to change something that's so...
Mr. Blake. I've wanted to say this before. Now I have to say it. I simply must.
Oh, what is it, dear?
Maybe I will sound mid-Victorian or something, but I don't care. I don't know what's got into me. I've never acted this way before. I mean, with a married man. It isn't fair.
Isn't it, Nadine?
No. Mrs. Blake's been very decent to me. I feel all wrong about this, like a cheat.
I see.
Please, Mr. Blake, say you understand, that you don't think badly of me. I mean, giving you the wrong idea, perhaps. You see, I do...
You do care for me. Isn't that what you were going to say?
Yes. Yes, I do. But this is insane, what we're doing. Insane, unfair.
And neither of us can help it. Neither of us can do anything about it.
No, please don't say that. We can do something. I can. I can leave. I can go away.
No, Nadine, don't do that. It won't be necessary.
You mean that you understand?
If I don't, my dear, I'll make every effort to. Only please don't run off. Let me work this thing out properly, decently. I'll do it, I assure you.
The proper, decent thing that you promised Nadine would involve a divorce, wouldn't it, Walter? Yes, complete freedom from Claire. Divorce. That would clear the way for you and Nadine, wouldn't it, Walter? But you don't intend to take that step, do you? Divorcing Claire would leave you penniless, and that doesn't fit in with your plans. Plans that will make you a wealthy man on Claire's death. The following evening at dinner, you're thinking about your next move, paying little attention to Claire's constant chattering. That is, until something she says causes you to look up at her.
What? What was that, darling?
Oh, the Grangers, darling. I promised Madge we'd drop over this evening.
Oh, I wish you hadn't, Claire.
Well, I didn't know you had plans, Walter.
Well, it's just that Emerson is coming over here.
Emerson?
Well, you introduced me to him at the country club last month.
Oh, yes, of course. He's in insurance or something.
Yes, insurance. That's why I asked him over.
Oh, darling.
Well, it's the sensible thing to do. If anything happened to me,
Darling, don't talk like that.
Well, really, Claire, now let's face it.
Oh, you're right, of course, but I just don't like to think of those things.
You don't have to, darling, but I do. It's a responsibility. I owe it to you.
Oh, Walter.
Oh, really, Claire, I'd feel much better about everything.
Well, I suppose if you've made up your mind.
I have, darling. It'll be the best investment I've ever made. Believe me.
During the rest of dinner, you manage to keep the topic of insurance alive, don't you, Walter? And you can tell Claire is interested. You almost know what she's thinking. Yet you're a little disappointed once dinner is over and she decides to go on to the Grangers alone. You'd hoped she'd remain, sit in on your conversation with the insurance agent. You spend an hour in the study with Mr. Emerson discussing your insurance plans in detail. And then a few minutes after he's gone, you hear Claire in the entry hall.
Walter?
In the study, darling. Have a nice visit?
Very. Oh, well, you're alone.
What? Oh, you mean Emerson? Well, he left a few minutes ago.
Oh, dear, and I came back early hoping he'd still be here.
Oh?
Yes, I've been thinking things over, Walter. About the insurance, I mean.
Now, Claire, I've already agreed to take it.
Well, that's fine, dear. But if you take out insurance for me, I want to take out insurance for you.
Oh, now, really,
No, please, I've made up my mind. You'll call Mr. Emerson in the morning and ask him to come out again, won't you, Walter?
Well,
Ask him to lunch tomorrow, why don't you? And we'll talk, hmm?
All right, Claire. Whatever you say.
It's happened just as you knew it would, Walter. Claire fell for your insurance idea and insisted on taking out an equal amount of insurance on herself, just as you felt sure she would. Within a week after Mr. Emerson's second call to the house, the luncheon, you and Claire share a joint life insurance policy for $50,000. In addition, there's the rest of Claire's money that you'll inherit the day she dies. You haven't decided just when that will come about or how. 6 months or so, a year perhaps. But in the weeks that follow, as you continue to meet with Nadine, you find yourself becoming more and more impatient. And then one morning, as you come downstairs to a late breakfast, you see a taxi pull out of your driveway and disappear down the street.
Morning, dear.
Good morning, Claire. Who was that? The taxi that...
Oh, Nadine. She couldn't wait. Darling told me to say goodbye.
Goodbye?
Yes, the poor girl was so upset. I knew something was wrong the moment she brought the mail in this morning.
Wrong? What do you mean?
Oh, bad news from home. Her mother's quite ill.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I do so hate losing Nadine. She was such an efficient little person. Well, now I suppose I'll have to start all over again and break in a new secretary. Oh, really, it's so annoying.
Wait a minute. You mean she's not coming back?
No, I'm afraid Nadine's left us, Walter. For good. Walter.
Hello, Nadine. Didn't think I'd find you, did you? I didn't think I would myself.
Walter, please go away, please.
I've been looking for you all week. Please let me come in.
But I told Mrs. Blake that I was...
That you were going east? I couldn't believe that.
How did you find me?
Through one of the employment agencies. Why, Nadine? Why did you run away?
I just couldn't stand it anymore, Walter. Living in the same house, being near you, and yet...
I've missed you. Terribly. House is like a tomb now. Those walks at night along the cliffs. That's when I miss you so much.
Walter, listen to me. It's no use. I just don't want things the way they are now.
It's better that we forget it ever happened, forget each other.
Just like that?
Just like that.
No. No, it isn't quite that simple.
I am going away, Walter. I've got a new job.
Where?
What difference does that make?
Where, Nadine? There really isn't a new job, is there?
No. But don't you see, Walter, I've got to get away. A new city, I don't know where, a new job, new friends. They do wonders for girls, so I understand.
Oh, look, darling, we can...
Please, Walter, I've made up my mind. This is the way it's got to be.
I don't suppose I'll ever see you again?
I don't know. We'll see how it works out. Who knows, I might come crawling back on my hands and knees in a week.
And perhaps not. All right, Nadine. Let's see how it works out. But promise me one thing.
Yes?
You'll let me know where you are. You'll write. Please, Nadine. I must know.
All right, Walter. I promise.
You're afraid you're going to lose her, aren't you, Walter? Once she's gone to another town, a new job, and new friends. Nadine's an attractive girl, and she'll find someone else, you're certain of that. Someone who'll help her forget you. But that isn't going to happen, is it? No. You're not going to give her the chance to forget you, Walter. And that means you've got to speed up your plans to get rid of Claire. In the days that follow, you carefully consider several ways in which you can bring about your wife's death. Consider and reject them as dangerous, complicated, and apt to cause suspicion. One evening, when you're alone in the house, you receive a phone call.
Hello, Walter.
Nadine.
Is Mrs. Blake...
No, it's all right. She's out for a walk.
I'm leaving in the morning, Walter.
A job?
In San Francisco.
You at the apartment?
Yes, I'm packing my things.
I'll be right over.
Walter, no,
But
please.
I've got to see you before you go.
I'd rather you didn't.
Only for a minute or so.
I won't answer the door, Walter. I swear.
But, Nadine, All right. I couldn't persuade you to change your mind about going.
Probably. That's why I'd rather not see you.
Oh, Nadine, this is crazy. Please don't go. We can work something out.
Can't. It's no use.
Listen to me, darling,
no,
please.
I'm going to hang up now.
Nadine, wait.
Goodbye, Walter. I'll write you.
Nadine.
You replace the receiver, walk slowly across the room, and step out onto the terrace. As you light a cigarette, you notice your hand is trembling. And you know that the murder of your wife must take place soon. Very soon.
Hello, darling.
You turn and watch Claire coming up the path toward you. You're annoyed, aren't you, Walter? You wanted more time alone to think.
You're back early.
It's turned rather chilly. I just came back from my coat.
Well, I'll get it for you.
Oh, no, don't bother, dear. I want to change my shoes, too. The path along the cliffs is rather slippery.
Oh?
The rain today.
Oh, yes. Yes, the path can be dangerous after a rain. Claire,
Now, don't fret. I'm always quite careful.
It's as simple as that. I'll walk along the cliffs. Oh, Claire.
Yes?
I think a walk would do me good. Mind if I join you?
Why, of course not, darling. Love to have you walk with me. Be right back.
Two travel aids now being offered free by signal dealers are a must for anyone planning a vacation. The first is a 20-page guide to where to eat and sleep. Called Lane's Guide, this handy pocket-sized booklet includes a representative selection of eating and lodging places in 350 cities and towns throughout 16 western states. The second free travel aid is Signal's State Maps. In addition to the usual road information, Signal Maps contain handy extras, such as a radio log showing where to dial the popular network stations as you travel, a list of interesting places to visit, a western state's mileage chart, and enlarged sections of metropolitan areas. Remember, both of these Signal travel aids are free. The 20-page guide to where to eat and sleep, and the state maps. Remember where to get them from any of the friendly independent dealers throughout the Pacific Coast states who feature Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
The tragedy at the cliffs, at first believed an accident, had turned out to be something else. A clear case of murder. There had been a witness to the shocking affair who saw the victim pushed off the cliffs. And that witness now sat in a crowded office at police headquarters, white-faced, staring across the room at the killer. The low hum of conversation ceased suddenly as Police Lieutenant Jameson re-entered the room. He stopped to glance at the stenographer's notes for a moment, and then he turned and faced the witness.
Miss Wilson, Nadine Wilson, is that right?
Yes?
You were formerly secretary to Mrs. Blake.
Yes.
How'd you happen to be at the cliffs at the time of the murder? Miss Wilson, I asked you how
I
you...
was on my way to meet Mr. Blake.
A meeting had been arranged?
No. You see, I had planned to leave town, but at the last minute I changed my mind. I wanted to tell him that.
Mm-hmm. I see. I see.
All right, I was in love with Walter Blake, yes.
You knew then Mr. Blake was in the habit of taking a stroll along the cliffs in the evening,
yes.
And,
I went there to meet him. That's when I saw them together, Walter and Mrs. Blake. When I saw the killing.
Thank you, Miss Wilson. Mrs. Blake.
Yes, Lieutenant?
You, knew about Nadine Wilson and your husband, is that right?
Oh, no, I didn't know anything about that.
Then why did you push him off the cliff, Mrs. Blake?
Money.
Money? But, Mrs. Blake, your first husband
left me a great deal, yes. I spent it all. That's why I married Walter Blake. Recently, for many reasons, I began to suspect he had no more than I have.
I see. So you persuaded your husband to take out a $50,000 insurance policy?
No. No, the insurance was his idea. The joint policy, proceeds payable to the survivor, was my idea.
Why?
Just a gesture of affection, Lieutenant. At the time, I still thought Walter was wealthy. Later, when I was sure he didn't have much money, I realized I'd allowed him to trick me into that joint policy for $50,000. So I decided to make sure I would be the survivor.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Many drivers, when buying gasoline, forget what a big part of the price goes for tax. In fact, every time a driver in the average western city buys $1 worth of gasoline, tax adds 33 cents to his bill. In other words, the tax you pay on 3 would give you a 4th gallon free. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Bill Johnstone, Barry Lansing, and Francis Robinson. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who's guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story, Double Exposure.
It was a summer's evening, quiet, calm, matching the gentle atmosphere of the quaint artist town of Cypress Point on the California coast. Clint Harwell was calm, too, as he walked down the street, heading toward the drugstore. He was calm. His mind was undisturbed, at ease. Clint Harwell was all of these things before he entered the drugstore. Yes, he could even take pleasure from the fact that the local newspaper was to run his picture in an early issue, under the heading, Famed Architect to Wed Local Novelist. There would be a story about the homes Clint had built, too, the pertinent facts about his background. And there would probably be little, if any, mention of the tragedy that had touched his life early last year. The accidental drowning of his wife, Corinne. In the drugstore, Clint waited with his back to the proprietor and customer that he was waiting on.
That'd be all, Mr. Willis?
I think so, Doc.
No razor blades, toothpaste, anything like that?
Got 'em all, Doc.
Well, I'll just wrap up these things for you. Be right there.
Oh, no hurry, Doc.
Any more trouble with those protection racketeers, Mr. Willis?
Oh, I keep hearing from them. It's a dreadful thing, you know.
Terrible. I certainly wouldn't give in to them. Here you are, Mr. Willis. Drop in again.
Sure thing. Good night, Doc.
Good night. Well, I believe I know what you want, Mr. Harwell. Yes, sir, your pictures.
Oh, got 'em developed, Doc?
Oh, certainly. I do all that work myself, you know. Have the lab in the back.
Really? I didn't know.
Really? With all the seasons you've been coming down here? Well, anyway, they're ready. And believe me, they turned out fine. Let's see now. I'll check the file. C.D.E. Fraser Harris Harwell. Yeah, there you are.
Oh, thanks, Doc. How much is that?
$1.39.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Oh, here you're settling down here now. For good.
That's right.
Retiring?
No, not exactly. I'll build a few houses. You know, new types. Give me a chance to experiment.
Uh-huh. Hey, by the way, Mr. Harwell, perhaps this isn't the time to mention it, but this is the first time I've had a chance to. I'm awfully sorry about Mrs. Harwell. She was such a wonderful person.
Yes. Well, good evening, Doc.
Good evening, Mr. Harwell. Drop in again.
And that was all, wasn't it, Clint? So it seemed, anyway. Half a block from the drugstore, in the bright glare of a store window, you pause. Take out the photographs and glance through them. Interesting snapshots, all taken on a recent cruise along the coast. Yes, interesting, each of them. Until the last one, a shot of the sea. The sea, that was all when you took the shot. But now, Clint...
What the devil?
Something else, Clint. A woman's face. A woman's face staring. Almost as if she's smiling up at you from the sea. And it's the face of your late wife, Corinne. It seems impossible, doesn't it, Clint, that the pharmacist or anyone could know that your wife's drowning wasn't really accidental, that you were directly responsible. But you must look into it further, you know that. You must learn what's behind the picture of your wife. You're certain it's a double print. But why? You know where to find that answer. You hurry back to the drugstore. It's almost closing time. Doc is back toward you, is talking on the phone. You watch your opportunity, slip inside, and hide in the phone booth.
Yes, Mrs. Williams. The boy should be there any minute now with your medicine. No, not at all. Glad to. Oh, it's been a busy day, all right, but I'm closing up now. Yeah, take care of yourself. Good night.
The minutes seem years as you wait, don't they, Clint? Then finally, Doc Ainsley's gone. You hurry from the phone booth to the dark room in the back of the drugstore. You close the door, snap on the light, and gasp at what you see.
Good Lord.
Surprised, Mr. Harwell?
What?
Thought you'd have my dark room all to yourself, huh?
Yes, I guess I did. How did you know I was here?
Saw you when I left. Phone booths don't make very good hiding places, you know. Anyway, I sort of figured you might have something on your mind, something to do with pictures.
Yes. These pictures on the wall. I'm afraid I don't understand them, Doc. Not at all.
Is it so hard to understand, Mr. Harwell, that I'd want to surround myself with beauty? Your wife was beautiful, you know. I made all these pictures of her myself. Covered my walls with them.
You were in love with Corinne? Why, I had no idea.
Yes, I was in love with her. I don't believe even she knew that, though I never told her. I didn't want to spoil the friendship we had.
You and Corinne? But when? I mean, how could you have known her?
You left her alone a great deal of the time, Mr. Harwell. Remember, the last few years especially. She needed someone just to talk to. She used to come here to the drugstore. We became good friends. She told me lots of things.
Well, all right. So you and Corinne were good friends. Then I assume this snapshot, her face looking at me from the sea, that's all your idea, huh, Doc?
Just a simple double print, Mr. Harwell. Call it bait if you want to. The point is you rose to the bait.
Why? Why did you do it?
When your wife drowned last season, Mr. Harwell, I went along with the accidental verdict the sheriff handed down. I was too shocked then to remember so many things she told me. Too shocked even to think about Louise Phillips, your present fiancée.
Oh, what's Louise got to do with this?
You were seeing her then. Everyone knew, even Corinne. When I heard just recently that you and Louise planned to marry, I began to remember things Corinne said to me. She was afraid of you, you know, afraid. And yet she'd loved you.
I don't believe I'd say any more, Doc.
She was afraid of the ocean, too. Loved to look at it, but deadly frightened to be on it, especially with you. She told me so herself.
I've heard all of this. I intend to.
You don't have to hear any more of it, Mr. Harwell. I think the sheriff might be interested in what I have to say, though.
Oh, no, Doc. No, you're not going to the sheriff.
Yes, I am, Mr.
No,
Harwell.
you're not, Doc. You're not going to say a word to the sheriff or anybody else to arouse suspicion against me.
You can't stop me, Harwell. There's no way.
There's one way, Doc. I'll stop you if I have to kill you.
It seems minutes later, doesn't it, Clint? Minutes that are actually seconds when you stare at your hand, at the heavy piece of photographic equipment that it holds. And then you glance down at the floor of Doc's darkroom. React again, shocked clean through at what you see.
I did it. I did what I said. I have killed him.
If you expect to be getting a new car soon, or if you'd like to keep that new car pep in your present car, here's an important point to remember. Just any motor oil won't do for today's high-efficiency motors. No, sir. They need special protection against corrosion, wear, and carbon if they're to give you the long, trouble-free service you have a right to expect. That's why Signal Oil Company brought out Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil, an improved type lubricant especially engineered to give modern motors this extra protection. I emphasize the word compounded because in addition to its 100% pure paraffin base, Signal Premium contains scientific compounds specifically created to put an end to those enemies of engine life, carbon, gum, varnish, and corrosion. Thus, by keeping wear down, Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil keeps performance up. So if you want to keep your motor young, make your next oil change a change to this extra-duty Signal oil that does so much more than just lubricate. Change to Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil at the same station where you fill up with the famous Go Farther gasoline. Signal, that is.
It's gone, isn't it, Clint? The quiet, the calm of the early evening. The peace of mind that seemed to be yours only a few short hours ago. Because now, in one swift movement of unreasoning rage, you've struck down the drugstore proprietor. You've murdered Doc Ainsley. It's all like a nightmare, the way Doc felt about your late wife. And then as the panic subsides, you know what you must do. You turn Quickly remove every picture of her from the walls of the darkroom. Wipe your fingerprints from the murder weapon. Turn out the lights. And slip out the back way. And home. The next morning, it's all there, with the newsboys screaming the grim news.
Extra Sunrise Edition. Local drug is found slain. Extra Sunrise Edition.
Hello?
Clint?
Oh, Louise, hello. Well, I've been wondering when you'd get back from San Francisco. Well, the shopping tour successful?
Very. You asked me to dinner, you know. I wasn't going to miss that.
Oh, yes, of course. Tonight. It's fine, Louise. I'll call for you around 8. Is that all right?
Fine, Clint.
You're relieved as you hang up the phone. It could have been a very different call, couldn't it, Clint? But you're safe now, aren't you? Safe in the knowledge that no one saw you anywhere near the drugstore. There would have been some word, you're certain of that, too. But that evening, as you and Louise return to her home after dining out, you receive a surprise.
Well, here we are, Clint. Come in for a nightcap?
Why, a pleasure.
It's a pleasure to unlock my little hacienda again.
Yes, I'll bet you missed it being away all week.
I did. I couldn't decide which I missed more. My house or my fiancé.
Oh, darling.
Clint.
You know, sweetheart, we've never talked about our house. Oh, I'd want to design it very specially. A big one for us.
Big, small. What's the difference? Sit down, darling. I'll get some ice.
All right. Well, I don't know. There could be a great deal of difference, Louise, at that.
Not in the number of newspapers that pile up when you forget to tell them you're going to be away.
I suppose not. Of course, the only news in this town today is about Doc Ainsley, poor devil. Oh, and the curio store fire.
I know. I threw all the newspapers away but that last one. Did you read about the witness?
The witness?
It's right there in the paper at your elbow. Read it while I'm fixing these.
Witness?
O.B. Willis, the man who owned the curio store that was burned. He was hurrying down there when he saw someone rush out of Doc's drugstore. He says he could identify him again if he saw him.
What?
Well, that's what he says. Why, Clint, what's the matter?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Nothing, really. I was trying to remember. There's something important. Something I had to do this evening.
Well, you needn't look so stricken about it. Besides, I'm the only thing that's important to you this evening.
Oh, I remember now. A call, Louise. A call I must make tonight. It's quite important.
All right, darling, make a call. The phone's right there, you know.
No. I mean, I can't make the call here, Louise. It's, a little surprise. It has to do with our wedding, darling. It's a secret.
Why, Clint, how romantic.
I really hate running out on you like this, but, well, you do understand it's rather special. After all, it's very important.
It is important, isn't it, Clint? Not a call, but a hurried trip you're forced to make to catch the last edition of the local papers before they hit the streets. Stop your picture from being published, even though it's in conjunction with that glowing account of your skill as an architect and your approaching marriage to Louise. Yes, you must stop it, Clint. And you pray there's still someone in the copy room as you pound on the door.
Hey, look, I've got to talk to the editor, whoever's in charge.
Well, I'm a man, I reckon, right now. Yes, I'm in charge.
Oh, good. Then I'm not too late. My name's Harwell, Clint Harwell. You're running my picture tomorrow, and I want it stopped. I have a perfectly good reason.
I'm sure you have. Sorry.
You're sorry? Well, what do you mean?
Nothing can be done about it, mister.
See here, if you're in charge,
I'm a man, all right, but only 'cause everybody else has gone home. Papers all printed up. Been called for in the delivery trucks. It ought to hit the streets any time now.
Well, then why did you tell me...
Mister, I'm the janitor. I got to sweep up. Mind if I get back to my work?
You're too late, aren't you, Clint? And you know what will happen as soon as O.B. Willis sees your picture in tomorrow's paper. And you're certain he will see it. He'll go to the sheriff, identify you as the man he saw running out of the drugstore the night Doc Ainsley was murdered. You hurry out of the newspaper office. And with each step, the panic within you builds. You've got to fight it off, Clint. Get a hold of yourself and think things out. You'd run away tonight. Yes. But you know what that would mean. The end of everything you've worked for, your career. And there's Louise, too. You can't bear to think of losing her, can you? You've made a decision, haven't you, Clint? And 10 minutes later, you arrive at a small cottage near the beach. Push through the gate. You hurry up the path to the front door and ring the bell.
Oh, come on, answer the door.
Oh, shut up, Queenie. Be quiet, will you?
You look up, peer through the darkness to the second-floor window of the house next door.
You looking for Mr. Willis?
Why, yes.
He ain't home. Went out a couple of hours ago. You from the insurance company?
Insurance company? No, I'm not.
OB's been expecting one. That's the reason I asked. His store burned down last night. Suppose you heard about it.
Oh, yes, I did.
Imagine that's where he is now. Down at the store with the workmen boarding up the place. Why don't you try there?
Oh, thanks, but it's not really important. I'll see him in the morning.
It's 8 blocks from Willis's house along a tree-lined street, past Doc Ainsley's drugstore to the curio shop. And when you arrive there, the place is deserted. The workmen have gone. You stare at the charred remains of the building, and then turn and walk across the street to the lunch counter.
Star 2, over easy, Sam. Evening, sir. Want the menu?
No, I'll just have some coffee.
Cream?
Yes.
Got some nice blueberry pie.
Coffee.
Okay. Be anything else for you, Sheriff?
Not a thing, Alice.
How about you, Mr. Willis?
No.
Willis.
Your eyes move quickly along the mirror behind the counter. Settle on the round-faced little man sitting next to the sheriff. O.B. Willis, Clint. The man who says he can identify you as Doc Ainsley's killer. You turn around, your back to them. Pick up the newspaper lying on the counter.
Night, Alice. Night.
So long, fellas. And thanks.
As the door closes behind them, you breathe a sigh of relief, don't you, Clint? That was close. Too close. You look up from your newspaper, glance out the front door. They're standing there, the sheriff and Willis, talking quietly. You watch them out of the corner of your eye, your heart pounding wildly. And finally, they move away.
Your coffee, sir.
Oh, thanks. Here you are.
Ain't you going to drink your coffee?
Sorry. I just remembered a very important appointment.
You step out of the lunchroom, see Willis and the sheriff part company down the street. Moving quickly along the shadows, you hurry after the small, round-faced man, O.B. Willis, the witness, Clint. The man you know you've got to silence. You're only a half block behind him now as he makes his way along the deserted, dimly lighted street. And then he turns into the park, slumps down on a bench, lights his pipe. You circle through the trees until you're standing directly behind him. Then, clenching the heavy rock tightly in your hand, you lift it high in the air. It'll all be over in a moment, won't it, Clint? You're about to step out and smash the rock down on his head when...
Hello.
Quickly, you draw back into the shadows as you see this man approaching.
That's you, O.B.?
Huh? Oh, evening, Perry.
Oh, evening.
Thought you were still in San Francisco.
Got back this afternoon. Oh, good to sit down. Been on the go all day. Say, a lot's been going on around here while I was away. Just heard about Doc.
Yeah, it's a shame. A doggone shame.
Hey, tell me you saw the killer.
That's right, Perry. Running out back of the drugstore.
Get a good look at him, did you?
I sure did. I'd recognize him anywhere. I was on my way to the fire when I saw him.
Oh, yeah. Sorry to hear about your fire, O.B. Them protection racket boys, huh?
Yeah.
Dirty skunks.
One of them called me at the house just a little before 11. Said it was too bad I hadn't joined the association, because something was going to happen to my store.
How do you like that?
That's when I ran down to the store, but I got there just a little bit too late.
You insured, ain't you?
Yes, and it's a good thing. I had a lot of money invested in that shop.
You know, O.B., I've been thinking. Maybe there's some connection with Doc's murder and the fire at your place.
How do you mean?
Well, them protection boys again. At the time some of them were setting fire to your place, maybe a couple of strong-armed boys were over at Doc's, putting the pressure on him to sign up. Maybe they pressured too hard, killed Doc accidentally.
Say, I never thought of that.
It could have happened that way, O.B. Sure could have happened. Just like that. Yes, sir.
He's right, isn't he, Clint? The blame for Doc Ainsley's death could very well be placed on the hoodlums who burned down Willis's store. And they could be blamed for killing Willis, too. It's a perfect setup, isn't it? Yes. And it makes it all so much easier for you now to kill him. You hurry to your home, slip your revolver into your pocket, and then drive back toward the home of O.B. Willis. Park in the shadows a block away. Then you walk to a spot directly across the street and wait in the dark behind a palm tree for Willis to return. After what seems hours, Willis finally appears. By the time he reaches his front door, you're right behind him.
Ooh, what are you...
Open the door. Get inside.
Wait a minute, who are you?
You heard me. Open the door. Now, inside.
Who are you? What do you want?
Don't recognize me, do you?
Well, it's so dark in here.
All right. Pull the shades down. Then we'll turn on the light. Oh, yeah, and close the windows, too. All right, now the lights. Well? Recognize me now?
No, I don't know you.
Come on, take a good look.
I'm sorry, but I never saw you before.
You're lying.
No, I swear I've never...
Last night on your way to the fire, you saw me run out of the drugstore.
No, please, I didn't. Wait a minute. That gun, what are you going to do?
Can't you guess, Mr. Willis?
No, you can't. Somebody'll hear you.
Not with this pillow and the windows down.
But you don't get it. If you'll just let me explain...
Sorry, Mr. Willis, but it's too late for that.
Now, here's a clue toward solving another mystery that's puzzling a lot of you. How to make today's shrinking dollars by full value. When it comes to gasoline dollars, if you want to be sure you're getting all the mileage you're paying for, naturally you want Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. But mileage, mind you, is only one of the benefits you notice when you power your car with today's Signal, the gasoline that's engineered to help your motor run more efficiently. In addition, you'll enjoy flashing pickup, smooth, purring power, the kind of going that gives you more smiles per gallon. Yes, driving pleasure and gasoline mileage are like birds of a feather. They go together. Want proof? Just try a couple of tankfuls of Signal. Let the action of your own car show you why drivers interested in economy, as well as those who insist on peak performance, are both switching to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
It's done, isn't it, Clint? O.B. Willis is dead. You've killed him. And you know who they'll blame for the murder. Yes, the same men who set fire to his store because he wouldn't join their protective association. It's as simple as that, isn't it? And you're certain that you're in the clear. You step over the limp form lying in the middle of the room and slip your gun into your pocket. You'll drive to the beach, toss it into the sea. Then the only link connecting you with the killing of O.B. Willis will be missing forever. You turn out the lights, step into the hall, open the front door, and start toward the street. And then you stop, stunned, as a car stops in front of the house. It's the sheriff's car, Clint.
Hello.
Why, Sheriff Carnes.
Who are you?
Clint Harwell. I'm a friend of O.B.'s. Just dropped by to see him. I found the door unlocked and went inside. He isn't home.
Oh?
Sheriff, do you think he could have gone back to the store?
Probably. Oh, Mr. Harwell, this is Johnny Fain, insurance adjuster from San Francisco.
Mr. Harwell, how do you do?
Mr. Fain is here to settle things with Willis.
That's right. You see, we've found the man who set the fire.
You have?
I had an eye on him since Mr. Fain's company tipped me off about him 6 months ago.
The man's a well-known arsonist. Burned down 2 other stores in 2 other cities during the past 8 years.
Wait a minute. You mean...
O.B. Willis. We're convinced he set fire to his store himself.
I don't understand. What about the men who threatened him, the protection racketeers?
It's just a gag. He's used it before, too.
But he couldn't have set the fire. No, at 11 o'clock last night...
He said he was walking past Ainsley's drugstore. Saw Doc's killer. Sure, that was his alibi. That put O.B. half a mile from the fire when it started. So he wanted us to believe.
You mean he lied?
Yeah, that's right. Willis didn't see Doc's killer. He wasn't anywhere near the drugstore at 11. He was setting fire to his own curio shop.
Oh, no. It can't be.
Well, we'll go on inside and wait for Willis to show up. You'd better come in with us, Mr. Harwell. You don't mind, do you?
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Many drivers, when buying gasoline, forget what a big part of the price goes for tax. In fact, in the average Western city, for every $1 you pay for gasoline itself, you pay an additional 33 cents in tax. So figure it up. The tax you pay on 3 would buy you another gallon free. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Joseph Kearns, and Charlotte Lawrence. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who's guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now, for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's Strange Story finale.
The rehearsal of Ned Wilson's new Broadway musical had been in progress for several hours. On stage, the spotlight held the dancing figure of Christine Courtney, star of the show. Out front, the director, writers, and backers of the production watched intently as she executed each intricate step with the rhythmic ease which had made her famous. Christine was well aware of the admiration she attracted. But at that moment, her efforts were devoted toward pleasing just one man, her fiancé, Ned Wilson, producer of the show. And she glanced often into the wings where he stood watching her, smiling his approval.
Okay, chorus, let's take the tide break. Here we go.
As the chorus swung into the routine, Christine walked quickly off stage to Ned Wilson.
Oh, you're terrific, darling. Sensational. You know, if you was the star, the show just can't miss.
Oh, that's a very convincing line you have, Mr. Wilson. But go on. I love it when you tell me how wonderful I am.
It's not a line, and you know it. Oh, you're wonderful, Chris. You know, I just can't believe that you'll soon be Mrs. Ned Wilson.
Oh, Ned, I've waited for you so long. All my life.
Miss Courtney, may I speak to you for a moment, please?
Oh, Martin, of course. Here, I want you to meet Ned Wilson, our producer.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Wilson?
Ned, this is Martin Duncan.
Hello, Martin.
I spoke to you about him several days ago.
Oh, yes, the young playwright. Well, Chris tells me you've written a show I might be interested in, Martin.
Well, she said you'd read it, Mr. Wilson, and tell me if you think it has possibilities.
Sure, I'd be glad to.
Look, while you two talk business, do you mind if I run along to my dressing room and change to street clothes?
Oh, no, go ahead, darling, go ahead.
And Martin, good luck with your play.
Well, thanks, Miss Courtney. Nice of you to help me out.
Forget it, Martin. I remember when I was trying to get a break.
Yes, you know how hard it is to get a foothold in show business, don't you, Christine? Your struggle to the top has been long and difficult, and you're proud of your accomplishment. For in achieving your goal, you've risen above the mistake you made long ago. For years, you've lived in constant fear that the past would catch up with you, ruin everything you've worked so hard to build up. And for almost a year, you've been Broadway's leading musical comedy star, and no part of the past has asserted itself. You make your way to your dressing room, humming happily to yourself, the past quite forgotten.
Hello, Miss Courtney.
Oh, hello.
I'm afraid the doorman doesn't keep a very close watch on the stage entrance.
No, he doesn't seem to. Look, if you want an autograph or something,
believe me, Miss Courtney, I'm not a fan of yours. Not yet, anyway.
Well, then,
My name's Doris Richley. Mean anything to you?
Nothing.
It should. Maybe this will help. My hometown is Redwood, Missouri, and in case you've forgotten that, too, I'll just remind you. It's also your hometown.
Really? I don't know what you have in mind, but...
8 years ago, a man and a young woman robbed the Redwood City Hotel of several $1,000s. When the clerk tried to phone the police, he got himself killed.
Well?
Oh, you were just a girl then, in your teens. I was the only person who saw the two of you make your getaway. I don't know who he was, but I was able to identify you all right. And no one ever found you. Till now.
This is the craziest thing I ever heard of.
Oh, you've changed your name, the color of your hair, but you're still little Maxine Wood of Redwood, Missouri, as far as I'm concerned. You know, I bet I'm the only one in Redwood who ever sees the theatrical section of the New York papers. Your picture's in it quite a bit, isn't it? Maxine.
Look, I'm not Maxine anybody, and I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you're not much of an actress, Maxine. Take a tip and stick with dancing. And, let's quit this hedging around. A quick check of your fingerprints would prove you're Maxine Wood. Want to go have them checked?
Get out of here.
You know, I can't decide whether I'll go to the police first or the newspapers. What would you do?
What is it you want?
Very little, Miss Courtney. You see, I came to New York to get into show business. I thought you might like to help me.
Why, of course. Oh, I can probably get you some kind of a part, and then, if you have ability...
I want your part.
You want my part?
Yes. It's made for me.
Well, do you know what you're saying? Well, I've signed contracts. I couldn't break them if I wanted to. And the producers want a name for a show like this. I couldn't even begin.
Easy. Take it easy. I don't want to be unreasonable. I'll just bet you could use an understudy.
Oh, so that's it. You become my understudy, and after the show opens, I sprain an ankle or something, and you take over.
You ought to know. You got your start as an understudy.
That's right, I did. Look, I'm just curious, you understand, but what makes you think you're good enough for the part?
Oh, I'm good enough. I know I am. As Shakespeare might phrase it, I've got it in here.
You know, you'd have to audition. I had to when I became an understudy. I just couldn't announce that you're going to understudy me. But when Ned Wilson's not easy to please.
Neither am I, Miss Courtney. So, if I were you, I'd arrange an audition for me with Mr. Wilson. It just might be the smartest thing you ever did.
If someone asked you if you own a chemical factory, you'd probably answer no. Yet the engine of your car is actually a miniature chemical factory capable of generating enough heat to turn motor oil into synthetic varnish. Sticky, gummy varnish that clogs up piston rings and prevents them from expanding and contracting. That's bad. Bad for power and pep. Bad for oil consumption. Bad for gasoline mileage. So to protect your motor from such damage, Signal Oil Company has a special type motor oil, specially engineered not only to keep from forming varnish, but also to wash out accumulated varnish that other motor oils may already have left in your motor. Result, when new engines are protected with Signal Premium compounded motor oil, they stay new. And when older cars switch to this extra-duty Signal oil that does so much more than just lubricate, you notice improved pep, power, and gasoline mileage. So, whatever you're driving, you'll be giving your car a new lease on life by making your next oil change a change to Signal Premium compounded motor oil at a Signal service station.
Well, Christine, after 8 years, you were sure no one would ever discover your real name is Maxine Wood, that you once participated in a robbery that ended in murder by your accomplice. It was something you hadn't counted on when you recklessly agreed to help on the job, but it happened. And now, the girl who saw you threatens to inform the police of your true identity, tear down the long years of struggle that has made you a leading musical comedy star, unless you make her your understudy. The following morning, you telephone Ned Wilson, arrange an audition for Doris Richley that same afternoon. And after lunch, you pace your apartment floor nervously as you await Ned's call. Finally, you calm down and decide your fears are groundless, that it would be impossible for anyone with so little experience to audition successfully before the critical Ned Wilson. And then the telephone rings.
Ned, Chris.
Oh, hello, darling.
Say, you really uncovered some talent. Doris is great. She's really great.
What did you say?
I said Doris Richley is great. A natural, a real fine. Oh, wait till the critics get a load of her. She's
Please, Ned, it isn't necessary to shout.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris. I guess I'm a little excited about her being so terrific. I was afraid she turned out to be another Martin Duncan. You know, his play wasn't any good at all.
I was afraid it wouldn't be.
Doris is another story. She seems to learn quickly, and she ought to have your part down pat in no time. Matter of fact, if you're not careful, she might dance right into your job. May make you a talent scout instead.
That's one of my strong points, spotting talent.
Wait, Chris, Doris is right here. She wants to talk to you here.
I just want to thank you, Miss Courtney. I'm so pleased about everything. Mr. Wilson seems to think I have excellent possibilities.
Yes, so he said.
I told you I could make it if you just give me a chance.
Yes, you did, didn't you?
Anyway, thanks again. I think you know how much it means to me. And, Miss Courtney, I'll never forget you.
You know what she means, don't you, Christine? She'll never forget who you really are in case you should get out of line. You're shocked at the success of her audition. And yet you're relieved, too, because this should silence her, keep her from going to the police about you. And a lot of things can happen before Doris actually steps in and takes over your part. Everything goes smoothly for the next few days. And then one afternoon, you enter your dressing room to find Martin Duncan waiting for you.
Well, Martin, hello.
Hello, Miss Courtney.
Oh, it's nice to see you. I've been meaning to call you and tell you how sorry I am Ned wasn't interested in your play.
That's very nice of you, Miss Courtney, but you see, it doesn't make any difference. I found a buyer for it.
Oh, why, Martin, that's wonderful. Oh, I'm so glad for you. Who?
You.
Me? Oh, now, wait a minute,
You're
Martin.
certainly doing a lot for unknown talent these days, Miss Courtney. First, Doris Richley, now me.
Doris? You and Doris?
Yes, Miss Courtney. Redwood, Missouri isn't so far from Broadway, is it, Miss Courtney? Doris and I discovered then. We found we had a lot to talk about.
Of all the cheap, conniving tricks, how much of a fool do you two think I am?
Well, you were foolish enough to make a pretty big mistake 8 years ago back in Missouri. But we don't think you're foolish enough to let me go to the police with it.
Suppose you went to the police. Where would that get you?
The question is, where would it get you?
You know, Martin, you're the type that's liable to wake up dead some morning.
I don't think so. I keep a revolver in my desk at home that says I'm going to live a long, happy life.
You must have annoyed quite a few people.
Possibly. Anyway, the price for my play is only $30,000.
Oh, you know I don't have that kind of money.
Big star like you, don't make me laugh.
I'm not trying to. I've only been on top for one season. My expenses are big, so are my taxes. Agents' fees, publicity costs.
You're going to have to go on a budget, aren't you, Miss Courtney? Tell you what. Give you a couple of days to think it over. Then you can pay me, say, $5,000 down and, $300 a week.
Well, Christine, your past is catching up with you. First Doris, now Martin Duncan. And you're sure it's just the beginning of a very long payoff. The next day, you try to find some way to meet Martin's demands, but you don't have the money, and you won't ask Ned for it. You can't. The tension and worry within you mounts. All day you've been nervous and irritable. And late that afternoon, you receive a telephone call from Ned, which upsets you still further.
Hello?
Hello, darling. Look, I know it's a little late to call it off, but I'm afraid I'll have to break our lunch date for tomorrow. I have an appointment I forgot about.
An appointment named Doris Richley, I imagine.
Yes. Yeah, it is. See, I'd promised I'd run over some lines with her she's not so sure of.
Oh, how very, very thoughtful.
Oh, now, Chris, don't be that way. You know she doesn't mean anything to me. It's just that, we open in a week and never know when she might have to step in.
I don't even need an understudy. I have never missed a performance in my life.
Chris, look, you've been working pretty hard lately. You seem tired and nervous, and I think you need a rest. Well, the cast has noticed this, too. In fact, even Doris mentioned that you haven't seemed your usual self.
Oh, she has she? Look, I can take care of myself, and I don't need a rest. I've never felt better in my life.
Chris.
If you want me out of the show, say so. But don't give me this other routine.
Oh, Chris, for heaven's sake. Now, listen, I just...
You might have known that stealing Ned away from you was part of Doris's plan, too, Christine. Suddenly, even in your anger, it all becomes quite clear. You felt only the first stinging blows, the first pebbles of the avalanche. You know now that Doris won't stop until she's pushed you entirely aside. She or Martin can turn you over to the police any time. You toss and turn most of the night. Toward morning, you realize you must take steps. Desperate steps, if necessary, to eliminate this threat to your present and future security. Suddenly, you see a way out. A dangerous way. But if you're successful, a sure way. You carefully work out your plans. And then after breakfast, you pick up the phone and dial Martin's number.
Hello?
Martin, this is Christine Courtney.
Good. I thought I might hear from you today.
I've decided to buy your play.
I thought you would. When can we talk about it?
Well, I'd hoped tonight. Didn't you say you lived at the Carlton apartment?
That's right. Right now, I'm the only person who can make that statement. They're redecorating the other units. Mine's the only one that's finished.
Well, I've got to stop by my dressmaker's. She's over near you anyway. How about 9 for our appointment?
Fine with me. Oh, I'm in 308. You can't miss it. It'll be the only one that sounds inhabited.
Good. I'll be there about 9. Oh, Martin, would you call Doris for me and ask her to be there, too? I have an idea I think she'll be interested in.
Well, sure. I'll phone her right away.
Thanks, Martin. Goodbye.
That's the way you want it, isn't it, Christine? Martin and Doris together tonight. And you're certain things will work out perfectly for you. That evening, before you leave for Martin's, you take 3 of your own sleeping pills from the bottle your doctor prescribed for you and put them in your purse. From your dressing table, you select a pair of white cotton gloves. It's 7 o'clock when you reach the Carlton and press the buzzer outside 308. You're 2 hours early, just as you planned.
Well, hello. Don't tell me my clock stopped.
I'm afraid I'm quite early, Martin. The dressmaker couldn't take me after all, and, well, I was so near I decided just to come on, early or not.
Glad you did. Take your hat, gloves?
Oh, no, thanks. I'll just keep them on, and I'll know where they are. Is Doris coming?
Mm-hmm. She'll be here around 9. How about a drink?
Oh, wonderful idea. I'd love one.
When Martin comes back with the drinks, you discuss his play, its chances for success, and wait patiently for the opportunity to drop the sleeping tablets into his glass. You ask for more ice, and while he's in the kitchen, you'll watch the tablets bubble up and then quickly dissolve in his drink. Not long after he finishes it, his eyes grow hazy and close. His head falls forward on his chest. From your own experience, you're sure he'll sleep soundly for at least 2 hours or maybe 3. And that's all the time you need, isn't it, Christine? Still wearing your white cotton gloves, you take your 2 glasses to the kitchen, wash them both thoroughly, and pour the least bit of a fresh drink into Martin's glass. Back in the living room, you press his hand around it for fingerprints and put it on the table before him. Then you walk quickly over to his desk, open the center drawer, and there it is. Just as Martin said it would be. The final link necessary to your plan. His revolver. You make certain it's loaded and put it in your jacket pocket and settle back to wait for Doris. A little after 9.
Come in, Doris.
I'm afraid I'm a little late. Well, what's the matter with Martin?
Looks like he passed out.
Passed out? Well, there's a switch. He's never done that before.
He's never had this kind of a drink before.
What kind of a crack is that?
His drink was loaded, Doris. So's this.
Hey, now, wait a minute. What's the idea?
That's something you'll never know, Doris.
It was simple, wasn't it, Christine? Doris Richley is dead. That leaves only Martin slumped head forward on the divan. You move quickly now, drag Doris over near Martin. And then, still wearing your gloves, you place the gun in his hand, put his index finger on the trigger, raise the gun to his temple, and fire. Now it's over. Martin is dead beside Doris, and your secret dies with them. You remove your gloves, survey the room quickly, and then you go to the phone.
Police headquarters.
Oh, please, send someone to the Carlton Apartments, number 308. There's been a murder and a suicide. Oh, please, hurry.
Your hysteria is almost real by the time you hang up the phone. But you're sure that with the evidence you've carefully planted, your story will stand up. And you're grateful in the knowledge that Martin's apartment building is empty of its occupants. No one will be barging in asking questions until the police come. And when the lieutenant arrives, you feign a stoic calm as you tell your story.
I tried to stop him, Lieutenant. I never dreamed he'd do such a thing.
Suppose you begin at the beginning, Miss Courtney. What were you doing here?
Well, Martin asked me to stop by. He'd written a play, wanted me to read it. Mm-hmm. When I got here, his apartment door was slightly ajar. Doris was here. They were quarreling violently. He was accusing her of things, all sorts of things.
Would you call it a lover's quarrel?
Yes, I would. I started to leave, but then I realized that in his state of mind, he might have done something. Oh, he was insanely jealous of her. So I came in to see if I could help.
Did he have the gun then?
Yes, he was sitting on the divan with a revolver in his hand. I tried to talk to him, calm him down. At first, I thought he was going to be okay. Then Doris said she was through with him, and he seemed to go crazy. Before I could stop him, he shot her. Then he calmly sat down on the divan and turned the gun on himself.
I see.
Oh, if only I had the sense to go for help immediately.
You mustn't blame yourself, Miss Courtney.
But they were both my friends.
I know. Things like this are always tough, even on us. You get some rest now. I'll have one of my men drive you home.
Oh, thank you.
Try to forget about the night. I'm sure the fingerprints on the gun and powder burns on Duncan's hand will bear out your story.
You've been very kind, Lieutenant. I appreciate it more than you know.
To make your vacation budget, buy as much fun as possible, you'd naturally like to be sure you're powering your car with the gasoline that gives maximum mileage, maximum performance. Well, when it comes to mileage, that's what Signal, the Go Farther gasoline, is most famous for. But when you understand what gives Signal gasoline such good mileage, you also know why Signal assures you peak performance, too. You see, today's Signal gasoline is engineered to help your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally you enjoy quick starting, proud pickup, and smooth, quiet power, in addition to mileage. So whether you're going on an extended tour of our glorious West or just a jaunt to the store or office, remember, you get a full measure of all the things that make driving more pleasure when you fill up with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
Well, Christine, it's all over, isn't it? And you're certain the police believe Martin Duncan killed Doris Richley, then turned the gun on himself and committed suicide. The police lieutenant's statement that the fingerprints on Martin's gun, the powder burns on his hand, will prove your story. Convinced you've left no loophole in your carefully planned removal of the only two people in the world who could identify you as Maxine Wood, wanted on an 8-year-old murder and robbery charge. The day following the tragedy, you insist on returning to work so you can forget. And once again, the rehearsal of Ned Wilson's new Broadway musical is in progress. Out front, the directors, writers, and backers of the production watch intently as you execute each intricate step with the rhythmic ease which made you famous.
Okay, take a break, everybody. 5 minutes, but be right back. We got more work to do now. Come on.
As you start off stage, the first person you see in the wings is the lieutenant who'd question you at Martin Duncan's apartment. You try to appear unconcerned as you walk toward him.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Miss Courtney.
You want to see me?
I'm afraid I do.
Afraid? What do you mean?
I thought maybe you might want to alter the story you told me last night.
Why would I wish to do that?
There were just 3 of you at Martin Duncan's apartment.
That's right.
And you still say you saw Duncan shoot Miss Richley, then turn the gun on himself?
Well, of course I do. That's exactly what happened. Why, you said yourself his fingerprints on the gun, the powder burns on his hand prove that.
His prints on the gun check okay, Miss Courtney. And the powder burns are in his hand, too.
Well, then why are you...
These your sleeping pills, Miss Courtney?
Well, I don't know.
They're from your medicine cabinet, and your name's on them.
Then they must be mine.
Your doctor says they contain exocene.
Well, suppose they do.
Funny thing about some drugs, exocene, for example. Some people, most people even, can take it. Doesn't bother them. But a few cannot. Martin Duncan was one of these. He was allergic to exocene, Miss Courtney.
Well, suppose he was. He shot Doris, I tell you, and then he
If
turned...
he did. He was the first dead man in history to commit murder and suicide.
Dead man?
That's right. Duncan strangled to death a few minutes after you gave him the sleeping pills. He couldn't have shot either himself or Doris Richley. The autopsy proves he was dead for more than an hour before either of them was shot. You were the only other person there, Miss Courtney.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Each Sunday night at this same time, brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. To make your travels even more pleasant, Signal dealers are now offering free a 20-page guide to selected eating and lodging places in 350 cities and towns through 16 western states. One of these handy booklets is yours for the asking at any Signal service station. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Joe Gilbert, Doris Singleton, John Daner, and Dave Ellis. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen with story by Nancy Cleveland, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblances to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Ladies and gentlemen, the Signal Oil Company invites you to stay tuned to this station, for in half an hour at 8:30, you'll hear the spectacular presentation, The Miracle of America. Featuring 20 top radio stars and 6 name orchestras, The Miracle of America is a full-hour show, beginning at 8:30 this evening on the station to which you are listening. Remember at this same time next Sunday, Another Strange Tale by The Whistler. Norman Nesbitt speaking for the Signal Oil Company while Marvin Miller is on vacation. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who's guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In The Whistler.
The Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler, rated by independent research the most popular West Coast program in radio history. Now, The Whistler's strange story. Whirlwind.
The first blue of evening shaded the eastern sky, and the lights began to blink on in the City of the Angels. In a comfortable Beverly Hills apartment, Lionel James stood before a full-length mirror, completing his tedious ritual of dressing for the night's activities. While across the room, his wife Edith sat patiently appraising him, and then sat up rigid as an ambulance blared through the street below.
Oh, I wish they'd find some other street to travel on.
It's a trifle annoying.
You leaving soon?
In a few minutes. Oh, what'd the doctor say?
Nothing much, Lionel. Just stay quiet as much as possible.
It's good advice. Regaining your strength after a burst appendix takes time.
I know, but staying in so much is driving me to distraction. I wasn't so lonely when the Hubbards were living upstairs, but now
Somebody will be moving in a few days.
Oh, good heavens, what was that?
Alley cat.
Oh, certainly getting sensitive to noises. I jump at the sight of sound.
Well, another few weeks. Oh, my tie look all right?
It's fine. Why do you have to leave so early?
Have an interview scheduled with a new actress.
Lionel, you won't like this, but staying here in the apartment night after night alone, I can't help wondering how you really get along with these actresses.
No, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. And I thought I made it clear that there's one thing I will not tolerate. Interference in my professional life.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. Forgive me. Now, run along and don't you worry about me.
Oh, try not to. And you try to keep cheerful.
Once you're in the cab, you ride into another world, leaving Edith and her humdrum existence behind you.
And it's an exciting world you move into at night, Lionel. Hollywood's bright sunset strip, filled with glamorous debutantes and flashy cigarette girls, of millionaires and tramps, of hot jive and dreamy love ballads. And here you are undisputed king. Your daily column, Nightlife, by Lionel James, is a must for a million Angelinos. In it, you can make reputations or break them. And either way is all right with you. The first stop on your night beat, as always, is Mike Gorman's Club 400.
Nice crowd, Mike.
Danny's that trombone packs him in.
You think so?
He's got a reputation, in spite of you.
Oh? Well, we'll see, Mike. Want to bet he doesn't last?
Oh, lay off, will you, Lionel? Why don't you give the guy a break? All right, so he took a dame away from me. He still plays good trombone.
Tiny and I can handle this between us.
One of these days, Lionel, somebody's going to let you have it, but
don't count on it.
I guess not. Too much to hope.
This way, please. Hey, Mike. Who is he?
Who's who?
You know darn well who I mean. The Vision, followed by that toothpick.
Huh? Never saw him before.
Haven't, huh? It's funny. Waiter's taking him to center ringside. That's your table, Mike.
Well, what of it? They're friends of mine.
All right, so I'd like to meet your friends, Mr. Gorman.
Don't I know why? 2 months ago, it was that little soloist. Last month, the new cigarette girl.
Mike, I want to meet her.
Look. They've just been married 6 months.
I want to meet her, Mike.
No.
Mike Gorman, protector of family and fireside, huh? Oh, that's just dandy. All right, I'll introduce myself. And, by the way, catch my column tomorrow, Mike. Club 400's on its way out.
Please, Lionel, let her alone. She's nice, I tell you. And...
Out of my way, boy. You bother me.
Okay, Lionel. You win.
Ever since we came out from Texas, my wife's been dying to meet you, see?
Really? Oh, that's quite a compliment.
Well, I'd sooner go without breakfast than miss one of your columns.
Well, you're the first reader who's preferred me to ham and eggs, Mrs. Thomas. Well, since you seem to know all about me, let's find out some things about you, huh? Now, tell me, what brings such a charming couple to our wicked city?
Well, now, if it were up to me, we'd still be in Texas.
It's all my fault, Mr. James.
Mr. James? I prefer Lionel.
All right. Shelley and Jim for us, then.
Fine. Now, what was all your fault?
Our coming to Hollywood. You see, I like to sing.
Really?
Well, I'm not very good.
Well, now, I wouldn't believe that, Lionel. I wouldn't be here if she weren't any good. As I was saying, I like it in Texas. I'm making out right well. But Shelley here's yearning for footlights and excitement.
Well, what woman isn't?
Well, I want to see Shelley happy. After a little, when she gets tired of high living, why, we'll go back to Texas and settle down.
Now, you're being very sensible, Jim.
He's being wonderful, but we don't know how to start.
Well, that's a fact. We're still staying at the Ritz. Don't even have an apartment yet.
Oh? Well, there's a happy coincidence. We have a vacancy right above us at the Beekman Arms. It's an apartment hotel, but very nice. Manager's a friend of mine, too. I'll talk to him in the morning.
Honestly?
Of course.
Oh, that's...
Well, now, I must say that's very kind of you, Lionel. Very kind.
Nothing. Glad to do it. Now about Shelley's career, huh? I'd like to arrange an audition, Jim.
And that's how it all began, wasn't it, Lionel? Like the harmless beginnings of so many flirtations of yours. And as usual, everything moves smoothly and quickly. Shelley's audition the next afternoon won her an instant booking at the exclusive Grotto Club. Shelley could really sing, and her success was immediate. And you share the success with her, mold it to your own liking with daily comments in your column. During the next few weeks, the two of you go to parties, late shows at other clubs, and share quick snacks together. And then one night, you and Shelley are driving home from an after-theater party.
such a wonderful time, Lionel. Too wonderful.
What?
I'm not going to see you anymore, Lionel.
Oh, you don't mean that, Shelley.
Yes, I mean it. It isn't right, and I'm not going to be dishonest anymore.
Isn't it a bit late to play the Girl Scout?
Oh, don't talk that way. Why are you stopping?
To look at you, Shelley. And to...
Lionel, Oh, I wish you hadn't done that. You're making it harder for me. Jim's been so fine, so wonderful to me.
How do you feel, Shelley? Inside?
I don't love him anymore. I love you, Lionel.
Shelley.
You drive to the Beekman Arms in silence, park the car in your garage, and walk silently into the apartment building with Shelley. You can't quite tell what she's thinking. You've never seen her like this. Mechanically, you see her to her door. She puts the key in, quietly unlocks it. But before she opens it, she turns and looks at you.
I've made up my mind, Lionel.
Oh? About what?
We've got to be honest. I'm going to tell Jim about us, and you've got to tell your wife.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Let's not rush into anything.
We've got to be honest, Lionel.
Oh, Shelley, be sensible. Why not wait a while? We'll see how things work out.
No, I won't do that. Jim and I promised each other that if it...
Please, listen to me, Shelley. Now, let's be mature about this.
I'm being mature. Either you love me or you don't. Do you?
Oh, isn't that a fine question?
Then you should tell your wife.
But, Shelley...
And I should tell Jim, and that's what I'm going to do.
Now, look, Shelley, maybe later on
No,
we can both...
Lionel. I'm going to tell Jim right away.
Right away?
Yes, tonight. I just can't keep on
Just wait a minute. Now,
You can't talk me out of it, Lionel. I'm telling Jim everything tonight. Good night, Lionel.
No. Shelley. Shelley.
And now back to the Whistler. Well, Lionel, when Shelley slammed the door in your face, she left no doubt about her intention. You hadn't planned on a showdown with Jim about Shelley, had you? True, Shelley's charms delight you, but the thought of doing the honorable thing has never once occurred to you. And you hope that Shelley herself has somehow changed her mind about telling Jim. You purposely avoid both of them for the next few days. And then one late afternoon, you're at the office writing the next day's column.
Somebody to see you, Mr. James.
I'm too busy to see anyone.
Sorry to intrude on your work like this.
Huh? Oh, it's you, Jim. All right, scram, kid. Oh, sit down, Jim.
Shelley told me.
Yes. Well, you understand, Jim, I had no intention...
I'm not here to blame you, sir.
Huh?
I'm worried about Shelley.
Yes, I imagine she's quite upset.
That's not what I mean. She's in love with you, Mr. James. I understand you've declared your love for her.
Well, naturally.
Do you plan to marry Shelley?
Well, yes, certainly, but
When?
Why, as soon as possible. Unfortunately, though, my wife's recovering from a serious operation.
How long will it be before she's well?
Oh, some time yet, but it's not only that. What with doctor bills and one thing and another, I'm rather heavily in debt. Divorces and settlements are expensive.
I can take care of that. I got plenty of money.
Oh, look, Jim. Why are you so concerned with a woman who wants to leave you anyway?
I'm in love with Shelley. And I'm going to make sure she's treated right.
You know, I think Shelley's in love with you, too, Jim. After all, this is just a momentary infatuation.
No, sir. Shelley's not like that.
Look, I'm busy right now, Jim. Maybe we can talk about this at length some other time.
There's nothing more to say. I noticed by your columns that you lack quotations. But I have one I'd like you to keep in mind, sir. He who sows the wind reaps the whirlwind.
After Jim's visit and his veiled threat, you decide to wash your hands of the whole affair. You don't call Shelley anymore. You even avoid the Grotto Club where she sings, and instruct the telephone operator at the newspaper office to say that you're out, should she call you. But it isn't that easy, is it, Lion? A week later, you step out of the newspaper building and look around for a cab.
Hello, Lionel.
Huh? Oh, Shelley. How are you? Don't see much of you since you left Jim and moved out of the apartment.
I'd like to talk to you.
Yes, of course. We must have a long talk, but if you don't mind right this minute.
But I do mind. I want to talk to you now.
Well, I really only have a few minutes, but if you insist, there's a quiet bar around the corner.
I'd like to know what happened, Lionel.
Well, it's clear enough. Your impulsiveness broke up our rather pleasant friendship, that's all.
Friendship? I thought you were in love with me.
Well, I was, in a manner of speaking.
I want straight answers, Lionel. Are you still in love with your wife? Is that it?
I've never been in love with Edith. She's a good, stable influence on me, makes a comfortable home. And above all, she doesn't ask too many questions.
To think I gave up Jim for...
Really, my dear, I advise you two to kiss and make up and go back to Texas, huh?
I could never do that now.
Huh? Suit yourself.
You don't care. You just don't care what happens to me, do you?
You won't get lost, Shelley. Most women would gladly give up their husbands to sing at the Grotto Club. Well, gotta go now. If you ever want any plugs in my column, just let me know.
That ends the episode as far as you're concerned, doesn't it, Lionel? You make a note to observe more caution with your next pleasant friendship. And for the next week, you move confidently once more in the glamorous circle of Hollywood nightlife. And then, one day, your editor calls you at home. Says it's important that you come to his office immediately.
Hello, John. What's so all-fired important?
Sit down, Lionel.
All right, I'm down. What's the pitch?
Quite a pitch, Lionel. I'll make it quick. I told you a few months ago to stay away from other women.
And I told you that was my business.
Yeah, was your business. There's been too much talk, Lionel. You're through.
Wait a minute. You trying to tell me...
I've told you you're through. Fired. 2 weeks' notice. This is it.
You must be out of your mind. I don't need your lousy job. There isn't a paper in this town that wouldn't snap me up in a minute. All right. And just tell me one thing. Who's behind this?
Nobody but you, Lionel. I've told you to knock it off before, and you wouldn't listen to me.
You're lying. Somebody pretty big must be out to wreck me. And I think I know who it is.
You're certain Jim Thomas is behind it all, aren't you, Lionel? No matter how much your editor denies it, you're sure it's Jim. As you receive rejections from the other newspapers, you're more certain than ever that behind it all is Jim. You're desperate now. You even call Shelley, but she won't talk to you. Finally, you decide to go to Jim Thomas himself, still living in his apartment above yours.
Who's there?
It's Lionel James, Jim.
I'm sorry, but I'm not at home to you, Mr. James.
Jim was right, Lionel. You have reaped the whirlwind. Then you're out of big-time journalism. No stars to interview. No longer any nightclubs for you to cover. And so for the first time in years, you're spending a quiet evening at home with Edith, who knows you've lost your job, but doesn't know why.
Stop worrying, Lionel. Paper can't be that short-sighted. They'll forget about it in a week or two and beg you to come back to their column.
Well, we'll hope so.
I rather like having you home for a change. I don't have to tremble every time a shutter bangs or the floor creaks.
That's good, dear.
Oh, Mr. Thomas is home. Hear him up there? On time, as usual.
Yeah.
Listening to Mr. Thomas has become a little hobby of mine.
Has it?
By the way, whatever happened to Mrs. Thomas? I never hear her.
What was it? Mrs. Thomas?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're separated. Her success at the grotto must have gone to her head.
Well, I'm sure it wasn't Mr. Thomas's fault. He's such a nice man. Regular habits.
I thought you said you never met Mr. Thomas.
I haven't. But I know his habits a lot better than I do yours. At least for the evening hours.
Oh? How's that?
Well, I told you. By listening to him walk. He can't keep a secret from me. What time is it?
11 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. Time for his nightcap. The lobby bar sends up a drink every night at 11 sharp. Shh. He's going toward the door for his drink. Now he's opening the door, taking the drink, and tipping the waiter.
What makes you so sure? I can't hear anything.
Neither can I with this waiter, but one of them has a voice like a foghorn.
Very interesting. Yeah. Anything else you can deduce from Mr. Thomas's footsteps?
Quite a bit. Shh. He's taking the drink straight to the bedroom. He goes to bed this way every night. He takes one shoe off, takes a long sip on his drink. I can count to 10 slowly, and then... Shh. There, you see?
Yes. Very clever observation, Edith. I never realized Mr. Thomas had such interesting and regular habits.
The idea comes to you as suddenly as a whirlwind. You begin to formulate a plan for Jim to wreak the havoc of it. Yes, you tell yourself that with Jim Thomas out of the way, you'll manage somehow to regain your position as a top columnist. And thanks to your wife, Edith, you know just how to do it. The next evening at 10:30, you leave your apartment, comfortably dressed in soft, rubber-soled shoes, and go downstairs to the lobby bar. Take a seat toward the end of the bar where they set up the drinks for room service, and chat pleasantly with the bartender until a few minutes before 11.
Hey, excuse me a minute, Mr. James. I gotta mix up a hot buttered rum. Stand in order.
Of course. Hot buttered rum, huh? With a nice nightcap.
This customer thinks so. Won't go to sleep without it.
Really? Do I know him?
You might. Lives right above you. Fella from Texas. Good tipper. There she is. A little more clove, and we're all set.
Ah, looks good. Certainly hope he enjoys it.
When the bartender turns away, you empty a small envelope of powder into the drink. Then sit back and watch as the bellboy comes to pick it up. Then disappears into the elevator with Jim's nightcap. You wait until he returns with the empty tray a few minutes later. You have to work fast now, don't you, Lionel? The poison paralyzes instantly, and death follows in about an hour. And you intend to be far away from the hotel before Jim is dead. You take the elevator to your floor, then walk up to Jim's apartment. Let yourself in with a pass key that served you so well before with another of your pleasant friendships who lived in the same building. In your rubber-soled shoes, you quickly and quietly search through the apartment until you find Jim's typewriter. You find it in the bedroom. Jim is still conscious, but you don't let his presence disturb you.
You, Lionel. Help. Call a doctor. I'm poisoned. I can't breathe. I can't move.
You insert a sheet of paper into the portable. Put it in your lap to deaden the noise and vibration.
To everyone I know, forgive me. I just can't take Shelley back. And I can't live without her. Goodbye.
And now all you need is the signature. It's a perfect suicide. You take Jim's driver's license from his wallet lying on the dresser and carefully copy the 3 letters.
J-I-M. That's it. That does it.
You poisoned my drink. You're trying to kill me, Lionel. Don't, Lionel.
You didn't give me much choice, old man. I'm afraid the harm is already done. You should have chosen your enemies more wisely.
Lionel. Lionel. Please, Lionel.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. And now back to the Whistler.
You weren't the one who reaped the whirlwind, were you, Lionel? You smile to yourself confidently as you place a Do Not Disturb sign over Jim Thomas's door and quietly leave the apartment building. You're certain Jim Thomas's death will be recorded as a cut-and-dried case of suicide. You spend the rest of the night until 2 in the morning playing poker with some old friends. And when you get back to your apartment...
Who's that?
Me, Lionel.
Oh, am I glad to see you, Lionel. There's been a murderer loose in this apartment house.
A murderer?
Yes. I was listening to Mr. Thomas upstairs. I heard him take one of his shoes off and drop it to the floor. I counted to 10, like I usually do while he takes a sip of his drink.
Never mind the details, Edith. Get to the point.
Well, after I counted to 10, I waited for the other shoe to drop. Nothing happened. For a few minutes, I didn't think much about it, though it did seem strange. And then I heard him moaning. I rushed upstairs and pounded on the door.
You? You went up there?
Well, I certainly did. I saved that poor man's life.
You what?
When I couldn't get in, I called the manager and the house doctor. And Mr. Thomas is alive with his wife at his side because I called them in time. Someone was trying to murder him in cold blood. Mr. Thomas knows who it is, and so do the police. They wouldn't tell me who it is, but I'll find out.
Open up in there. Police department.
Yes. Yes, my dear. I'm sure you'll find out. Soon.
By Wilbur Hatch and is the property of Herman Music Incorporated, ASCAP, Hollywood, California. Broadcast rights granted solely to Audio Arts Productions, La Mirada, California.
And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler, rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. the Whistler's strange story, The Golden Penny.
The tall, lean young man strode up the gravel path with an easy gait. And now, standing on the crest of the hill, he had reached his goal, the Tremont Mansion. After 5 years of searching, he was certain the Tremonts, Rodney Tremont in particular, were exactly suited to his needs. He stepped up to the flagstone entrance, walked to the door, and pushed the button.
Yes, sir?
I'm Bertram Lowen. Mr. Tremont is expecting me.
Oh, yes. Come in, sir. This way. He's in the library.
Thank you.
Mr. Tremont, Mr. Lowen, sir.
Oh, yes, Lowen. Come in. That'll be all for now, Trent.
Very well, sir.
Well, sit down, Lowen. Now then, we'll get to you in a moment. But first, what do you know about me?
Your name is Rodney Tremont. You apparently have a lot of money. You have a 65-foot yacht named the Golden Penny. And you want someone to run it for you.
Mm-hmm. Tell me, Lowen, are you always this direct?
Always.
That's good. All right, now let me fill in some of the things you don't know about me. The columnists like to refer to me as a playboy, a fortune hunter who found one and married it.
I don't believe half that I see. Or anything that I hear.
Oh, the columnists have me pegged just about right. But they only suggest that I'm a heel. By some standards, of course, I am. Are you a heel, too, Lowen?
By some standards.
Now, I guess we've reached one point of understanding. Your letter says you're experienced in navigation. Know all about diesel engines. Well, that gives you an edge on me. I don't know the first thing about engines, and I don't want to learn. Being skipper of the Golden Penny will be your job.
Do I have the job?
Let's see here. Where did I put your letter? Oh, here it is. Diesel engineer, navigator, single, 35. Play golf in the 70s. Ex-football star. Big game hunter and guide. Expert on skis. You do just about everything. Poker, bridge, rummy, checkers. Everything except the one thing that's most important, Lowen.
You mean chess, of course.
I do.
Well, I didn't mention chess because, you see, I'm almost unbeatable at poker, bridge, rummy, and checkers.
And at chess?
I am unbeatable.
I'll consider that a challenge, Lowen, and I'll accept it right now. Come on.
Rodney, I wanted to ask you... Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I didn't know you had a guest.
It's all right, Pet. This is Mr. Lowen. I spoke to you about him.
Oh, yes. How do you do, Mr. Lowen?
Mrs. Tremont?
My goodness, Mr. Lowen, I read your qualifications. Why, you sound just like Richard Halliburton, only more so. Have you written any books?
No, I'm sorry. I haven't.
You know, I really can't abide yachts, Mr. Lowen. Deep-sea fishing bores me to death, and I loathe chess. Honestly, sometimes I'm hard put to understand just why Rodney did marry me.
I've told you, Pet. It was your money.
Of course. I remember now.
Don't take her seriously, Lowen. What she isn't telling you is that she's already hired a companion.
Oh, well, now, Delia's quite another story. Delia's my secretary as well, Mr. Lowen, and I do need one. I'm not the well-organized type at all. Besides, Rodney, I've never seen you leave the room when she comes in. But forgive us, we're not quarreling, really. This is just our unique way of blending.
I'm sure it is.
Do hire this man, Rodney. I like him. See you later.
Thank you, Mrs. Tremont.
See you at dinner, Pet. Well, now that the hurricane has blown itself out, chess table's all set up. I'll make my best decisions on the outcome of a chess game. Give you a sporting chance. If you beat me, you're hired.
He's a strange man, Rodney Tremont, isn't he, Bert? Not quite what you'd expected. You're certain he's just what he said. A fortune hunter who found one and married it. He interests you because, in a way, you're very much alike. Except Rodney's 10 years older. You wonder if he's 10 years wiser. His chess is far better than you thought it would be. But finally, after an hour or so, you make one last conclusive move.
Checkmate. It's brilliant, Lowen. Brilliant. Beautiful game. I'm glad you liked it. You won yourself a job, you know. Think you can stand it here? I think I can. And the day I can't, I'll just steal your yacht and silently sail away. I'll bet your word at that.
Excuse me, Mr. Tremont.
Yes?
Oh, excuse me. But Mrs. Tremont says dinner will be ready in half an hour.
We finished our game just in time, Lowen. Delia, this is Bertram Lowen. Delia Ramsey. Mrs. Tremont's secretary extraordinary.
How do you do, Mr. Lowen?
Be a good girl, Delia, and show Bert to his quarters, will you? I have a call to make before dinner.
Of course.
Suppose later this evening.
Welcome, stranger. Did you get the job?
I did. You cased the deal very well up here. I'm proud of you.
Don't underestimate him. He's smart.
Tremont? I know. You're sure he's got $100,000 of his own?
She gave it to him as a wedding present. She's very proud of herself for it. Told me all about it.
As he mentioned it.
Told me all about it, too. He's very proud of himself.
Good. We won't talk anymore now. Better show me to my quarters, We'll talk later.
You are proud of Delia, aren't you, Bert? She's done a good job of advance work on the Tremonts. You've got to move slowly now, cautiously. And the first few weeks go along quickly and pleasantly. After a while, you begin to wonder when Delia's going to make her next move. And then one night late, after Mrs. Tremont has retired, you walk onto the terrace for one last cigarette before turning in.
What?
Excuse me.
Oh, it's all right, Delia. It's only Bert.
Sorry. Didn't expect to see you.
Well, obviously, we didn't expect to see you either.
If you'll excuse me, I think I'll go in now.
I do believe you've unsettled Delia, Bert.
Looks like it.
Anyway, now you know.
Look, I told you when I first came, I believe only half I see, nothing I hear.
I'm counting on that. Might be wise for you and Delia to show an interest in one another. Might throw Mrs. Tremont off the track.
You think she suspects?
Just a precaution until I decide what to do. You start seeing Delia right away.
You wonder what the two of them are up to, Delia in particular. Wonder whether she's with you or against you. It could be a perfect setup for murder, Bert. For with Mrs. Tremont out of the way, Delia and Rodney would have millions instead of thousands. You decide to have a showdown with Delia. And the next day, you get your chance. The two of you are alone in the library.
I'm sorry about last night, Bert. Just a weak moment, I guess, nothing more.
What's it like? Kissing $4 million. Any better than this?
Nothing's better than that.
Okay. Look, what's the deal between you and Tremont? I told you not to work too fast to go too far.
And I told you it was just a weak moment, that's all.
How would he look to you with Mrs. Tremont suddenly out of the way? Do you want him? And $4 million?
I don't want him in 10 million. I'm just following orders, remember, Chief? I was supposed to interest him, wasn't I?
Look, Tremont isn't the kind of a dope who goes into a huddle with himself and cooks up a murder. Not even for millions.
Oh, Bert, for heaven's sake, who said anything about...
Murder? I did. Now, don't get me wrong, kid. But strange mushrooms have been known to sprout in dark little cellars like you. Poison ones. Taken separately, you and Tremont are harmless. But together and out of control, you're a bad combination. I know all about dark cellars.
I'm sure you do.
All right, then believe me when I tell you he can't get the $4 million. But if we work it my way, we can get the golden penny and his $100,000. That's what I want. What do you want, Delia?
You think we can swing it your way?
With you as bait? Yes. But get this, murder is out. It's sloppy, tedious. My plans keep everything clean. Now play it smooth. And remember, The heavy emotion is out, too. I know how well you can play the role of a temptress. Just don't overdo it.
That's better, Bert. For a while there, I thought you'd forgotten.
Back to the Whistler.
Everything seems calm again, doesn't it, Bert? After you set Delia straight. And once more, you feel certain that before too long, you'll make the golden penny and Rodney Tremont's $100,000 all your own. You've carefully schooled Delia on how to handle Rodney in front of Mrs. Tremont, and he's responded just as you felt he would. With Delia cooling, Rodney can't hide his feelings about her. And Mrs. Tremont is upset. All this according to your plan. One afternoon, you decide it's time to let Mrs. Tremont confide in you, as she so obviously wants to do. She asks you to join her in the rose garden.
I don't really like the way I'm handling this, Mr. Lone. After all, you are Rodney's friend and confidant, and he's so proud of you, especially your chess game. Does he ever beat you?
I let him win every fourth game just to keep it interesting.
Oh, my, it's so good to laugh. It's just a tonic to have you around, Mr. Lone. Just a tonic.
What can I say?
Well, you could say that I'm just a fool, Mr. Lone, because that's what I am. A fool in love with a younger man. A wonderful nobody. That is, he used to be wonderful. Now I'm not so sure. I hate to think of leaving him, but... Do you think Rodney is... that is... And Delia...
Is that what's on your mind, Mrs. Tremont? Why, bless your heart, your husband's as straight as an arrow. He wouldn't consider any other woman. Delia? Oh, she's just a kid in his eye, a child. Believe me, Mrs. Tremont, I know. Rod and I have discussed women by the hour. No, ma'am, you haven't a thing to worry about.
Oh, Mr. Lone, you've made me very happy. Delia is lovely and such a comfort. I do hope it can stay that way.
Oh, it can, and it will, Mrs. Tremont. You know, I think I know exactly what the situation needs.
Really? What? I'm willing to do anything, you know.
Well, if I could talk Rod into leaving you...
What?
For just a few weeks, a cruise.
Oh.
A cruise would do wonders for that restless feeling of his. That's all it is, you know. You know what they say about absence, Mrs. Tremont? Well, when he gets back, he'll be eating right out of your hand. That's a promise.
You know, Mr. Lowen, I believe you're right.
This devotion to diesels is beyond me. What's that thing you're fussing with now?
Oh, this? It's called the gravity tank.
Oh.
Fuel goes from here right into the fuel injection system.
It does, huh? Well, it's all Greek to me. You know, Bert, there must have been women who'd be very jealous of the loving care you give that engine.
I know more about diesels than I do about women.
No, with me, it's just the reverse. Thank heaven.
Funny, now that I think about it. They have more in common than you'd think. Both of them look simple, act complicated, stand up under heavy pressure, go to pieces over little things.
It's well put. It's true of women, anyway. Although I can't imagine any little thing that would foul up that monster of an engine.
A little thing like sugar would do it.
Really?
Sugar in the gravity tank. That manual there will tell you that it'd create a mess a diesel expert couldn't fix for hours, days, maybe.
Believe me, I'll take your word for it. It's enough for me to know that too much sugar and women don't mix. Oh, now, can't we give the engine a rest? Just racing it here, anchored in my own harbor, is too much like treading water when I really want to be in the swim. How's it, brother?
Well, it's in good shape. If we ever do decide to go anywhere.
What was that you were saying last night? About some island in the Caribbean.
Oh, like I said, it's a day's run from Kingston. That's in Jamaica.
Yes.
Perfect for you indeed. A tropical fruits, bubbling springs of clear, cool water, and fishing. Man, you've never seen anything like it. Small, sheltered harbor, perfect anchorage.
How big is it?
It's about 10 square miles.
Is it inhabited?
Oh, sure. Monkeys. Smart monkeys, though. They live like kings.
A day's run from Kingston, huh? Shouldn't take too long to get there, then.
Not too long. But then with me, it's just a dream, because I haven't got the money, the yacht, or Delia. You've got them all, Rod.
Rodney falls for it, doesn't he, Bert? Just as Mrs. Tremont did, but for different reasons. You convinced him that he has all it takes. The money, the yacht, and Delia. And Delia carries out her part perfectly. She's quit, and Mrs. Tremont believes she's gone to visit her mother. But you and Rodney know she'll be waiting to board the Golden Penny at your first stop down the coast. It wasn't easy, but you finally managed to convince Rodney that this trip might be just the beginning of a cruise that could take him anywhere. That he'll be so happy with Delia he may never want to return to Mrs. Tremont. In that case, he'll want to take his entire fortune of $100,000 with him. And at last, when the money is in the wall safe of the master cabin, you put to sea. You refuel at the port of San Juan and stock the galley to your liking. Because from here on, it's your cruise, isn't it, Bert? Delia keeps Rodney sufficiently occupied, going ashore, seeing the sights. And he pays no attention at all to anything you do. You leave San Juan long before dawn. But it's late morning before Rodney appears, and he seems quite excited.
Bert, are Thompson and Miller with you? Who? The mechanic and the deckhand. Where are they? I've looked all over for them.
I dismissed them in San Juan. Told them I wouldn't need them anymore.
Well, why?
I don't want them in my way. I don't want anyone in my way, Rod. Not you, not anyone.
You what? Oh. That's it. You dismissed the crew, now you're going to get rid of me, I suppose. Then you'll have the yacht, the money. How stupid can I get?
Easy does it, Rod.
What's wrong? I've been looking for the deckhand. There's not a sign of the crew anywhere.
Rod just mentioned that, too. I told him easy does it.
What I'm going to do will be easy, believe me.
Rod.
Put the gun away, Rod. Think a minute. Suppose you kill me. You don't know a thing about engines or about navigation. The ocean current we're in right now will eventually deposit you in the equatorial calms. Death would be slow there.
But the galley's loaded. We'd be picked up in time.
With the temperature at 120 day and night, you'd be at each other's throats in 3 days.
You devil. You've planned this all along.
Oh, please, both of you.
Oh, and don't forget the sudden squalls in that area. Takes an expert to ride them out, even under power. Sharks in those waters, too. Think of Delia, Rod. Poor girl.
Rod, please. I'm frightened.
All right. How much do you want, Bert? Take the yacht.
No.
The yacht and $50,000. Only take Delia and me back to San Juan.
Get the gun out of your hand, Rod. Replace it with a straight Scotch. You need it.
Why didn't you take the yacht and the money last night? You had the chance. Delia and I were ashore in San Juan. You know the combination to the safe. I even trusted you that much. You... Oh. It's Delia you want.
That's up to Delia. She can come along with me if she wants to. You see, you underestimate me, Rod. Any chess player knows that's bad. The insurance company has blueprints of this yacht. It's custom made, very distinctive. I'd be picked up at the first port.
Then what do you intend to do?
You might have known I'd give you a sporting chance. How's your chess game today, Rod?
Is that your idea of a sporting chance?
That's right. One game, winner take all. The yacht, the contents of the safe, and Delia.
Well, I like that. Me, part of a chess game.
The queen, my dear. But this is no time for chivalry. You could lose, you know, Bert.
If I do, you give me fare back to the States. But if I win, you give me a bill of sale to the Golden Penny and a signed statement that I won the money in a game of skill. A deal?
All the deal I can expect, I guess. All right, Bert, you're on.
Good. Take the wheel, Delia.
Well, I wouldn't know what to do with it, and you know.
Okay. Just cut the engine and heave to.
This is it, isn't it, Bert? Everything just the way you've planned it. You're confident as the two of you set up the chess game right there in the pilot house. Delia, now openly your ally, watches silently as the game progresses. After more than an hour, you have Rod exactly where you want him.
He doesn't look too good for me, does it? But I beat you once before when you had me like this, remember?
Mm-hmm. It took 8 hours and a long walk around the estate between plays to do it.
How about giving me 15 minutes and a walk around the deck this time?
Sure. Go ahead. 15 minutes it is. If you aren't back and moved in that time, though.
Then I'll concede the game is yours.
15 minutes, then. I'll be right here, waiting for you.
Time's up, according to my watch.
Well?
I'm licked, Bert, and I know it. Best man won and all that sort of thing. He is the best man, isn't he, Delia?
I think so, Rod.
You sure had me fooled. Both of you. Well, hand me that pen and paper from the desk, and I'll make this piracy on the high seas legal. This is to certify that I, Rodney Tremont, for value received, do sell to Bertram Lowen my yacht, the Golden Penny, and all...
Decent of you to offer me the shore boat.
And 5 gallons of gas, don't forget. Only way to get rid of you. All right, in you go. Here, thank you. I'll help lower you.
Good. You say if I head due south from here, I'll hit San Juan?
Can't miss it by more than 6 inches. Bon voyage.
Thanks. Well, goodbye. And no hard feelings, huh?
You kidding? Of course not. The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story.
Well, Bert, it's over. You and Delia stand arm in arm on the deck of the Golden Penny, peering out onto the horizon until the shore boat bearing Rodney Tremont to San Juan becomes a speck in the South Atlantic, and then disappears entirely. Everything's gone just as you planned, hasn't it, Bert? The Golden Penny, the contents of the cabin safe, and Delia. They're all yours now, just as you knew they would be. Now you're certain the ports of the world are yours, too, to enter and leave whenever you like.
Oh, goodness. Where did that wind come from?
Don't know. Uh-oh. Look at that sky to the north and east.
Oh, it's so black, Bert.
The storm, all right, a Lulu. Oh, we can ride it out. No use trying to run from it. Have to head into it at full power. Go to the engine room. I'll get it started.
Oh, Bert, will it be all right?
Sure it will, baby. Only hurry along now. If we don't get this 65-footer underway before the storm hits full, we're in real trouble.
Oh, I'm frightened, Bert. After everything we did to Rod.
You'll never make it to San Juan at the rate this thing's blowing up. You're better off with me, baby. And Mr. Diesel's pet invention. Here we go now. See, baby? You got nothing to worry about.
Oh, thank heaven.
You'll make it now. Hit at full power.
What is it? What's wrong?
I don't know. Wait a minute. Doesn't seem to be getting any fuel. It's funny. Let's take a look at the fuel line. There it is. It's sugar.
What?
Sugar. Lots of it in the gravity tank.
Oh, Bert, look. There on the floor, that book. There's a note on it.
Let's see. Thanks. for giving me 15 minutes and that tip about sugar. This was the only move I could think of, and your manual on diesel engines was most helpful. I'm taking the money from the safe, too. From what you said about these waters, I don't think you'll have much use for money. Goodbye. And no hard feelings, huh?
And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who's guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Deadly Rumor.
It was quiet in the Holbrook home. Upstairs, a doctor and nurse stood near the foot of the bed. The nurse who had attended Frances Holbrook for many months. She appeared stunned and confused at the doctor's verdict.
I just can't believe it, Doctor. That she could take her own life after we've worked so. Struggled to bring her back to health.
Mrs. Holbrook was more than an invalid, Lillian. She was tired. I can believe it.
Mr. Holbrook, he'll be terribly shocked.
I think it will be easier if you tell him, Lillian. It will be gentler that way.
I'll go downstairs. Call his office.
I'll wait. Tell him to come at once.
It's going well, isn't it, Lillian? Very well. And there's even a certain pleasure that you're the one to call Ralph Holbrook. Explain. You almost wish you could tell him more. Especially as you sense the relief he displays instead of outright shock or grief. Yes. You know that Ralph is actually glad that his wife Frances is dead. But he manages to put on a good act in front of the doctor when he arrives home.
Frances. Poor Frances.
No, she suffered for a long time, Mr. Holbrook. It isn't as if she were in perfect health.
And you gave her a great deal of happiness, Mr. Holbrook.
Thank you, Lillian.
You'll excuse me now. I've got to fill out my report.
Suicide. You've got to put that down?
Mm-hmm. Overdose of sleeping tablets. You see here? Very few left. That's what she did, all right.
Strange. The way she hung on all those months. Wouldn't think she'd do a thing like that. Don't you agree, Lillian?
Oh, I do. I was telling the doctor the same thing. But it seems obvious.
Yes. Yes, it does. Doesn't it?
It's 10 He said it strangely, didn't he, Lillian? And in the days that follow, you wonder about Ralph. How much he suspects. You're certain that he'd be aware of the reason you killed her. You're sure of how he feels about you. Certain that he's aware of your own feelings toward him. But you felt all along that he would do nothing about it as long as Frances lived. You wonder how long it'll be before Ralph comes to you and asks you to marry him. And then on the day after the funeral, you overhear him talking on the telephone.
Yes, darling. I'll meet you tonight. We can plan everything. What? Nancy, you know how much I love you. I don't want to put it off. I don't care what anybody thinks.
You listen, completely stunned at Ralph's words of endearment to someone else. Nancy, a girl you remember who called him once before. Yes, you remember how he hung up quickly when he saw that you were nearby. It's beginning to fit together, isn't it, Lillian? A clever calculation on Ralph's part which added up correctly. 1, he tricked you into believing he cared for you. 2, you fell in love with him. 3, and most important of all, because you thought he loved you. You put his wife out of the way to clear the path for him. Literally set him free for someone else. You continue to listen.
Yes, I know. You've been wonderful, sweetheart.
Sweetheart, I'll show him. He won't make a fool of me.
Goodbye, darling. See you tonight. Wait. Oh, Lillian. Been standing there long?
No, not very. I was just looking for you, Mr. Holbrook.
Oh? Well, that's a coincidence. I was going to look for you in just a few minutes. But now that you're here...
Then you do have something to say to me, at last.
Yes, I do. I really haven't had the chance to say it before. I wanted to thank you, Lillian. You've been especially kind, considerate to Frances, and very helpful to me.
Have I, Ralph?
Yes, Lillian, you have. I think you know how much I appreciate all you've done.
I wonder if I do.
I hope this check I've made out to you will help convince you. Let's see now. Oh, here it is.
$500.
I insist you accept it. After all, you were so much more than just Frances' nurse.
I thought I was. I tried to be. So much more.
You were splendid, really. Now, I imagine you'll be leaving some new job.
Is that what you want me to do now? Leave?
Why, what else, Lillian? I don't need...
You don't need me anymore. I've served your purpose.
My dear Lillian, I can't imagine what you're talking about.
Can't you? I think you can. I didn't imagine it, you know. You did lead me on. You wanted me to think you were in love with me. Wanted me to think that if anything happened to Frances, we'd be together someday. You wanted me to... You wanted her to die.
Perhaps I did, my dear. And she committed suicide. Didn't she?
Yes.
Of course. And now that you know I'm in love with someone else, I'm sure you don't want to hang around.
Hang around?
Of course, if you want a recommendation, I'll be glad to send it to you anytime. Just let me hear from you.
Yes, Mr. Holbrook. You'll hear from me. You can plan on it. Soon.
Tonight, I'd like to have a little chat, especially with you drivers who buy just any brand of gasoline that happens to be convenient, because you think gasoline is gasoline. You'd change your mind in a hurry if you'd spend some time around Signal service stations, as I do, listening to comments of regular Signal customers. You'd hear them telling about records they've kept, which prove the good mileage that has made Signal famous as the Go Farther gasoline. You'd hear them bragging about their car's performance, its lively getaway, and the smooth, quiet way it walks up those steep hills in high since they switched to Signal. What's more, there are now so many drivers like this who won't be satisfied with anything less than Signal. This summer has been by far the biggest summer in the entire history of Signal Oil Company. Well, friends, When a gasoline is increasing so in popularity, it seems to me you just naturally want to find out what it is about that gasoline which makes drivers prefer it. There's no better time to find out than with your very next tankful of gasoline. And no better place to get it than at the next signal station you see.
Well, Lillian, it's backfired, hasn't it? Your plan to kill Ralph Holbrook's wife so that he would be free to marry you has turned into mockery. Now you know that Ralph was leading you on all the time, actually bringing you to the point of murder so that he could be free, but to marry someone else. But if Ralph thinks he's through with you, if he believes that his check for $500 is a final payoff that you'll accept, he's very wrong, isn't he? He's going to pay for his double cross, and pay in full, isn't he? Already your mind is at work on another plan, a plan for complete revenge. And part of your plan goes into action less than a week later, when you accept another case only a block or so away. Mrs. Pringle, your new employer, is one of the neighborhood gossips, and that fits in perfectly. You know what she will do with a few well-timed insinuations.
Now, you mustn't think I'm inquisitive, my dear, but you were quite close to Mrs. Holbrook.
Oh, yes. She was a fine woman. Very patient, in spite of her suffering.
Well, now, I was just thinking, someone who'd stood so much pain so patiently, well, it seems rather strange that she suddenly decided to do away with herself.
Oh, Mrs. Pringle, I wish you hadn't brought that up.
Oh?
I shouldn't talk about it. Shouldn't even think it, but...
Yes.
Well, I've so often thought that Mr. Holbrook, that he... No, I shouldn't say this.
Oh, do, please do. Oh, you know I wouldn't breathe it to a soul. You thought what about Mr. Holbrook?
Oh, well, he always seemed so kind and so devoted, and poor Mrs. Holbrook, she adored him so.
Yes, poor thing. Go on, dear.
Well, like I say, he seemed devoted, but I wondered if maybe she hadn't discovered something about him.
Discovered something? You mean something like another woman?
Oh, I shouldn't say it. Still, she did change. She wasn't cheerful. Kind of quiet, deep in thought, just toward the end.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever hear them quarreling?
Oh, Mrs. Pringle, really, I don't think we should talk about it.
Oh, my dear, it's just conversation, just idle conversation. We're just supposing. Now, aren't we?
Yes, we are. And you won't repeat or even suggest that I've thought such things, will you?
Oh, my dear, you know I won't. Why, I wouldn't think of it. Let sleeping dogs lie, I always say. Yes.
I'm glad that's what you always say.
But the very next day, Lillian, you hear something that assures you that your plan is a good one. Over the back fence, two of Mrs. Pringle's neighbors are talking, unaware that you're around as they discuss a very choice bit of gossip.
Now, you know, Madeline, Eunice Pringle wouldn't want this repeated. And she swears that new nurse she's hired doesn't even realize the import of her remarks. But Eunice managed to draw out some very interesting items.
Really, Louise? Such as what?
Such as the fact that Mrs. Holbrook's death might not have been by her own hand.
You mean?
I mean her husband.
No.
Yes.
Well, go on, Louise.
Well, Eunice says that she's been adding things up. Oh, the few innocent remarks from a nurse, the facts as they appeared in the papers, and a motive.
Motive?
Oldest motive in the world. Another woman.
No.
Yes. Younger and prettier.
I'll bet she's the one I saw him with the other day.
It's all well underway now, isn't it, Lillian? And you're only waiting for Mrs. Pringle to take the final bold step, bring it out into the open. And then one afternoon, as you sit in the garden with Mrs. Pringle reading to her...
Though the day of my destiny's over, and the star of my fate hath declined, Thy soft heart refused to discover the faults which so many could find. Though thy soul with my grief was acquainted, it shrank not to share it with me. And
Lillian, dear.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Pringle.
Why don't you tell the truth?
What?
I mean, now tell me. Tell me what you really think about the Holbrooks. Poor Francis' suicide.
Why, I don't know what you mean.
You know as well as I do that it's entirely possible that Ralph Holbrook had something to do with her death.
Why, Mrs. Pringle.
After all, there was another woman.
Well, yes, but...
Wouldn't be the first time a man murdered his wife.
Oh, really, Mrs. Pringle? You think that Mr. Holbrook...
Why not?
Why,
Do you mean to tell me the thought hadn't occurred to you?
Well, Mrs. Pringle, as a matter of fact...
Of course, my dear. Of course it occurred to you. I never did care for that Ralph Holbrook. From the very first day that Francis introduced me to him, there was something sneaky about him. Shifty-eyed, you know. Oh, go on reading, Lillian. I do so love Byron, don't you?
It's building, isn't it, Lillian? The case against Ralph Holbrook, and you're pleased. It's going exactly as you planned, thanks to Mrs. Pringle. Later that afternoon, several of the neighborhood ladies drop in for tea. You note the excited whispers, the glances they exchange. And now you're certain that in a matter of hours, the latest rumor about Ralph Holbrook will spread through town like wildfire. That evening at your small cottage, you stand at your kitchen window, chatting with your next-door neighbor, Mrs. Armstrong, standing outside.
Well, I've always thought it rather queer all along, dear. You see, I knew Frances Holbrook quite well, and it just seemed odd to me that she'd ever consider suicide.
Oh, I don't know, Mrs. Armstrong. It's rather difficult to tell about things like that.
Even so, my dear, I just can't bring myself around to believe that Frances Holbrook would take her own life.
Oh, excuse me. Someone's at my door.
Of course, dear.
Good evening, Lillian.
Why, Mr. Holbrook.
I want to talk to you.
Well,
Yes, we're going to have a little chat right here and now.
Now, see here.
This won't take long.
Is something wrong, Ralph?
Yes, something's wrong, very wrong.
There is.
Someone's been spreading some rather ugly rumors about me.
Oh?
Wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
Really, Mr.
Oh, stop it. I'm no fool. You've been feeding your patient, that Gabby, Mrs. Pringle, a lot of lies about me, and she's been spreading them all over town, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do, and I won't stand for it. I'm warning you. Those rumors had better stop.
Just a minute, Mr. Holbrook. What right have you to come in here and... Get out. Get out this instant.
Not until I put you straight. Now sit down.
I said get out.
And I said sit down.
You're frightened, aren't you, Lillian, as Ralph grabs you by the shoulders and shoves you down into the chair. You've never seen him like this before. His face flushed with anger, his eyes blazing with hatred, his voice trembling, rising higher and higher. And then suddenly you remember the open kitchen window, Mrs. Armstrong in her yard next door listening. And then finally...
Do you mind if I answer the door, Mr. Holbrook?
Go ahead. I've had my say. I'm leaving.
Hello, Lillian. Oh, good evening, Mr. Holbrook.
Mrs. Armstrong, excuse me.
Couldn't help overhearing him, my dear. I was worried, afraid he might harm you. That's why I came over.
Oh, I'm so glad you did. I was frightened, so terribly frightened. I didn't know what he was going to do.
Oh, poor dear.
He accused me of spreading rumors. Said I told people he'd murdered Mrs. Holbrook. He threatened me.
My dear, I think it's time you face something. I really believe it is.
Face something?
The rumors about his wife's supposed suicide, Lillian, heaven knows they're all over town. Be honest with yourself. What do you really think about them? Could they be true?
True?
Surely you can tell me, Lillian. You were there, caring for Francis Holbrook all those months. You must have noticed the way he acted, things he did.
I suppose there were things I should have sensed. Yes. Now that I look back on it, there toward the last, I'm sure he didn't want her to live. He got so he insisted on giving her the sleeping pills himself every night.
He insisted he give him to her?
I thought it was just a kind, loving gesture, but...
But now, my dear, since he's threatened you, surely...
Yes, Mrs. Armstrong. Now I must think of myself. I couldn't believe it of him. But he did give her sleeping pills. And, well, there isn't anything else to think. Is there?
It's all happened naturally enough, hasn't it, Lillian? A bit more suddenly than you'd planned, but Ralph's surprise visit, his angry threats, Mrs. Armstrong overheard. That's a break you hadn't expected. Now there's no reason for delay, no reason why you can't go ahead and make your final move. Mrs. Armstrong will make a perfect witness, won't she, Lillian? An hour later, you arrive at the Holbrook home, park your car a safe distance away, and find the house in total darkness. Hurry around to the rear entrance. And then, using the key Francis had once given you, the key you neglected to return when you left the Holbrook house, you slip inside. You make your way along the downstairs corridor. Then, inside the study, you find what you came for. Ralph Holbrook's gun in the desk drawer. You slip it into your coat pocket. And then a wave of panic sweeps over you as you hear Ralph's approaching footsteps. You glance around the room frantically, and then slip behind the window drapes an instant before the study door opens. And then Ralph dials a number on the phone.
Hello, Nancy? Oh, well, may I speak with Miss Nancy Arnold, please? What's that? But I've been trying to reach her all day. I see. Any idea when she'll be back? All right. Well, what? No message. I'll call her later.
You wait in the darkness and hear Ralph's footsteps on the stairs. And then when you hear the bedroom door close, you slip into the corridor, out the rear entrance, and race back to your car. When you get to your own home, you step to the telephone and dial Ralph's number. As you wait for him to answer, you stare at the gun, his gun, lying on the table beside you.
Hello?
Mr. Holbrook?
Yes?
This is Lillian Parker, Ralph. I must see you right away.
We've nothing further to discuss, Lillian.
Please. It's very important.
What's it all about?
Well, since you were here, I've thought it over. And I've decided to leave town.
Oh?
I could stay here and make a lot of trouble for you, but that wouldn't be smart.
I'm glad you see it that way.
Oh, don't get me wrong, Ralph. You're not frightening me one bit, you know. It's just that I happen to be a little low on funds. I've some bills to pay, some things to buy, including a plane ticket to New York.
I see.
I wouldn't need much. A few thousand. I'd never come back. Surely it would be worth it to you.
Yes, it would be worth it to me. I'll stop by the office and get the cash, and I'll be right over.
It's done, isn't it, Lillian? Now there's nothing to do but wait. You pace the floor of your living room, and as the minutes tick by, you grow more and more confident, certain that your plan won't fail. Finally, you hear a car stop out front. You glance out and see Ralph Holbrook coming up the walk. Quickly, you look next door. Mrs. Armstrong's lights are still on. Ralph's loaded gun is in your jacket pocket as you answer his knock on the door.
Well, Lillian?
Come in, Ralph. Come right in.
I came as soon as I could. I hope you're ready for me.
Believe me, Mr. Holbrook, I am ready for you.
I heard the shot. I was just getting into my robe.
It's Ralph Holbrook. He tried to kill me. We struggled for the gun. I think he's dead.
During the summer months, cars take quite a beating, what with long, fast vacation trips, in addition to frequent weekend outings. And that's why now is a good time to get your car back in shape by making sure that all wearing parts are freshly and properly lubricated. For the chassis, that means a Signal double-check lube job. We call it double check because Signal dealers check each lubrication point not just once, but twice, to make double sure that not a single part is ever overlooked. Perhaps it's also time to look after those points on your car which need attention twice a year or each 5,000 miles, such as transmission and differential, front wheel bearings, and shock absorbers. You'll find that Signal dealers are experts at these and many more upkeep services. After all, Signal dealers are independent businessmen who have a personal interest in pleasing you. This conscientious service, plus fine quality Signal products, are just two reasons why cars run so well and last so long when serviced regularly by Signal dealers.
It's over, isn't it, Lillian? Ralph Holbrook is dead, just as you planned. You killed him with his own gun in your home, and then racing across to Mrs. Armstrong's house next door, you sobbed out the story that he had tried to kill you. Minutes later, the police arrived. You saw them across the way, moving around in your home. Now they're back in Mrs. Armstrong's living room, and you've told them your version of the tragedy.
You say, Miss Parker, that he offered you money to leave town?
Yes, that's right.
We found over $3,000 in his pockets.
Well, when I refused the money, he pulled out the gun. I grabbed for it. There was a struggle.
And the gun went off. Yes. Miss Parker.
Yes?
There have been a lot of rumors circulating through the town about Holbrook and the death of his wife.
Yes, I've heard some of the talk.
So have we, at headquarters. We've had some calls about it, none very conclusive. But early tonight we received one that moved us toward immediate action.
I don't understand.
A call saying Holbrook had threatened you, Miss Parker, because you said he'd killed his wife. That call came from your neighbor, Mrs. Armstrong.
Mrs. Armstrong called you? Told you this?
Yes. On the strength of her call, we assigned a man to keep an eye on Holbrook. Sergeant Dunn here got to Holbrook's house tonight just in time to follow him here.
Here?
That's right, Miss Parker. I was right behind Holbrook. I got to your living room window just after he entered.
But then...
I had my gun ready to protect you. But there was no struggle, Miss Parker. I saw you pull the gun, shoot Holbrook down in cold blood.
I don't know why you killed him, Miss Parker. But I'll bet whoever started these rumors about Holbrook had no idea they'd turn out to be so deadly.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you, now that school days are here again, it's even more important to drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly a child's. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Gene Bates, and Ted Osborne. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen and directed by Robert Hafter, with story by Joel Malone, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, the Whistler's strange story, that Hemsley affair.
A cold gray blanket of fog caressed the English coast. The village of Hemsley wore it like an ominous shroud, and Sarah Bolton, standing at the window of her home on the crest of the cliff, pulled her shawl closer about her shoulders as she listened to the distant baying of dogs. Minutes later, the sound grew closer, and then she heard the footsteps along the fieldstone path. Hurrying again to the open window, she could see the outlines of a burly, heavily dressed man approaching the house. In the crook of his arm rested a rifle. Sarah trembled at his knock on the door, hesitated, then opened it slightly and peered out.
Why, good evening, Constable Harwood. You're so far from the village. What brings you out this way?
Well, there's no cause for alarm now, Miss Sarah. But there's been a robbery in London this very afternoon.
Oh, indeed?
The bandit was wounded. We know that. A Bobby's bullet caught him. Well, he's been traced to this neighborhood.
No.
Just wondered now if you'd heard any noises, seen anyone strange prowling about.
No, Constable. Goodness. No cause for alarm, you say. I must disagree.
You alone?
Yes, Enid's gone to the cinema with our boarder, Mr. Pembroke.
Oh. Well, he'll no doubt see your sister back safely, Miss Sarah. But you know you'd best lock up the place. Keep all the doors and the windows tight shut.
I will.
And stay indoors until your sister and Mr. Pembroke return.
Oh, believe me, Constable, I won't stir out of this house. Mercy, no.
You watch as the constable walks off down the path, rejoins his men near the front gate. The dogs begin an impatient, annoying baying as they're led off into the night. A shiver runs through you, doesn't it, Sarah? And you tell yourself that you must fix some hot tea at once. In the kitchen, your hand trembles nervously as you go about it. And then as you sit down to drink it, there's a sound at the front of the house. You stiffen, wait nervously, until your sister Enid appears, accompanied by Mr. Pembroke.
Sarah, have you heard the news? A bandit. He took £10,000 from a bank in London today, and now he's wounded and they're searching for him out here on the cliff.
Now, Enid, don't upset your sister. It's not pleasant news that a criminal's about.
I should say not.
Not pleasant, but it's exciting. Oh, you fixed the tea, Sarah. Mr. Pembroke, you were saying you were chilly.
Yes, that I was. Well, that was thoughtful of you, Miss Sarah.
Help yourself. Did you enjoy the cinema?
Yes, very much.
Very much. You hear any sounds about the place, Miss Sarah? Anything unusual?
Nothing at all. Oh, dear, now who could that be? I'll get it, Enid. Yes?
Sarah, that you, dearie?
Oh, Mrs. McMurtry, how are you?
Have you heard, dearie, about the bandit? I mean, right here in Hemsley, the constable said. Imagine he stole £10,000.
It's only one of the villagers, Mrs. McMurtry, excited, eager to chat about the bandit. You're hardly listening to a word she's saying, Sarah. You let her talk on and on. And finally you manage to break away from her. And as you return to the kitchen...
Oh, Mrs. McMurtry, all excited. She'd have talked for... Enid, where's Mr. Pembroke?
Oh, I sent him down to the basement to fetch a jar of your marmalade.
What?
Why, anything wrong, Sarah?
No. No, but he might have trouble finding it. I'd best get down there myself.
Oh, Miss Sarah, well, you didn't have to come down.
No bother, Mr. Pembroke.
Well, I was just about
Here,
to...
not the closet. I'll find the jars for you.
Oh, well, now you're very kind, looking after our welfare and appetite.
It's this cupboard.
Oh.
Yes, here we are.
Oh, yes. Fine. Well, back we go, to the hot tea.
After you. Mind the stairs.
Well, Miss Sarah's marmalade, crumpets, and tea. Now, what could be more perfect? I say. Now, supposing we found that bandit. Just we three. 10,000 pounds would be nice now, wouldn't it?
Oh, you'd have to turn it in, Mr. Pembroke. It's stolen.
Oh, I'm just supposing, Miss Enid.
He's talking, Enid, that's all. And supposing.
Certainly, that's all. Oh, but how nice. 10,000 pounds. That's almost worth the chance the poor chap took.
It wasn't. It was wicked. I hope they catch him.
Don't listen to him, Enid. He's saying it all for your benefit.
Well, I'm saying it for all our benefits. I've got it all figured out. Yes. A shallow grave, Miss Sarah. Plenty of quicklime, and whoosh, no trace of the blighter.
Quicklime? Does it do that?
Oh, beautifully, my dears. So I've been told.
Sarah, make him stop.
But wouldn't it take a great deal?
Oh, no more than I suggested you ordered to fix that garden bed, Miss Sarah. But then we haven't found the carcass now, have we? Or the 10,000 pounds.
I'm going to bed. You two are talking dreadfully.
Mr. Pembroke's just in a talkative mood.
Quite. But only talking, Miss Enid. Please forgive me.
Oh, speaking of quicklime in the garden, Mr. Pembroke, you did promise me that you'd...
Yes, I did. That I'd fix it beautifully, but not without the material, Miss Sarah. You'd better get it tomorrow, right?
Yes. Yes, I'm going into the village in the morning. I'll speak to the storekeeper about it.
Perfect. And your garden will be even more so. Now, in spite of all dreadful warnings, I simply got to have my evening stroll. I'll not go far, ladies. Not far at all. Good night.
Well, good morning, Miss Sarah. What brings you to store today, We slip up on your order?
No, Mr. Hardy was quite correct, thank you. I've come for some quicklime.
Oh?
Our boarder, Mr. Pembroke, suggested it. He's going to be kind enough to renovate the garden soil.
Oh, yes, it's excellent for that purpose. Would you like a full bag?
I think that would do it nicely, Mr. Hodges.
We'll deliver it out this afternoon, Miss Sarah.
That's fine. Good day.
Good day to you, Miss Sarah.
You've other things to do in the village, haven't you, Sarah? And you spend about an hour shopping, browsing. And then upon your return to the house, you're startled at the distinct sound of someone moving about. Downstairs, you hurry quickly to the basement door and stare down in surprise at Mr. Pembroke.
What are you doing, Mr. Pembroke? Isn't this rather an odd hour for you to be home?
Yes, Miss Sarah. Come down, won't you? I think you'll agree to an odd circumstance. Yes. My curiosity has simply had the best of me all day. Here, you see?
What are they?
Cufflinks. I found them last night near the basement door when I returned from my walk.
Cufflinks? I don't understand.
Oh, don't you? Don't you really, Miss Sarah? Well, here now. Look at the initials.
C.L. I'm sure they mean nothing.
C.L. Chester Loomis, Miss Sarah. The name of the bandit. Our London bank robber. He of the missing 10,000 pounds.
What?
Oh, now, please, Miss Sarah. You're not the actress you fancy yourself. Come over here, my dear. The closet.
No.
Yes. The one you kept me from opening last night. Now, let's see what we shall see, Not marmalade, not even the 10,000 pounds, but quite unmistakably a strange guest. Yes, Miss Sarah. It's Chester Loomis, and he is quite dead.
I don't know a thing about it.
Oh, come now, Miss Sarah. Chester Loomis, wounded, hiding, crawled into the house and locked himself in your closet? Hardly. Now, do tell me, in what neat spot did you hide his loot, the 10,000 pounds? Shall we discuss it over tea? Sarah?
Now that vacations are over and school days are here again, most of us are settling down to some serious thinking about economy. And economy, that's where Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, shines. Yes, if you've lived out west any length of time, you already know that throughout the Pacific Coast states, from Canada to Mexico, Signal gasoline has an enviable reputation for mileage. But mileage, mind you, is only half of Signal's story, and it's easy to see why. After all, in order to give you such good mileage, today's Signal gasoline has to help your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs efficiently, naturally you also enjoy quick starting, peppy pickup, and smooth, quiet power. More of the things that make driving more pleasure. That's why we say mileage and performance are like birds of a feather. They go together. You're sure of both when you power your car with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
Well, Sarah, your secret is out in the open, isn't it? At least as far as Mr. Pembroke knowing. And upstairs in the kitchen, you face him across the table. Watch as he sips the tea you made at his insistence. Wonder what he's going to do. Puzzle at the strange smile that moves across his face as he seems to enjoy both the tea and your discomfort.
It's all right, Sarah. It's perfectly all right. Clever of you, you know.
What do you intend to do about the matter, Mr. Pembroke?
Oh, now, don't lose your warmth, my dear girl, your friendly consideration of me. Oh, no, indeed. Oh, it's a simple matter. We're partners now, that's all.
Partners?
Mm-hmm. We share the secret of Chester Loomis' demise, and, of course, the 10,000 pounds. You will tell me where you put it now, won't you?
I can scarcely do otherwise.
That's correct. Now tell me, how did it come about? Did he just wander in, or did you go out and corral him, Sarah?
Last night early, I heard a sound at the basement door. I investigated. It was Loomis, almost done in.
You? You finished him off?
No, it wasn't necessary. He'd scarcely made it down the basement stairs when he collapsed. I saw the money in a small black bag. I took it and shoved his body into the closet. Shortly afterwards, before I had time to think, the constable happened by.
A stout girl, and you didn't give him a sign?
No, I did not.
Ah, noble partner. Well, now I'll let you into a little secret, Sarah. Why do you suppose poor Chester Loomis picked this particular house?
I'm sure I don't know that.
No, but I do, my dear. He was no doubt looking for me. Yes, me. His old partner.
What?
Yes, it's your day for surprises, isn't it, Sarah? Oh, yes. Loomis and I used to cook up many a delightful doings together.
I've often wondered about you, Mr. Pembroke.
But as long as I paid my keep...
Yes, I'm afraid that was as far as my concern went.
Well, that's a good thing for both of us, my dear. We'll do nobly together. Beautifully. Oh, but there's work to be done. Some digging.
I haven't the quicklime. It will be along this afternoon.
That's fine. Fine. I'll go down to the basement and start the preparations, my dear. First, the shallow grave. Odd, hmm? I wasn't just supposing last night, after all.
Upstairs, you pace the floor of your room. It's unfortunate, isn't it, Sarah, that Mr. Pembroke made this discovery, that you must share the 10,000 pounds. Of course, he will be a help. You can hear him hard at work all afternoon. You wonder when the quicklime will arrive. And you're startled when you receive a phone call from the storekeeper that they're out of quicklime, and it won't be along until tomorrow. You hurry down to the basement and tell Mr. Pembroke.
Well, no matter. We'll do without, that's all. We'll jolly well do without.
Well, you're certain it'll be all right?
Oh, of course. It'll have to be all right. Oh, it's devilish hard work, this. I could do with a brace on the girl. I don't suppose you'd have a drop about the house, hmm?
No.
No, I didn't think so.
How long before you're finished?
Oh, I'd say about another hour. Oh, this stuff's as solid as concrete, nearly. Well, I never ran into anything quite like that before.
Wait.
Hmm?
Listen.
Yes, someone's moving about upstairs.
It's Enid. She's back from work.
Oh, that time already? Well, we can't go on with this now, that's certain. She's bound to hear.
You can finish tonight after she's gone to bed.
Better she were out of the house, don't you think?
Yes, all right. I'll see what I can do.
It's a simple matter, isn't it, Sarah, to arrange for Enid to be out of the house that night. Dinner over, you ask her to take some sewing work you've been doing for Mrs. McMurtry to her house at the other end of the village. Then when Enid's gone, you hurry upstairs to Mr. Pembroke's room.
Coast clear, is it?
Yes, you'd better get to work.
Yes, in a minute. Come in, Sarah.
Well?
You know, I've been thinking about that money, the £10,000.
You'll get your share, as soon as the job's done.
Half. That's what we agreed on, hmm?
Yes, half.
Good. I'll be wanting it tonight.
Oh?
Yes, that's right. Not that I don't trust you, you understand. It's just that I've been thinking about it, as I said. Rather turning it over in my mind. I've been thinking it would be rather a smart move for your Mr. Pembroke to do a bit of traveling, and the sooner the better.
Why?
Oh, well, I'm the restless type, you might say, and besides, the police are still looking for old Loomis, you know.
So?
So they've traced him to the village here, and that's where the trail ends. Now, they'll have to start wondering about that. Start checking up on some of his old pals. So I planned on driving up to London tonight, as soon as we split the swag. Any objections?
No, none at all. As I said, you'll get your share as soon as the work's finished.
Yes, I will. Right. Well, I'd better hop to it now, hmm?
He's right, isn't he, Sarah? It wouldn't do at all to have the police coming around, asking questions of Mr. Pembroke. Downstairs again in the kitchen, you pace the floor, occasionally stopping to glance out the side window. You can hear him down in the basement, the dull thud of the pickaxe. The minutes drag by, and finally you step to the cupboard, take down a bottle, and pour a drink. Your hand is trembling as you take it downstairs to Mr. Pembroke.
Well, what have we here?
I thought you might need it. I forgot we had it.
I could do with a spot. When's Enid expected?
Not for another hour, I'd say. Mrs. McMurtry's a bit of a talker.
That's good. We'll be in the clear by then. Friend Loomis safely tucked away, neat and proper like. Hmm? Everything back in its place. Well, I'll have a go at it again.
You move slowly. Circle around Mr. Pembroke, never taking your eyes off him for a moment as he bends to his work. Finally, your hand comes to rest on the hammer lying on top of an old trunk. And then you're standing directly behind him as he straightens up and stops to mop his brow. You lift the hammer high and then bring it down.
This is Sarah, Mrs. McMurtry. May I speak with Enid, please?
Of course, dearie. Just a moment. It's for you, Enid, my dear. Yes, Sarah?
Enid, Mr. Pembroke's just received a phone call. He's leaving in a few moments for London on business.
Oh?
Well, I was just thinking I'd drive up with him. I haven't been to London in some time.
Yes, of course, Sarah. It would be nice for you.
I might do a bit of shopping tomorrow and then come back on the evening train.
Do go, Sarah.
All right. I just wanted to be sure you wouldn't mind.
No, of course not. Run along. I'll be home in a bit.
Well, Mr. Pembroke's bringing his car round now. We'll be leaving in a few moments.
nice time, dear.
I will, Enid. See you tomorrow night.
You hurry back down to the cellar. Make certain everything is in order. The old trunks moved back over the spot where Mr. Pembroke was digging the grave. The grave he now shares with his old partner in crime, Chester Loomis. Then you slip into your hat and coat. Hurry outside. Slide in behind the wheel of Mr. Pembroke's car. And drive off into the night toward London. It's almost midnight when you arrive in London. Abandon Mr. Pembroke's car on a quiet side street. Take a cab and drive across town to a fashionable hotel where you spend a comfortable night. The next day in London is just as you dreamed it would be. The smart shops, the expensive restaurants, the matinee at the Regent Theater. You plan to do it all again, Sarah, many times. And that night, after an exciting day, you board the evening train for Hemsley. It's almost 10:30 when you arrive. And as you approach the house, you're rather startled to see that all the lights are on. Sensing that something is wrong, you hurry up the front steps.
Sarah! Oh, Sarah, it's you.
What?
Sarah!
Enid, what is all this?
Oh, dear, you don't know what we've been through. We thought you were dead.
Dead?
Good evening, Miss Sarah.
Why, Constable, what in the world are you doing here?
Well, it's about your boarder, Mr. Pembroke.
Only he isn't Mr. Pembroke at all.
Mr. Pembroke isn't Mr... Oh, now what are you talking about, dear?
Perhaps I'd better explain.
I wish someone would.
You see, we got word from the police in London about Mr. Pembroke. Seems he's really a chap named Brooks. Harry Brooks. Gentle Harry, they call him.
Gentle Harry?
A murderer, Sarah. They say he's killed 3 women already.
What?
That's right, Miss Sarah. You see, we got wind of this Harry Brooks several months ago. Scotland Yard asked us to be on the lookout for him. Told us to warn all shopkeepers. Asked them to report all purchases of quicklime made by women.
What's that?
Usually operates in the same manner. Somehow he gets to be quite chummy with a lady. Then gets her to buy quicklime for the garden, he always says. Next thing you know, the lady disappears.
Quicklime? Now, wait a moment. He asked me to...
That's right. And when you ordered it, the storekeeper told us about it right away. Stalled on the delivery. We immediately sent a description of Mr. Pembroke to Scotland Yard.
And the answer came back this afternoon. The description of Mr. Pembroke fits gentle Harry Brooks to a T.
Oh, how horrible.
Then when I came here to warn you, Miss Enid told me you'd gone motoring with Mr. Pembroke. Well, that fit the pattern, you see. All the other ladies went on trips with Mr. Pembroke, too. Only as it turned out, they hadn't gone at all.
Oh, I see.
When did you see Mr. Pembroke last?
Why, when we arrived in London last night.
I'll better put in a call to the yard right away. Tell him to keep an eye out for Pembroke up there. That'll be the end of it as far as we're concerned.
Unless he decides to come back.
I don't think so, Enid.
Oh?
No, you know, Constable, he acted rather strangely last evening. Seemed nervous, jittery. Do you suppose he suspected the police were closing in on him?
That's possible.
Yes, I'm sure of it. I'm sure he did. No, Enid, under the circumstances, I don't think we'll ever see gentle Harry Brooks Pembroke again.
You probably think boiling water is hot. Actually, it's 212 degrees, practically cool as a cucumber, compared with the 2,700-degree temperatures that exist in certain parts of your car's engine. That's heat enough to make ordinary motor oils break down chemically and form harmful varnish that clogs up important engine parts, causing your car to lose pep and power and eat up gasoline and oil. That's why Signal Oil Company brought out Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil, an extra-duty lubricant scientifically engineered to protect your car against varnish troubles. And Signal Premium does this important job in not just one way, but 2 ways. First, Signal Premium can't break down and form varnish, even under extreme heat. And secondly, Signal Premium actually dissolves out harmful varnish that other motor oils may already have deposited. That's why a change to Signal Premium Motor Oil is today's best way to keep your car's performance up and repair bills down. And, of course, the place to change to this extra-duty Signal oil that does so much more than just lubricate is at a Signal service station.
It's all over now, isn't it, Sarah? And you're certain you're in the clear. The police will be looking for Mr. Pembroke in London, where you told the constable you saw him last. Yes. And they'll never know he's buried in the cellar of your house here in Hemsley. Buried along with Bandit Loomis in the grave he dug. Now your secret is safe. And the money you took from Loomis, the 10,000 pounds stolen from the bank, it's all yours. After the constable has completed his call to London, he joins you and your sister Enid as you walk into the kitchen. And then suddenly a sound reaches your ears. And you stop dead in your tracks.
Why, what's that?
Why, what's the matter, Sarah?
That noise. It's coming from the cellar.
Eh? Oh, almost forgot about the boys.
The boys? What do you mean?
Well, you see, Miss Sarah, this Pembroke chap, he always disposed of his victims in the same manner, and always in the cellar. Now, when we thought he'd killed you...
That's the first place the constable thought to look.
Why, no, you...
That's right. I've had some of my boys digging up your cellar. I hope you don't mind, Miss Sarah. I'll tell them to... Oh, Stanner was just coming downstairs to tell you to quit. We found Miss Bolton safe and sound. Oh, what's the matter?
Oh, I'm thinking you'd better come down to the city, Constable. We just found the body of that Loomis chap.
Loomis?
Yes, and Pembroke, too.
Both of them?
That's right, sir, in the same grave. What does it mean, eh?
I'm afraid there's only one person who can answer that. How about it, Miss Sarah?
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you, you get so much more pleasure out of driving when you drive at sensible speeds, obey traffic regulations, and don't take chances. That moment you try to save might be your last. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Sarah Selby, and Ben Wright. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Adrian Jondot, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who is guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am
And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, the Whistler's Strange Story. Dear Diary.
Two lone cars streaked through the late Southern California night, south along the coast route toward San Diego. In the first car, Mike Jordan, his face drawn and tense, his forehead beaded with cold sweat, stepped hard on the accelerator. And the car behind him matched his speed, closing the gap between them. With one frantic turn of the wheel, Mike swerved his car onto a side road, narrowly missing the ditch. But the car behind him had anticipated his move and made the turn after him. And then cut sharply into Mike's car, forcing him off the road.
Come on, Mike, get out of the car.
Okay, Len, okay, I'll get out. But don't shoot. Don't shoot, Len. Listen to me,
Shut
Len.
up. Monty, check the car, see if you can find it.
Here, let me tell you about it, Len. You see, this is what...
Said shut up. That'll finish you off right now.
What?
Run out on me, will you?
I was going to come back, Len. Honest, I was.
Yeah, I'll bet you were. Find anything, Monty?
Packet of bills in his suitcase. Only 10 grand here, though. Our cut was 15.
Come on, Mike, talk. Where's our other 5 grand?
It's gone, Len. I had bills. I paid them.
You had bills. Why, you...
Look, Len, look. I'll get it back for you. Honest,
Yeah, you bet you will. You'll live long enough.
He won't do you any good dead, Len. Make him get the dough.
Yeah, maybe you're right. All right, how you going to get it?
I don't know yet, but I'll get it somehow.
When?
Pretty quick, Len, pretty quick. Just give me a little time for it.
Okay. Be a nice guy. I'll give you a week.
But, Len, a week?
A week. Better get a real bright idea that pays off. And don't pull any funny stuff.
I won't, Len. You just tell me where to meet you a week from tonight.
I won't be hard to find, Mike. I'm driving back to Santa Monica with you right now. Monty will follow us. We're taking a room, Monty and me, in that same dinky hotel you live in. And we'll be there, watching you, all week long.
You'd naturally expect us to receive some very complimentary letters from the prize winners in Signal's recent $10,000 contest, and we did. But the letter I'd most enjoy passing along to you tonight is from a contestant who did not win a prize. It's from Mrs. Elsie McClellan of San Diego, who wrote, "Although I was one of the losers in your contest, I am really a winner after all. You see, when I entered the contest, I changed from another well-known gasoline to Signal gas. Not only did my husband and I notice improved mileage, but we found Harris Mills, your dealer at 1800 Imperial Avenue, San Diego, very courteous and always helpful in minor repairs and service. Because I believe in giving credit where credit is due, I want to take this opportunity to express my appreciation for your Go Farther gasoline and the helpful dealer who sells it to us." Well, Mrs. McClellan, because I, too, believe in giving credit where credit is due, I want to add my thanks to that of Signal Oil Company for one of the nicest letters we've ever received. After hearing the benefits you noticed when you switched to the famous Go Farther gasoline, I should think every Whistler fan listening tonight would want to test out his own car on at least a couple of tankfuls of Signal. Wouldn't you?
Well, Mike, you've pulled a lot of shady deals in your time. But this time you gambled and lost. You tried for the easy money. Pulled a small payroll job in Long Beach 3 nights ago that Len and Monty had cased. You thought you could run out on a split-up with them. But they caught up with you, took the money that was left, and gave you a week to dig up the $5,000 you spent before they overtook you. A week, Mike, with Len and Monty staying in the same cheap Santa Monica hotel where you live, where they can keep an eye on you. Early the next afternoon, you find yourself walking along a path in the park above the beach. Suddenly, a gust of wind catches up a blur of color and wraps it around your head.
What the devil?
Oh, you stopped. I'm so glad.
Stop what? Oh, Oh, that's a scarf.
My scarf. The wind took it right off my head.
And blew it right onto mine. I couldn't figure what it was. Here.
Thanks. I hope it didn't frighten you.
No, it's okay.
Oh, goodness. It's blowing my diary over there on the bench.
I'll get it.
Oh, no, don't. I'll get it. I'd rather...
Yeah, here it is.
I'll take it.
Okay, you got it.
I'm sorry. Thanks for retrieving all my possessions for me. I'd better go now.
I'll walk with you, if you don't mind, Anne.
Why, no, I don't. How did you know my name?
It's engraved very neatly on your diary.
Oh, yes.
What's the rest of your name?
Wilson.
Anne Wilson. Oh, that's a nice name. Mine's Mike Jordan.
You live here in Santa Monica?
Born here. You?
I live here now. I was born in Nebraska.
Been here long?
6 months yesterday.
And every day of it recorded in your diary, huh?
You're laughing at me now.
No.
But I'm not fooling myself, you know. I'm still a small-town girl. Just as drab and mousy as when I left Nebraska.
You're putting words in my mouth.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't talk like that. You've been very kind. Thanks again. I turn here.
So do I. Where do you live?
See, up there on the hill. That big old house with a wall around it.
You live there? Why, that's old Silas Mueller's place.
You know him.
Know him? Who doesn't around here? He was old when I was a kid. We used to climb over those walls, and he'd chase us, waving his cane and threatening to whale the tar out of us. How come you live there?
I work for him. I'm a practical nurse. He's quite old now and not too well.
Old is right. What is he, about 100?
He's 83. I feel so sorry for him. He's all alone in the world. No one ever comes to visit him, except his doctor. And he doesn't come very often. Mr. Mueller says he doesn't like to spend money on doctors.
From what I hear, he doesn't like to spend money, period. They say he gave up trusting banks a long time ago. Keeps his money around the house somewhere so he can count it every so often. You ever seen him counting it?
I know. Oh, of course I haven't. What a really silly thing to say.
Yeah, I guess it was, wasn't it? Well, Anne, maybe I'll come by and see you sometime.
Oh, I'd rather you didn't. I mean, well, not there at the house anyway. But I usually come down to the park and bring my lunch at noon, and sometimes before dinner I walk along the beach.
Okay, Anne. Maybe I'll catch up with you again.
Back at the hotel, you stretch out on the bed, light a cigarette. You have plenty to think about, haven't you, Mike? Glenn, Monty, the $5,000 they expect you to pay back within a week. But you keep thinking about Ann Wilson. The way she started when you suggested that old Silas Mueller kept his money right there in the old house where she works. You're sure you were right, aren't you, Mike? Sure that Ann knows the money is there. Odd, isn't it? An hour ago, you were groping for a solution, a place to get the money. And now, quite by accident, you've met Ann Wilson, probably the most innocent girl in the world. And she may lead you to that money.
Yeah? Oh, come in, Len.
I intend to. Who's the doll?
What?
The doll in the park.
Oh, no one. I just ran into her. I never saw her before this afternoon.
You got nothing better to do? Just walk in the park?
You said I had a week, Len.
You have. The week ends next Saturday night. Don't be spending no more days walking dolls around in the park.
Look, Len, let me do it my way, will you? You and Monty stay off my back for a while and give me a chance to work something out.
Something to do with the doll?
Maybe. I won't run because I know you'd find me.
Yeah, I would.
Will you leave me alone till Saturday?
Sure, Mike. Sure. I'll leave you alone. Till Saturday.
There isn't much time, is there, Mike? And it's a long chance you've got to take, but it's your only chance. If old Silas Mueller does keep his money in his ancient house where Ann Wilson works, then you and Ann must become good friends. Good friends, in a hurry. Late that same afternoon, you walked a few blocks down to the beach. You see Ann standing almost at the edge of the surf, watching the brilliant sunset. It's beautiful, isn't it?
What? Mrs. Jordan, I'm afraid I was lost to the world.
You think you could put that sunset in your diary?
I'm going to try.
Oh, look at it, Anne. The sun's slipping out of sight.
It's unbelievably beautiful. When I was a little girl, I used to think I knew where the sun went at sunset.
Oh, really? Where?
I was convinced it hid in a big maple grove just west of town.
Anne, I want you to believe me. I thought about you all afternoon.
Why, Mr. Jordan.
Oh, can it be Mike? Just Anne and Mike?
Why, yes, I guess it can. Mike?
Good. At first, I thought it was silly the way I was thinking about you. I just met you, talked to you a few minutes, but I couldn't get you out of my mind. And can you believe that?
Yes. Yes, Mike, I can believe that. I can believe it because I want you so very much. And because I've thought of you, too, all afternoon.
Good thoughts, I hope.
Good thoughts.
I'm glad.
Oh, my, look at the time. Mr. Mueller will be furious if dinner's not on time.
Will it take you long to fix it?
Oh, Martha does that, the housekeeper. But Mr. Mueller likes to have me bring him his tray and then eat with him. Poor old man. I'm the only company he has.
Lucky old man with you for a dinner partner.
I really must go now, Mike.
All right. I'll walk with you. Do you ever get a night off, Anne?
After dinner's over, I do. I almost never go out, but I can. Mr. Mueller goes to sleep right after dinner.
About 8:30?
Uh-huh.
Will you meet me at the corner south of you tonight at 8:30?
Oh, Mike, I'd love to.
And that's just the beginning, isn't it, Mike? You meet Anne every night at 8:30, each night bringing you nearer to your deadline with Len and Monty. You were right about Anne. She's a love-starved kid, completely carried away by your attention to her. You wish fervently that you had more time for the build-up. But every time you walk through the lobby, Len and Monty are sitting there, staring at you. Silent reminders that you haven't much time left. Shortly before your 8:30 date with Anne on Friday night, the night before your deadline, you start through the lobby toward the door.
Hey, Mike. Mike.
Oh. Oh, hello, Len.
Over here a minute.
Okay.
Sit down, Mike.
I'm in a hurry, Len.
Sit down.
Okay.
Monty here tells me you got a good thing, Mike.
What do you mean?
The doll.
Oh. Well, yeah, maybe. I'm not sure yet.
Monty's sure. Says the old man she works for is loaded. Isn't that right, Monty?
Yeah, loaded and sick. Awful sick.
Monty says the old man keeps his money around the house and maybe won't live long.
Yeah? Well, maybe he won't. Only look, Len, tomorrow night's awful soon. I mean, if I could have more time...
Monty and me want you to take more time.
What?
Don't we, Monty?
Sure we do.
You mean that?
We said it.
Oh, that's great, Len. Great. How much time?
All the time in the world, Mike.
Oh, gee, that's swell.
3 days.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
3 days. We'll see you Tuesday. Oh, and, Mike.
Yeah?
Forget the $5,000.
What?
Forget the $5,000. Make it 20.
"3 days. That isn't much of a reprieve, is it, Mike? And now Len and Monty want $20,000 instead of $5,000. You're desperate by the time you pick up Anne at your regular meeting place and drive to the spot on the beach that's become your nightly rendezvous.
Mike, what's wrong? If I've done something, I'm so sorry.
You haven't done anything, Anne. Oh, I'll be all right in a little while. Just talk to me, huh? Anything at all, but just talk.
All right, Mike, I'll talk. I'll talk to you like I talked to you in my diary. They're for lonely people, Mike. Diaries.
Are you lonely, Anne?
No, not anymore. But I was. All my life I was lonely till I found you. No one to talk to. No one who'd understand. That's why I got a diary. I tried to kill myself once, Mike. I was so lonely. They saved me. Brought me back to the loneliness. And I never understood why. Till I met you.
Less than a week ago.
In time, but not in my heart. Oh, Mike, I've waited for you so long.
Anne. Put that in your diary, darling.
I'll be glad to.
Oh, Anne.
Anne, I love you. But I haven't any money, any job, and I want to marry you.
Marry me? Oh, Mike.
I can't marry you without money. Lots of it.
But why, Mike? All I want is you.
I'm used to money. Lots of it. I made it, spent it. There's more money in the world. I want it for us, Anne.
Is it so important, Mike? Money? It isn't to me.
It is to me. It is to lots of people. Oh, Silas Mueller, he thinks it's so important he won't even spend it. He just looks at it, feels it. He's going to die soon, and he won't part with any of it. So he dies. Who gets it? He's got no one in the world. Oh, it would mean everything to us, Anne.
Mike, we couldn't. We're not thieves.
Then you do know where it is. You've seen him with it, haven't you? You know where he keeps it.
Mike, my arm.
You do
Please,
know.
You're hurting
You
me.
do know. You do.
Yes. Yes, I saw him. I wasn't spying. It was an accident. I went away quickly, and he didn't see me.
Did you tell anyone?
No, of course not.
Oh, good.
Mike, please take me home
In
now.
a minute, darling. Oh, Anne. Oh, I meant what I said. I do want money for you. But before I can even think about that, I need money, Anne. I have debts, big debts. I was ill, Anne, a long time. It was expensive.
Oh, Mike, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
I didn't want you to. But, well, you know now.
I'm glad you told me, Mike. It makes all the difference in the world.
You're sure of her now, aren't you, Mike? The lie about your illness was a sudden inspiration, but it touched you deeply, just as you knew it would. And for the moment, you're willing to leave her, to let her love for you and her great sympathy for your need of money blend into a solution for you. You don't hear from Anne until late the next afternoon.
Hello?
It's Anne, Mike.
Oh. I wondered if I'd hear from you.
I've had a pretty busy day. It's Martha's day off. She won't be back till tomorrow. Mr. Mueller's worse, Mike. I don't see how I can get away to meet you tonight.
You'll have to stay there? Alone with him?
I don't know what else to do, Mike. Dr. Swan just left. He's coming back when he finishes at the hospital at 8.
I see. Anne, do you love me?
More than anything, Mike. More than life itself.
That's all I need to know, Anne.
It's a perfect setup, isn't it, Mike? Anne, loyal, simple Anne, alone with old Silas Mueller. By 7:30 that night, you're standing on the patio below Silas Mueller's darkened bedroom. You see Anne seated at a desk in the living room, her back to you, writing. Noiselessly, you climb up the trellis to the balcony leading off Silas Mueller's room. The French doors are ajar, obviously for ventilation. Inside, you slip on your driving gloves. A dim wall light burns on the far side of the room, and you can see the outlines of the old man's form in the bed. He's breathing heavily. Quickly, you move to the bed, hold the pillow over his face. It didn't take long. He was very weak. You cross the room, open the door, and step out into the hall. And as you turn toward the stair...
I was afraid you'd come tonight.
Anne, for the love of heaven, don't scream.
He's dead, isn't he? You've killed him.
Anne, it was for us. There was no other way. You must believe that. What's that?
The doorbell. That must be Dr. Thorne.
And you won't say anything?
No, Mike. I won't. I won't say anything. The next door down. My room. Go in there and wait. He's gone now. Dr. Thorne's gone. He said Mr. Mueller's heart gave out.
Anne.
They'll be coming for the body. There isn't time for talk.
Yeah, sure. We'll meet tomorrow night at 8 and talk then.
I'll be at 9th and Rail.
What?
Tomorrow night at 8.
9th and Rail? Well, why not the usual place? Why 9th and Rail?
I'll be at 9th and Rail, Mike. You want the money now, don't you?
And
It's my fault, really. If you hadn't met me, you wouldn't be a murderer now. You wouldn't be a thief.
the murderer.
Anne, for the love of
the
heaven.
money's in his room. Strong box. I took the keys and opened it. We'll get the money for you now, Mike.
You follow Anne back to Silas Mueller's room, observing her closely. She's dangerous to you now, isn't she, Mike? Her dull, lifeless manner, the mechanical way she thinks and moves. It's shock, isn't it? You're sure she'll break soon, pour out the whole story to the police. But honesty will demand that. The money's in neat packets, 10s, 20s, 100s. It's a fortune. Anne doesn't even look as you take it. She turns, walks mechanically out into the hall. The hall at the head of the stairs. You follow her. And as you see her at the top of the first step, you know what you must do. And now Anne lies dead at the bottom of the stairs. You're sure no one will connect you with her death. Certain no one knows you were here. That only Len and Monty are aware that you even know Anne. Then you remember her diary. You can't leave without it. It tells too much about you and Anne. You're certain of that. You race back to her room. Search feverishly for it through everything. It's nowhere to be found. Your knees go weak and you sink onto the bed. Your throat is dry and parched. You look around quickly for a drink. Pick up a glass of water from Anne's nightstand. And you pull yourself together and resume your search for the diary. Suddenly you remember. You saw Anne downstairs writing as you came in. You hurry down to the living room. A bulky envelope lies on the desk. An envelope addressed to you, Mike.
It's the diary. Anne's diary. I've got it now.
I've often said it's too bad automobile engines can't be made of glass. Through the glass, you'd see some amazing things. You'd see how ordinary motor oils break down under heat, forming harmful varnish. And you'd see how this varnish clogs up important engine parts, causing your car's performance to slow down while gas and oil consumption go up. Also, you'd see how Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil protects your motor against these varnish troubles. You'd see that even under extreme heat, Signal Premium doesn't break down and form varnish. And you'd see Signal Premium actually dissolving out accumulated varnish which other motor oils may already have deposited. But even though your motor is not made of glass and you can't see inside it, you can be sure its performance is being protected in these important ways. If you just remember two things. Get your next oil change at a Signal service station. Get it changed to the extra duty Signal oil that does so much more than just lubricate. Signal Premium Motor Oil.
It's over, isn't it, Mike? You run all the way back to your hotel. Silas Mueller and Ann Wilson are dead in the old Mueller house. And you have his money and Ann's diary. You're sure you're in the clear, that no one can possibly connect you with the crimes. Len and Monty will know. But they're only interested in their $20,000 split. You're out of breath, perspiring freely when you get on the elevator back in your hotel.
Hi, Mr. Jordan. You look all in.
Yeah, Johnny, I'm tired. Say, how come you're on tonight, Johnny? You're the day boy, aren't you?
Yeah, I changed with Bill today. I had to go to a funeral of my aunt's at the 9th and Rayo.
9th and Rayo? Oh, what do you mean?
Funeral parlor there, Wortham's.
Funeral parlor? You sure it's at 9th and Rayo?
Sure, I'm sure. Wasn't I there? Your floor, Mr. Jordan.
Huh? Oh, sure. Yeah, thanks. Huh. Meet me at 9th and Rayo. Sure she said that. The diary. I gotta sit down and read it. Huh. The last page, it's addressed to me. Why? I just talked to you on the phone, Mike. Told you Mr. Mueller and I were alone. It was a test, Mike, that call. If you come tonight, I'll know it was
only Mr. Mueller's money you wanted. And if anything happens to him, it will be my fault, really. And I'll have to pay for what I've done. You say Mr. Mueller will die soon anyway, and he has no one to leave his money to. That you need it. So you should have it. That isn't right, Mike. But I love you so that there's not much right left in me. Funny, I've waited so long for love, and I do love you. But if you come tonight, I'll know why. And after you go away with the money, I'll mail this diary to you. I wouldn't want anyone else to find it, for your sake. Tomorrow, if you want to see me, I'll be at 9th and Rail. It's a funeral parlor, Mike. If you come tonight and do what I fear you will do, after you leave, I'm coming back to my room and drink the contents of the glass on the nightstand. It's a slow poison, Mike, but I won't suffer long. Not over and now.
Poison. That water on the nightstand in Anne's room. It was poison. And I drank it. This sweat.
Desk. Hello, this is the lobby desk. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Will you speak louder, please? Hello? Hello?
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you that your contribution to the community chest will not only support the countless Red Feather agencies, but in addition, this year's contribution must meet the vastly increased need for moral, spiritual, and recreational programs for our men and women in uniform. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Wally Mayer, and Adrienne Marden. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Edwin Spangenberg, music by Wilbur Hatch. It was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember at this same time next Sunday another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.